Hello everyone, in today's tutorial we are going to be building a full stack React landing page from scratch for a travel agency. As we work through today's project, we are going to be learning a ton of very popular tools like React for creating our UI, SupabaseJS, which is a free and powerful backend as a service that provides us with a Postgres SQL database and image storage, Tailwind, which is a CSS framework that will make styling our landing page a breeze, TypeScript to add static typing and help make our application secure and predictable, Motion, which is a robust animation library for modern web projects, TanStackQuery, which is a easy to use asynchronous state management tool which will be very helpful when working with our remote database, and lastly, Google Analytics. This is a free and easy to use analytics platform that we can integrate into our landing page. As we go along, we are going to be learning how to create UI elements like dropdowns and mobile menus, how to correctly set up forms to submit information to a remote database, how to handle remote state with TanStackQuery, custom hooks, React state management, and more. On top of all that, if you stay tuned until the end of the video, we are also going to be deploying our landing page to the internet with Netlify. In just a couple of hours, we are going to go from having a blank canvas in Visual Studio Code to having a fully completed, production-ready landing page deployed to the internet. So with that out of the way, let's get right into setting up today's project. The first thing that we need to do is download the starter code. This will contain all the images and content that we need to complete today's project. Click on the first link in the description below. Once the page loads, click on the blue code button and then click download zip. Now click into the downloaded folder and you will see a folder titled 1-starter project. Grab this and drag it into Visual Studio Code. Now if you don't have Visual Studio Code, I highly recommend downloading it, but of course any code editor will work. Next, click on the terminal and then click New Terminal. Now type npm install. This will install all of the node packages we need to get started with today's project. Now let's type npm run dev in our terminal and hit enter. If everything works correctly, you should see a tab open up in your browser. If not, return to the terminal and control click on the provided URL. This URL is where our website will be served when we are developing it locally. Now that we have our project up and running, let's take a moment to explore our starter code. First, let's take a peek at our index.html document. At the top, we are linking to our favicon that will be rendered within the browser tab. Just below, we are specifying a description meta tag. This contains a brief description of our web page. Search engines like Google use this to display a snippet of text beneath the page title in the search results. Lastly, we specify the title of our web page. Our public folder is where we house all of our images and static assets. As an example, we can see our website favicon, some headshots, our hero image, and more. Now we can get into our source folder. First and foremost, we have our main app component. For those who are unaware, this will function as the root of our application. All other components will be rendered inside of it. As of now, all we have is an h1 element that says hello world. Within our index.css file, we have some configuration for TailwindCSS. First off, we can see two import statements from Google Fonts, one for Poppins and one for Rubik. These are the two font faces that we will be using in today's landing page. Our @import TailwindCSS declaration simply functions as the entry point that allows TailwindCSS to function in our project. Below that, we have our @theme declaration. This is where TailwindCSS allows us to define custom variables to be used throughout our CSS. For example, you can see that I specified a series of custom variables for the colors that we're going to be using in today's landing page. Just below that, we have two declarations that allow us to set Poppins as our default font and Rubik as our secondary font. We also have a tracking 6 property that simply allows us to set our letter spacing to 6%. Within our design, we use this a lot, so I decided to just create a custom variable that we could use throughout our project. Below that, we have some animation related properties that I had to create for our spinner loading animation. You can ignore it for now. In our utilities folder, we have two items: a content file that holds all the content we will need for our landing page, for example, our testimonials, and secondly, a content types file that simply holds the corresponding TypeScript types for our content. Again, just ignore it for now. We will revisit it when the time comes. And lastly, we have our components folder. This is where we will house all of the React components for today's project. As of now, we just have one folder with a bunch of icon components. Under the hood, these simply return SVG icons that we're going to be using in our page. For example, our error icon. And the last thing that we need to do is install two very helpful VS Code extensions that will supercharge your React and TailwindCSS project development. Navigate to your extensions tab and search for TailwindCSS IntelliSense. Click install. This extension allows us to see relevant TailwindCSS classes as we type them. Now search for and install ES7 plus React/Redux/React React-native snippets. This extension allows us to easily create the wireframing for React components with short commands. When your project starts to grow in size, this becomes very helpful. And with that last step out of the way, we can officially get started with today's project. All right, so now that our project is set up, we can get right into actually building it. So the first thing that we're going to do is make sure that our website is online here. So let's type in npm run dev to get it open in the browser. I'm sure many of you already have yours running. Okay, and I also recommend that you guys click in the second link in the description below to look at the Figma design. If you guys don't know what Figma is, it's just a graphics editor that is where web designs are created. It's a very popular tool. And so we typically want to bounce between our code and our web design as we're trying to implement our web page. Okay, so it's good. This web design is what our web page is based off of, so to speak. Okay, so now that we have our web page pulled open, you can see all we have is hello world, which makes sense given that that's all we're rendering inside of app. But our first component that we're going to be creating is our page component. Now our page is just going to wrap everything on our entire landing page. Okay, so it's like considered a wrapper, so to speak. So let's go into our components folder. Okay, not into icons. It's just a component, definitely not an icon. And let's type in page.tsx. Okay. And within here, again, we're going to use that extension that I told you guys to install, which is just ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. And the beauty is that we can go here and just type our FC and hit tab. And that creates a page component. In this case, it just names it the same thing as the file itself. And it also returns the same text that is the name of the component, that is the same name of the file within a div. Okay, and we don't need to import React anymore. I think that was from an older version of React when that was necessary, but we don't need to do that, which is very nice. Let's see if I can close that. Nice. Okay, now within our page component, we are going to first create a interface. Okay, now this is from TypeScript, and an interface is simply just a contract, so to speak, that allows us to define what type of properties we're going to allow the location wherever this component is invoked, so to speak, or used. They can only pass certain properties in, and those properties must subscribe to this contract that is defined by the interface. Okay, so that sounds very abstract. I promise it's much more simple than what it sounds, but essentially we are just going to put a children property, and then we are going to say React element. Okay, and so essentially what we're saying here, now let's get this page props interface, right? And we're going to say that our properties, so the props that are passed into our page, must subscribe to this interface. Okay, so our properties now must be shaped in the same way that the interface is shaped. And in this case, you can see that our interface has a children property that is a React element. Now that might not make sense right now, but that will make sense in a second when we actually start rendering children inside of this page component here. Okay, so let's try and import that. So that's from React, import React element from React here. And you can see it's angry. It's saying that we are not using this props property, but of course we can use it right now. So we're going to be specifying props.children here. And so now we are rendering the children that are passed into the page component. Okay, and that children property must be a React element. Okay, so for now, when we go back to our app, which we can right now, and render our page here, so hopefully I get the auto import. Nice. If you guys don't get the auto import, of course, make sure to import that. If I just put hi here as an example, you can see that it's complaining. Now what's it saying? It's saying page component does not accept text as a child element. Text in JSX has the type string, but not the expected type of children. Okay. So, and as we saw, we said here that our child element has to be a React element, which means a React component, so to speak, not a text string. Okay, so that does not work. Now, of course, we're going to have to leave this error for a second until we make our next component, which is I think it's our header. So just leave it. It might be annoying for a second, but it's okay. And the last thing I'm going to do is just specify that this is the page. Okay, I'm going to break up our imports and our main app component into a couple sections so it's a little more legible. You don't have to put that there. But with that out of the way, I think we are done with our page component. So again, we have our interface, which defines a contract that the individual who uses the page component must subscribe to. In this case, it says that there's going to be a children property for our props, and that must be a React element. Okay, so then you can see here, we have our props that are passed into our function, or our component, I should say, and we are accessing the children property, which we now know must be a React element. Okay, so now we're done with that. We can move on to the header component. All right, so now the next order of business is creating our header component, which is going to correspond to this section here. So our header will consist of both our navigation as well as our hero section. If you guys don't know what the hero section is, it's usually the very large kind of image with text over it or some call to action button. It's a very large section on a web page at the top, just below the navigation, so to speak. Okay, and so our header is going to consist of both of those components. It's going to wrap both of those components. So let's go back into our components folder and let's create that header.tsx file. Header.tsx, and again we can type in RFC and hit tab. Okay, again that wireframes our header component. Let's get rid of that import statement that we don't need, and now we are going to define again a interface. Okay, interface, and here we're just going to call it header props. Okay, and you're going to see a convention that I use. You can use a different convention, but I think it's a very clean one to just say, essentially you have props and then you prefix it with the name of the component. Okay, very similar to what we did here where we said page props. Okay, and now in here, we're going to do something very similar to the page. Okay, our header, remember, is going to have a navigation and it's also going to have a hero section. And so we're going to say children. And the children property is going to be a React element. It's actually going to be a list of React elements, but for now, it's just going to be a React element until we arrive at that point when we have enough children components to make that a reality, so to speak. But again, we can just specify our props and we'll say header props. Okay, so again, our properties has to subscribe to our header props contract, and our header props contract says that we have a children property that is a React element. Okay. So now in here, again, we can say props.children. Okay, so again, in our header component, it's kind of like a wrapper component that wraps the navigation and hero, but it doesn't do much on its own. Okay, and so here we're actually going to make this the header tag in HTML. So make sure that we are using semantic tags that make sense and are easy for us to understand and easy for the browser to understand when it's going through our document and trying to parse it, and using it for people who have accessibility concerns, like people with visual impairments or people who have visual impairments and who might need to listen to the page with a reader or something like that. It's important to make sure that our HTML is semantic. So we're using the header component here. And now we're going to start adding our first Tailwind classes. So first we're going to add px of 24. We're going to be adding a padding top of 8. And we're going to be adding a padding bottom of 23. Okay, now these right here, it's going to be a little tricky to see it, but let's actually pull open our dev tools. So again, just right click on your web page and click inspect. That should bring up your dev tools here. If we go if we go to this little arrow here, we can click on that and we can see that, where's it at? Can we find that element? Here's our head. Not our head, our body, I should say. We have our body, we have our root element, and within here we have this one div. Okay, so we can't really see anything here. Maybe if I put like hi, would that change it? Oh, it's because we're not actually rendering the header yet. Okay, so we have this header component. We've added these Tailwind classes, but we actually have to return to app and we have to render it. So let's go in here and let's render our header component. Header. Whoops, header. Header. Nice. Okay, and let me just see, did I bring that import? Yeah, so down here, I'm just going to add a header comment. So we know that this is going to be everything for the header. Whoops, I just realized I switched them there. Like that. Okay, and now we are rendering our header. Now you can see that our page is now not complaining. Right now, why is that the case? Because now we are passing a React element as a child to our page component. So now our page component says, okay, this makes sense. Our properties are supposed to be consistent with this interface that says we have a React element as a child. Okay, but now our header is saying, well, wait a minute, we do not have a child element, and we did specify here that our header props need to have a children property that is a React element. Now, of course, as we did before, we'll wait to fix this once we have more components to put as children for our header, but we are good to go now. I think that we should be able to see, nice. Yeah, so if we click on this arrow here, we can hover over the top of our page, and there is our header element. Okay, and down here in the bottom right with our box model, you can see that it does in fact have 32 padding on the top, 92 padding on the bottom, and 96 on the left and right. Okay, and if you hover over the Tailwind CSS classes, you will be able to see the underlying CSS classes that are at play here. Okay, so here you can see that we have a padding on the x-axis of 96 pixels, For our PT, or padding top, we have 32 pixels, and as our PB, or padding bottom, we have 92 pixels. Okay, so again, if you guys have any questions about those, you can look up the Tailwind documentation or whatever, but of course, hovering over the properties usually is enough for you guys to understand what's going on there. Okay, and so with that out of the way, we are done with our header component, and we can now move on to our navigation. All right, so now the next component that we are going to create is our navigation component. Now this navigation component, you can see, is our first kind of real component. It's going to have a content in it. It's going to have our logo here, all these links, and then some icons here, as well as this join now button. So this one's going to be a little bit more involved. So let's jump right into it. First and foremost, let's make it so that our header component can actually accept children, like that. And remember, our header is expecting one React element as a child here. So let's go over to our file explorer, and here we're actually going to put navigation inside of a folder. And the reason why is because we are going to have something that we'll refer to as a desktop dropdown. Okay, and the dropdown is just when you hover over, let's see, I actually have them right here. You see, if we hover over these links, then we have this dropdown, which I'm sure you guys have seen on many websites. And so we're going to co-locate those two files in one folder. Okay, so let's go over to components and let's create a new folder. And here we're going to call this navigation. And this will represent, generally speaking, any navigation components. Okay. Now within here, let's add a navigation file, navigation.tsx. And again, we're just going to type RFC and hit tab. Okay. So that wireframes our navigation component. And we can let's go back into our app component real quick and just render that right away, just so that we can get rid of this error. So right there we have navigation. Okay, hopefully you guys get lucky and get the auto import just like I do. But now you can see that there is no complaints, right? So now we have our page. It has one child element, direct child element, which is the header. So it's not complaining anymore. And we also have our header element that has one direct child, which is navigation. And you can see that the interface is no longer complaining anymore because we are in fact passing in a property called children that is one React element. Okay, so now let's go into our navigation and start building it out. So first and foremost, we're going to have the semantic nav tag in HTML to represent our navigation. Actually, let's actually go over here. And you can see that the padding for our heading is already making that look kind of nicely positioned, right? So let's go in here. And what we're going to do is I'm actually going to add the markup, and then I'm going to add the CSS after. And the reason I like to do that is because I think it actually makes it a little more clear how we're manipulating the position and the style of the content with the CSS when we do it in that order. Okay, so first we're going to add a nav, and within our nav we're going to have one div here. And this div is actually going to, I think, wrap the content itself. So you can imagine that the nav is kind of stretched out all the way across here, this blue rectangle, and then the content, I think, is just going to be what's within here. So you can see that there's like spacing here. So from the right side of this button to the left side of our logo here, I think is going to represent our content, and that will be represented by this div. Okay, well, we'll see as we go through. Obviously, it's sometimes hard to kind of reflect and think about how it was structured, but we'll end up seeing it here. So for our href, again, we're not going to put like an actual link to another web page. In this case, we're just going to put /, which will bring us back to our root page, or the home page, so to speak. And that's because, of course, this is just a landing page, so we aren't going to be linking out to other pages, at least for the sake of this tutorial. Okay. So now here we're going to add a class name. Whoops, class name. Actually, whoops, I just realized that we're not adding the CSS classes or the Tailwind classes. We are going to be adding the content first. Okay, so within this anchor tag, we're going to have two items. We're going to have one, this logo here, and we're also going to have this text GoTravel. Okay, so that's going to be both within this anchor tag. Now, the reason that this is an anchor tag is because on a website, it's good UX to make it so that the link on the top left of the page actually returns the user to the home page, right? So if you ever click on a link on a website, in the top left, like the main logo, right, of the application, it usually takes you to their homepage and the top of their homepage. Okay, so that is good UX. Okay, so in here we're going to add, and both of these are clickable. This entire thing will be clickable. Okay, and so the left is going to be our logo icon right there, and I got the auto import. Again, this is just an icon here. So if we go into our icons components folder here, where's it at? Icons. You can see that we have all sorts of things. And if we control click on this right here, so if I hold down control and click here, it'll take me there. All this is a SVG icon. Okay. and it's just returning a image of, we actually probably can see it. There it is. Look at that. You can see it's massive to say the least, but it's just an icon or just an SVG under the hood. Now you'll notice here that it actually says right here. Now we specified our TypeScript contract a little bit differently here. So instead of making a separate interface, we essentially just did it inline, and we're saying that our properties is going to be shaped as, let's actually get rid of some of this so we can see it better. Our properties are going to be shaped as an object that has a class name that is a string. Okay. And so essentially what that means is we just have to pass in a class name here. So now that our properties object does in fact have a class name property that maps to a string. Okay. This is a string here. Okay. And so now that we did that, we can leave that like that. We're going to add some classes when we come back, like I said, but for now, leave it like that. And adjacent to that, we're going to have a span. And the span is going to hold our text, GoTravel. GoTravel. Okay, there you can see the text there. It's not very large right now, but it's right there. All right, and I don't want this space here. It's very annoying. That's a artifact, or it's like some property of prettier. I'm sure you guys, many of you know what prettier formatting is, but for some reason it adds those and can be frustrating sometimes. But just below that div, or below that anchor tag, so below our logo here, these elements are going to be adjacent at some point, but below that, or to the right of that, I should say, we are going to have a list of links. Okay, so below this anchor tag, let's do UL. And within here, our unordered list, we are going to render a series of links. So let's actually go into JavaScript with our open and closed braces, and let's map over our navigational links. Navigation links. And we're going to say .map. And if you guys don't know, we can go check that out as well. So if we go over to our content folder that we spoke about in the introduction, we can see that right here. Where is it at? We do have a navigation links array. And essentially each one of these, this is also a good point, or a good moment that we can learn if you don't know TypeScript. Essentially what we're saying here is that we have a constant variable of navigation links, and that is an array. Okay, and this array has a series of JavaScript objects within it. Now, each one of these objects has to be shaped like a navigation link. Okay, and you can see that this open and closed bracket says that this is going to be an array of navigation links. Now, how do we actually define what a navigation link is? Well, if we control click on this here, hold down control and click, that's going to take us over to our content types file, which again is just adjacent to that content file within our utilities folder. And if we look here, you can see that it says that our navigation link is going to have an ID, which is a number, an href, which is a string, a text, which is a string, a dropdown, which is going to be a Boolean, so true or false, and then it's going to optionally have dropdown links. Now, what do I mean by optionally? You can see if we chain on this question mark, it makes it so that we don't need to have this property, but we can add it if we want to. Okay, so now every one of our navigational links right here, each object has to subscribe to that. They all have an ID, they all have an href, they all have a text, and they all have a dropdown. Now we only have two that actually have a dropdown here, services and pages. Okay, so you'll see here that these actually say dropdown true, and they also have the dropdown links. Okay, and that's a nested structure there. Okay, because they're the only ones that actually have dropdown links to show. Okay, so they have a dropdown property, and then they have the dropdown links list that is optional. Okay, again, home, about, and testimonials will not have that list. And that's going to be important to understand. So take a moment to look at that, because that structure is going to be important to understand as we render these links. Okay, so navigation links.map. And we're going to type in link. And don't forget our parentheses here. Whoops. Can barely see around my mic sometimes. All right, so let's type in li. So we're going to render a li element. Okay, so again, we have our unordered list. We iterate through our navigation links, and for each link, we are going to render a list item, or a li tag. And within this li, we're going to have first a anchor tag, and this anchor tag is going to wrap the link itself here, right? So this text has to be function as a link. Of course, on a real landing page, it would. And we are going to have in here our link.text. So let's actually check that out. You can see now we have home, about, services, pages, testimonials. Now within this anchor tag, or I think it's adjacent to it, we're actually going to have our drop-down links. Okay, so let's go down here, and that is it's actually adjacent to the anchor. Okay, so now you're going to notice here that within our list items, each one of our links here, home, about, services, pages, testimonials, if we do have a dropdown, that dropdown is going to be positioned relative to that link, right? So in this case, this dropdown menu, the way that we're positioning it on the page, it's going to be relative to the position of services itself, right? Because these links correspond to services. So right here within our list item, we're going to have not only the link.txt, but we're going to render our link dropdowns if there is one. So right here, we're going to say link.dropdown, question mark, remember, because that's a Boolean. So if we go back to our links here, where's it at? We have a dropdown property that says false and true if there are dropdown links to actually render. So if it's true that we do have link dropdowns, a link dropdown, then we are going to render something called a desktop dropdown. Okay, and that is something that we don't actually have yet. So let's go into our navigation folder and let's create a new file called desktop dropdown.tsx. And let's render that. So RFC and hit tab. Now we have our desktop dropdown. Let's get rid of that. And for now, I think that we just want to, yeah, we'll leave it as is for now. But it probably would be worthwhile to actually see how the interface that it uses. So for our desktop dropdown, you'll notice that the dropdown itself has 3 links in it. Okay, so that's going to be important to kind of visualize or think about when we actually, whoops, I just opened Copilot, please close. When we actually set up the interface for this component. Okay, so here we're going to say desktop dropdown properties or props, that. And in here, we're going to say that this dropdown is going to take in optionally a links property, and that links property is going to be a series of navigation links. Okay, so optionally, it's going to have a links property, and that links property is going to be a list of navigation links. Okay, and we need that auto import. Come on. There it is. So from our content types, that's again from our content types, we can go there and look at that again. So we're saying again, we need to have our properties object must subscribe to this interface contract. And this properties type here, or this properties object will have, it may have a list of links that are navigation links. Okay. I don't need to beat a dead horse with that one. Okay. And so now let's actually jump back to our navigation and finish that first. Okay, because we don't need to really see the dropdown just yet. So now we can bring that in here, desktop dropdown. And you can see that we do not need to pass in that property, links, because we say that it is optional with this question mark. All right. So now we can move on to, and what we're actually going to do here is we're going to say links equal link dot dropdown links. All right. And as you can see, if we go back to our content here, you'll notice something that not all of our navigational links have drop-down links. So in this case, this one doesn't have the property, but this one does have drop-down links, right? Services does have culinary tours, destination expertise, and customized packages. And so we're essentially saying here, we don't know if there is going to be drop-down links, right? That's why we have to say that this is optional. We don't know if that's going to be true because some of them don't actually have that, okay? So that is why we have to specify that in the first place. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. So now that we rendered that, so essentially we're saying if there is a link.dropdown, then we are going to render our desktop dropdown, okay? And of course, we're going to set up some logic to where it doesn't actually show until you hover over the link in the navigation itself, but we'll get to that in a second. So now that we have that out of the way, we can specify what's actually in here. So I just realized that we actually have one more thing to render. So this link.dropdown is going to be just below here, but adjacent to this anchor tag as well, we're going to be rendering a, the thing is that with these links, you can see that some of them, the ones that have a dropdown, they have a caret icon next to them. So we have to know whether to conditionally render that caret icon as well, right? So here we're going to say, link.dropdown as well. So assuming that there is a dropdown, let's do the and. We're going to render a span. Span. And now what we're going to do here is, so again, if there is a link dropdown, if this evaluates to true, then we're going to render the span. And within the span, we're going to have a caret up icon. And you can see that we have that icon specified in our icon folder. Okay, just like that. And you can see it's angry, and that's because we have to add a class name property. And we'll just leave it like that for now. We'll add them in a second. But if we go over to our page here, see if we can see them. Okay, so you can see them. There, here's our caret up icons, and you can see they're very large. But essentially, that's only, notice that there's only 2 of them, right? So there's one for services here, and there's one for pages as well. Okay, and that makes sense because you can see services and pages do in fact have a caret icon. Now they are pointing up for now, but once we hover over the links, they're going to be pointing down, which you can see right here, right? Or vice versa. When you hover over them, they're pointing up. When you're not hovering over, they're pointing down. Okay, so we'll leave it like that for now. And so with that out of the way, we now can move on to our right side content, which is going to be these 2 icons and our join now button. So that's going to be just below our UL. Let's add a div here. And this div is going to have our bell icon, which is right here. All right, so let's do that. Again, this is one of the icons we have specified. So bell icon. Come on, bell icon. I think this one needs a class name also, so we'll add those in a second. But for now, let's just add the class name prop because you can see that it does expect a class name property, and it's TypeScript is not going to let us get away with that. So we got to add it for now. Now let's move down to our search icon. Search icon. Okay, let's see. Does this one have the class name prop? Oh, it does. Okay, so let's just specify that so it stops yelling. And that's this right here. Okay. And let's see if we can see that. There they are. And now we also have a button. And this button is going to say join now. All right, there it is. And you can see that all right here. Okay, I'm trying to bounce between these equally just so we can see what's going on, but sometimes it's tricky. Should I show the web page or should I show the Figma design? But you guys understand the struggle. So now let's move back to the top here. And let's start adding our classes. So first and foremost, we are going to be adding our class name to our navigation itself. And this is going to say margin auto. So that's going to center us on the horizontal axis. Margin auto makes it so that our padding on the left side, or our margin on the left side and our margin on the right side is as large as possible, which has the effect of centering our element. We're going to set our margin bottom to 12. And we're going to be setting our max width to 432. Okay. Now, if we hover over those, you'll see that means, again, we're centering along the horizontal axis. Our margin bottom this Tailwind class translates to 48 pixels on the bottom. And our max width, if we hover that, you can see that it is 1728 pixels, which if we go over to our design here and we click on our navigation, you can see right here, it says right here on our width, 1728 pixels. Okay. We can also see it right there. So that is good. And we also want it to be centered, right? Because we want this to have equal space on the left and right side here. Okay. So it is centered. And the margin bottom here corresponds to this distance here. So you can see between our navigation, let's actually go over here, between our navigation and this hero image, it's kind of hard to see, but in Figma, what you can do is you can actually click on an element and then hold down the Alt key on Windows. I'm not sure what it is on Mac. And then hover over an adjacent element, and you can see that that red line there shows the amount of space. So here you can see our navigation bar is 48 pixels. It's very small for you guys, but I can see it here. It's 48 pixels from the navigation down to that hero image, okay? And that corresponds here with our margin bottom, all right? And so now let's go down to this div here, and this is actually gonna hold the content, right? So this is gonna be flex, and what we should actually go over there so we can see this magic happen. So if we get rid of that, you can see flex, everything is vertical, right? Because they're all kind of block level elements. Then we go flex. Now we're flex on the horizontal axis. So you can see kind of our content's horizontally laid out a little bit right now. Let's do item center. That's not going to matter right now, but that is going to center our items vertically, which will matter because our links are not nearly as tall as our icon here. So they do need to be centered on the vertical axis. And we're going to have a gap X of 2.5, or whoops, I was looking at the wrong thing there. It's going to be a padding X of 21.5. Padding X of 21.5. Now that number did not come out of thin air. Okay, that is 86 pixels, and that corresponds to this distance here. So you'll see that our navigation is actually pushed in just a bit. So our hero stretches all the way across here, but our navigation stops here. And if you actually look, we can actually look, there is in fact 86 pixels there, okay, on the left and right. So we're saying on the padding on the x-axis is going to be 86 off the left, 86 off the right. All right. And again, you can't really see what's going on here just because, you know, our design's all over the place, but it'll shape up in a second here. Okay, so now let's move on to our anchor tag. Give it a class name. And this is going to be flex. So this is in reference to our logo, right here, our logo and the text next to it. Okay, the logo and the logo icon, I should say. So that's going to be flex. And then it's going to be item center. So again, we want to center those vertically because our text here for our logo is going to be much smaller than the icon itself. And then we're also going to specify gap X of 2.5. And I think that's 10 pixels. Okay, 10 pixels between our icon here and our text. All right. Now that is, you can see our logo icon just literally vanished out of thin air. So let's go down here and give it a size property. SIZE and then 13. Okay, now it's back. Now this is actually a cool property in Tailwind. Okay, so originally I used to specify like W equals, so you can specify it like this. You could say W equals 13, H equals 13, and that's gonna say width and height are 13 respectively. But there's actually a size property, which it took me a while to find this one, but this is very helpful. It specifies the width and the height at the same time, which is so helpful because that was something that used to frustrate me with vanilla CSS, that you couldn't do that at the same time. Okay, so 52 pixels high, 52 pixels wide. Nice. So now let's move down to our span here. Here we're going to specify text-3XL. And we're going to be doing font semi-bold. Okay, that's in reference to our GoTravel text there. And you can see that's something like 30 pixels font size. And then obviously a font weight of, I think, 600. Okay, making it nice and bold. Now let's move down to our unordered list. Give it a class name here. And this is going to be flex. And you know what? Let's actually make these icons smaller so it's not destroying our ability to see what's going on here. So let's go down to our caret up here. Let's actually see what that is. Size is 3.5. Size dash 3.5. Nice. And that is, let's see, 14 pixels wide and 14 pixels tall. Okay. Now let's return back to our UL. And here we're going to do items stretch. Stretch. Okay. And gap X of 10. Now, the reason that we're doing a stretch here is we actually want our links to be the entire height of this container, okay? So I think earlier I was saying that they weren't going to be, but it was advantageous because it helps for absolutely positioning our drop-down menu. Just leave it at that. But either way, we're going to make these links as tall as this container. And by saying item stretch, we're saying stretch on the vertical axis, okay? So flex, item stretch, and then gap X of 10. Now that gap X of 10 is in reference to the space between each one of our links here, which is reflected right here. Okay, 40 pixels. All right. So now that we did that, we can move on to our list item. Let's go down here. And here we're going to give it a key first. I realize not a class name, but a key. Anytime you render a list in React, you need to give each item a unique key property, each list item a unique key property, and that helps React understand what elements are in the list. And as the list changes and updates, it can kind of optimize the rendering based on its knowledge of those keys. If it doesn't have those keys, there can be some really weird behavior, so you have to add them. All right. And actually, I think it should be complaining. Like if we look here, I'm surprised it's not complaining, but it almost always does here. So we're going to specify our key property, and that's just our link.id. Okay, and each one of our links, if we go in here, you can see that we do in fact have a ID. So this one's 1, this one's 2, this one's 3, just counting up from 1. All right. So now we can move on to adding our classes. So here we're going to add group. Okay, now the group property, just leave it for now. I'll explain it in a second when it becomes relevant, but first add group. Then we're going to do relative. We're going to be positioning some elements relative to this element. So we're going to add the relative class. We're going to add flex. And you can see that what that did is that actually made it so that our caret icon was next to our text themselves, right? So if we get rid of that flex here, you can see that the caret icons are below, it's below service, and it's below page. We had that flex back. Now our caret icon is adjacent to it, right? And that's because we're flexing we're where's it at? The anchor tag and then the caret icon, wherever it's at. Yeah, the anchor tag right here and then the caret icon that's rendered right here. All right. Next, we're going to be adding our cursor pointer. Now we want to add cursor pointer because our links are clickable. And so when a user hovers over them, you can see it changes to the pointer cursor. Very important. Every element that's clickable on your website should have cursor pointer. That's good UX. Now we're going to do, did we do item center? We did not. So this is going to be nice because this is going to make it so that our caret icon is lined up with the text itself. So let's center on the vertical axis with our align items center property, which is item center in Tailwind, but it's align item center under the hood. Okay. Now we're going to do a gap X of 1.75, which is 7 pixels. So that's between our link here and then the caret icon. Just 7 pixels of space, give it some breathing room. We're going to do font medium. So let's bring that font weight up to 500 for our links. Whoops, font medium, please. Work. Nice. And we're going to set transition all. So that's going to transition all properties if we have a transition. And we're going to set a duration of 200. Okay, so that's going to be helpful when we want to create some animations on these links. Okay, so again, transition all properties, and we'll give it a 200 millisecond duration. Okay, let's move this over. Can we actually zoom out our page a bit? There we go. Now, remember, our design is, where's it? It's 1920 pixels. So that's what I'm actually going to design at. So I'm going to zoom this out nicely here so that I can get to 1920 pixels. All right, this is how our design, this is how you should be building the design out. Now I'm actually going to move my dev tools to the bottom here, like this. Okay, so now it'll be much easier for me to get it to 1920, right? So now we can see it much better. This is what it's supposed to be here. Now, before we do the responsive design, we want to design it at this screen size. And then of course we can do the responsive design and it will be able to be, it'll look good at any screen size, right? Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to our anchor tag. So for our href, we're going to specify it as, where's that? Our link.href. And you can check that out if you want. Like as an example here, we have slash, then we have slash about, slash services. Okay, so just kind of specifying the links to those pages, hypothetical pages. They're not real pages, of course. And we can add our class names. So here, let's add class name. We're going to be adding a text gray of 600. So that changes our links to this nice text gray color. And I'm actually going to comment out the dropdowns for a second here. Where's this at? Right here. Comment. Nice. Okay, so that makes it so that we don't see those in the meantime because we don't want to see those until we need to, right? Those are conditionally rendered, so it makes it look a little bit better here. All right. So now back to our anchor tags. We're going to say group hover, group dash hover, and we're going to say text black. Okay, now if we hover over our links, you can see that they are in fact black here. Now I'm a little bit confused as to why our navigation here is not justified in the manner that we want it to, right? So let me just check real quick. That's angry at us because we're not actually rendering those here. But you can see that these should be spread out. So let's actually make sure that we have the property that we need. So this right here, I just realized is not item center. I remember I was applying these classes to this element. So this is actually going to be justified between, right? Which makes sense because we want these elements to be spaced out as far as possible, right? So here you can see we have this element on the left, these in the middle. We have this element on the left, which corresponds to this anchor tag. We have the unordered list here in the middle, which corresponds to this unordered list. And then the div on the right, which has these 3 icons. They are spaced out with as much space as possible, which essentially corresponds to the justify between CSS property. Okay, flexbox property, I should say. Okay, so now if we return down here to our anchor tag, why we specify group hover is because we specified the group property right here on the list item. Okay, so now what this allows us to do is essentially say we want to update the state of this anchor tag based on the state of the parent. So in this case, we're saying if this list item is hovered over, then we want our text to be black here. Okay, so now if we hover over the list item itself here, which again is both the link itself and the caret icon, then the caret icon's color is going to update. And that is how we use the group hover property. We can now style all of our children element based on the state of the parent element that has the group property specified on it. All right, hopefully that makes sense. Now let's move down to our span here. And this actually wraps our caret icon. The reason that we have a span wrapping our caret icon is because the caret icon is just the SVG logo, and we're going to have the span around it rotate. And that's what is going to make the caret icon flip upside down when we hover over it. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So here we're going to say flex. We're going to say size-6 here. Okay, and so that's just giving a size of 24 pixels to the thing that wraps the caret icon itself. So you can see here we have the span, and then inside of it we have the caret icon. Now we're going to specify item center. Okay, let's see if we can actually zoom this in a little bit here. Okay, so it looks like our design is still doing just fine here. So we'll leave it like that for now, I guess. And now we're going to specify, we're working on our caret, not our caret icon, the span itself. So that's going to be size 6, item center. And we're going to do justify center as well. All right, nice. So now our caret icon is specified or is centered within that container that it was wrapped around, the span here. And now we can move on to the caret icon itself. So we're going to have a fill of gray 600. And you know what, fill gray 600 actually brings up a very important point. So these are the custom classes that we defined in our index.css. So I did this kind of off screen, so to speak, but within the @theme declaration that Tailwind provides to us, we can specify custom classes. So here you can see if we want to specify a custom color, we just do -- color and then --primary -800. That's what I named this one, right? But you could name it -yellow, -red, whatever you want, but you just put -- color first, then specify the color. Then we can use it just like any other Tailwind class, right? So if we go back to, where's it at? Navigation, we can go in here and say text gray 600, or we could use, for example, color, or maybe not a color, what would it be, like fill gray 600. And the reason that we can use all those is because Tailwind has literally created its own utility classes based off the custom ones that we defined, okay? So that's how we gained access to this fill gray 600. Now we can do rotate 180. So that's going to start our caret icon facing down. Okay, and once we hover over it, we're going to make it go up. So let's do transition all. Transition all. So we're going to transition any property we want. And we're going to give it a duration of 200 milliseconds. So duration 200. You can see just how nice these Tailwind utility classes are. There's so many things out of the box that are so helpful. And we're going to be doing, actually, I just realized it's duration 250 for the caret icon. Let's do that. And we're going to be doing group hover again. Group hover, and here it's going to be fill black. Fill-black. Okay, so now you can see our text. Again, here we have group hover text black for our text itself. And then we also have group hover fill black for the caret icon. So now if we hover over it, you can see both the name of the link and the caret icon adjacent to it both turn black. Okay, so very, very satisfying. Now I realize that we are not actually rotating, and that's because we didn't add the rotate 360 property. So let's do that again. So we're going to do group -hover. So again, if our list item is hovered over, we are going to rotate -360. Okay, so again, the caret icon by default, that the icon we have in our project is facing up. So then we rotated it 180 degrees so that by default it's facing down. And then when we rotate it 360 degrees, it turns it back up. Okay, so here when we say rotate 360, it's not actually doing a full circle. It's just doing half a circle, right? So if you look at that. Okay, so now our links are, our caret icons are doing their nice little rotation thingy, which we want when we render our drop-down menus. Okay, and we can't see our drop-down menus yet, but we'll get to that in a second. All right, now we can move on to, let's go down and finish up these things on the right here. So let's do these 3 items. And then after we do that, then we'll get into the the drop-down menus, okay? So let's go down here to our div. Our bell icon is going to have a couple classes. Actually, I realized where our div itself is going to have some classes too. So probably could have guessed it, but we're going to flex these items into a row here. So let's do flex. Nice. Let's give it the item center so that we can center them on the vertical axis. And let's give it a gap x of 5. So again, everything is times 4 in Tailwind. Okay, so if I say gap x5, that's going to be 5 times 4, which equals 20. If I say size 13, that's going to be 13 times 4, which is going to be 52. I think that's correct. Yeah, 52. Okay, so everything is times 4. So so that's an easy way for you guys to translate it in your head. If you're ever wondering what actually the value is, in this case, it's gap x5, 5 times 4, that's 20 pixels of spacing between our icon here, the search icon, and then the button itself. All right, now we can go, and I just realized that, oh, that's going to be specified on these. All right, so here on our bell icon, we're going to have our fill, again, gray 600. We're going to have our cursor dash pointer. All right, so now if we hover over that, you can see we got our nice cursor back, or our pointer cursor, which is very important, as we talked about earlier. And we're going to be doing our hover fill dash black. Okay. All right. Nice. That's looking good. Now let's move down to our search icon. And I just realized that these have they don't have a slight delay, right? So the other instantaneous. Okay, so I want to make sure that these are consistent here. So if we hover over these, there's no duration. They're nice snappy animations where they immediately turn black, and we're going to keep that here. Obviously, we want to have visual consistency on our design, or it's going to kind of take away from the more polished look. So that consistency is very important. Very important that our hover states and everything are consistent throughout our page. Okay, so now let's go down to our search icon. We're going to do the same thing. Give it a fill gray 600. Cursor dash pointer. And we're also going to give it, again, a hover of fill black. Fill black. And it's nice that these fill white and fill black are just, Tailwind just gives it to us. So very helpful, because obviously black and white is something that you use in your page like all the time. So now we have those two specified. Nice. Looks like those hover animations are working. And now we finally get to add, I guess we did with our logo, but we get to add a splash of our nice, very beautiful primary blue color, which we can see right here in our style guide. Right here. Look at these lovely colors. All right. So let's add that. Oh, yep, it's angry. Veet always likes to be angry. So we'll do background primary 700 for our button here. Nice. We're going to say hover, and we're going to give the background, we're going to say background primary 800. Again, these are custom classes that we define in index.css. You guys can check those out if you want. So that's just going to be a little bit darker here. So you can see if we hover over it, it's a little bit darker. Cursor, as always, is going to be pointer when we hover over it. And we're going to be doing rounded dash 0.625 rem. All right. And I like to specify everything in terms of rem. Okay, not pixels, but rem. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but just understand that that's how we're going to do our designs here. Anything, especially text, is going to be specified with respect to rem. And you can easily convert it online. If you look online at like a pixel to rem to em to percentage converter, you can get all the conversions you want. But in this case, if we hover over it, you'll see I'm just saying essentially that our border radius is going to be 10 pixels. Okay, so you could, if you really wanted to, do 10 pixels, but there is reasons that you do use rem instead of pixels. All right, so again, 0.0625 rem. Now let's do px of 8. Give it some nice padding. We're going to give it a py of 3.5. So some nice padding on the y-axis as well. A little bit less than half. So our padding on the x-axis is over twice that of padding on the y-axis, which gives it a nice effect here. Our text is going to be large, so that's going to boost it up to 18 pixels. We're going to say font medium, give it a font weight of 500. Let's give it a text dash white here. Again, that's a built-in class from Tailwind. The white class is just built right in. We don't have to type in hashtag FFF or anything like that. let's do transition all. And duration 200. All right, so now we hover over that. We got a nice 200 millisecond hover rate or hover animation, and you can see that we have, or I should say, a transition, and it's getting a little bit darker. So very nice effect, and you can see that all of our links are working great. We even have our carrots doing their flippy, and now we have to add our desktop dropdown. So that will be in the next segment. We'll go in there and implement that. But as you can see, our page is already shaping up quite well. Let's actually make sure that our elements are, everything is according to spec here. Let's see if I can open this up more. Okay, let's see. Nice, so look at that. So you can see that our navigation is 1728 pixels, which is consistent with our design here. You can see I have to really encroach on my space of my editor here, but it is looking good. So again, if you guys can, if you have more monitors than me available right now, try to open this up to 1920 pixels, because when you want to implement your design on desktop, you want to make sure it's consistent with the design itself, right? Just to make sure that everything is pixel perfect. So in this case, you can see that it's 1728 pixels, and you can see that we have that 86 pixels on the left and right, which is very good because that is exactly what we have right here. All right, so with that out of the way, I will see you guys, and we are going to be creating our desktop dropdown in the next segment. All right, so now we can finish the job with the navigation and do our desktop dropdown here. So let's go back down and let's render those here. Let's open this back up. You guys might have already had these rendered here, but you can see that that is definitely not what we want that to look like. These dropdowns should only be rendered conditionally, and that's when we hover over these these links, respectively, which would be services and pages. Okay, so let's go into our desktop dropdown component, and let's start doing some work here. So first and foremost, we are going to, remember we have our desktop dropdown props, which our interface says that there's going to optionally be a list of links that we pass in, specifically links that are shaped like this, right? They're going to have an ID, a href, a text, a dropdown, and then they may have a series of dropdown links, right? So now let's go into here. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to destructure this right away. So right here, we know that the only thing that's going to be in our properties object is going to be a optional links property. So what we can actually do here is we can just put brackets around our props here and say links. Okay, so that is destructuring syntax in JavaScript. We're just getting the properties object and destructuring out the links property. Okay, so now let's go into our desktop dropdown. It's actually going to be an unordered list, not a div. And the reason why is because we're going to be iterating through a list of links and then rendering those. So within here, let's actually do that. We're going to be doing our links. Now we have to put a question mark here, right? Because we don't know. Like we said, we don't know if there's going to be a list of links here. And that's because TypeScript doesn't know that. We told TypeScript that we may or may not, as an example, if we go back to our navigation links here, where they at? We said here that on our navigation link type that we don't know if there's going to be a list of dropdown links, right? So TypeScript says, you know, I can't trust you. I don't know if you're going to have a list of links here. And that is why we have to do all this specification where we say this may have a list of links, and we may have a list of links here, right? Because TypeScript pretty much says, you know, I can't trust that you have those items. And so we're just doing those null checks. Okay, if links exist, then we call .map, but the way that this works is essentially in JavaScript, this is like the, I forgot what they call it, I think null chaining, but essentially like if the links do exist, it will call the .map property on links, but if it does not exist, it won't call the .map property on the links because it obviously doesn't exist, and that's important because it will not throw an error, right? We don't want an exception to be thrown in our application. So here we're going to map through our links, and for each link, we're going to render a list item. Whoops. List item. Thank you. And for our list items, we're going to have, and we can specify the CSS as we go here. We'll actually have to specify the unordered list CSS, which is going to be a little bit involved, but for now, let's just do our list item. So we'll say key. Again, everything that is a key or everything that is rendered within a list, which should be a list item, is going to need a key here. So we have link.id, that's a property on our link. And we can now add our, within our list item, we'll have, where's it at? You can see prettier is not formatted in this very prettily, to say the least. But we're gonna have an anchor tag in our list item. There we go. And here we're just going to have our href set to our link.href. And if you actually look at our nested links here, let's go into our content type here. Where is it at? Or I should say our content. Where's our content folder? You can see that the way that I specified it is this object has, like as an example, services here. You can see that it has the dropdown links array, and then each one of those has an ID, an href, a text, and then a dropdown property as well. Because again, even these sublinks here, if we actually go to our content types, where's it at? Content types. You can see that our navigation link, it's kind of like Inception, right? So each navigation link could have a dropdown links array of navigation links. Okay, that's valid. So we have all these links, and long story short, they have an href property. And in here, we're going to be specifying our link.text. Boom. Okay. So now you can see we have successfully rendered our dropdown links here, which correspond, you can see here, and for pages here. All right. So now that we did that, we can jump into setting up our classes. So let's actually start with the anchor tag itself, and we'll build our way up from the anchor tag to the list item and then the unordered list. So here we're going to do class name, and we're going to do text gray 600. Just make sure we have that consistent gray color. Let's do our text no wrap. Okay, we do not want the wrap, or we do not want this text ever wrapping for our dropdown links here. And we're going to be doing hover text dash black. Oops, text black. All right, now let's check that. You can see if we hover over our dropdown links here, they do turn black. Okay, so that's nice. Now let's move up to our list item here. Of course, this list item is wrapping each one of these anchor tags, but it's individual, right? So each anchor tag is wrapped by list item, I should say. And here we're going to say flex. We'll do cursor pointer, just to make sure that it does look like they are clickable. You can see now we have our pointer cursor. We're going to do item center. Item center, so vertically align them, center them on the vertical axis. We're going to do font medium. Okay, give them the same font weight as the links themselves, or the navigation links themselves. And we're going to be doing transition all the properties, and give it a duration of 200. Okay, nice. All right. Okay, now we can move on to the unordered list. So this is where we actually like really create the drop-down menus, right? So this one's going to be a little bit involved, but stay with me. We'll get through them all. So we're going to do invisible, all right? Now that's going to hide them. Okay, so now you can see if we hover over it, the visibility is set to hidden. Now, when you set the visibility to hidden, you can see that it actually didn't remove it from the document, okay? That's why if we get rid of it here, you can see they're right there. When we put invisible, you know, we can't see them, but they're still taking up space on the page here, you can see, okay? So now let's do absolute. Okay, again, so that's absolute positioning. And when you position something absolutely, it's positioned relative to the first parent that has a non-static position property. Okay, so if we look at the parent of this UL, let's go back to our navigation here. We're rendering it right here. What is the first parent that has a non-static position property? Let's go up, we're going to check right here. Okay, position relative. So now this list item is going to be the item upon which we position our drop-down menu. All right, so we specify absolute here, and we specify relative on the parent. Okay, and absolute positioning, if you don't know, we can break something out of the document flow and place it in the middle of anywhere, so to speak. We don't have to place it next to something or above something or around something. We could literally just shift it anywhere we want on the page, and it's what they say is it's removed from the document flow, the normal document flow in which every element kind of moves other elements on the page. Okay, so now let's do top full. Okay, and essentially what that's doing is essentially saying that the top of our drop-down menu, okay, the top of our drop-down menu should be, hover over it, 100%. What does that actually mean? It's relative to the parent's height. Okay, so we're saying that it should be shifted down. So like imagine the height of this service link was the entire height of this blue container around it. we're saying we want it to be at the bottom here. Okay, so it doesn't exactly correspond to the design here, but hopefully that makes sense. We're shifting it down 100% the height of the parent element, which is the link itself. In this case, it's services, right? Yeah. You can see services quite tall. That's because earlier we did item stretch. We wanted this link to be tall for this exact reason. Okay. Now we're going to do negative left dash 8. Now the reason we want to do that is because we want the drop-down menu to be shifted 32 pixels left. And we can look at that right here. You can see that we have 32 pixels of padding on the left of our drop-down menu, but notice that culinary tours is perfectly left aligned with the services link here in terms of the text, right? So we say, okay, let's shift it left 32 pixels because we're going to give this unordered list 32 pixels of padding as well, okay? Now we're going to do z of 1, so bring our z index. So that's not, y or x, but z. So on the plane that is how close something is to us on the page, right? So we want the drop-down menu to be on top of the other elements on the page. Okay, so that's how you can do that. It's with the z property. If you put 10, that means it's going to be very far forward. If you put a z of like a negative z of 10, that's going to make it so that it's far backwards. Okay, in our case, we want it to be z-1. Okay, and that's going to make sure that it's above our hero image here. All right, so a little bit weird working with the z-axis, but definitely going to be needed here. So translate -y-2. Okay, so flex here. And the reason we're going to do flex is because we want our links to be vertically aligned here in a list. So we're going to flex them, I think, on the column direction. Yeah, exactly. And then we're going to translate y2. So that just moves our y-axis, our y down a little bit. And that just adds a little bit more spacing between the link itself and the menu. Okay. We're going to do transform. Flex call, like I said, because we want our links to be, vertically distributed. We're going to do a gap y of 7. Which is going to give us 7 times 4, 28 pixels between each one of our links. We're going to do a rounded, and we're going to do top left, large. Okay, so the top left is going to be 8 pixels of rounding. We're going to do rounded top right of 2XL, which is 16, I think. We're going to be doing rounded on the bottom left of, or I should say bottom right of 2XL. And lastly, we're going to do rounded on the bottom left of 2XL. So essentially, if you look here, you'll see that the roundedness of this container, how rounded it is, it's the least on this top left corner, and then it's the same on the right, bottom right, and bottom left corners. All right, and that's why you can see we have different for these 4 values here. All right, so now that we did that, we can move on to setting our background to white. Our padding top will be 8 for this container. Our padding right is going to be 16. Okay, and that corresponds to, you can see we have 8 right here. So 8 times 4, 32 pixels on the top. And you can see here we have 16 times 4, which is going to be 64 pixels on the right. Of course, we can't see it yet. We'll see it in a second here. Actually, maybe we can see it. Can we? Oh, not yet. Okay. So let's keep going. We're going to have our padding bottom of 11. And our padding left of 8. Again, it corresponds to those sides on that container. Padding bottom, padding left of 8 times 4, which is 32 pixels. And we'll set our opacity to 0, which makes sense because it's going to be kind of invisible to begin with. We want to make it appear with a nice animation here. So we'll do opacity 0. Now we're going to add a drop shadow. So now this is the one part of Tailwind CSS that is kind of a little bit wonky, the way that it looks. I think that it could look a little bit better, but essentially this is how you specify a drop shadow. So you can see on our unordered list, there is a little bit of a shadow behind it. It's kind of hard to see here, but you can see right there, there is a shadow behind it. So the way that you do that in Tailwind here is you specify drop dash shadow, and then you do an open and close bracket here to set a custom one. So the whenever you do an open and close bracket, that's how you can set arbitrary values in Tailwind. So if you do like drop shadow dash medium, you're going to get one of the built-in ones, but we don't want the built-in one. We want to specify a custom one. And we're going to do, I'm going to just copy it over just so I don't waste your guys' time trying to type this kind of ugly thing out here. So let me just show you. So there it is right there. As you can see, drop dash shadow. And then within brackets, we have 2 pixels. So that's going to shift it on the x-axis 2 pixels, 4 pixels. That shifts it down on the y-axis 4 pixels, and then 30 pixels of, I think it's spread or blur. And then the RGBA is simply a very light shade of black here. So you can see that the alpha channel is set to 0.10. So just a very, very light shade of black, which is exactly what we want. Now let's hit transition all. I told you guys there's going to be a lot here. But we're almost there, I promise. So transition all, let's do duration of 200. So we're going to do a 200 millisecond duration when the drop-down menu comes on a screen. We're going to do ease out. So that's just the timing function of the animation. And we'll do group hover, group dash hover, and set it to visible. All right, visible, thank you. Okay, now it's interesting here. Remember that we specified the group property up here. So we had group specified on this list item. Now that makes sense, right? Because when someone hovers over this link, we want the drop-down menu itself to display, right? So now we're actually using that group property all the way down in our unordered list, our drop-down menu, and it says when that group is hovered over, set it to visible. Okay, so again, we are setting the child elements state based on the parent's elements state. Okay, so now that we did that, we can do group dash hover. And we're going to be doing translate y0. Okay, I just realized that's actually why we did translate y2, is because you'll notice that when we hover over our menus, they kind of like, not only do they appear slowly, but they also transition up a little bit, which gives it this very subtle, nice kind of animated effect. And you'll see how that looks in a second here, once we actually see these links render. And then we have group hover. Again, if the group is hovered over, then we're going to set the opacity to 100. Okay, remember we set opacity 0 by default. Okay, so let's hover over these and look at that. All right, so again, we have an opacity of 0, goes to an opacity of 100. You'll also notice when we hover over them, they kind of shift up just a little bit, which is because we translated them y-2, which means 8 pixels down. But when we hover over them, we translate back to y of 0, which essentially just puts them into the original place that they should be in. We have a drop shadow behind. We did flex, so we flexed them on the column axis. So you can see our links are on top of one another. And overall, just a completely beautiful and not that difficult to implement, even though there's a lot of Tailwind classes here, not that difficult to implement animation. And you can see everything is lined up perfectly. Our culinary tours is perfectly left aligned with our services text here, just above it. And everything looks like it's shaped up perfectly. Let's actually make sure, are those 16? They better be 16. See here? 16, yep. So let's actually check that. There's a pretty cool way to check that. We can go to source. Where's it at? Elements. Check it again. I forgot. Let me click on this. Click on services. Let me move this on the right so you guys can see it as well. There's a way for us to check that. Is it source? No. All right, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, we can still see that those links are, in fact, the correct size. So we have 16 all around. And overall, that is awesome, guys. So now we have successfully implemented our navigation section, and we can move on to our hero section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have successfully completed our navigation section, we can move on to our hero section. So that is going to constitute everything that is right here, this image here, the text on top of it, and our hero banner. Okay, so we're going to do that right after we do our hero section, and then we'll have our hero banner that obviously, as you can see, is sat on top of it. So let's get right into it. So first and foremost, let's go back to our Explorer here, and let's go into our components, and let's see if we have a folder. We do. So we're going to do hero, because we're going to have our hero, and then, as I said, our hero benefit section here. So let's go here and let's create a new folder titled hero. And we are going to create first a file in there that says hero.tsx. Okay. Now let's start off by wireframing our component. So RFC, let's hit tab. And now we have our wireframe of our hero, and let's go into app and let's just render that very quickly. So again, this is going to be part of our header section. So let's put it here just under these two. Import hero from ./components/hero/hero. And you can see that it's yelling because it's unused. So let's go down here and let's instantiate our hero component. Now you're going to notice that we are running into an issue with the header. The header says that we only have the JSX tags children prop expects a single child of type React element, but multiple children were provided, right? So if we go back into our header, remember we said that we want our properties for our header to be a React element, but that's actually not true. Now you can see that our header actually has 2 children. And so it's not a React element as a child, it is a list of React elements as a child. Okay, so now let's go here, or as its children, I should say. So we're going to go here and we're just going to go like this. Now this is going to make it so that this is now an array. Okay, so now our header prop says, our header props, our interface for our properties for our header, which we call header props, now says that there's going to be a children property that is going to be a list of React elements. And that is true. You can see here for our header, we're passing in 2 children, our navigation and our hero. Okay, and we're going to end up having to do something similar for the page, but that will come down the line. So now let's get back into our header, or our hero, I should say, and let's start designing our image section. Okay, this here. All right. So first, we're going to be using the section tag, and that's much better than the generic div or divider tag, because this is in fact a section on our page, and you can see GitHub Copilot's trying to help me out here. I don't want its help right now. We're going to be doing. So now we're going to be adding a div. So here we're going to be having. I think we're going to have a container that stretches the span of the design here, or the page, you could say, and then we're going to have a content container that is kind of nested within that. But we'll see how this HTML structure ends up working out. So we're going to have a div, and then we're going to have another div within that. And we're going to have another div within that. Oh my Lord, it's like Inception. Now the reason we're going to be doing this is because we actually have to create a container for the image here. Okay, and then we also have to create another container for the text that sits on top of it. So you can't actually put stuff inside of an image in HTML. So you essentially have to create like an image container that holds the image the width of the screen, and then you also have to create another container that's kind of positioned on top of the image that also is the width of the screen, and that's where you can put your text. Okay, so you end up having to kind of do some nesting here, which obviously isn't ideal, but it's the reality of HTML and CSS. Okay, so now let's add our H1 element, which again, we only have one H1 element per page. On a landing page or on a website, there's only one H1 element per page, and this is going to be our largest text, which of course you guys can see it right here, is going to be start your memorable journey here. Boom. Okay. Now, if we go over here, we should be able to see that text, and we can. Again, make sure that your web page is at 1920 pixels for designing. And you can see everything is still working fine here. Okay. And we're actually going to put a BR right here. So BR, hit tab. And now, if you guys don't know what this is, it's just a line break element. So this literally just says this text will be first, and then there'll be a line break, and then this text will be on a line just below that. So now you can see here, we're essentially immediately forcing our, I apologize, there's I think a motorcycle passing by, but we have our start your memorable text, and then we have a line break, and then we have journey here just below that. Okay, so we're forcing that second piece of text onto the next line with our line break HTML element. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to the P tag that is just below that. You can see that one right here. And here I'm just going to copy it right over from the design. And this is where your unforgettable adventure awaits you. Where your unforgettable adventures await you, I should say. All right. And now that we did that, we can move on to the second element. So again, we're going to have essentially this top element here. Here, I'll try and separate this out. So we have the section itself for the hero. Then we have the content within the hero, okay? And the first piece is this, and then we're gonna have a second piece just below it, and this will be an unordered list. Now this unordered list is actually going to be our hero benefits right here. So you can see we have easy booking, airport pickup, and best guide, okay? And we're gonna render them in the form of a list here. So let's just go into JavaScript by using our open and close braces, and let's type in hero benefits. Right? That's going to auto import for me. Hopefully you guys get the auto import as well, but that's going to be in our utils file and our content folder. And let's take a peek at that just so we know what we're working with here. Hero benefits. So you can see our hero benefits are typed as a list of hero benefit. Okay, so again, we have multiple benefits, hero benefits. And it's essentially composed of a list of hero benefit elements here. And that type is the type that I defined. We can also look at that. Here you can see, this one's a little bit trickier to understand, but I can explain it. Essentially, we have each hero benefit is going to have an ID, which is a number. It's going to have a heading, which is a string, and it's going to have a description, which is a string. Now you might say, what is this one here? Well, each hero benefit is going to have an icon property, okay? And that icon property is going to return a function. And that's why you can see we have parentheses here, and then we have an arrow function, and then here is our return type. Our return type is actually a JSX.element. So we're saying that our icon is going to be a function that takes in a properties object, and that properties object is going to have one property, a class name property that is a string, and it's going to return a JSX element. Now the question is, what actually is that? Well, you got to remember that components under the hood are actually functions, okay? So in this case, if we go over to our, so now that we've looked at our interface, let's return back to our content. You can see here that, again, we have our ID, which is a number, our heading, which is a piece of text, and our description, which is a piece of text. And again, if we try and add anything else, like ASD equals 1, 2, 3, or if we try to put like, I don't know, the summary or something, and we put like just hello, you can see that it yells at us and it says, you know, we can't add summary. It's not defined on hero benefit. There's no property for summary that we outline. Now, of course, if we did go over here, if we went here and we added that, where's it at? Hero benefit. If we were to go here and go this, give summary, this, and say that it's a string, now all of a sudden we wouldn't have an issue. If we go down here, you're going to see that actually this one is fine, but now all these other ones aren't fine because you can see that it's saying, well, wait a minute, you don't have a summary property and you said that it was going to be on this type. Now, again, we could make this optional, in which case now we can either have or not have that property. But again, that's besides the point. We don't want that. But the more important thing I was pointing out was that this icon here points to a React element. Okay, so if I click on this booking here, you can see that this is one of our icons that we defined, and it simply returns an SVG. Okay, and I imported them at the top here. Where are they at? Right here, you can see booking, our booking icon, which is right here. Okay, this blue icon here. I imported that React component, right? Booking is a component, and I'm returning it by simply referencing its name. So that's actually a very interesting syntax that you may not know about, but you can reference a React component by its name and kind of use it in this way. Now we can actually use the icon, or the when we say hero benefit dot icon, we use the icon property that actually references a React component that we can invoke and then use in our code. Okay, so that sounds crazy, but I'll show you exactly what I mean in a second here. Okay, so we go like this, hero.map or hero benefit.map, and then we will just say hero, or we'll just say benefit. All right, like that. And we're going to be doing a series of list items as we should be doing. Or actually, that's a mistake. We're going to be doing hero benefit. We don't even have this component, so we're just going to type it for now. Hero benefit, like this. And let's go create that component now. Now you'll actually notice that we're not using the list item to wrap these hero benefits, and that's because the hero benefits themselves are going to be list items. Okay, so let's go over there and make that hero benefit component. Again, that's going to go right into our hero folder right here. So hero benefit.tsx. And let's just quickly type RFC, hit tab. Okay, now we've wireframed our hero benefit component. And again, this is going to be a list item for our list. Let's return back to our hero. And let's hopefully get that auto import. Nice. Okay, so import that up here at the top. If you did not get the auto import, or actually mine's right here, it's import. All right, and now our hero benefit's actually going to take in two things. So let's go back over here and set up our properties. So what type of props is our hero benefit going to take in? Well, it's going to take in essentially one item. So first and foremost, we're going to say interface. And then you can see it's predicting it, which is nice. Hero benefit props, which is like how I like to name it, the name of the component, and then just props. Now here we're going to have a children property. Or my bad, not children, or a benefit property, and that benefit is simply going to be a hero benefit, which this hero benefit, again, is a type that we just looked at. Right? This is a custom interface, where's it at, hero benefit, that I defined originally when I was setting up the content for this landing page. So now you can see we are now using that type right here, and we're saying that our properties object must have a benefit property that maps to a hero benefit instance, okay? So now let's do hero benefit props. And so now let's return back to our hero. Now here we're going to say benefit, and we're going to map it to a benefit. Okay. And now if we go in here, what's it getting angry about? Oh, there's a name conflict. That makes sense. All right. So we're going to say, first and foremost, we need to say type here. Type hero benefit. So when we put type here, that allows us to override the naming conflict that we had there. So you can see it was getting angry because this was called hero benefit and this was as well. But now we can get past that by putting the type declaration before hero benefit. And that is a component of TypeScript. Okay. So now here you can see our props is unused. But if we go here to our hero benefit and we use it in some way here. So actually, first and foremost, let's actually destructure it. So again, we don't want to use, we could use something like, you know, props dot benefit dot what was it, description, I think we could do something like that, but that's a little bit long-winded. So we're just going to destructure it right here into our benefit. Okay, so our properties object, we know it has a benefit property on it, and now we can access our attributes like that. Okay, we don't actually need that there. We're going to set this up after, so we're just going to say benefit. So for now, just let it complain. We're not going to do that until we finish the rest of our hero section here. But now we've set that up so that it can take in a benefit property that maps to a benefit instance, a hero benefit instance, which is the type that we defined ourselves. Okay. Now let's also pass in a key. So we're going to say key equals benefit.id. And again, we need to pass in a key property to each hero benefit. And the reason why is because, again, if we are iterating through a list of items, React needs to have a unique key for each list item because it has all sorts of different implications for like rendering. React needs to know if elements in the list are changing, if they're shifting. It essentially makes React more performant when it needs to re-render a list. Okay. Now we need to begin our styling. So let's start off with our section here, class name. And here we're going to be doing relative. And if I'm correct, the reason we're doing relative here is because we need to position, obviously, we're going to definitely have some absolutely positioned elements here where like this text is going to sit on top of this image, but there's going to be a couple levels of essentially absolute positioning here. So let's just use relative and then we'll see how its application in a second here. So let's do M-auto. That's going to center this section on the page. Now we're going to do max width, and then we're going to go into our brackets here to set an arbitrary value in TailwindCSS. And here we're going to say 108 rem. Okay. And again, rem, the default rem size for a browser is 16 pixels. So 1 rem equals 16 pixels. So in this case, you can say, okay, 108 rem times 16, that is going to be a total of 1728 pixels. Okay. And that is our max dash width. Okay. And that makes sense because if you look here, if you look at our image, you can see that this is in fact 1728 pixels wide. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our div here. And here, whoops, we're going to add the class name property. And now we're going to say relative. We're going to make it flex container. We are going to, and I'm actually going to comment our hero benefits just so they don't start trying to mess with us here. So I'd say comment that out for now so that they're not getting in the way of the first part of our hero section. So here we have relative, then we have flex. We're going to say item center. So it's going to center our text on the vertical axis, this text here. Okay. And you'll see that in a second. It's not applying just yet. Then we'll do justify center. Okay. And now we're going to do background dash. Actually, first, we might as well add it. So we'll do rounded. Actually, maybe we could add the background first. So background dash. And we're going to do URL. This is how you specify a image inside of TailwindCSS. A custom, obviously this is a custom image. So we're going to be doing background and then we're going to make an arbitrary value with our brackets. And within here, we pass in the URL function. And we're going to add a set of single braces here, single parentheses or quotes. What am I saying? Parentheses. And we're going to do /public /hero.webp. All right. And we got it on the first try. Sometimes that can be tricky. And again, if you guys check, we do in fact have a /public /hero.webp path here. Okay, so now that we did that, we can return to our hero and continue styling this. So we're going to do rounded dash 2.25 rem. Okay, and we can hover over that and see that that is the equivalent to 36 pixels of rounding. Right now, it just looks like there's like this very long kind of like pill on our page here. All right, and now we're going to do background dash cover background dash bottom. So that's going to shift it so that the background is at the shifted towards the bottom. So like imagine that you have a container and the image is larger than the container. You want to say, how do I want the image to fit within that container? You could say, you know, bottom left, bottom right, top left, top right, etc. And that's just going to help you have a little bit more control over the alignment of your image. Okay. And we're saying background cover. That's going to make it so that the background image covers the container that it's within. Okay. Because we don't want if the image was smaller or maybe it had a different aspect ratio, we would want the image to still stretch so that it covers the entire section, if that makes sense. Okay. And now lastly, we're going to be doing a very neat trick here. So let's actually add it first. We'll do PB dash 56.25%. Okay. And it seems like it's still being a little bit angry. So let me check if I missed any properties here. It's not behaving how we want it, clearly. Let's see. So is our width set to full is my question. Well, we'll figure it out as we go. I mean, we'll figure it out as it goes. But essentially what's happening here with this padding bottom property, as you're going to see, is it makes it so that the container has a fixed height relative to the width. Okay. And what I mean by that is the percentage of an element. So in this case, 56.25%. Oh, there it is. Okay. So essentially what's happening here is when you set a percentage on an element, it's relative to the parent's width. Okay. So this container here, this div, is the same width as the parent. Okay. But when you say padding bottom 56%, you're saying I essentially want the height of the container. We can actually see that here. You see the padding here. It's in green. Okay. We're saying we want the container to be 56% in height. The height of the element is going to be 56% of that of the width of the parent. Okay, so it's very tricky. It's kind of a hard thing to explain, but we're forcing the aspect ratio of the image based on the width of the parent. Okay, and the reason you have to do this is because making responsive images in HTML and CSS can be really tricky, and there's tons of questions on the internet about it, but that is one trick. So you essentially say, I want the image to be the entire width of the parent container, and I want the image to have a padding bottom value of a certain amount, and that's going to create an aspect ratio for the image. Okay, so now if we actually close this, let's see. You can see that the image is scaling, right? So the image, as it shrinks, it has the same aspect ratio. The width relative to the height is stable, okay? So we put a padding bottom, and we can see it here in green. It's like the whole thing, right? And that padding bottom forces the height to be a certain amount relative to the width of the parent. Because when you specify a percentage on an element, that percentage is relative to the parent's width, okay? It's a very tricky thing, some nuanced CSS there, but it's a trick that is used often, okay? Every time I try and do a responsive image, somehow I end up at the same Stack Overflow post that require me to do that, okay? So now that we did that, we can move on to the next div here. And now this div, I think that this div is going to be the one that is responsible for positioning our text in the center of the image here, okay? So again, we have this div for this background image, and then we have this div that is going to have to kind of be laid on top of that one, okay? So let's do class name. And here, yep, it's going to be an absolutely positioned element. So we're going to do absolute. We're going to do top dash 0. We're going to do left dash 0. We're going to do right dash 0. And we're going to do bottom dash 0. Okay, and if you don't know about absolutely positioned elements, we're essentially saying that this div is going to be, its position relative to its parent. So it's an absolutely positioned element. We take it out of the document flow, and we're positioning it relative to the first parent element that has a non-static position. Okay, so you got to see here that our parent element does in fact have a position relative. So this is a non-static position. So this is position relative to its parent. And this one here, the absolutely positioned element is positioned relative to its parent. It's kind of tough to say. We're going to stretch it. Okay, so it's going to be all the way at the top of its parent, all the way at the bottom of its parent, all the way at the left of its parent, and all the way at the right of its parent. Because we're saying we want the right side to be 0. So 0 off the right side, 0 off the top, 0 off the bottom, 0 off the left. We're essentially stretching it, okay? And now we can do flex, item center, and justify center. Okay, so now you can see our text is in the center. Nice. So actually, it was not these. I remember I said item center and justify center was for the text, but it is in fact this div that wraps our content here that is going to be responsible for that. Okay. And again, this div is overlaid on top of the image. All right. Because again, like I said, you can't put text inside of an image. You have to put a container on top of the image, which makes it way more difficult than it needs to be. Okay. So now we're going to do text dash center. All right, nice. So now our text is center aligned, which looks much better. And now we can move down to our H1 and actually blow this text up a little bit so it looks better. And we're going to be doing a margin bottom dash 4. So that's going to be 4 times 4, 16 pixels of padding below this heading element. We're going to do padding top of dash 54. So that's 54 times 4, 216 pixels. So you can see a ton of space there, ton of space. And I think that that should be maybe set to start text center. Right. So we actually didn't do, I think I just wrote item center here. We actually don't want that. We want it to start at the top here. Okay. So in this case, we're not centering it on the vertical axis, only on the horizontal axis. And you can see that we're actually controlling how far off our text is from the top of our image here based on the padding top value for our H1. Okay. And in this case, you can see it's very large, 216 pixels. Now let's do text. And now there's a way to specify the font size and the line height at the same time. Essentially, you do 6.5 in this case, rem, and then you add the slash character, / character, and then you do 34 in this case. Okay, so essentially what you're saying is that I want the, if we hover over it, you can see we're saying we want the font size to be 6.5 rem, which again, 1 rem is 16 pixels. So 6.5 times 16 is going to get 104 pixels font size. And then the / allows us to specify the line height just after that. So in this case, we're saying 34, 34 times 4. Like I said, in Tailwind, everything's multiplied by 4. You can see we have 136 pixels for our line height. Okay, and the line height, if you don't know, it simply controls like how far away each line is, right? You can see our lines are very spaced out here. Okay, 34. All right, and now we can add 2 more very important properties, font bold, and text dash white. Boom. Okay. Now let's see if that's actually applying correctly. It is applying correctly. It seems very heavy. Okay, font semi-bold. I was about to say that text seems very, very heavy. I don't know if that's consistent with the design here. No, okay, that looks much better, much better. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our p tag down here. Let's do class name, and we're going to do text dash 1.75 rem. 1.75 rem. We're going to give a / and then do 10.5. And so if you guys want to check that out, you can just hover over that and see that that's 28 pixels font size, 42 pixels line height. And again, we will do text dash white. All right. So that's shaping up very nicely now. If I pull this down, DevTools, please. And so you can see now our landing page is already kind of shaping up. Our hero section is looking quite nice. All right. And now that we've done that, we can move on to the hero benefits section. Okay, so this banner that's going to be placed on top of this image. Okay, so more absolutely positioned elements. And so I will see you guys over there, and we can actually add it back into our flow now. Let's go down here and let's uncomment that. Whoops. Please come back. Thank you. So as of now, you can see they're up here. Obviously, we don't want them there, but in the next section, we will build out the hero benefit component. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we finished our hero component, let's actually jump into our hero benefit. And we're going to finish the hero benefit, and then we'll come back and style this owner list. I just want to do the benefit first. I think it's easier to see what's going on when you do this component first, and then we'll go back and style the list. Okay, so let's go here. Otherwise, we won't really be able to see what we're doing, what type of styles we're applying to the list. It's harder to see. Okay, so let's go into our hero benefit, and let's start building this thing out. So we're going to have a list item. And we can actually look at our design. Probably it's a little bit more informative here. So this is one benefit as an example. And we're going to be adding a div for the content. And within here, we are going to have remember our benefit has an icon property. So we can do benefit.icon. And again, you can see Copilot was trying to help us out there. It does in fact require a class name property. So TypeScript is saying, you know, you're not kind of subscribing to the contract that was defined. So there, now you can see that we are rendering our icon, which again, remember, under the hood, this icon is actually a React component. And each one of our icons, as I stated before, is simply an SVG icon that's being returned. So that's the first thing. Let's actually see if we can see that there. So you can see we have our booking, what is our airplane one again? Airport pickup, and then best guide, our 3 icons. And now just below this div, we're going to add another div. And this one is going to be for our text. You can see that it is right here. Okay. So this div is going to hold first a p tag. And that p tag is going to be the benefit.heading. And just below that heading, we are going to have another p tag for our benefit.description. Description, please. All right. And if we go back over there, we'll see that now. Okay, so it's already shaping up just a bit. And now we can get into styling this. Let's go back here. And let's add our class name to our list item. Actually, first we could also add benefit, or my bad, not benefit, what am I saying? Key equals benefit.id. And I think if we get rid of it here, let's actually check real quick. If I get rid of it here, TypeScript is not getting angry. So I think we could specify it like that as well. There's actually 2 ways you can specify it. I'm pretty sure you can specify the key property right here on the component, or you can specify it on the underlying list item. So we're actually going to specify it right here. Okay. And now we can move on to our class name. But either way, that unique key property is very important. And the keys have to be unique. I don't know if I said that, but they always have to be unique. Okay. So now we're going to go to our class name. And here we're going to say flex. Okay, so now you can see our icon is now to the left, right? We have 2 children here. We have our child on the left, which is our icon. And then we have our child on the right, which is holds 2 text elements. So now you can see that our icons are adjacent to the text, which is correct. Let's do item center. So that's going to center our text items. Item center, which will end up being important because you can see that or actually maybe it'll be centering the icons. You can see that our text might be a little bit larger than our icons. All right. And these should actually be center here, like that. Thank you. That, like that. Okay. And there's going to be one more property here, and that is going to be a gap x of 12. So again, 12 times 4, that's going to be 48 pixels. And that is in reference to the space between our icons here. Please, can I not hover over them? All right, fine. So we can't hover over them because they're hidden behind this text element here, but you can see that's the space between the icon and then the text on the right there. All right, so let's move down to this div. And this is what actually wraps our icon. Now, the reason that we wanted to wrap our icon is because you can see that we actually have a circle on the outside of this SVG. Okay, so let's go here. No, actually not that. Let's go here and let's add a background of primary 100. So that's a very, very light blue. We're going to do flex so we can center our icon. Let's do a size -24, which again sets the width and the height. So that's going to be 24 times 4. What is that? 96 pixels, both width and height. Item center, whoops, not all that, please. So item center, justify center. So that's going to center us on both the vertical and horizontal axis there. And we're going to do rounded full. And if you don't know rounded full, and Tailwind simply says, make it a circle, essentially. All right. And you can actually see it uses infinity, which is crazy. So it's saying calculate infinity times 1 pixel, which essentially means make it as rounded as possible. And the maximum rounding that you can have is making it a circle. Okay. So now we can move on to our icon. Now you can actually see that it's, oh, whoops, I spelled item center wrong. Item center. Okay, nice. Now we have our icons nice and centered there. And now we can move on to our icon, which is going to have a fill property, fill-primary-700, which again is one of our custom colors that we define within index.css. And this is actually our main primary color. All right. So that looks great there. Now we can move on to our text elements. So let's add our class name property. And let's do text-gray-600. We are going to do tracking 6, tracking -6. And now when I say tracking 6, this is also a custom class that we defined here, or variable, I should say. So we go back to index.css, scroll down here. You can see within our @theme declaration, which is where we specify these custom variables, you can see there's a tracking 6. Okay, so in this case, it's -- tracking -6, and it just says it's simply going to return 0.06 rem. Okay, so then when we specify tracking, which essentially is TailwindCSS code word for letter spacing, we now have access to that. Okay, and in this case, you can see it is simply 0.06 rem, which I think looks a little better. In theory, you could just go like this, 0.06 rem, like that. But we use this quite a bit in this design. You're going to see that this kind of wide letter spacing is used very frequently. So we have this heading here, these headings here, this heading here, these headings here. It's used so frequently, I was like, we might as well make a custom variable. All right. So now you can see that gives us some nice spacing on the heading elements here. So easy booking, airport pickup, and best guide. Whoops, now let's go here. And we're going to be doing text -1.75 rem. And we're going to do /10.5. Okay, and you can hover over that and see that we got 28 and 42 pixels respectively for our letter or font size and line height. And we're going to be doing font medium, bring up that font weight to 500, and we're going to do white space no wrap. Okay. Now that's going to be important when we want to do our responsive design. We're not going to want the headings to wrap. Okay, so we simply say do not allow the heading here to wrap. Now that means that these 3 headings, easy booking, airport pickup, and best guide, will not wrap under any condition. Now you might want to change that at smaller screen sizes, but I found that for the responsive design to look good, we don't want it to wrap. Okay, sometimes you don't want text to wrap because it just doesn't look very elegant. So this is one of those cases. All right, now let's go on to our description. And here we're going to be adding, again, our tracking -6. Okay, that's 6% letter spacing. And if you want to know how it's 6%, you can actually go online and go to a pixel to rem to em to percentage converter, and it will show you the differences between those, because in CSS, you can specify things with all sorts of different scales, right? So you want to be able to convert between them easily. So there's websites for that are very helpful. Okay, we're going to do text gray 600 again. We're going to do font -rubic. Okay. And we're going to be doing our text -base /7.5. And in that case, it's going to be 16 pixels font size, 30 pixels line height. Okay, and so now you can see it's shaping up quite nicely, except the fact that they shouldn't be sitting there on top of our hero image. So let's now return back to our hero and style the list within which these elements sit. Okay, you can see obviously here we're going to be creating almost like a banner that sits on top of our hero image. All right, so let's go in here and let's add our class name. Class name. And we're going to start with absolute. Now that's going to be important because our element will be absolutely positioned on top of our hero image here. Okay, we're breaking it out of the normal document flow, as it's called. We're going to do -bottom, -bottom 23. So essentially we're saying the bottom of this banner, we're going to set it 92 pixels below the bottom of the parent element. So in this case, notice that our elements here, if we actually, can we move our DevTools out the way? Actually, I guess we can't because the page isn't long enough here. But if we look at the container within that these elements are within here, the bottom of this container is 92 pixels below the bottom of the parent container, which is this right here. Okay, this big blue image. Okay. And so we're shifting it below the hero image itself. Now we're going to be doing our margin X of 21.5. Okay, now the reason we want to do that is, again, because 21.5 equals 86. And if we look here, you will see that our banner is in fact 86 pixels off the sides of our hero image. Okay, margin X. And again, you can hover over that and see, make sure that is in fact 86. And yeah, always hover over the Tailwind classes if you're confused. Now let's do flex. Okay, so now you can see our elements are horizontal. You can already see it's shaping up, looking a lot less ugly than it did. Okay, gap X of 18, so that's in reference to the space between each one of these items. 18 times 4 is, God only knows, what is that? 72. Okay. Now we're going to do rounded dash 1.5 rem. And I think that's, what is that, 24 pixels? Yep. All right. Background of white. All right, nice. We're going to give it a padding X of 16, so that's going to be 64 pixels, and a padding Y of 18, which again is 72 pixels, we now know. And the last thing here is you can see that it's kind of blending into the background down here. And of course, that's because we actually have to add a shadow. So let's add that. Again, we made one of these before. Not the best syntax in TailwindCSS, probably one of my least favorite syntaxes in Tailwind, but it's okay. So we're going to do RGBA. We want to do RGB plus the alpha channel. And here we're going to be doing, first we're going to do 0 pixels. That's going to be the X offset for the shadow. We're going to be doing 2 pixels. That's going to be our Y offset. So just pushing our shadow a little bit below our banner. And we're going to be doing 40 pixels for, I think it's the spread or the blur radius. I forgot which one they refer to it as, but one of those. And then 0, 0, 0. And for our alpha channel, we'll do 0.06. Okay, so that means it's going to have a 6% opacity, and otherwise it's going to be 0, 0, 0, which is the RGB value for black. Okay, and so now you can see, I wish we could see a little bit better. If only this had more spacing. Can I put like a padding bottom on this? Padding bottom of 200 or something? Oh, nice, that worked. Okay, so now you can see, oh wait, it made our icons look stretched there, but either way you can see our hero banner is shaping up quite nicely. It looks very nice. And I think that actually might be it right there. Let's get rid of that. And you could see that definitely that is not what we want. So I just realized that we need to, I think we need to get rid of the stretch property on one of these items. Let's check. It definitely should not be stretching like that. So let's go back to our hero benefit and let's check. Flex item center. Yeah. It's probably this div here. Yep, I missed this. So it's going to be shrink 0. Okay, and that actually brings up a very interesting point here. So because this is a flex container, and this is a flex child, right? So this is this is a flex container, so this would be a flex item. Sorry, there's a loud car. This is going to be a flex item, and flex items will have the stretch property set to 1 by default. And in this case, we don't actually want them to stretch. So we simply set the shrink value, I should say, not stretch property, shrink is going to be set to 1, which typically would be correct because obviously if you have a flex container, you want your children element to flex, but sometimes you don't want that. And in our case, when we didn't have that shrink property set to 0, and it was in fact set to 1, you could see it was making our icons look kind of like stretched vertically, which clearly is not consistent with our design. Okay, so now it's looking nice and circular, which is most important. And we are officially done with our hero section. So you can see very nice. Right now we have our drop-down menus, which are working great. Very, very tasteful animation. We have our hover states over here. And we have this beautiful hero image and our banner that is kind of floating on top of the hero, which I think adds a very cool effect. So I will see you guys in our next section, which will be our step section. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I will see you guys over there. All right, I just realized that our first order of business before we do our steps section right here is going to be creating our main component. So again, we have our page that wraps everything. We have our header element that wraps these 2 elements, so our navigation and our hero. And then we're going to have our main element. And below that, we'll have our footer element, but our main element is going to hold our steps section. It's going to hold our services section. It's going to hold our latest news section, our explore more section, our frequent traveler section, and lastly, our testimonial section. Okay, so that's how we're going to break up our page in a very semantic and structured manner. Okay, you want to notice how we kind of structure our app component in a way that is very legible and very clean. So you'll notice that when I make these landing pages, I try not to put any HTML directly in the app component. And I try and make everything kind of named and structured very, very cleanly. And also you'll notice that I'm not actually rendering the navigation and hero within the header. I'm passing them in as children. Okay. Now that makes it so that the header component and the main component are going to be very simple on their own. But I think that that structure makes it so it's way easier for you to come back into this project and be able to see what's going on. Okay. We can see right in our app component, we have a header with these 2 sections, our main with these sections. You guys get the point. Okay. So now let's actually make our main component so then we can add stuff to it. So again, we're going to go here and within our components folder, no subfolder, just the components folder, we're going to create our main.tsx. And here we're going to type RFC, hit tab. And now we have our main component. Now our main component is going to be very similar to our header. Okay. And what I mean by that is, again, it's pretty much just going to be a container that holds all the children element. So here we're going to say interface. we're going to say main props. You can see GitHub Copilot's kind of catching on to my strategy here, or my patterns. And we're going to do, again, the properties are going to have a children property, and that is going to be a list of React elements. And again, React element, that is kind of a reference to, it's a reference to a component, more or less. And actually right now, we're just going to keep it as React element because we're only going to have one child element until we have two children element. So two children elements. So for now, just leave it like that. And again, we can pass that in right here. So we'll do props. And again, we will say that the type of the props is going to be main props. All right. So now our props must subscribe to this interface, which says we have a children property, which contains a React element. All right. So now here, let's do main. So again, we're using a semantic HTML tag under the hood. Even though this is a main component, under the hood, we are still using our main HTML element tag, which is important. Okay, very semantic and easy to understand, both us and the browser. And within here, we're simply going to be rendering our props.children. Okay, so again, it's more or less just a component that allows us to render other components within it. All right, and now if we, looks like it's getting angry because we didn't import this type. So React element, please. And again, this is a type that React provides to us. So React has created its own interfaces and stuff for TypeScript. And so React provides us out of the box here. You can see we just imported directly from React. All right. Okay, somebody's going by on a motorcycle. And so now we can go back and render this within our app. Again, that's going to be our main component. And within here, there's no children, but we're going to add one in the next section when we actually work on our steps here. Okay, so I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have created our main component, we can now add our first child to our main component, which will be our steps section right here. All right, and sometimes it can be hard to name these just because sometimes they kind of intersect. So you could say services, steps, offerings, or whatever. But in this case, we're going to refer to this section as steps just because it has 1, 2, and 3 here. Okay, so let's go over to our Explore and let's add a new folder. This one's going to be called steps, and that's going to be in our components folder. So we're going to do steps, and within there, let's add our first component, which is going to be steps.tsx. We're going to have one subcomponent for our rating element here. We have 2 of them, okay? But for now, we'll just create the steps component. All right, so let's start off by doing RFC and hit tab. And now we can render this inside of app here. So let's do steps. All right, nice. Got the auto import, and you can see now that I'm importing these in a way that makes it easy to understand what's going on here. So we have our page section, then we have our header section, our main section, and then lastly we'll have our footer section. Okay, so I recommend that you import them like that just so you can clearly see how all these components relate to each other. All right, so let's go back into steps and start working on our markup here. Our markup first. So first we add our section component, very similar to the hero. Okay, so each part of our page is going to be represented by the HTML section tag. And within it, again, we're going to create a div for the content. So again, we have the section that spans the page here, or at least 1728 pixels. And then we have the div within it that can be smaller. So in this case, you can see, just like our hero benefit banner here, you can see that this is 86 pixels off the hero section itself. That's going to be the same here. You can see that these are aligned. Okay, so now we have our div content section. Now within here, our content is going to be, there's going to be a top element, okay, that holds these 2 text elements, and then a bottom element that holds all this content. Okay, so in our top element here, let's go in here, we're going to have a div that has 2 text elements. Oops. So a div, and we're going to have an h2 first. And you can see Copilot is trying to help, but either way, I guess it got kind of close. So there's going to be an h2 and then a p tag just below that. Okay, so let's actually copy that over right from our design. Like that. And then find the perfect vacation get away. Okay. All right. Nice. And now we can move on to our second section. So that should be the top section, like I said, that has those 2 text elements. And then just below here, we're going to have another div, and this one's going to hold all of this stuff. Okay, so within this container here, which is this div that we're within, we're going to first have a left column, okay? And this left column is going to have two elements in it. So this left column has first a list here. So a list of 3 benefits, 1, 2, and 3. And then it also has a button at the bottom. Okay. And we're not going to put the button inside of the unordered list because a unordered list and a ordered list in HTML should only have list items as direct children. So in this case, these are 3 list items, but the button is not a list item. So we're going to have a div here, and then that's going to wrap our UL. Okay. And then within this UL, we can render our steps here. So again, we have this content. So we'll do steps.map, and we'll say step. And we're going to render a series of LIs, of course, as one would expect, just like that. And you can see that it's not importing. There we go. I got the auto import. And again, if you want to check this out, you can look at our steps here within our content folder. Let's actually scroll down and give those a peek. Steps. Here they are. So you can see that each one of our steps, or each step, which is a type, okay, that's an interface we defined, has an ID that's a number, a heading that's a string, and a description that's a string as well, okay? And you can see that here, ID, heading, and description, okay? So now we can render those out. First we have a li, and let's add our key property as we have done before here. So step.id. And within the li, we're going to have a p tag. And we are also going to have, so first this p tag is actually going to wrap this number here. And come to think of it, I actually think that this would be better represented by a span tag because it is not necessarily a piece of text so much as it's a, I don't know, a kind of like almost like a graphic or an icon, or it's a number, right? So here we're just going to say span, and we're going to say step.id. Okay, so in this case, we're actually using the ID as this number that is above each step here. Okay, and we probably can see that already up right there. So you have 1, 2, and 3. And now just below that, we're going to have a p tag, or actually a h3 tag, I should say, h3. And this is going to hold our step.heading. All right. Let's see if we can see that. Nice. So we can now see the headings for each one of our steps here. Okay. And then just below that, we're going to have a p tag for our description. So here we're going to have our step.description. All right. And so you can see now that's shaping up quite nicely. I mean, at least you can see it. We need to add our classes, of course. But with that out of the way, we have successfully completed our unordered list. So again, we have this div right here represents everything in the second row here, which is this blue box that I'm highlighting. Then we have this div, which represents this left column. Please, this left column. And then within this, we have an unordered list first, which has 3 elements here. And then below that, below the unordered list, we're going to have a button element. Or actually, we're going to have an anchor tag. Now, the reason that we're going to represent this as an anchor tag, even though it looks like a button here, is because we're going to be using a smooth scroll to another section. So when somebody clicks on the Start Your Explore button, what we're going to do is we're actually going to make it smooth scroll from this section down to our Explore More section right here. Okay, and it's easier to do that with the anchor tag because that behavior is built into HTML and CSS, so we don't have to use JavaScript to control the smooth scroll. Okay, so that sounds like a lot, but trust me, it will help us in the end, and you guys will see why when we arrive at that point. Okay, so here we're actually going to say, we're going to leave our href for now. Okay, we're not going to set it. And we are going to do, we're going to add, actually, we're not going to add our class name. We're just going to say start your explore. Boom. Okay, let's make sure that got rendered out there. Nice. And now we can move on to our right column. Okay, so remember, this is our bottom row here, and we have this column on the left, which has an unordered list and an anchor tag, which is going to look like a button here. And then we have the item that is adjacent to this div right here, and that's going to be our right column, which is going to have a figure. Okay, and if you don't know what a figure is, it's essentially like a self-contained graphic or illustration. So you guys from school probably remember like a figure inside of a book. That's essentially what that is. So it's kind of a better way to represent an image in this case, because our image actually has items on top of it that turn it into more of like a graphic or illustration, kind of, if that makes sense. It's not just an image, okay? And so now we're going to add a image tag in here, and we'll leave it as it is for now. Actually, we could add the source. We might as well, so we can see it. And here it's going to be, we can go into JavaScript and we're going to import the image in this case, okay? So let's go up here. And again, we didn't put this one in a list or anything like that because it's just one image. So we're going to say import, and I just called this swimming dudes from, so very descriptive, right? Swimming dudes. And you can see, I think it already, no, it did not get it. Maybe it's public slash, let's see. It's going to be public slash swimming dudes. So it's going to be dot dot slash public slash swimming dudes. And that's going to be a .webp file, which you shouldn't use PNG. You should use .webp because it's a more modern image format. And I think it is more performant and smaller in size. So generally speaking, you want to use WebP for your like larger images. And then for your icons, you want to use SVGs because those scale better. Okay. Now, both of those images can be compressed, and you do want to make sure you do that before you post a website because, of course, you want to make sure that your website is very fast for its users. Okay. Now, for our alt text, we're just going to say a photo of two men swimming. Now, alt text, if you guys don't know, is very important because when if an image cannot be rendered, then that alt text is going to show. Okay. And sometimes that happens. And then also, if someone is visually impaired, and they need to use a screen reader to access your website, then they're going to be able to use this text to gain some context as to what this image actually represents. So for accessibility reasons and making sure that our website is usable and functional for all people, we want to make sure we have an alt text. So that's very important. You always have to add that. Let's actually go back to our hero and make sure we did add that because I think we added an image here. See, so that's kind of interesting. As a background image, I'm not exactly sure how you set that, but if you guys do use this landing page for any real purpose, then definitely make sure that you add an alternative text. Okay, and so you might have to work that in a certain way. There's probably something like an aria-label that you can set to kind of give this element a label arbitrarily because the div element doesn't have the alt attribute, I don't think, so you kind of have to use other tricks. But if you don't know, I'm pretty sure the aria attributes are for accessibility. So you definitely want to make sure that there is some alternative text for every image on the page, though. It's very important. Okay. And lastly, we're going to be, so then below this image, we're going to have two rating icons, and that's going to be right here. Now, again, we don't actually have those ratings, so let's actually quickly make that. And that's why we made a folder here. Okay, we're going to add the rating. Actually, I just called them rating icons. It's probably more properly said, it's rating components. Okay. So here's our rating. And here we're going to render these right here. So we're going to have one rating like that. And we're actually going to have two. Okay. One's going to be on the left here and then one on the right. Now for now, we're just going to leave this as is. But in the next section, when we actually, in the next section, we're going to create our rating components. But for now, we're just going to focus on styling the steps component. And then we will get there and set that up when we need to. Okay. So let's start back from the top here. So that's all the markup here. We can return to the top and start adding our styles. So let's go to first our section here. And now it's worthwhile for us to actually return back to our landing page so we can see what's going on. You can see it's angry. Let's see why it's angry. It cannot resolve our image. So let's actually see. Maybe it's just slash. Let's try that. Slash public. How did I import it? Oh, wow. So it's a little bit higher up than I thought because we're in our steps folder. So it's going to be // // Okay, so we got to go a couple parent directories up and it still seems to be angry. I think it's because I spelled it like this. There we go. All right, look at that. Nice. So fix that if you did not, if you typed that wrong as I did. Okay, now let's go down here and let's add our class name to our section. Now let's add our px of 24. So that's going to be 96 pixels on the left and right, which is nice because now you can see it is flush with our hero or our header section here. So you can see, and of course that's what we want. We want to have that visual consistency in our design. And so in this case, you can see that these are flush. It's very nice. Okay. And now we are going to add a padding on the Y of -36. So 36 times 4, let's see what that is. 144 pixels. Okay. And you can see again, if we hover over this element, we do in fact have 144 pixels of padding on the top and bottom. All right, now we can move on to our div, which again is our kind of our content wrapper, so to speak. So we'll do class name. And here we're going to say margin auto, which is going to, again, make our padding on our left and right as large, our margin on our left and right of our container as large as possible, which is going to effectively center it on the page. We're going to give it a max width of 432. And that is, if you hover over that, that is going to be 1728 pixels, which makes sense. So that's going to be this container here. It's actually going to be a little bit larger. I think what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of padding here so that this inner container is pushed in a bit. Because like I said, this inner container actually is left aligned and right aligned with this hero banner. And one thing that you actually can look at is if you click on our desktop design here, we can scroll down on the bottom right here, and you actually can't see it because my camera's in the way. If only I could move that thing. Is there a way for me to somehow show you guys it? Maybe not. But either way, there's something called a layout grid. You guys will be able to see it. And you can make it visible by clicking on, there's like a eyelid with a bunch of eyelashes, geez. And if you click on it, it will make your grid visible. So now you can actually see the layout grid upon which the design was created. Okay, so you can see why these elements are aligned in the way that they are, right? Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to actually setting up the styles for this bad boy. So I think that might be the only two classes. Oh no, so there's one more. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to do a padding on the x-axis of something that we saw before, so 21.5. And again, that is that 86 pixels between here and the width of this container. So this 1728 pixel container down our page, so to speak, there's some elements that are pushed in 86 pixels on the left and right. And you can see that this content here is, okay? And now you can see it's perfectly left aligned, this text with that hero banner, all right? So now we can move on to this div here. And here we're going to be saying that our margin top is 4. So that's going to be in reference to the margin top of the container that wraps these two text elements. So let's actually see if we can hover that right there. And that's just above these right here. You can see there's just a little bit of padding or a little bit of margin on the top, or padding. I guess you could use either one. And we're also going to do text-center. Okay, and that's just going to center our text within our parent container there. Or actually center our text. Yeah, it's going to center the text elements within this container, I should say. Okay, so that looks much better. And now we can move on to setting up the styles on our H2. So let's go here, class name. We're going to be doing tracking 6. Tracking 6, which again is going to be 6% tracking or letter spacing. We're going to do a margin bottom of -5. So that's 5 times 4, 20 pixels of margin bottom on that heading element. We're going to do text dash, and here we're going to do 3.25 rem. So again, that's 16 pixels times 3.25, which is going to give us 52 pixels, which is again consistent with our design. And we're going to be doing font dash semi-bold. And that totally did not work. Hello? Why did it just wipe out my thing here? There we go. Needed a space. So now you can see that looks great, consistent with our design, and we can move on to the subheading. So let's add our class name. And here we're going to be doing, again, tracking -6, give those letters some spacing, which fits the kind of aesthetic of this design very well, I must say. This is going to be text dash gray dash 700. Text dash 1.75 rem. So again, 1.75 times 16, which will be 28 pixels. And we're going to be doing font dash light, okay, which gives a nice visual hierarchy between the heading and the subheading, right? We don't want to make sure that we want to make sure that there's a clear difference in the size or the weight or the color or what have you, but you can see that looks very nice now. All right, and we can move on to our bottom section. So that's going to have, again, the bottom section represents this container right here. All right, and here we're going to say first class name, and we're going to do flex. We're going to do items dash start. Okay, so that's just going to put the items. Remember that when a flex container is horizontal, our align items property is going to be applied to the vertical axis, which is considered the cross axis, right? So in a flex container, you have a main axis and a cross axis. If the container is horizontal, the main axis is horizontal and the cross axis is vertical. And if the flex container is flex column, then that means the main axis is vertical and the cross axis is horizontal. And that's going to switch the way that align items and like align and justify work. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now we can add the justify between property. Justify between, which is going to just make it so that this column here and the image on the right, or our figure, I should say, are going to be as far apart, as far apart as possible. Obviously, we can't see that now because our image is a little bit too big, but we'll see that in a second. And we're going to be doing a gap on the X, gap X of 44. So we're essentially saying we want these elements to be as far apart as possible with justify between, but at the same time, we also want to have a minimum gap on the x-axis of 176 pixels, which can be seen right here. Now, there's also something you can do. If you click here on this arrow and then you hover over your container and click on it, you can go down here and you can actually click on this little pill that says flex. And if you click on that, it'll actually visualize the container. So now you can see that there's like this outline around it. And you can see that this kind of like these hash marks right here, these dashes, that shows the gap. And you can see like the actual Flex container itself, which can be helpful sometimes. So I'm going to leave that on for a second just so we can kind of see how that works. And I just realized that we might have an issue. Oh, never mind. I was going to say we have an issue where our heading is next to this container here, but I realized that's actually going to be what we specify here, a padding top of 26, which comes out to 104 pixels. So we can look at that right there. All right. And of course, always make sure it's consistent with your design. You want to make sure as you're building your design out that it's pixel perfect here. So right there, can you please get out the way? There it is, 104 pixels. And now we can go down to this div here. So this div represents our left column. And here we're going to add a class name. And this one's going to be max width min. So essentially what that says, the minimum content property essentially says make the maximum width as small as it can be. So essentially, like if you look here, like if we actually zoom in, you'll see like the largest word here, I think, is this gastronomic adventure. Okay. And the word gastronomic, which I actually had to look up, is part of the copy on this landing page design when I found it. That's the longest word here. So the width of this container cannot get smaller than that because that's like the smallest that the container can get, so to speak. Now you're going to see how we end up making that work, but I ended up having to use this property just to get the responsive design to work how we want. But that's definitely something you might want to look at if you go to MDN or some documentation. You might want to look at the min content property. It's a little bit hard for me to explain here, but it will be helpful in this context. Okay. And we'll do shrink-5. Okay, now the reason that we want to use shrink-5, we're going to essentially say that this is a flex container, right? And when we say shrink-5, we're saying that if our container loses horizontal space, we want this div to shrink at a rate that is 5 times that of this figure on the right. Now, the reason that is true is because the figure is going to have a default shrink property of 1. So the ratio is 5:1. Okay. And so in our flex container, we're going to have this element shrinking far more rapidly than this right element. Okay. And again, these are 2 flex children within this div container, this parent container that is a flex container. Okay. Now let's go down to the UL itself. Let's add a class name. And here we're going to say margin bottom of 14. Now that's going to be in reference to the space between the UL here and the anchor tag. That's going to look like a button. And here we're going to say flex column. Okay, so because if we don't put column, it's going to put all of our 3 steps adjacent to one another. We want flex column. And we are going to be doing a gap Y of 14. Okay. Just like that. Okay, and I'm actually going to get rid of our flex visualizer for this container here just because I don't want it there for too long. I think we got the idea. Okay, but it is very helpful, and you may, when you're developing your landing pages or websites, I highly recommend that you use it when you need to. And then from there, we can move on to our list item. So let's go here, down to this class name. Now we're actually going to start seeing our design kind of shape up here for this section. So we have flex. Okay, so now you can see our 1 is next to our text, and then obviously that's the heading, and then the description. We do not want that. So again, it's going to be flex column. There we go. So now we have 1, and then we have the heading here, and then we have the description. A little bit hard to differentiate them at this point, but we'll see in a second. And we'll do a gap Y of 4.5. All right, so that just adds a little bit of gap between the number here, the heading, and the description. Now let's move down to our span here. And here we're going to say class name. We're going to give it a background of primary 700. We are going to give it a width of minimum. Okay, now again, what this does is it says make the width the min content. Now, why is that actually valuable in this case? Well, it's because this flex child wants to stretch all the way across its container. Okay, and I think that's also because a span or a div or an H3 is actually a block level element. And so by default, they will span the width of their parent container. So sometimes you have to kind of like forcibly make elements smaller than they already are, because in this case, we do not want it to be stretched all the way across. And so in this case, we say we want it to be equal to the min content, which as we saw pretty much just says make it as small as the smallest element in the container. Okay, and when it's text, it's going to be like in this case, right? It's going to be as small as the longest word in the container, so to speak. Okay. Now let's do rounded. It's going to be a little bit hard to see here, but that's going to be 0.5 rem. So that is equivalent to 8 pixels. Our padding on the x-axis is going to be 5.5. Our padding on the y-axis is going to be 0.5. I think that's 2 pixels. Yes. And we're going to be doing text dash 1.375 rem. And then we're going to give it a forward slash and do 8. So that's going to give us 22 and 32 for the font size and line height respectively. Now let's do font semi-bold, and let's do text dash white. Okay, so now you can see that's shaping up very nicely. Now we just have to style these other elements as well. Let's add our class name to our H3 element here. And we're going to say tracking -6. So again, 6% letter spacing on that heading right there. We're going to give it a width of max content. So this is what makes it work here. So what we're saying is that we actually want our headings to be the maximum width that they should be, the maximum of their content, right? So in this case, what is the maximum content here? Well, this heading is going to be, I think, probably the widest one. Let's actually see how large this container is. Can we see? So it's below you can't see because my webcam is in the way, but this one says, I'm hovering over it, you can see like that, 277 pixels, right? And that's because this has the most text in it, okay? So we're saying that we want the width to be equal to the maximum content, which essentially says the entire width of the content. So if we did min content, let's actually test it just to show you. You can see now it's saying we want the heading to be as small as possible, which in this case says it needs to be the size of taste buds because that's the biggest word in this container. Okay, and then this is kind of like the opposite effect. Okay, so I promise that those concepts are hard to explain, but if you look up min content and max content, it's not that sophisticated. Okay, so now we can move on to doing our. Did we say text no wrap? So we only set two. We only set 2 properties here: tracking 6 and width max. So now we got text dash. We also have to specify the size of this one. I imagine it's going to be quite a bit bigger. This one's going to be 1.75 rem. Okay, and I just realized maybe our numbers are supposed to be smaller. No, it's 3.75 rem, I should say. Okay, and this is going to be 10.5. So I think that, let's see what that is. It's 28 and 42 for the font size and line height. And then we're going to set our font to semi-bold. And we're also going to say our text is dash no wrap. All right. All right, look at that. So now it's shaping up very nicely. Okay. And now we're going to do a class name here for our p tag. And here it's going to be text dash gray dash 900. It's going to be tracking dash 6. And it's going to be font dash light. Okay, so bringing that font weight down to 300. So now you can see that is looking very nice. And we can move on to setting up and I realize that our text, we're actually going to have text base. There it is, text dash base /8. Okay, that looks much better. So you can see our line height was a little bit too tight. It was definitely making our content look smushed there. And so text dash base /8 is going to be 16 and 32 respectively. Okay, and if you don't know text dash base, there's a couple built-in Tailwind CSS classes. Like if we do text small, that's going to be 14 pixels. Text base is 16 pixels, which is the base font size for the browser. And then we're going to have, I think large would be 18 pixels. There's a couple built-in classes, but so in this case, we can actually use that directly. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move down to our anchor tag, which is actually a button. And again, that's because we need to set the smooth scroll property, which we will set in the future. And we actually can set our href for now. So essentially, inevitably here, it's going to link to a section called Explore More. Okay, so we can leave that right there, and then we'll come back in the future and we'll see why that's relevant. But for now, just know that it's going to link down to this section right here. Okay. And now for our class name, we can add a background of primary 700. We're going to say that our hover state, so hover : and that's going to be background primary 800. It's a little bit darker. You can see that working already. Now we're going to do width max. Okay, and so again, what that's going to say is we don't actually want this to span the entire width of the parent container. Now, I think that originally when this was a button, let's actually try that. When it was a button, I think that was an issue. So let's see. Interesting. So it's not actually becoming an issue now. So let's actually not put that until we need it. Okay, so we're going to leave that as an anchor. And we're actually not going to put width of max content because in this case, it doesn't look like our element is actually spanning the entire width of its parent, which is typical for block level elements. But it's not happening in this case, so we can actually get rid of that for now. Let's do cursor pointer as always. Make sure people know that we can hover over this element and click it. Rounded dash 0.625 rem, which is going to be 10 pixels. Yep. And we'll give it a px of 8, so 32 pixels padding on the left and right. A py of 3.5, which I think is 12 pixels, or 14 pixels on the top and bottom maybe. Our text dash large, which again is the built-in TailwindCSS class for, I think, 18 pixels. We're going to do font medium. And we're going to do text dash white. Transition all, okay? So we want to transition all properties here on the button. And here we're going to do duration 200. Okay, and in this case, it's just going to apply to our text, or our background, I should say. So we hover over it. All right, nice. So now we have a very, very lovely animation here. All right. And I just realized, do we have that set here? Yes, we do. Awesome. Okay, so consistent, and it looks great as well. So now that we've done that, we can move on to our figure over here on the right, which is going to be very nice to work on because you can see it's very blown out right now. Definitely don't want it looking like that. And I'm actually going to get rid of these ratings for now, just so it's a little easier to see what's going on. Just comment them out. And let's start styling this puppy. So first add the class name, and let's do relative. We're going to do shrink-2. Okay, so in this case, we're saying our shrink is going to be, it's going to be a ratio of 2 to 5, right? Remember, we have shrink 5 right here. So as our container shrinks, it's going to say we want this element to shrink at a rate that is much slower than the element that obviously has a shrink value of 5, right? So as we lose pixels, this one's going to lose pixels at a rate 2/7, and this one's going to lose pixels at a rate of 5/7, so to speak. Okay, and that's because again, shrink 2 plus shrink 5. Okay, and so now let's go here and let's say px of 20. Now, the reason that our image is going to have a padding on the x-axis of 20 right here, you can see that, is because our rating elements are going to kind of sit adjacent to the image here. Like, let's actually see that right here. So you can see that this container here, it's wider than the image itself. Now, why is that the case? Because these rating elements have to have a little bit of space to kind of like hang off the edge of the image. And so that's why we're adding a little bit of padding, px of 20, so 80 pixels on the left and right of this image here. Okay, and we still have our gap of, I think, 144 pixels. And so that kind of forces this image to this correct size here. All right, so now that we did that, we can move on to the image itself here. Let me scroll up so we can actually see this thing. And I just realized because our website is running, I actually don't even need the console or the terminal. It's just taking up space. And let's add a max height of 50.8 rem. And now that number, I did not just pull out of thin air. That number is 812 pixels, which if I'm correct is consistent with our design. So yeah, you can see here it's 813 pixels, so very close. Here it is 812.8 pixels, which is we're going to set the maximum height. Now with responsive design, you don't want to set fixed values. So you don't want to say that the height is 800 pixels because then it's not going to scale. But you can set things like max heights, right? So you usually don't want to set a minimum width. That could be kind of problematic in some contexts, especially if the element's big, but maximum values are usually safe because as the page scales down in size, of course, they can still shrink. All right, and now I got rounded dash 3.25 rem. That's going to push us to 56 pixels of border radius, which looks great, okay? Now with that out of the way, we can actually move on to our rating components. So I will see you guys over there in the next section, and we will finish up this beautiful figure image in our design. All right, so now that we have completed our steps component itself, we can now move on to the rating components that sit on top of our image here. So let's actually jump right into that component. And let's begin by creating an interface for it, for the properties. So we're going to do interface, we're going to do rating props, and each item each rating component is going to take in 4 properties. We are going to have a name, which is a string. And this is going to be in reference to the name of the individual right here. Okay, on the rating component here. We're going to have the rating, which is the actual value. In this case, you can see it's 4.6. It's going to be a number. We're going to have an image. Image. And that is going to be a string. So that's going to be a URL, just like that. And lastly, we're going to have a class name. Okay, and the class name we're going to be using because we're going to dynamically set our class name based on which rating element it is, because in this case, we're going to have one that's going to be positioned at the top left and one at the bottom right. So we're going to have to kind of manipulate the position of those elements individually. Okay, so now that we did that, let's actually go here and say that our props object is going to subscribe to that interface contract right here, which has these 4 properties. And you can see it's complaining that we're not using it, but we will in a second. So now let's return back to our steps here, and let's actually pass in these properties. So first and foremost, our first rating is going to have a name of Tiffany Miller. So let's do name equals Tiffany Miller, and that should be uppercase. I forgot to uppercase her first name. And then we're going to do a rating of, as you can see there, 4.6 stars. We're going to do a image, and this image is going to be pointed to the /headshots /Tiffany.webp. Okay, and if we go here, you'll see that we do in fact have headshots and then Tiffany.webp. Okay. And lastly, we're going to have our class name. And for this one, we're going to say that we want this element to be absolutely positioned. And we're going to want to make it the top value 28 and the left value 0. Now, the reason that we're setting that is because this element is going to be positioned relative to this parent, right? So this parent has the non-static relative position here. So again, our absolutely positioned elements are going to position themselves relative to the first parent element that has a non-static position value, which is going to be our figure here. That's why we set that. And here we're going to say that we want this to be 28 off the top here of our image. So you can see our image, that's going to be 112 pixels right there. And that's going to be consistent here, 112 pixels. So the top of this rating component will be 112 off the top of the parent component, and the left will be 0. And that's because we want this to be right here on the left of this container, okay? And now I'm actually just going to copy this right down like this and delete this second one just so it's a little easier. Here we're going to have Amari Reese. That's going to be a rating of 4.9. And here we're just going to say, let's see, that is going to be Mari. And here it's going to say right of 0. So again, in this case, the right of this rating is going to be on the right side of this container. And the bottom is going to be at 0 in this case. Or it's actually going to be, my bad, bottom at 28, right? Because now the bottom of this rating container, or rating component, is going to be 112 off the bottom here. Okay, you can see here that in the design, it's actually a little bit off, but we want that to be 112. So we'd actually move this down let's see. Whoops. Let's move this down. Right there, 112. All right, awesome. So now that we did that, we can move into the rating component itself. And now what we're going to do is start off by doing the markup. So let's go here and within our div here, we're going to have an image. Or actually, we're going to have another div, I should say. And this div is going to have an image within it. And here we are going to have I imagine that this will reference, yes, it will. It's going to reference that props.image that we passed in. Our alternative text is going to be graphic of person rating photo. Okay, so give a little description so our page is nice and accessible. And then we are going to go down here below this div, and we're going to add a div that is going to hold our p tag, and then it's also going to hold, and that's going to be for the name, and then it's also going to hold the div below it for this, both the star icon and then the rating. Okay. And we probably should go back over to our design here. You can see our images have loaded in correctly. Okay. And so now here we're going to add a p tag, and this is going to be for our props.name. That's going to be props.name. And so now you can see we have their names, Tiffany and Amari. And just below that, we're going to have a div. And again, this div is going to hold these two items here, the star and the rating. So within this div, we're going to have our star, which this is just an icon that we have. So let's see if I can get the auto import here. Nice. And again, we're going to be adding a class name to this. You can see that it's angry because we have not provided that. Okay. So now we have star. And we'll set those class names in a second here. And below that, we have a p tag. Okay, and this p tag is going to have our props.rating that we passed in right here. Okay, so now we have all the data we need. We have the name, we have the rating, we have the star icon, we have the individual's headshot here, and we can actually go into styling these items now. So let's go back up to the top here. And here we're going to say class name equals, and in this case, we're actually going to use JavaScript, and we're going to use, I think it's called a template literal, or a string interpolation maybe, or maybe a template literal. But either way, we're going to use these backticks, and that allows us to add JavaScript in here dynamically. Okay, so if you have not used React, you can essentially do things like this, where you put a $, and then you put an open and close brace, and then you can I turn this off for now? Let's see, manage Copilot. All right, not for now. But either way, essentially what you can do is you can do things like if we had a Boolean value, like maybe say display ? Then you could add classes dynamically like this. So you could say visible. So as an example, okay. So in this case, we're saying if this display value is true, then render visible. Else, I guess you could render maybe hidden, right? So that would be a possibility. But of course, we don't actually want to do that. We're going to get rid of that. But that will be important because we are going to be adding classes dynamically. And that's because, again, we are passing in classes right here. Okay. So now let's add our default styles that are going to be applied to all rating elements. So absolute. And I just realized actually these are going to be absolute, both of these. So we don't really need to add it here. This is redundant. So we can delete that if I'm correct. We'll see. We'll see in a second if that's true. Now we're going to have flex. Okay. We're going to add a gap X of 2.5. Now this is in reference to this space here, I think. 10 pixels, let's see. Yep, 10 pixels. Obviously it's a little tricky to see right now because these images are quite large. We're going to do rounded XL. Okay, and that's going to round the entire rating component here, right? So that's this here, okay? And let's add our background dash white /85. So that's going to make it so it has an opacity of 85%. A PY of 3.5. So that's just going to be some padding on the top and bottom of each rating component of, I think, what is that? 14 pixels. We're going to give it a padding right of 5, a padding left of 3. And again, these can all be seen here, right? So we have our left, our top, our bottom, and our right. We're also going to add a drop shadow here. So again, this kind of scary syntax from Tailwind. Drop dash shadow dash 0 pixels. So that's going to be 0 pixels on the X. Our Y is going to be 4 pixels. So that's going to shift it down a little bit. We're going to give it a 30 pixels of spread here, and then a RGBA value of 0, 0, 0, and 0.12. Okay. Actually 0.12. So I want to specify that. And we're going to do a backdrop blur. So this is actually a very cool property. It essentially makes it so that the, you can kind of look it up if you want to see a couple examples, but it essentially blurs it so that if you have a background here that's transparent, so in our case, you can see that we have 85% transparency or opacity, then you can actually make it so that the elements that are behind this are actually blurred. Okay, so it has this very cool blur effect. It can be helpful when you want to create like a pop-up modal or something like that. And so we're going to be adding that here. And Tailwind has built-in sizes here. So we have background dash blur 3XL, and who knows, there's probably like a background blur, let's see, 2XL, whatever. There's a couple different ones, but we're going to use the built-in 3XL. And now lastly, we're going to add a $sign and 2 brackets. And this is where we can dynamically add in our props.className. Okay. And remember that we have different classes here, right? This one's going to be on the top left and this one's going to be on the bottom right. And so we kind of have to add in these classes on top of the ones that are applied to both rating components. Because of course there's a bunch of shared styles as well between these two. Okay. So now we can start fixing this up. Obviously, we got some serious issues at this point in terms of that image does not look correct. So let's add some styles here. Let's actually start off by fixing that image just so we can actually see what's going on a little bit better. So let's go down to our image here. So this isn't such a nuisance anymore, these overly sized images. We're going to do size-15, okay? And again, the size property lets us set both the width and height at the same time to equal amounts. So 60 and 60, okay? And here, is there any other classes? Nope. So now we can go back to our div here. Class name. And here we're going to be doing a background of gray 300. Okay, so that's for our image there. We're going to say flex so we can center our image in this container. We're going to do items-end. Now the reason we want to do that is because we want the image to sit as low as possible on this gray background circle, because our images are actually squares, right? And we want to make sure that the image kind of sits at the baseline and then the corners of the images are cropped off, okay, because it's going to be rounded. And we're going to do justify center, so that's going to center us on the horizontal axis in this case, because we have a horizontal flex container. We're going to do overflow hidden so that the images do not overflow this circle here, this div. And we're going to do rounded-full, which again is going to make it a circle. All right. Now, obviously, you can see it's definitely a little bit too tall at this point, but we will fix that in a second here. Now let's go, whoops, rounded full. Now let's drop down to our div here. So here we're going to be doing flex and flex column, and that's because we want to set our the name Tiffany and Amari on top of the second div here. I hear the name, and then there's a second div that holds those two items, the rating as well as the star icon. And here we're going to do a gap y of 2. Gap y of 2. So that's just going to add, see right there, there's going to be some spacing just between those elements. That's going to be 8 pixels. And now we can move down to the p tag. Let's do class name. And we're going to do tracking-6, which is just going to make those heading elements spaced out a little bit more, 6% spacing. Font semi-bold. Make them a little bit more bold there. And then we can move on to our second div here, or our nested div, I should say. That's adjacent to our p tag here, at least in the markup, right? But below, it's going to be adjacent below in this case. And it's going to be flex and then item center. Okay. And in that case, what we're doing here is we're essentially making it so that our star is on the left, our p tag is on the right. So it's a horizontal flex container. And then again, we're centering them on the vertical axis, which is what we want. We want our rating to be next to our star. Okay. Now let's go to our star and let's do fill-yellow. All right. And we're going to give that a margin right of 2. So I think that's going to be 8 pixels of spacing between the star and the rating to the right of it. And we're going to do a size-6. Okay, and the size there is going to be 6 times 4, 24 pixels on the height and width. All right, so now you can see it's shaping up quite nicely. There's just a couple more things we need to add. So let's go here. And we're going to be doing text -gray -600. Okay, that's for the rating itself. We're going to give that a text dash. This is kind of a crazy thing to specify, but it's 1.0625 rem. Okay, and that's going to be, if you hover over that, that's going to be 17 pixels. So not a huge fan of using odd numbers, but you have to use it in this case, unfortunately. I know there's many people out there who agree with me on that, but sometimes it happens in these designs. And lastly, font is going to be semi-bold there. Okay, so now you can see it's actually shaped up very nicely. We got our shadow, we have these rating components that look very nice, kind of overlaid on top of our image. But there's actually one more thing that we want to do, and that is going to be setting up our animation when we scroll down. Okay, so when we scroll down the page, we're actually going to have an animation where these kind of slide up, and I'm going to show you guys how we can do that. So first and foremost, let's actually check to see if we even have the package for the Motion library, which is a very powerful, very easy to use animation library for React and a couple other frameworks. It was originally called Framer Motion, but now it's just called Motion. So let's go to our package.json, and you can see that we do not have the Motion library. So let's install that. Let's go right here and figure out what it's actually called. It's going to be Motion. So I'm actually just going to turn off my server for half a second. So hit Control C, please. And we're going to say npm I motion, motion. Okay, so type that in. All right, and there it is. Now you can see we have the Motion package. Okay, if you want to make sure that you have the same version as me, it's going to be 12.6.3, which you can specify just after. I think once you install it, you can specify like npm I motion, and then you can specify the version, or maybe it's @ and then you put the version. But either way, it should work the same. I imagine it'll work very similar for you guys if you're watching this within any close range of time to when this video was made. Okay, and so now that we have that, we can return our server on here. So npm run dev, restart this puppy. All right, so our website is live again. And let's go back into DevTools, scroll down, and now we can return to our rating icon here, or our rating component, and we can bring in the Motion library. So we're going to do this. Let's first actually just type in motion.div. Okay, now the Motion library, essentially what happens is whenever you prefix an element by motion, oh no, not Copilot trying to get in the way here again. Please get out of the way. Did I close this? Close. Thank you. Essentially, when you prefix any element with motion dot, it kind of supercharges that element with the Motion library's capabilities. So if we go here and let's actually import this, import motion from, I think it's going to be motion/React. Let's see, import. Let's see if I got that correct. It is. So it's going to be motion/React. Okay. So essentially what happens is you can prefix any element. So it could be motion.p, it could be motion.div, it could be motion.li, it could be motion.h1. Okay. And essentially what it does is it just gives that element the animation abilities that the Motion library offers, essentially. Okay. So that's the first thing that we do always is just prefix our element with motion dot. And now we can start adding a couple things here. So first we're going to set our initial property. And now the way that this initial property works, all it says is, what do we want it to be initially? Before the animation occurs, what do we want to have as our state? And in this case, we're just going to pass in an object into here. And we're going to say that we want it to have an opacity of 0 and a Y value of 100. And lastly, we're going to have a scale of 1.05. So that's just going to make it a little bit bigger than it would otherwise be. So we're going to kind of scale it down a little bit. Okay. So now, or my bad, it's actually going to be 0.95. So we're going to be doing the opposite. We're going to be scaling it up, if you will. Okay. So now that we have our initial set, whoops, let's go here. We're going to set our while in view property. Okay. Now this essentially says when the element is actually in view. So you're going to notice that our animation, we want it to play when we scroll down and it comes into view, right? And so the way that we're going to set that up, we're going to make it so that we have this while in view property set up. And that means that this is essentially going to only trigger once our element is in view. Okay, it's quite self-explanatory. You don't want to have to beat a dead horse on that one. Okay, so opacity is going to be 1 and our Y value is going to be 0, which effectively puts it into its like original normal location. And our scale is going to go to 1. Okay, so we kind of scale from a slightly smaller size to our normal size. Okay, so now we have our initial and our while in view set up. now let's do our viewport property that is offered by motion. Again, let's pass in a JavaScript object. And in here, we're going to say once is true. Now, all this says is that we only want the animation to play one time. So once it scrolls into view, it'll play. And then if the user scrolls down the page and then scrolls back up, it's not going to play again. But you could also set once true to false if you want to change that behavior. And we're going to be doing our amount of 1. Okay. So now let's do transition. And the amount property allows you to specify how much of the element has to be in view before the animation actually plays. So in this case, like imagine you had this image here and you wanted it to slide in from the right once the entire image is on screen. So like as an example, imagine we're right here. It's not going to play. 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 Then right here, once this entire image is in view, then it's going to slide in from the right. Okay, so you can set the amount to like 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. And that's going to allow you to say how much of the element has to be on screen before the animation actually plays. And now lastly, our transition property, we're going to set a duration of 0.5. And we're going to set ease to ease in out. All right, so now let's reload the page. And did you see that? Okay, so let's try it. Let's try it here. We're going to scroll down. Look at that. Okay, so now again, let's go through that so you guys aren't confused. We have our initial object that says we want the opacity to be 0. We want the Y value to shift it down 100 pixels. If you don't know why, when we increase the Y, it actually goes down. We want the scale to be 0.95, so we're just scaling it on the X and Y axis, making it a little bit smaller, 0.95 of its normal size. While it's in view, set the opacity to 1, the Y value back to 0, and scale it back up to its normal size, which is 1. We only want the animation to play one time. Okay, when the page, once they scrolled into view, it'll only play once. And we want 100% of the rating element to be on screen before the animation actually plays. Okay, the entire height of that element. And of course, we want to set some transition properties here. So we're going to set our duration to 0.5, so half a second. And we're going to set our ease timing function to ease in out. So that's going to make the animation kind of ease in and kind of ease out. That's like a timing curve. If you want to look those up, there's something called Bezier curves. And that is how, I think that's how it's pronounced, Bezier curves. And that's how they are, these timing functions are actually defined. And you can set custom timing functions if you want it to kind of like come in fast and then go out slow, or, you know, whatever you want. Okay. So now that we did that, we can test it one more time just because it's glorious. All right. Awesome. Oh, yes. Okay, so now that we have completed that, we are officially done with the rating component, and we have also brought the motion library into our toolkit, and we're going to be using it throughout the rest of this landing page. So with that out of the way, we can now move on to our, let's give it a check, I think it's called our services section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can jump into our services component, which is going to be right here. You guys can see we have customized packages, culinary tours, and destination expertise. And one thing I noticed actually is that our page component is complaining, very similar to how our header component was complaining. So let's actually address that. Now you can see that we have two elements as direct children to page. We have a header element, or header component, I should say, and a main component as well. So that's actually two React elements that we're passing in as children properties to page. So let's go back over here and let's fix that. So again, our children property is no longer going to correspond to a React element, but instead in TypeScript, we specify that like that, a list of React elements. Okay. So now that cleans that error up, and let's get right into setting up our services. So let's go over here, and we're going to have both a services component and then a service component for each individual service. Okay, so let's go back over here and let's go to our components folder. Here we're going to say services, and within here, let's first create our services component, services t.tsx. Okay, and let's type our fc, hit tab. It's going to wireframe our component, and we can get rid of the import for React. Let's quickly create turn this into a section component, because again, this is going to be a section of our page, a section HTML tag, I should say. And we should go back here and render that right here. So we're going to do services. Okay, and you can see I got the auto import, which was very nice. Again, just importing that right under our main comment here. So we have main and then steps and services, because those both belong to main. Now you can see that main is actually angry. in a similar way that header was and page was, right? Main now has 2 children instead of 1. And so again, let's go back over into main and let's change this from a React element to a list of React elements. Okay, so now our props.children is multiple React elements. And again, now you can see that TypeScript is now satisfied. And so we can move into our services component now. So this is going to be a section on the outside, and then it's just going to be an unordered list on the inside. So again, the section or the services component is going to be this entire thing here with this nice blue background. And then the unordered list is going to be this right here. Okay. So we have a UL, and in here, we're going to, we're actually not going to iterate over our services. Now, the reason that we're not going to do that is because we're actually going to add these divider elements between each service here. So we can't just iterate through these as a list. We're going to instead add a service and then this kind of like this pipe almost, right? This gray line. And then we're going to add another service and then another gray line. Okay. And I'll show you how we're going to do that in a second here. But within our unordered list, we're going to have a service. So let's actually create that component. Again, we're going to have our services. Remember, just like we did here, we had our steps. We had this like steps. We had like a hero banner, and then we had these hero benefits within it. And then here we have the steps component, and then we have these steps within it. So we kind of make these subcomponents for each section. Okay, and you'll start to see that pattern as we go through this. Okay, so here it's going to be the service component. And here again, we can simply type RFC and hit tab. That's going to wireframe our component here. Let's get rid of that import statement. And here, let's actually check if our service is in fact a div. It's not a div. It's going to be an li, which actually won't make sense in this context. Or no, it will make sense, right? Yeah, because it's a list, right? Services is in fact a list. So we can make this an li. Okay. And now here, what we're going to do is we're going to add first our service, our first service, I should say. So we have our service component. And then we're going to have a li here. And the reason that we're actually, so these pipe characters, these gray pipe characters, we're actually going to have them as list items. And the reason why we're not going to make them as divs is because the only elements that could be direct children of an ordered list or a ordered list should be li elements, or else that is not really best practices. And I think that there's also an issue with screen readers. The way that they read off items in a list is special compared to just like obviously an average div. And so we're going to cause an issue with accessibility for people who have to use screen readers if we do not put elements that are list items within our list. Okay, any element that is not a list item cannot go within a list. Okay, and so we're going to add a li here. It's going to be self-closing here. And then we're going to add another service. I'm going to bring this one down here like that. And it's getting angry here because I actually didn't import it. Please, can you give us that auto import? Nice. Okay. And then again, we're going to have another li. And this li is going to be that second gray bar right here. And then lastly, our last service, which is going to be like that. Okay. So we're kind of interleaving our services and then these gray pipe characters, or I should say dividers between. Okay, so now up here, let's actually import our services. So this is going to be a little bit interesting. Because we're not iterating over them in a list, or we're not mapping over them, we're going to import each individual one here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say const customized packages, okay, for our first service here, customized packages. And this is going to be, we're going to put a colon, and we're going to say that the type for customized package is going to be iService. Now, the reason that we're going to use iService instead of service is because we don't want to have a name conflict between our service component and the service type that we actually defined. So I'll show you what I mean by that in a second here. Let's go here and let's type in import, and we're going to say type service as iService. And definitely not that import. It's going to be right here like this. /utils/content types, and you can see that it is angry. Let's actually check why it's angry. Is not happy with the way that we did that. Type service as iService. Maybe it's because we're not using it. See what Copilot has to say about it. Did we import it incorrectly? All right, nice. So I think what happened was I had the content, the file that held our content types actually had an uppercase C. But now what we can do is, so this type here, iService, if we go here, this is what defines the shape of our services. So if we go into our, actually, let's actually see if we can get those in here. So we'll do service services, and we're going to do at 0. Okay, so let's actually look at that. Let's go to our content here. If we go scroll down to our services, we have a list of 3 items, 3 service items, okay? Each one of them has an ID, it has an icon, a heading, and a description. And you can see that this services constant is a list of services, okay? And if we go in here and we actually look at the service interface, you can see that it says each item needs to have an ID, an icon property, which returns a React element, a JSX element, and it's going to have a heading property and a description. Okay, so now what we're doing here is we're saying let's actually import that service type. Okay, and we have to rename it. We have to say as iService because this is going to conflict with our service component name here. And so we're saying that this customized packages in TypeScript, this is how this works. We say const whatever the name of our variable is, colon, and then the type. Okay, and we say services.at0. So as an example, we can't just say string. Like we said string, we hover over it. You can see it saying customized packages is declared, or no, where is it? Is not assignable to the type string, okay? Because right now its type is service/undefined. Now what's interesting is we said that the services should be of type service, right? Because that's what they were here, right? Here, you can see that our services are type service. So why is it saying that our services could be of either type service and then this pipe character or undefined? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because TypeScript doesn't actually know that we have an element at the 0th index. Okay, so this is equivalent to this if you don't know. It's essentially just getting the first element in the list, right? It's just a more modern way to index a list here. So when we say services.at0, we know that we have something in our services list. We saw in our content right here, we have services, right? So we have to tell TypeScript, no. We know that we have an item here. And what we can do is we can use the null assertion operator, put this exclamation here. And so now if we hit save, it's no longer, so it's angry because we're not actually using customized packages anywhere in our code here, but it's no longer angry because it's not saying that this variable is type service or undefined. It accepts that it's going to be type service because we are using the null assertion operator that says, no, we know for sure that there is going to be an item at the 0th index in the list. Okay, so you have to use this carefully. You only use this when you know for sure something that TypeScript does not know and you can trust it. We know that there's an element at the 0th index. And now we can do that 2 more times. Here we're going to name this one culinary tours. And this last one, destination expertise. And again, we're using that null assertion operator to say, no, we know for sure that there's an element. Or otherwise, we'd have to do this. Like we'd put this, and then it would say, well, wait a minute. You're not allowed to do this. You're saying that this is a type service, but this is in fact undefined or service. We would have to do something like this. Undefined. Okay. And so now you can see it saying, oh, well, that's okay, because you're saying that this variable will either be a service or undefined. But in our case, we don't want it to ever be undefined because we know that there's something there. Okay, so we're going to use this null assertion operator, but again, use that carefully because you're essentially like overriding the type checking that TypeScript has. So you only use that in certain situations when it's kind of justified, like this one. Okay, so now let's actually move on to adding our classes here. And we probably should go back over to our page so we can actually see this. So you can see our 3 services down here. And let's add our class name. So this is going to say background primary 100, which is that nice light shade of blue. We're going to give it a px of 24, which is just going to give us some padding on the left and right there. And a py of 36. Okay. And so now you can see we have some nice padding around this container. If we hover over it here, we can see. We click on this arrow here and hover over it, we can see we got, let's see. We have our padding all around, 144 top and bottom, 96 on the left and right. Okay, you can see that here. All right, and we have a couple other classes. Actually, we're gonna add them to our UL here. So let's move down to the UL, and here we're going to have, I imagine this will be a flex container. But first we're actually gonna add a border gray of 500 with 40 below it, okay? Now, what that means is we're going to be using our gray 500 color for our border, and then when we do /40, that just sets the transparency. So in this case, we only want it to have 40% transparency. We don't want it to be the entire, we don't want it to be too strong. We want it to be a little bit softer, and we do that with our opacity there, or transparency. Now we're going to do M-auto, which is going to set the padding on the or the margin on the left and right to be as large as possible, which will, again, center our container. Let's do flex, which will put our services next to each other. We're going to do a max width of 389, okay, and if we hover over that, that's going to be 1556 pixels, which again, if we go back to our design, you will see that this container is in fact 1556 pixels. Can I zoom in on that? I can't. Okay. Now we're going to do justify between, which is going to help space our elements out as much as possible, essentially force them to the edges of the container. And we're going to do a border -y of 1. Okay, now the reason that we're doing a border -y is because we actually don't want a border on the left and right. So when we set this border color, nothing was applying. Once we set border -y of 1, we're saying we want the border on the top and bottom to be 1 pixel. Okay, if we did just border -1, it would be on all 4 sides, but we don't want that. Just top and bottom, which is consistent with our design here, where we have a border on the top here and the bottom. Okay, so now we can add a py of 24. Now that's going to be important because that's going to function as this spacing here. So right between here and here. Right there. And now we can move on to our services. So let's go to our first service. And we're going to add a service for... First service we're going to pass in is going to be customize packages. Okay, and for now it's going to get angry because this service does not have a interface that says it's going to accept the services property or the service property. So just let it be angry for now. We'll fix it in a second. Now let's add this class name. And here, this one's going to be background-gray 500/40. Okay, so the same thing as that border that we saw on the top and bottom of the container here. Okay, and we're going to do block. Okay, that's just going to make it so it behaves like a block level element, so we have more control over the margin and padding and height properties. If an element is inline, then you can't manipulate it in the same way. The width is going to be -0.25, which is going to be 1 pixel wide. And we're going to do self.stretch. Now, the reason we want to put the stretch property on the flex item, so again, this is a flex container, so we're saying self.stretch, so we're saying align self to stretch, and that's going to make it stretch along the vertical axis. And the reason that we want to do that is because we want this divider element. It's very small. It's very hard to see right now. You guys probably can barely see it, but if you zoom in on your screen, you'll see it right here between your services. We want that to be the height of the all the services. Okay, so by saying stretch, we're saying we want to make it as tall as possible. Okay, and now we're going to say a aria label here, aria-label. And the reason we want to do aria label because, like I was saying, screen readers, they actually read out these list elements in a certain way to people who have visual impairments and use screen readers. And so even though this is not, so in this case, this list item, we're not really describing it in any way. It just has a class name, right? So we're actually going to give it a label explicitly so that if a screen reader reads this, it actually can read like, what is this element? Or else it's not going to know what this element is. So we're going to say a gray divider element. And that's just going to give the individual a clue as to, okay, what actually is this list item? In this case, they're going to be able to figure out, okay, I think it's just, you know, some type of divider element on the page, which is exactly what it is, right? And now we're actually going to, you know, I just realized we might as well just copy this puppy right down here. Okay, right there. So now we have our 2 dividers here, and we can put our second service. So our second service is going to be culinary tours. Culinary tours. That's right here. And then lastly, we're going to have our last service, which is going to be service equals destination expertise. And there it is. Okay, so now these aren't angry because they're actually being used. But again, our service is angry because we have yet to specify that property, but we will in the next section. So you can see that it's already shaping up our services section here. And in the next section, we're going to finish up our service component and we're going to have this thing looking pretty. So I will see you guys over there. All right. So now that we have completed our services component, we can actually hop into the individual services themselves. And so now remember, we are passing in a item that is of type service into our service component here. So let's actually hop over there and start first reading in those properties. Let's go over here. Oh God, here we go again with Copilot trying to get up in my way. And so we're going to say interface, again, service props, just prefixing our, or post-fixing, I should say, suffixing our component name with the props. Okay. And here we're just going to say we are passing in a service, and this service is going to be of type service. Okay, again, we can see that we're importing that directly from our content types file here. Okay, so again, we are passing, and now you can see that, let's see, it's still a little bit angry. We're going to say props, and it's going to be shaped as service props. And you can see here, it is no longer angry. Okay, but Vite is still angry about something else here. That's what it has to say. Oh, it's because we need to say that this is in fact a type. Okay, and that will get rid of the naming conflict. Okay, so for some reason it works here, and for some reason it does not work here. Let's actually try that. Maybe we could get away with it here. See? Come on. Nope, it's not going to work, right? Yeah, duplicate identifier service. Okay, so for some reason that it doesn't work there, but here we can get away without there being a conflict. Maybe because there's only one import of type service. Okay, so now here we're actually going to destructure our properties right away, and we're just going to destructure that service prop right out of there. Okay, and so now let's structure this component. It's going to be quite simple. It's just going to be an li. Within there, we're going to have our service dot icon. And right away, we're going to set the class name just because it's going to yell at us if we do not specify it. Okay, like that. And just below that, we're going to have a div element. And this div element is going to be responsible for holding two text elements, both our heading and our description here. So let's add that. First, our h3, which is going to have our service.heading, and our p tag, which is going to have our service.description. Service.description. Okay. And so you can see those there. Now let's go up to our service icon real quick and just style that so it can be the correct height because it's getting blown out. So we'll do h-26. So that's going to make it so that each element is 104 pixels tall, each icon, I should say. I just wanted to do that just to get that out of the way because they were just too big there. And let's go down to our p tag. So again, we're going to have our h3 here. Or that's actually going to be both of them, right? So we have this div, h3 and p tag, and that's it. That's the entire component. So now we can go back and do some styling here. So first, let's add our key property. It's going to be service.id. Okay. And we're going to go into our service.icon. And for our class name here, we're going to have h equals 26, and then we're going to have place self-center, which is going to have the effect of centering it on the horizontal axis, which is very helpful. Okay, just like that. And then we are going to go down to our div here. Let's add our class name property. Class name. And here we're going to say text-center. Okay, that's going to center both our heading and paragraph element just below that. And now we can go into our h3 and specify our class name. Here we're going to have a couple classes. First, tracking 6, which is going to have the effect of giving it 6% letter spacing for the heading. We're going to give it a margin bottom of 9.5, which is going to be a total of 38 pixels. We're going to have a text-1.75 rem, and we'll add a / after that and specify 10.5. Okay, and that's going to let us set the font size and line height at the same time, 20 and 42. Font semi-bold. Okay, and we're going to set text to no wrap so that this heading text never wraps for any three of our services. Okay, now lastly, we have our paragraph tag. This one's not going to be too bad, just a couple classes. So text-gray-900, so quite a dark gray. But we're going to do /85, so we're going to set it to an opacity of 85%, so just make it a little bit softer. We're going to set tracking to 6, which again is going to give it a 6% letter spacing, which looks much better, much more consistent with our design as well. Font-Rubik to use our Rubik font. And we're going to say text-base, which is going to be 16 pixels, /9.5, which is going to give it a line height of 38 pixels. Okay. And so it looks like we missed a couple classes here, which makes sense. It's actually on the list item itself. We didn't add any classes. Okay. So let's go back up here. And we're going to add first group. Actually, we're not going to need our group property. I realized we're going to add a height of 90. Okay. And that's going to make it so that the maximum height, or the fixed height, I should say, on these elements is going to be 360 pixels. Okay. We're going to set our flex declaration and flex column. Of course, we do not want it to look like that. So make sure that these are stacked vertically. And we're going to say justify between. Okay, so it's kind of interesting. What we're essentially attempting to do here is we want it so that these items are maximum of 360 pixels. I realize we missed our max width declaration as well. So it's going to be max dash width of 90. Okay, and again, be very careful. You don't want to set a fixed width because then our design can't be responsive. It's going to have a hard time getting down to mobile. So we can set a fixed height, but don't set a fixed width here. So now we have 360 width and 360 height. Now we actually want the distance between the paragraph element and the heading element to be stable, which is going to be 38 pixels. You can see the margin bottom on the heading element here. Okay, but we want the space between the icon itself and the text elements here to be dynamic. And that's why we're saying justify between for this flex column item here that has this icon at the top and then these items at the bottom, but then we're setting a fixed margin right there. Okay, so we're essentially treating them a little bit differently here. Okay, and that's going to be important when we actually shrink our components here and there are different line heights here. That's going to be very helpful. Okay, so with that out of the way, we are officially done. Let's actually bring this puppy back up to 1920 so we can see it in all its glory. We're officially done with our services section. You can see that Google Chrome actually struggles with this background blur property. And so that's why I think it's a little bit more experimental. So you definitely want to be careful with that property if you're going to be using it on your personal projects. It is cool, but it can have issues. Okay, so now you can see our landing page is actually shaping up here. Okay, we have a couple sections. We have our drop-down menus. We have our animations for our steps here. Looking nice, and we have our services section. So now we can move on to the next section, which is going to be our latest news section, or I guess you could call it the blog section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we can move on to our news section, which is going to be right here. Okay, so very interesting. We're getting to the first section that's actually going to be loaded by our database. Okay, so when we use Supabase, we're actually going to save this information in the database and load it from that remote database, and we're going to be using React Query. It's going to be awesome. But obviously we're going to load it in statically first, and then we're going to load in that content after dynamically from a database. But at first we'll just render it statically, and then we'll add in the database after. Okay, so let's actually start by doing that here. Let's go to our components folder, and let's add a new section for news. Okay, and this is going to be very much consistent with these other sections. We're going to have a component for the entire section here for news, and then we're going to have a subcomponent for each one of these posts, and we're going to refer to them as blog post. Okay, so first let's go into here and let's do our news.tsx. Again, let's type rfc, hit tab, get rid of this React import, and make this into a section. And let's return to our app and render that just below our services. So that's going to be our news. All right. So now let's return back to our news component. And let's start setting this thing up here. Okay, so this is actually going to be quite a simple component on its own. The blog post itself is going to be more sophisticated, which is it's quite apparent why that's the case. But let's start setting this up. So first we're going to have a div in here, and that's again going to be, there's going to be the outer container for the section, and then there's going to be the div for the content itself. Okay. And in here we're going to have an h2. This is going to say latest news from us. Okay. And then below that, we're going to have our unordered list. Now, this unordered list is simply going to render 2 blog posts, but of course you could have it render as many as you want to. Once we load it from the database, of course, you could add as many as you want to, and then load in as many as you want to. Okay. So here we're going to have a UL, and we're going to map over our blog post, which is something that we do have in content. Again, remember, this is only temporarily. We're going to load it in remotely after, but for now, let's just render it in directly. Okay, so our blog post, and we can check those out. If we go down to our blog post here, where they at? They have an ID, they have an image, alt, date, title, summary, all these different things here. And we're going to be using those properties for our blog post components. Okay, so now we can actually render our blog post. We're actually not going to have a list item here. I realize it's going to be under the blog post components themselves are going to have the list item tag. Okay. So we're going to render a blog post, and we're actually going to pass in a card. So let's pass that in right here. I realize I named it card, but we could just put post instead. So we'll do post. That actually is a little bit more fitting. Okay, like that, post. And we're going to set a key, our key value to post.id. Okay, so now let's go into our post or actually we don't even have the component, I realize we should make it. So let's go to our news folder and let's make that blog post.tsx component. And let's type RFC and hit tab. Okay, in this case, we're going to add our interface. So, or actually, we're not going to add an, or yeah, we can add an interface. I thought there was going to be a naming conflict here, but we can add the interface. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes with these naming conflicts with our types. So that's going to be blog post props here. And we're going to say card, and it's going to be a blog post type. Okay, now each one of our blog posts here. So if we go back over here, let's go into our content types. Each one of our blog posts has this type here. It's ID, image, alt, date, title, summary. Okay. And if we go back into our content, you will see that this is in fact a list of type blog post. Okay. So now here, when we pass in the post itself, these are type blog post. And so when we go into our blog post component here, I realize I actually didn't import it. Blog post. It's not importing it. Okay. Well, I'll import it manually. Let's do that. Import blog post right there. So we imported that component, and you can see it's a little bit angry here. That's because we're doing it lowercase. Okay. And so let's go back over here. This is not going to be card. I realize it's going to be post, in fact, and we can use that props here. So now our properties has to be shaped as follows. It needs to have one property called post that is a blog post type here. We can actually specify that as a type. All right. And now our props is angry because we're not actually using it. And what we're going to do is we're going to immediately destructure it. We're going to say, let's get our card right out of there. Or actually, again, our post. I'm switching the name right now because it just seems a little more fitting for it to be post. And then we're not going to set this up for now, but we definitely should turn this into an li because it's just within a list. All right. So now we can return back to our news component, and let's actually look at our page real quick. You can see we have our latest news from us, which is the title, and then we have 2 blog posts, which will be, of course, these 2 items in the future here. Okay, so now let's actually add our styles to our news component. So first we have this, and this is going to be class name equals px of 24. So that's going to be on the left and right here. See if we can see that. Okay, 96 pixels on the left and right, which is consistent with this container and the one above it. So all of our sections have that 96 pixels of padding on the left and right. This one as well. And it's also going to have that padding Y of 36, which we've seen on the other containers as well, which is 144 pixels on the top and the bottom. Okay. Now let's go down to our div here. And this one is going to be margin auto. It's going to be max width of 389. Okay, and now margin auto is going to center this container within its parent, as we've talked about, and the max width is going to be 1556. The reason we want to do that is because if you check here, you will see that this container is in fact, right here, 1556 pixels max width. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move on to our H2 element. Let's go here. And so we're going to say tracking is 6. So just give it a little bit of letter spacing there. We're going to give a margin bottom of 34. Our text is going to be center. That's going to have the effect of centering our header there, latest news from us. Okay. And you can see we have a very large margin bottom for this heading element. And lastly, we are going to, we're actually going to have 2 other declarations. Our text is going to be 3.25 rem, which is going to be 52 pixels, and it's going to have a font of semi-bold. All right, nice. So there our heading is shaping up nicely. That's going to be consistent with our design here. All right, you can see 52 pixels, semi-bold. And now we can style our unordered list, which shouldn't be too sophisticated. As you can see from our design, all it is really just a stacked list of items. So here we're going to say flex column, and then gap Y of 34. Okay, and so in this case, we're just flexing these items on top of each other right here, you can see, and we're getting a gap of 136 pixels between each one. Okay, and again, that is consistent with our design here. If we look, see 136 pixels between these 2 items here. All right, so with that out of the way, we have officially finished our news section component. And in the next section, we're going to be finishing our individual blog post, which clearly are make up the bulk of the design for this section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have completed our news component, we can now move into the blog post themselves. Okay, and so let's get started. First things first, we are going to be adding a div to our list item. And this is actually going to wrap our image. Now we want to wrap our image in a div here because we're going to make this animation where when we hover over the blog post itself, the image kind of grows, but we don't want the actual image to grow. We just want it to kind of scale up in a container that stays a fixed size. Okay, you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute here, but long story short, we're going to be putting our image inside of a div here. Okay. And now here, our source for our image is going to be post.image. Whoops, post.image. And our alt is going to be post.alt. Okay. Yeah, now we're not going to specify anything else right now on that. We're going to leave that as it is. But below this div, we're going to have another div. Okay, actually not there. Whoops, not our. It's going to be adjacent to this div. Put it there. Okay, and now this div is going to have a couple different elements. It's going to be all this text here. So again, this div is going to be, this div is for this here, this image. And then this div here is going to be for all of this content. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to have is our date here, which is going to be a p tag. And in here, we're going to do card, actually it's going to be post.date. And we're going to be doing an h4 element, so our heading 4 element. And here it's going to be a card, our post.title, keep saying card. And we are also going to have a p tag for our card or post, geez Louise, post.summary here, okay? And we can actually look at our page now. This is actually kind of shaping up here. And lastly, we're going to have a button, and that button is going to say, just going to say view more, okay? Nice, so with that out of the way, we can actually start adding our styles here. So first, let's go back up to our list item, and let's give it a class name of, actually, you know what? First, I'm gonna get the image to be smaller because that's always kind of hard to see what's going on with our CSS if our image is so blown up. So let's actually start off by styling the image. It's a great start. Here we're just going to say it has a max height, so max-h of 108, which is going to be 432 pixels, which is consistent with our design there. We are going to say transform, okay, and the reason we want to transform is because we're going to be using the translate property. And here we're going to say rounded dash 1.375 rem. Okay, give our image a nice bit of rounding there. We're going to say transition all. Okay, and that's because, like I said, we're going to have kind of that scale animation. So we'll do transition all. We're going to say duration of 300. Ease in out for our timing function for our animation here, or our transition, I should say. And we're going to set our hover to scale 103. Okay, so now if we hover over it, you can see that the image is scaling up. Okay, now the problem with that is we don't actually want it to grow in size. We just want it to kind of grow within a container that's the fixed size. So let's actually move up to our div here, might as well, because we're styling this. Say class name here. And we're going to say overflow is hidden. Okay, so we don't want the image to overflow when it actually scales up here. We're going to say overflow is hidden. And we're going to set rounded to 1.5 rem. Okay. And so now if we hover over this, you can see that now we have this very cool animation where our image actually scales up in size, but it doesn't actually grow, okay? Because it's kind of like confined by the parent container, okay? And now at this point, it looks a little bit funny. It doesn't look perfect here, but we're going to fix it once we actually get these elements adjacent to one another. Right now, you can see that there's some issues with the kind of like the image. It's rounded up here, but you can see it's like kind of the rounding is a weird over here, and that's because just the way it's laid out, but we'll fix it. So now let's go up to our list item. Give it a class name here. And we're going to be doing our group property. So let's add group. We're going to say flex. Okay, so now our text content, or that div that holds all the text content, is on the right now. We're going to say cursor pointer. And we're going to make it so, you know, hypothetically, if this was a real like website, if they hover over these blog posts, any part of it, either the text or the image, we want to make it so that the cursor is pointer, right? So they can click on any of these, any part of this, and they could click on it, and hypothetically it would take them to like a blog post page, right? Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to say items center. And that's going to center them on the vertical axis. We're going to do justify between, which is going to force them as far apart as possible. Okay, and right now we can't see that because this text element is spanning all the way across here. But once we set a fixed width on that, or a max width, I should say, it's going to get, it's going to be more apparent. And we're going to say our gap X, we're going to say our gap X is going to be 36. So that just says at a minimum, we can have a gap X of 36. Okay, we want it like that. Okay, so now we have some nice spacing there, 144 pixels between these two items. And now we can move down onto our, this div here. And this is going to have, we're going to say class name. This is going to have a margin right of 11. Okay, and that's going to be right here. Okay, right there. And the reason why we're adding that is because if we actually look here, this is 44 pixels. We go to our design, you're actually going to see that we do in fact have 44 pixels just to the right of this text element right here. Okay. And then next what we're going to do is we are going to set a max width of 195, which is going to make it so that the text element has a max width of 780 pixels, which again is going to be consistent with our design here. You can see this has a max width of 780 pixels. And now we can get into actually styling the text itself. Okay, so first this p tag for the date. So let's add the class name prop. And we are going to set it to tracking 6, which is just going to give it a little bit more letter spacing. We're going to set our text to gray 900 here. Okay. We're going to set our margin bottom to 4.5. We're going to set our text to 1.25 rem. Okay. And that's going to be 20 pixels. And again, that margin bottom is just 18 pixels, 4.5 times 4, 18 pixels below this date here. And we are going to set our font to medium. All right. Now let's move down to our H4 here. Add our class name property. And here we're going to set the tracking to 6 again. We're going to set our margin bottom to 6, which is just going to give it 6 times 4, 24 pixels of spacing between the heading and the description or the summary just below it. We're going to set our text to dash, it's going to be dash 2.75 rem. And we're going to set our font to medium. All right, nice. So that's shaped up nicely. Now we can move on to our not our H4. We can move on to our P tag here. So let's do class name. And we're going to say text gray 800, like that. Okay. And we're going to set our margin bottom to 6 here as well. So that's going to be, again, 24 pixels of spacing on the bottom there. We're going to set our text to large. In this case, so that's going to be 18 pixels. Then we're going to add the / and put 13.5. So that's going to add 13.5 times 4 line height. So that's going to be, again, 18 and 54 for the font size and line height respectively. And then we can move on to our button. That'll be the last element here. And now you can see that animation playing, right? So when we hover over, actually it should be up here. We're going to have to fix that. Where's our hover property? Right. So it's actually going to be hover on the parent element itself here, this list item, but we'll fix that in a second. Okay, so let's go here. Class name equals, and we're going to set this to background primary, background-primary 700. All right, we're going to set this to hover, and it's going to be background-primary 800. Okay, we're going to set this to cursor pointer. We are going to set it to rounded -1.625 rem. 625 rem. And that's going to give us a 26 pixels of radius on the button itself. Our padding on the X is going to be 6 there. And our padding, or it's actually going to be 8, my bad. And our padding Y is going to be 3.5, so very similar to the other buttons we've done. I think it's 32. And I think that our rounding is a little bit aggressive yet. So it's not 1.625. I just realized it's actually just 0.625. I was about to say it should not be like that. Okay, nice. And again, so we have 32 pixels on the left and right for padding, and then 14 pixels on the top and bottom. We're going to do text-large to make it 18 pixels. Font medium. Give it a little bit more font weight. We're going to do text-white. Make it white. Transition all. It's going to transition all properties. And lastly, a duration of 200 for that transition. Okay. Duration 200. All right, nice. So now it's shaping up quite nicely. And I realized that we actually should have the hover property specified on the parent element here. And that might be declared here. No, it should be declared here. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that if they hover over either the image or if they hover over, any of this, then it's going to play this animation for this image here. Okay. So let's go here. We're actually going to say hover. Or actually, I realized this is what it should happen. I realized why our animation is not playing in the way that we want. Right here, we actually don't want to specify, where's it at? Our image. Right here, we have our hover set to scale 103. But remember, we added the group property to the parent. Now, why do we add that group property? Remember, the group property allows us to access the state of the parent when we want to style the child. So in this case, we can say group-hover. Okay, group-hover. Scale 103. So now if the parent element right here, the group, is hovered over, it's going to trigger this group hover property, and then we'll scale our image to 103. So now if we hover over any part of this, you can see our image scales up nicely. It has that little animation there. And now, like I said, on a real application, like if you wanted to make this into an entire website, you would make it so that they could click on this blog post and it would take them to a unique blog post page where they could read about stories from around the globe or exploring hidden gems, for example. Okay, so you could imagine in theory that this would be a clickable element. And of course, for those that want to click on this button directly, they could do that as well. Okay, so we have officially finished our news section, which you can see looks nice, but there's actually one more thing that we want to add to our blog post, I realize. First, an animation that is going to come into play when we load the images from a remote database more so, but they should play now. And then also there's going to be an image loaded trick that we use to make sure that the animation doesn't play until the image is completely loaded, which is very important. Okay, so let's actually go up here and start off with the animation. So again, let's do motion dot and then li, which is going to make it so that our li element is powered by the motion library and has access to all of its cool features. So again, we're going to do import motion from motion/react. And let's scroll back down so we can see that. And here we're going to, again, prefix this li by motion dot, which is going to make it a motion component here. And now we can add a couple different things. So we're going to set initial to opacity of 0. And a Y value of 20. So again, what that's going to do is it's going to make it so that from the start, it is not visible and it's shifted down just a bit, 20 pixels. Okay. Then what we're going to say is animate. Okay. And so this is essentially defining the animation from the initial state to the finished state. Okay. And so here we're going to say animate, and we're going to say opacity . And what we're going to actually do is set a Boolean real quick. So let's actually go up here and let's say const image loaded. And we're just going to say true. Okay. And now here, we're going to use this Boolean and we're going to put it right here. And we're going to say, image loaded, $1 else 0. Okay. And so now essentially what we're saying here is if our image is loaded, then we want the opacity to be 1, but we don't want it to be, or we want it to be 0, right? So we have an initial state, and then we have a state that we animate to, but we only want to set our opacity to 1 when our image is fully loaded, okay? We don't want to start the animation prior to the image loading, because then we might accidentally see the image when it's like, so you guys have probably seen it, but the image will kind of load in chunks, and then it looks really bad. So we want to wait until the image is fully loaded before the animation actually plays. And the same thing is going to be true for our Y value. So we're going to say if our image is loaded, image loaded, question mark, then set our Y to 0, else just keep it at 20. Okay. So we're doing that for both the opacity and then right here as well for the Y value. Okay. So now let's go here and specify const. We're going to do image loaded. And I'm going to say set image loaded. Now we're actually going to be using state in this case. So we're going to do the use state hook provided from React that we use for state management. Okay. So import use state right here from React. Okay. And we want to make sure that our external imports are always above our internal imports in our files. So we have motion and use state from external places. And then we have our blog post type that we defined ourselves. Okay. So externals come first. Now here, what we're actually going to do is we're going to say that our state value has to be a Boolean. Okay. And this is how you do this in TypeScript. Okay. So we say our state value seems like it's a little bit angry. Is it because I'm not using that? There's no way that that is actually the issue, is it? Each child should have a unique key prop. That can be addressed, but that shouldn't be the issue. Interesting. Okay, so maybe it is because we're actually not using it. We'll have to give it a peek here. But essentially, what we want to do here, now that we have this, is we have an image loaded, which is going to be true or false, right? And then we have the set image loaded. Well, how do we actually want to set whether the image is loaded, which is going to trigger our animation? Well, I will show you. So originally also we should pass this in. So this is going to be the initial value. So again, we're typing our use state value with Boolean. So now we cannot set image loaded to anything else other than Boolean. So like as an example, if we tried to say set image loaded, and again, this is our state setter function. We call this to update this variable here, our image loaded property. If we try to set it to true, which is a string, not a Boolean, you can see it's angry. It says argument of type true is not assignable to a parameter of type Boolean here. Okay. So in this case, but we can set it to true like this. Okay. Because this is in fact a Boolean. So where do we actually want to set our image loaded to true? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our image, and on our image actually has a property called onLoad. And that's an HTML. There's a way to do this in HTML, but React provides us access to this through the onLoad property. And all we're going to do is we're going to put in a arrow function here and say set image loaded to true. Okay. And essentially what's going to happen is React is going to call this function that we passed in once the image has fully loaded. So once it loads, it will invoke this function, and this function simply calls our set image loaded state setter function here and sets our value from an initial false to true. Then once this is true, it is going to say image loaded is in fact true, and that's going to return the first thing after the ternary operator here, which is an opacity of 1 and a Y value of 0. Otherwise, it's going to return those initial values that we saw right here. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. The image loads, that sets our state to true. Once this is true, that's going to allow our animation to play. Now that's going to be important. Right now, it's not really much of an issue. Let's actually see if we can get this to load. But essentially now, you can see that actually we can already see it. Our animation plays a little bit. Now it's going to play more when we are reloading it from a database, because databases take a little bit longer to load images. But here you can see that animation kind of playing. It shifts up a bit. And you can see that the animation doesn't play until our images are fully loaded. So once the image fully loads, then the animation plays, and you can see the entire image from the start of the animation. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And that will definitely come into play more so when we actually are using a remote database and we're loading it in from there. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit slower than it is loading it from our local files here. Okay, so with that out of the way, we have successfully completed our news section, and this looks amazing. So now our page is really shaping up. We got a couple sections here, and we can move on to my favorite part of the page, which is our Explore More section, which we're going to be adding animations to, loading information from a database eventually, and overall, it's just a really, really fun section to make. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have successfully completed our latest news section, we can now move on to our Explore More section, which is going to be the most interactive and the most fun part of the page to build here. So let's get right into it. There's two things I actually want to address before we get into this. There was two errors I saw. First and foremost, let's return to our hero component real quick. In here, I forgot to add the key, or I should say we forgot to add the key, or I did, maybe you guys didn't, the key property to the items within our list here. Okay, so here we're going to use our benefit.id. All right. And again, if you want to check that out, you will see that in fact our benefits here, our hero benefits within our content file, they are of type hero benefits, and that type does have a ID property that is a number. Okay. So now that we solved that, we're not going to get any errors associated with that. You can see it was angry right here. And then the second thing is that if you're having a hard time getting these two steps to load, I realized there was some issues where I would scroll down the page and they would not actually render. Okay. They would not come onto the screen. You want to go into your steps component, return to your rating component where we set this up, and simply set it so that the amount is 0. Okay, so the amount, remember the amount is essentially how much of the element do you want to have on screen before the animation actually plays. For some reason, I think it was pushing this one. This one was already pushed 100 pixels down, and so I think maybe it was getting pushed all the way off screen, and then in that way it wasn't even able to come on screen. And so this bottom right one, Amari Reese, this rating was not working for me. Okay, so if that's happening for you guys, just put it to 0, and the animation still seems to work just fine and look great. So it's not much of an issue. I think we could actually even get rid of it completely. And that should be fine. Okay. All right, so now we can move on to explore more. First and foremost, let's create the actual section. So let's go to our components folder, and we're going to create a new folder called explore more. Explore more.tsx. Okay. And again, we're going to implement this with static content. And then in our next section, when we integrate Supabase, which will be our database, we'll actually put these images up into Supabase. All this information, we'll load it in from the remote database, and then render it all. But for now, just to, get this in motion here, we're going to put the static content on the page. And so we can have kind of separate those two things out, setting it up and understanding like how we're actually going to render these on the page versus setting up the database and having our content be stored in a remote database. Okay, so now again, I just realized I named the folder exploremore.tsx. Do not name it that. It's just going to be explore more. And then the component is going to be explore more. Again, that represents the actual section here. Let's type RFC, get rid of that. Again, this will be another section of our page. So we're going to use that HTML tag, and let's return to our app and render that just below our news here. Okay. And make sure to import that. Hopefully you guys are structuring this in the same way where you can kind of easily see your imports broken out by section. And now we can get into setting up this component. So let's begin by wireframing our HTML as we have done before. So we have our section. Within that, we're going to have a div. And I think that that's going to, again, represent the actual content, which is this blue box that we're seeing here, or blue rectangle, I should say. And then we're going to have another div. Okay, so this div, I think, is going to be responsible for, there's like divception here. This div, I think, is going to be responsible for holding this row here. Okay, so again, this div out here is for all this content. And here, this div right here is going to be for this row. And then there's going to be another div, I know, literally divception. And this one's going to hold our two text items here. Okay, so first and foremost, it's going to have a H2. And that H2 is just going to say explore more. And we'll see how this structure looks in a second here. Obviously, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on here, even for me, right? And then we're going to have a P tag, and that's going to say, let's go on an adventure. Let's go on. It says let's go on adventure. It should be let's go on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure. Okay. And now that we did that, we can now move on. So again, we have this div, which actually wraps our two text elements. And then you got to remember that we're going to have these elements down here that are adjacent to these, right? Okay, so this is going to be a flex container. And so just adjacent to this div, let's actually add that. We're going to add a div here. Okay, so again, this is on the left side, and this will be on the right side right here. And then this div is going to hold our two circular buttons. So let's add those. We're going to have one button. And I'll just duplicate that down. And actually, you know what? These are going to be self-closing buttons because we're not going to have any text in them, right? Just going to go like this. Actually, wait, we're going to have our caret icon. They're not going to be self-closing, right? So within here, let's add that caret icon. Again, this is just from our icon folder. Simply an icon that I downloaded as an SVG. And if we go in there, you can see that it's just returning an SVG. And it does expect a class name string property. So let's add that. Class name. Just so it stops complaining. Okay, nice. Looks like it's not mad at us. And now we can do our second one here. And this one, we're going to point this one to the right, and then the first one is going to point to the left, right? Just like that. Okay. So now that we've added those, we can move on to our bottom item here. So again, we have this div, which is going to hold this div here that holds these two text elements, and then it's going to hold this div on the right here, which has these two buttons in it. Okay, so now below this div here, right here, we're going to have our element that falls below it, which is this, which is essentially going to be like a grid. Okay, on different screen sizes, it's actually going to change, I think. Or no, I think it's going to be a grid throughout. Yeah, fluid grid. Okay, so let's start by creating our unordered list, okay, as we've done many times before here, and we're going to render our locations. Okay, so again, if we go into our content folder, we have something called locations, and you can see I imported that up here. Let's actually take a peek at those. So each one of our locations, they're going to be shaped very similar to what you see here. And let's scroll down and take a peek. Where's that? Here they are. So each location in our locations list is type location, and it's an array here, you can see. And each one has an ID. It has an image, which is simply a reference to the, it's a URL that points to, it's a path, right, that points to the image. Then we have the alternative text. That's the text that represents the image if it can't load. And for screen readers, people who are visually impaired. We have our rating, which is for the rating that's up in the top right of this image. The title, which is, it's kind of the location. I had a hard time naming these, right? There's the title, and then there's the actual location. Like in this case, it's in the Maldives, but the title itself, I'm not going to try and say that, okay? But yeah, it's kind of hard to delineate which one is the location, but in this case, I named it title and location. And then we have price per person, okay? And hypothetically, that would be price per person per night. I doubt you could stay at some of these resorts, like this resort. I do not think that it is $152 per person per night. It's probably way more than that, but that's what it's supposed to represent, okay? And you can also look at the location type if you want. Just some strings and some numbers, okay? So let's go back to our Explore More and start looping these. So we have each location, and this is going to be represented by a location card. So let's do location card. Now this does not actually exist at the moment, so let's go create that thing. Again, that's going to be in our Explore More folder. So let's create that location.tsx. And let's type in RFC, hit tab. Let me make sure actually this is zoomed in enough. There we go. And now we can start wireframing this component. Actually, we're not going to wireframe it. We're going to leave it as it is right here. But we could actually read in the props if we want to. So let's do that. We'll create an interface. So we're going to do our interface as we've done before, location props. You can see GitHub Copilot now has caught on to my patterns. And our location props are going to have one property that simply is a location. And as you'd expect, that is going to be of type location. So we'll actually bring that type in right from our content types file. And we will specify that that is in fact a type location. I think you don't always have to prefix this by type, but I like to be explicit. And then lastly, you can see it's angry that we're not using it. So let's actually use it. We're going to say props and then a colon and then location props. Okay. And you can see it's still angry that we're not using it, but for now, don't worry about it. We'll just leave it as is. Let's actually go down there and make sure that we're rendering that on page. Oh, yep. I just realized that we didn't import this here. So let's return to our location component. And we will bring in the location. And okay, it's not giving me the auto import, so it's going to make me work for it. Let's do that. Import location from /location. Cool. Okay, our page is back. Thank you. And there it is. You can see all of our locations rendered. Now, right away, there's 9 locations. Okay, that's how many I put in the list, the content list there. We can go check that out. But we do not want 9. We actually only want 6 at a time. Okay, and we're going to use these buttons here so that we can toggle from the left to the right of that list, right? And so how are we going to make sure that there's only 6 rendered? Well, let's just go up here, and for now, we'll set it like this. We'll say const and say rendered locations. Okay, that's not helping me that much. Rendered locations equals, and it's going to be locations, and we're just going to slice it. And we're going to say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Okay. So if you guys don't know how this works, the slice method here, essentially what it's doing is it is taking the first element, which is at the 0th index, to the 5th element, right? And it's exclusive of the last number. So it's going to be index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but not 6. Okay. And so now if we get our rendered locations, let's go down here and just put that in for our location list. Now we should see that we have 6. Okay. And of course, we're going to make that so that we can move through our list with those buttons, like I said, but not for now. Okay. Now we can move on to actually setting up our Tailwind CSS here, but we actually can pass in our properties. I realize we're going to be passing in a location and our key. So again, we have our location, just passing that object right through. And lastly, we're going to have our key, which is going to be location.key or location.id. There we go. Okay, so let's return back to the top here and let's start adding some classes. So first and foremost, the section component. And here we're going to have a px of 24. Okay, so that's going to push our explore more component off the walls 96 pixels, which is consistent with the sections all above it. Right, we've been using that pattern throughout. Whoops, go back up there. And we're going to be giving it again a p, or this one, in this case, it's going to be a py of 26. Py of 26. So in that case, it's a little bit less space. Let's see how much that is. It's 104 pixels top and bottom, and we can see that right here. Okay, scroll down. Nice. And now we can move on to our div here. This one's going to take on a class name of margin auto. So again, that's going to have the effect of centering the component, or centering this div, I should say. It's going to have a max width of 389, which we have seen before. So again, 389, hover over that. You can see that's equivalent to 97.25 rem or 1556 pixels. And if we go over to our design, we will see that this container right here is in fact, it's kind of hard to see here, but it is in fact 1556 pixels. It's in that blue box right here at the bottom. Okay, so that's going to be our max width on that container. Then we can move down to this div. Oops, this div is going to be flex. Okay, flex. And it's going to be items end. Okay, now the reason that we want to order these items at the end vertically is because we want the buttons here to sit at the bottom of this container. So you can see that this row right here, these text elements, and then these buttons here, we want the items to sit as low as possible. Now with the text, you can't really tell because it's going to be taller than the buttons, but this will matter for the buttons. We don't want it to be like, let's see, like this. If we did it align center, it would be like that. Align top, or align start, I should say, it'd be like that. We want align end, okay? And again, items end is just align items end, flex end. We're going to be doing justify between, so that'll force them apart, like you see here. So let's actually watch that happen. Justify between. I said let's watch that happen as if there's anything here yet. There's no caret icon, so we can't see it, but we'll see it in a second. And we can actually probably add those styles real quick. Yeah, let's just try that. So we'll do width -6 for our caret. There they are. Okay, nice. And then we'll add it to the next one. Nice. So you can see our two buttons are now flexed to the end of this container because we put justify between. Okay. Now that we've done that, we can add, I think there's one more class we need to add here. Yep, there's going to be a gap y of 33. Now the reason that that matters is because we want, I think that this is going to add a spacing for, I actually wonder why that is. We're adding a gap there, and that's between these two containers, but the margin, the gap y, maybe we can't see it because, well, we'll see how it applies in a second here. But either way, we want to have a gap y of 33. That's going to be 132 pixels. I should be able to see right here. Right, so that is in reference to the distance between this row right here, you could say, and the location grid here. Okay, so you can see 132 pixels right there in the center. But maybe it's just not applying yet. We'll have to see. Okay, flex, items end, justify between, and gap y of 33. Okay, so now let's go here to our div. So let's add class name. And for this one, we're going to have, whoops. We are going to have, there's actually going to be no, I just realized there's going to be no classes on this one directly. Okay, please don't get angry. And let's go down to the H2. So this is going to be class name. Now this one's certainly going to have some classes on it. And here we're going to say tracking 6. So that's going to give it that 6% letter spacing. Okay, we're going to make it so that it is margin bottom of 4, which is going to be 4 times 4 or 16 pixels between it and the subheading. It's going to have a text dash 3.25 rem. And lastly, it's going to have a font of semi-bold. Font semi-bold. Thank you. All right, so that's shaped up nicely. Now we can move on to the subheading. The subheading is going to also have a tracking of 6 here. It's going to have a text of gray 700. The text size is going to be 1.75 rem. And lastly, it's going to have a font of light. And that's just going to bring that font weight down to 300, make it look a little bit more consistent with our design there. Okay, so that looks like it's shaped up nicely. Still a little bit confused as to why this is not behaving in the manner that we want it. Let me make sure that that is the structure of the CSS is consistent with what we want here. So we have this here for our div, and then below we have a div here. Oh, well, let's keep going through and we'll see how it ends up shaping up here. So now we move down to our actual, or actually this is over on the right here. So this is for our buttons here. Okay. And that is going to be margin bottom of 2. Now, the reason that we're adding a margin bottom of 2 is if you actually look at the design here, you'll see that these buttons, they are shifted off the base of this container just a bit here. Okay, so you can see 8 pixels. And I think that aligns them actually better. Like visually, it aligns them better with this content on the left here. So I don't like to have it all the way at baseline here. Just put it up 8 pixels. And that's why you have a margin bottom of 2 here. Okay, and again, this is the container that wraps those 2 buttons. Let's do flex. And we're going to say gap X of 6, which is going to be 24 pixels between our 2 buttons here, our 2 caret buttons. Now let's go down to the button itself. Let's give it a class name. And we're going to be doing background dash gray dash 300. That's going to be for this left one here. We're going to be doing, we're actually going to be setting a new property we haven't seen before. It's going to be not dash disabled. Not dash disabled. And then we're also going to be stacking on top of that hover, okay, not disabled, and then hover, and I'll explain this in a second, background dash gray dash 400. Okay, so now essentially what we're saying here is that we want to have the background gray 400 only when it's hovered, but only when the button is not disabled. Okay, so that's a TailwindCSS class that allows us to control whether something will be applied if it is disabled. Now you can disable a button or other elements on the page for certain reasons. Like as an example, you'll notice on a lot of web pages, if you submit a form, then it's going to disable those form fields and disable your ability to press the button to submit the form until the form has successfully submitted and returned, right? The information has, the software has determined, the program has determined that, you know, whatever, the operation is complete. Okay. So in this case, you're going to see that we don't want our button to be able to, we don't want to be able to click the button if we're at the end of our list here. Remember, we have a certain amount of locations and we want to be able to click through them with these buttons here. But as an example, let's say we have no more elements to render if they click the left button. Well, in that case, we're actually going to disable it. And the same thing is true for the right button. And we'll see how that logic works in a second here. Don't worry about it. But either way, just know we're going to have a disabled state and we're going to represent that with these not disabled classes here. Okay. So now that we did that, let's do flex. And we're going to do flex so we can center the caret within the button itself here. We're going to do size dash 18. So that's going to set our width and height to 18 times 4, which is 72. We're going to do cursor pointer so that you can see that it is in fact a clickable element. Again, we'll do place content center, which is going to center the caret within this item. You can see it in that. Now it's shaping up quite nicely down there. It's still a square though. We're going to do rounded full, which will give it that nice rounded or rounding look that we have for our design here. We're going to have our transition all, that'll transition all properties. We're going to give it a duration of 200 milliseconds for that transition. And we're going to add a couple more disabled classes. So we'll do disabled. And here we're going to say cursor, not allowed. And if you guys don't know what the cursor not allowed is, that's essentially like, you probably have seen on web pages, there'll be like a circle and then there'll be a slash through it. And you'll see it in a second. But essentially, not only are we going to make it so that there's certain states that are not, like certain hover states that aren't available when the button is disabled, but we're also going to make it like actually explicitly look disabled with that cross icon. Okay, and we can't see it now, but again, we will see in a second here, and I will refer back to this when that time comes. Okay, and then lastly, we're going to set our disabled opacity to 50. So that's just going to make it look a little bit less. It's just going to add to our ability to delineate that that is in fact disabled. Okay. So now we're going to add to our caret, we're going to add negative rotate 90, which is going to rotate this one to the left here. Nice. Okay, you can see here we're just rotating 90 degrees to the left within our CSS. And we're going to do our fill dash white. All right, nice. So now you can see our left button is looking very nice there. And you can see it has the nice hover state. And that's because, again, it's not disabled. So our hover state is, in fact, changing our background from gray 300 to gray 400, which is just a slightly darker gray. Okay. And now we can do something very similar for the right button. I'm actually going to copy these classes down because I imagine they'll be largely the same. Definitely some changes, but most of them will be the same. Okay, so the first thing is that our background is going to be primary 700 and our hover state is going to be primary 800. Let's do that. Background primary 700. And this is going to be background primary 800. Okay, so now if we hover over it, you can see it has that slightly darker blue look. Okay, and we're going to have to make it so that I imagine our button, our caret rotates in the opposite direction. So let's actually go down to our caret real quick. We're going to do rotate 90. And we'll also do fill dash white. Okay, nice. And let's just make sure that there's nothing else that I didn't account for. No, so that's it. So our button and our caret have now been shifted to look good for our right button there. And now everything's looking really nice with this first row. So now we can move on to our unordered list that we are going to be rendering our location cards within. All right, and I took a moment to actually look at what was the reason as to why we didn't have these location cards pushed off this top container here. And I realized that our gap Y obviously is only going to apply to the flex container that is specified here. So we don't have a gap Y to apply here because our elements are adjacent to one another. So instead, we're going to get rid of this gap Y. And instead of having it right there, that 132 pixels, we're going to go down to our unordered list here, and we're going to add a class name. And when we add it here, we're going to say margin top dash 33. And again, if you hover over that, you'll see that is in fact 132 pixels. Now, if we look at that, where's that? Right. See if we can hover over the container. You can see that margin top right there. And again, that is in fact consistent with our design here. We can see 132 pixels between these items. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can add our grid declaration. Okay. So grid, and we're going to say grid calls 3. Now grid calls 3 is simply going to create 3 equal size columns. If we go here, we can see our grid template columns in CSS is set to repeat 3, min max 0, and 1 fractional unit. So that means each one of our columns, there's going to be 3 in total, are going to have a minimum size of 0, which will mean like literally 0, right? Like no pixels. And then it's going to have a maximum of 1 fraction. So if each one has a maximum of 1 fraction, that means its maximum size is going to be 1/3. Okay. And as we shrink our page, you're going to see how they kind of scale, right? You can see that right there. They're all scaling together. Okay. Each of them equally maintaining that 1 fractional unit. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move on to a couple more classes here. We have first our gap X of 29. Okay, and that's going to create, I'm actually going to visualize our grid here. So I'm going to hit this pill here down here in my dev tool so we can actually see this. You can see this gap. I'm kind of in this like grayed out area, so to speak. And again, that gap X is going to be 116 pixels between our columns there in our grid. And we're going to say gap Y of 24, which I think is going to be 96 pixels. Yeah, 96 pixels between row 1 and row 2 of our grid. So now you can see we're rendering our locations and we have them nicely laid out in our grid here. Okay, so now we can go into our location card and start setting those up so that we can actually see the most important part of this section, which is these cards. Okay, so I will see you guys over there in the next section when we do that. All right, so now let's hop right into doing our location card. So again, navigate from your Explore More section down into the location card, and let's start adding our styles here. So first and foremost, we are going to be wireframing the HTML. So let's start out by creating a li here. Again, this is all being iterated through in a list here. So each one of our locations will be a list item under the hood. And within this, we're going to have a div. This div is going to, again, have an image within it. And that's why, and the reason why we're doing this is, if I'm correct, we're going to be doing a very similar animation to this one, where we have a div that wraps an image, and that allows us to do this thing where we can make the image grow, but hide the overflow with the parent element. And that will make it so that the image can grow without actually growing in size, so to speak. Okay, you can see that obviously the image isn't actually growing, it just appears to grow there. It's growing within a container, I should say. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to a div that is going to be adjacent to this one. And so we're going to have essentially two divs here. We're going to have one for the image, okay? And then we're going to have one for all this content down here as well, okay? And so now in here, let's look. Actually, I realized that this is going to be a div that is within this first div, okay? And the reason why we're having a div in here is because this div in here is going to be this item that sits on top of our image, okay? Like that. So within this div, there's going to be two items. We're first going to have a star icon. And unfortunately, you can see that it's not picking up on the fact that we do have that. There it is. Nice. So our star icon, which we can go in there and see that it is simply just an SVG. And again, it does expect a class name property of string. So let's pass that in. For now, we'll just set it as a blank string. And just adjacent to that is going to be a p tag, and that is going to hold our location.rating. Location.rating. Now our location here, we're going to destructure it directly from our props here, right here. So let's just do that. So now we have destructured that out of our properties object. And again, that's not the worst syntax because there's only one item here. Usually I don't destructure it like this just because it can be a little bit tricky to see what's going on with this, props thing and this colon. But in this case, there's only one item within our properties object. So I think it's okay to destructure it. And so then that rating is numerical, right? 4.6, 4.2, 4.5. And just so we can see what's going on, we definitely should add some classes to our star here. So let's do size-6, which is going to, set it so that our star is 24 pixels, both width and height there. Okay, nice. That it's going to make it much easier to see what's going on. And now we can move on to the div that I was talking about before that is going to sit below this image. Okay, and I think that's going to be right here. Let me check. Yep, so that'll be right here. We are going to have a div within here. All right, now let's see what the actual structure is. So the div within here, I think that this div right here is going to represent all this content. Then we have this div in here, and that's going to represent this left content, right? Okay, so in here, let's actually start adding those elements. We're first going to have a p tag, and that's going to be for the, location.title. And then just below that, it looks like it's angry about something. What are you angry about? Did I accidentally get rid of the div or something? Let me check. Oh, well, who knows? Maybe I must have done something, but this is going to be our location.title. And then just below that, we're going to have a div. And I realized, okay, so now this div right here, you can see that not only do we have a div for these two elements on the left here, but right here we have a div because we need to add our location icon adjacent to this text here. Okay, and so that is represented by this div. All right, so don't get confused by the markup. Sometimes the nesting can be a little bit tricky. Okay, and this is going to be another icon that we have. It's going to be the location from our icon file. And again, we need to add a class name. Now here we're running into an issue. And that's because, I think it's because there's a naming conflict. So you can see here we have an icon named location and a type from TypeScript named location. So we're just going to rename our icon as location icon. All right. And so now we can reference this instead. That will make it not angry, because now it does in fact notice that this is a location icon and that takes in the class name property. Okay, so now that we did that, let's make sure that that is not blown out if it's a little bit too big. Yeah, so it is very, very large as we've seen before here. So let's actually just do size -6 real quick for our CSS. Bring that down. Whoops, size -6. And now adjacent to that location icon, as we talked about, is going to be a p tag, and this is going to have the location.location. Okay, and that's the actual name of the location, geographically. Okay, and now we're going to go down here below this div, and we're going to put a p tag, and that's going to be location.price per person. All right, and I think let's make sure we actually put that in the right place. That's adjacent to this div, right? Yeah, so we have this div on the left, like I talked about. We have this div, which has all this content. Then we have this nested div, which has this content on the left. Within there, we have our title right here, and then we have a div that wraps these two elements right here. And then on the right over here, we have this p tag, okay, adjacent to this div right here. All right, so sometimes it can be hard to translate. It can be hard to understand the HTML structure, but if so, just try to look at the content on the web design. Usually that helps you kind of get an idea of what's going on there. And there's actually one more thing I realized. Within our location.price per person, we're going to be adding one other thing. So here we have location.price per person, but you can also see it says /packs, which I actually looked that up. That essentially means like price per person in the hotel industry or something, the travel industry. I did not know what that meant though. I had not seen that before. So we're going to do a / here, and we're going to do a span element. So a span within our p tag. And the reason that we're going to do that is we're going to say packs. And the reason that we want to do that is because you can see that this text here for packs is actually smaller than the rest of our text here. So we're going to target it specifically with the span element. Okay. So then we have location.price per person. And then we have the /, which is going to be the same size as the rest of the stuff in this p tag. And then the span is going to wrap the content that is a little bit smaller here. Okay. So now that we did that, we can actually style this whole thing. So let's move back to the top and start doing it. And I realized that our image actually has a couple of properties that we did not specify. So first and foremost, our source. Let's actually do that. Location dot, is it image? Image. And our alt is going to be location dot alt. Okay. And now we can go back up to our list item, and that's our CSS. So let's actually go over to our design here, or our web page, so we can see. So nice. Now that we added the image itself, you can see now our location section is shaping up pretty nicely. Obviously, it needs some work, but we can definitely see it taking shape now. Okay, so let's go back to our list item up here and start off by doing class name group and cursor pointer. Now, in this case, you guys, we've talked about group before, so this, again, should foreshadow that we're going to be setting the state of a child element, how it looks or how it behaves based on the state of the parent element, okay? And so now let's keep moving on to our div here. This is going to be relative, and the reason that this is relative is we're going to have an absolutely positioned div here, which is going to be this item that sits on top of our image. Okay, right there, a little rating icon. And so let's go keep moving on with these classes here. We have margin bottom of 8. Now that is going to push down the stuff that's below here. So again, that's going to be 32 pixels right here. Okay. Now we can do the next class, which is going to be overflow hidden. Now, again, this is going to be that trick that I talked about where our image will grow a little bit, but the container that it's within won't grow, and that will give it this cool effect without actually making the image larger. And we're going to do rounded -3XL. Okay, so now you can't really see it at the bottom there, but that's just because we have to get our rating component on top of our image for it to look correct. But now we have those classes specified. We can already see the image kind of taking shape here. So let's move down to our image. Give it a class name. And here we're going to say transform. We're going to do transition all. We're going to do duration 300, which is going to be 300 milliseconds. We're going to be doing a ease in out transition. So that's our transition timing function. And we're going to do a group hover, group dash hover. And here we're going to do scale 103. All right. And so again, what we're doing here is we're essentially trying to make it so that, there you go, you can see it. So our group again is our list item itself. And then all of these children elements within the list item are kind of like components of the group. And so in this case, we're saying whenever the element within the group, the list item itself is hovered over, then we're essentially manipulating the CSS of the child element, which is this image here. And it's making the image grow. And again, we have our overflow set to hidden on our div that is holding our image. And so the image does not spill outside of the div, but it does in fact grow a little bit within it. Okay, so a cool little animation. Sometimes it's even hard to tell. Sometimes it almost looks like the image is growing, but it's not actually growing, right? In actuality, the container that it's within is not growing. Okay. So now that we've done that, we can move on to this div right here. And we're going to be doing, let's see, relative. Now this is going to be, is this the right div that I'm looking at? It's actually absolute, I realize. So this is the rating element that is going to sit on top of our image. And so you could already see it move somewhere. I don't know where it moved. It looks like it disappeared almost. But we're going to say absolute. We're going to say top -5. Okay, and so that's going to set it 20 pixels off the top of its parent container here. So this div, its parent is again here, which has the property relative, which is important, the non-static position property that allows us to absolutely position this element on top of it. So again, top -5, 20 pixels off the top of the parent here. And we're going to be doing, I think, right dash something like that, right -6. That's going to be 24 pixels off the right side. So now you can see our rating component right up here on the right. And now let's add, next we're going to have flex. That's going to put our star icon next to the rating itself. We're going to do item center, which is going to center these, the rating icon, or the star icon and the rating itself on the vertical axis. We're going to do gap x of 2, which is going to give us 4 times 2, 8 pixels of spacing between those two items. We're going to have rounded. You can't see the rounding yet, but we'll see it in a second. It's going to be 0.625 rem. 625 rem, which is, let's see, 10 pixels. We're going to have a background dash white /85. So that's going to be 85% opacity. And we're also going to be using that backdrop blur property, right? So when we've done this before, but when we use that an opacity value on our background, we can add that backdrop blur, which is going to blur the elements that are below that item, okay, or below the background or behind the background. That's probably better language. And we're going to do a px of 2, which is going to give us some padding on that x-axis of 8 pixels. And we're going to give it, it's actually a px of 3, I realize, so that's going to be a padding of 12 pixels on the x-axis and a py of 1.5. Okay, and there it is. So now it's looking great. Obviously, our star icon needs to change colors there, but all in all, that's looking solid now. All right, so let's move down to our star and actually do that because it needs to be fixed. All right, so let's do fill dash yellow. All right, nice. Our star icon has changed to the correct color here, and that's going to be all the styles that we need for our star. We can now move down to the rating itself, which is that numerical value just next to the star. And here we're going to do text dash gray 600, give it that gray color. We're going to do tracking dash 6. We're going to do text dash 1.0625 rem. And if we hover over that, that's going to be 17 pixels. So, you know, I usually don't like using odd numbers, but I got to do it here. And then font semi-bold. Okay, so now that looks great. And you can see that we can hover over our images or anywhere in the cards, right? We can even hover over right here and you can see the image growing. based on that group property. And everything is looking really nice so far. So now we can move on to the content just below here. So let's do that. Let's move on to, so any other classes? Nope. Yeah, we can move on to this div here. Okay, so here we're going to specify flex. We're going to do items end. Now that's going to be important because you can see that this container here, let's actually find it right there. So this flex container, you can see that the element on the left here with our title and our location icon and then the actual location itself, it's pretty tall, right? So it doesn't need to be flexed. It doesn't need to be at the end on the vertical axis, but you can see that our $127 a night here does not stretch the entire height. So we want to say, let's align it at the end of the vertical axis. Okay. And we're going to do justify between, which should force those items apart. Nice. Okay. So now that we did that, I think that's all the classes for that. We can move on to our p tag. So no classes for that div in between here. That div again wraps our the name here, the title, and then the location down here. And so let's do a margin bottom of 3.5. So that's going to be 3.5 times 4, which is something, 14 pixels. All right. And we're going to set a text of a text of 1.75 rem. And that's going to be font dash semi bold. So put that font weight up to 600. Nice. And now we can move on to this div here. I think this is going to have some styles, definitely, because we need to make it a flex container, get that location icon adjacent to the location title. So let's do, what is it, flex? Okay. And then item center again, just make sure that that location icon is in fact centered vertically with the text that it's next to. Now we can move on to the location icon itself, which is going to have a margin right of 1.5. So that's just going to be 6 pixels between it and the location right here, this p tag. And now let's move on to our actual location. Here we're going to have text dash gray dash 700. We're going to have text dash large, which will push it up to 18 pixels. And now I can get rid of that flex visualizer there. And you can see our location cards are looking amazing. Okay. I'll actually bring open the screen here real quick. I can zoom it into 100% and see, look at that. Awesome. Okay. So let's drop this back down to 80%. I don't think I can customize it. So I'll just put it down to 75. Drop that down to, again, 1920, which is what we're designing at. Like that. I have to shrink that. Thank you. And then set this down to, again, 1920. I'll resize the browser there. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move back to our Explore More section where we are going to set up the state and the event handlers needed so that we can actually iterate through the items in our list with these 2 buttons here. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now let's add our carousel logic, as I've referred to it as, to iterate through our locations and render different ones based on whether these buttons are pressed here. Okay, so let's go up here. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to add some state. So we're going to add something called the current index. So we're going to do const. And we're going to immediately destructure these from our useState hook. We're going to have both our current index value, current index, and we're going to have set current index. And we're going to set that equal to useState. All right. Now here, we're going to actually type this. And the way that we're going to type this, I'm actually going to zoom out just a bit so we can have a little bit more real estate here. We're going to type this with the type of number. Okay. And so essentially what we're saying is that the current index can be nothing else than it can be nothing but a number. Okay. And so for default, we're just going to put in 0 here. And that'll be our default index. And you can see that it's angry because I didn't actually import useState, which is in fact a React hook. So let's import that up here. Import useState from React. All right, now you can see our page has come back. Thankfully, it's no longer angry. And now it's saying, I think it's just angry that we're not using them. Yes, okay, we will. So now that we have our current index, what are we actually going to use that for? Well, our current index, we're going to be rendering from our current index plus 6. Okay, so at any moment in time, our current index is going to track the first location that we render, and then we're going to be rendering that one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after it, okay, for a total of 6 items at any one time. So our current index is going to start at 0. It's simply rendering the first item in the list here. So like as an example, if we go here, we could use, so if we use current index right here, put it like right here, current index, then we have current index plus 6, okay? And so you can see now our rendered locations, if we save that, our rendered locations are rendering from 0, which is our default state value, to 0 plus 6, which is 6. So again, it's just slicing our list from our 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 indexes, and then the 6th index is not included. Remember, it's exclusive of the last item, which with the slice method. Okay, so we're going to be basing our rendered locations off this current index, and each time this current index updates, it's going to slice a new section of our list, and then that is going to be rendered right here. Okay, so now that we have that, we can actually look at our total locations. That's going to be another important property. So we're going to have total locations, and that's going to be set to our locations.length. Okay, and remember, our locations is simply an array of location elements right here. Okay. And in total right now we have 9. Of course, once we add them to our database, you could add as many as you want, but right now we have a total of 9. So the way that that's going to work is we are going to set this to, we're going to have the concept of rendered location still, and we are going to set it as follows. We're going to have our current index and then current index plus 6. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to save this into a constants folder. So let's actually go over here into our utilities folder, and let's add our constants file. So like this, and this is where we will hold any constants that we need for our project. So let's do constants.ts. And here we're just going to add a constant for location cards shown. And we're going to set that equal to 6. Okay, and now we can just change that right here. Instead of referencing it multiple times in our code and potentially putting in a different value, we can just change it here once, and then we can use this constant variable anywhere we want. Okay, so let's export that. We'll do a named export down here. So we'll do export location cards shown. And now we can go back to our explore more section and use that. So we're just going to go here, and so instead of 6, we're going to say location cards shown. Okay, so now if we ever update this, it's going to be reflected here. And again, all we're doing is we're saying, let's slice our locations list from the current index to the current index plus the amount of locations we want to show. Okay, now there's one other thing we need to do. How do we actually update our current index? Well, we're going to have 2 event handler functions. We're going to have const handle right click. And this one is going to be an event handler for this button over here. And this one is simply going to be an arrow function that says, set the current index. So we'll use our state setter function, and it's going to be based off the previous value. So we'll say prev index. And if you don't know, our state setter function gets the previous value passed into it. So in this case, previous index is going to be set to 0, and we're going to set it to 0 plus 1 in this case, which would be previous index plus 1. Okay. So now you can see it looks like it's angry. That's because I don't know why it added those braces. I did not want that. Thank you. Okay, and now I'm going to copy this down right here, and we're going to say handle left click. And as you would expect, this is simply going to be previous index and then previous index minus 1. Okay, so if we left click, it's going to set our current index to 1 less. And if we right click, it's going to set our current index to 1 more. Okay, now of course we have to set up boundaries on that because we don't want to go off the ends of our list, or that's going to throw an exception. So we're going to handle that down here. So let's first actually add these here. So we have handle right click and handle left click. Let's add that to our button. First, we have our right click button right here. Or I should say second, we have a right click button. So let's add that here. We're going to say on click. And when that click event fires on our button, we're just going to pass in the handle right click function. And then we have this button here, and we're going to say on click equals handle left click. Okay. So now that we've done that, if we actually click on this here, you can see it renders a new location, right? So we go left, oops, right. And so you can see right there the error, right? So now we went off the end of the list, and if we hit left again, Okay, so we're not running into an error here, but you can see that we have no locations, right? Now we have to keep going right to get back to our current index being 0. Now we could log it, but essentially what's happening is like our current index is 0, -1, -2, -3. And at that point, it's just not rendering any items here, okay? And so what we want to do is we want to add our disabled handlers. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to set the disabled property, which is provided by React here. And here you can see it understood the current index is 0. Okay, so in this case, if we get to a current index of 0, you can see now, look at my cursor, right on that left arrow, we have the opacity, like we set right here. Where's it at? Disabled. We have the opacity set to 50, and we have the cursor not allowed, which has that kind of like red cross. That's how it looks in Chrome. It might look different in your browser. And we know that we now know that we can't click on that anymore. Now, if we click on the right arrow, we can still click all the way off the end of our list, but we're going to do something very similar. On the right, we're going to say disabled. And the formula here is going to be our current index. It's going to be our current index is going to be greater than or equal to our total locations, which in our case is 9, minus the location cards shown. Okay, so in this case, it's saying our current index right here that we have set that we are using to render our locations and slice our list cannot be greater than total locations, which is 9 for us, minus the amount that we want to show, which is 6. So that's going to be 3. Okay, so now you can see we can go right, right, right. Can't go off screen there. Okay, or can't go off the end of our list there. You can see it's disabled, and we go left, 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 and now it's disabled there. Okay, so we can kind of cycle through these items without worrying that we fall off the end of our list, and the user is aware that they can't go any further. Okay, and we have some nice disabled states. Now you could also set up logic for it to be a like a cycle, or I think like a real carousel would be where it just continuously goes in a circle, right? So once they get to the end here, it simply renders this first one, or it goes in a circle, right? So it goes from 0 index to the 6th index, 7th, 8th, 9th, and then it rotates back to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you could have it so that they could just continuously go in a circle. But in this case, I actually like this logic more, okay? I think it looks a little bit cleaner, and it gives us the ability to actually look at the disabled state and setting that kind of that UX for the user, okay? So now that we did that, there's actually two other things we need to do. I realized we didn't style our price here with the 127 per night, or you can see them here. They're not styled correctly. And we also didn't add our loading animation to our locations. So let's actually jump in there and do that real quick. Let's make sure that we actually did everything here. There's actually one more thing that we want to add to our buttons here. Our buttons, we do not have any text in our buttons. They're just caret icons. Okay, so that is not accessible because people that are visually impaired or use a screen reader aren't going to know what the button actually does. Okay, they don't know that, right? Like the caret up, that, it's arbitrary. So instead, we're actually going to explicitly add a label to our button, and that's going to be our aria-label. And again, if I'm correct, the aria-attributes are for accessibility. And again, this one is clearly a label. And so here we're just going to say arrow right. And here we're going to say aria-label, and it's going to be arrow left. Okay, so now we're just explicitly adding labels to these. So now if there's a screen reader, they will be able to read that these arrows are, or these buttons are designed to be arrows that cycle through our items here. Okay. Now let's move back into our location card, like I said, because we did miss two things. Second, our loading animation, but first the styles down here. Completely ignored this p tag, which definitely needs some love here. Let's go down and style that. Class name. Here we're going to have font-rubic. So that's our Rubic font. It's our secondary font, which has a cool effect. We're going to have text-1.75 rem. Okay, that's going to take us up to, let's see, 28 pixels. And we are going to also add a $sign down here. So just before our location.price per person, let's add that $sign. And now we can add some classes to our span as well. So let's go in here. Like I said, this is going to be a little bit smaller. And we're going to have text-1.25 rem. Okay. And so now you can see that that text is smaller and it gives it a very cool effect there. So you can see that that is 20 and that is 28. Okay. So very cool. And now that we did that, the last thing we need to do is add our loading animation. And when I say loading animation, essentially when our cards render on screen, like they get loaded from the database, which we're going to do in the next section when we integrate Supabase, we want there to be a little bit of an animation so it kind of looks better. And there'll be an animation when we cycle through these items in our list here. Okay. So let's do that. We're going to add, again, the motion library. So let's bring the motion library into play here. Import motion from motion/React. And again, let's supercharge our list item with the motion library. So motion.li, let's make sure that it is reflected here. Nice. And let's start adding our properties. So first and foremost, we're going to have our initial property. And this is going to be opacity of 0 and a Y value of 20. So just shifting it down a little bit before it's rendered on screen. Then we're going to have our animate property. And in here, we're going to pass in a JavaScript object that says, let's set the opacity to 1. So again, this is going to be what actually plays as our animation. So opacity is going to go to 1, and then our Y value is going to return to 0, which is essentially like the correct kind of default position of our location cards. And so now that it shifts up into position, we can also set our exit animation. And now the exit animation is for cards that are not like, you have the animation when it gets rendered on screen and the animation when it actually exits the screen. And that's going to be opacity of 0. Whoops. Opacity of 0. And a Y value of 20. All right. And we're going to have our transition property where we can customize the transition of the animation, and that is going to be a duration of 0.35 seconds, and it's going to be ease function, or ease timing function of ease in out. Okay. And so now if we actually right click on our items here, you can see we have this animation, right? So we right click and you can see they kind of come up on screen slowly from the bottom. All right. So very nice. And if we also reload the page, you'll see there's like an animation right when they load. So overall, very, very cool. And just makes it a little bit more tasteful as we kind of cycle through these elements. Okay, so I think that's it. Let's actually make sure real quick before I speak too soon. We have all of our stuff set up nicely. And that officially wraps up our Explore More section, at least until we add our database and load this information from remote database. But for now, it looks great. And like I said, this is my favorite section, the most interactive section on our page. So now we can move on to our frequent travelers form, which actually is also very interactive and is also something that we're going to be hooking up to our database. Users are going to be able to submit their lead information here to our database. So that's actually going to also be a very exciting section. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so let's get started with our frequent travelers section. That's going to be this right here. And it's essentially just a section that highlights the frequent travelers program. And it takes in two values, a full name and an email. And if they check this agree to receive promotional emails checkbox, then they can hit learn more, and it will send this data off to our database, inevitably our database. But in the meantime, we're just going to handle it locally. And so we're going to break this up into a couple different sections just because we're going to be, setting up like the design, and then we're going to be setting up the form state. So moving it from like an idle state to a submitted state to a pending state, all these different things. And of course, later we're going to be rigging up the database as well. So let's jump right into it. Let's go over to our components folder. And here we're going to be adding a frequent traveler component. In this case, we're not actually going to create a file for it or a folder for it because it's just going to be, the component is going to have everything within it itself. Okay, so here we're just going to create a new file within our components folder, and that's going to be frequent traveler. Okay, frequent traveler.tsx. And we're going to type RFC and hit tab, and there we now have our component. Now I'm going to zoom us back in a little bit. And let's go back into, or actually let's first create a section by using our section HTML tag. And now let's move into our main component again, and let's add our frequent traveler component. Okay. So it looks like it's angry about something because I didn't add that. Again, it's not going to take in any properties. And again, you can see just how nice the structure is that we have within our app, right? We have our page, we have the header, which has these two subcomponents, and then we have the main component, which has these subcomponents. So very, very clean, very easy to understand layout, which is important when you're working with other people on a project and when you're returning to your projects months later, okay? So now let's return back to our frequent traveler component, and let's start structuring our HTML. So first we have a section, then within there we're going to have a div. And if I'm correct, this div is going to represent this right here. So this kind of inner content section. And then we're going to have a div again. And this div, I think, is going to be our left column. Yes, it is going to be our left column. Okay, so that's going to be this. Where's it at? Here. So let's add that. It's going to be first a h3 element. And the h3 element, I'm just going to copy it right over. It just says learn about our frequent traveler program. Okay, not import React from React, please. Here we go. Learn about our frequent traveler program. Get rid of that space. And just below that, we're going to have a p tag, which again, I'm just going to copy that in so I don't waste your guys' time. But of course, you can pause it or you can copy it right over from the design right here. Okay. Which again is in the description if you don't remember. But you can just copy that right over or type it if you want. Okay, so now that we have the left column done, we can move on to our right column. And our right column is going to be, a little bit more involved, right? It's got our entire form, all the form inputs and things like that. We're going to have some error fields and stuff. So we're actually going to add one div in between these two. And this div right here is going to be our gray divider. Okay, so it's going to be a self-closing tag like this div. Okay, and this, we're just going to literally turn it into this gray bar right in the middle here. Okay. So here we're going to say, or actually we're not going to give it a class name yet, I realized. So actually we might as well. We'll give it a class name so we can see it, just because otherwise it's literally, we're not going to be able to see it at all, right? So let's add class name. Let's just style this one first, even though I said I want to do the markup first. We'll just style this one. Makes a little bit more sense in this context. So we'll do background gray 500/40. So that's going to be our gray 500 at an opacity of 40% or a transparency of 40%. Not sure which one the correct way to refer to that. I just realized it doesn't actually need to be block. We don't need to do display block here. Or actually, we do need to put display block. And the reason that we have to do that is because on smaller screen sizes, we're actually going to make it disappear. And by the way we're going to make it disappear is by setting the display to none. So we can explicitly set the display property to block, even though the default display property is block for a div, because we're going to leverage that, the fact that this is declared as block, to then set it to invisible later on. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. And we're going to do width -0.25, and we're going to do self.stretch. So that's going to stretch it along the cross axis, which is vertical in this case, because we have a horizontal flex container. Or actually, it's a flex child, right? So the parent container here is going to be a flex container. It's actually right here. And then so this child element, this flex, what do they call it? Children element, flex child element. Either way, it needs to be stretched from the top to the bottom on the cross axis, which is vertical in this case, because again, it's a horizontal flex container. Okay, and then we're gonna leave it at that, and we can move on to our actually self.start. I said at self.stretch. Okay, thank you. Let's see if we can actually see that. Can't yet. We'll see it in a second, but we'll leave that there. And now we're gonna add a third div. Okay, and this third div is going to be the right column. Okay, and this is gonna be the column that has all the stuff in it. And I realize it's actually not a div. It's more correctly titled as a form. Okay, use our correct semantic HTML tags here. And within this form, we're going to start off by adding a label. Okay, and if you don't know, a label is essentially associated with a form input. So here you can see we have our form input, and then above it we have the label. And so HTML provides us this label input element, or this label tag, and it corresponds with our input. Now there's a trick that people use, and we're going to use it as well. We're going to add a p tag within the label, and this is going to say full name. Okay, that's going to be for our first form field right there. And then just below that, we're actually going to put our input. Now, the reason that we want to do this is because we can make it so that the, if you click on the label itself, it will open the input field. Okay, so that's kind of a nice thing, is we want to create like a bigger hitbox here. So if the user actually clicks on full name, or they click on the input field, it's going to put their cursor inside of the input field. Okay, so this is a trick that's used, and it can also be helpful for positioning. So as an example, if our label, like a lot of times, like originally back in the day, people used to do this, but label or positioning this element relative to the label is a little bit more difficult when they're adjacent. Okay, and it's a little bit more simple when it's a parent-child relationship. So this is a very common pattern that you see, and it's I think it's very helpful. Okay, so in this case, we're going to wrap this in a p tag. And that's going to be our real label. And then our input element is going to be just below that. Okay, so that this pattern is, again, it's a little bit weird, but I promise it is very helpful. Okay, and we're also going to leave the type to text. The reason we're going to leave the type to text is because this is going to be just string data, so just the name of the individual. Okay, and now we can move down to our second one. So let's create a second label here. And here we're going to set, actually, let's get rid of that HTML4. And that's also a very important point. Usually you have to set the for attribute on your label, and then I think you have to set the ID attribute on your input, and that kind of marries those two items together so that the form knows that they're linked together. But in this case, we don't have to add that because this is nested within it. Okay, so we don't have to create that relationship because the relationship is defined by this hierarchy of parent to child. Okay, so now let's move on to adding a p tag. I'm sorry if you guys can hear that. There's someone on their motorcycle ripping by. Okay, so we have our email, and then again we have our input field, and in this case it's going to be type email. You can see Copilot picked it up for me. In this case, HTML does have a type of email for input elements, and that means it's going to essentially check that it has, I think it has this prefix element at the start of the email address. It has an @ symbol, and then it has some suffix. Okay, so something after the @ symbol. So I think if you put like literally just a @ B, then that would work. Or maybe you have to add a period because there must be a .com or .co or .dev or something. But either way, it does some type of validation because it knows how to essentially check for what looks like an email. And I'm sure it's done with regular expressions, which doesn't matter if you don't know what those are, but essentially just the way that it figures out if it looks like an email. Okay, but that's built into the browser, which is nice because of this type here. So now that we added that, we can move on to our final div, and this div is going to be right here. Okay, so this div that wraps all these items, that's going to be adjacent. Is it going to be adjacent? No, it's actually going to be within our form, which makes sense actually, because our submission button is going to be right here. Okay, and so now within this div, we're going to have a label. Oh, and I just realized I actually think that this might be, no, yeah, so this label right here is actually going to wrap our checkbox. So we are going to have another input element here, which is going to be this, okay, our checkbox. And again, we're going to be wrapping it in a label element. And now this label element is going to wrap a button. Okay, a little bit of a nested structure here, but just stay with me. So the label element, and the label element is going to have, I think it's going to have our text in it. It will. So actually in our label element, the last thing is going to be a p tag. Okay, in this case, we're actually going to put the text after the input element, which makes sense because you can see here that our input element, which is this checkbox, is actually before the text itself. Okay, so our p tag goes below. And in this case, I'm just going to copy that right in. Agree to receive promotional emails. Boom. Okay, so let's see if we can see it in our design. Obviously, you can see there's not much going on here yet. Or on our live web page. So I'm going to stay over here in our design for the meantime. And our button is going to be, it's going to have a checkbox or a check mark in it, right? So that's actually a check mark icon that is within our project here in our icons folder. And again, if we click on that check mark icon, we can see that it is simply an SVG. So just an SVG icon getting returned. And again, you can see that our TypeScript typing says that we do need a class name property of type string. So let's add that in there too, like this. And here we're just going to add that. We can add that class in right now just so that we can actually see it. So we'll use size-2. And let's see if we can see it already. Yep, it's right there. So it's very, very small, very, very small, but you can see it. All right, and now we can move on to, now that we have our button, so again, we have our label that wraps our button, which is effectively going to wrap our check mark. And the reason we want to do that is because our button is going to be the item that registers the click on the check mark. And it's also going to be this container that's around the check mark that is white here. Okay. And then we have the adjacent p tag. Okay. So now next to this label, but within this div is going to be our button, I think. Let's actually check. Yes, it is just adjacent to this label here. Okay, so then here we're going to have a button, and this is simply going to say learn more. Learn more. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can now move on to doing our CSS. So let's move back through to the top here and start with our CSS. Let's actually make sure there's nothing else here before I start getting ahead of myself. So yeah, that's going to be our learn more button. So let's move back up and let's start with our CSS. So first on our section element, we are going to have, let's see, a couple classes. First and foremost, we're going to have that nice light blue that we saw for the background of that section. So that's going to be our background primary 100. we're going to add a padding on the x-axis of 24, which is going to come out to 96 pixels, if I'm correct. We're going to have a padding y of 36, which is going to be 144 pixels. So you can see that there. It's already shaping up. And that'll be it there. Let's move down to our div here. And again, this is going to be the item that wraps the actual content here. So that's going to be this container, or actually this, my bad. What am I talking about? This container here. Okay. So let's add that. We're going to do our border dash y dash gray dash 500/40. Okay, and right now we can't see the border because we haven't actually defined it. At least the width we haven't defined. We'll do mauto, which again is going to center us on the horizontal axis here. We're going to make this a flex container. So now you can see our form is on the right side there, and our text is on the left side here. And if you look closely, there's actually a gray bar right here in the middle. We are going to set our max width to 389, which we have seen before, which is, I think, 1556 pixels. Yes, and that's going to make it commensurate in size with the section right above it. So again, we have our 96 pixels of padding, and then we have a maximum width on this container, which makes it equal to this one, okay, following our layout grid. Remember, you can check that out here. At the bottom, if you click on our the desktop frame here, at the bottom, you can turn on the layout grid and see how this design was actually laid out originally. We want to make sure everything falls on this nice grid. Okay, very symmetrical, very consistent, I should say. So now let's move on to adding some other classes here. We have max width 389. We then have item center. That's going to be centering on the vertical axis. Justify between. So let's just force everything as far apart as possible here. Okay, and we're going to be setting our gap X to 28. All right. And so that's just going to set a minimum gap between all of our elements to 28. Now we can set our border on the y-axis to 1, which I think is 2 pixels. Okay, and the reason that we're doing that is because we only have, or it's 1 pixel actually, we only have a border on the top and bottom of this container. So if you actually look at the design here, you can see that we have a border down there, and then we have a border up there as well. It's kind of hard to see because my cursor's getting in the way, but it's only a border on the top and bottom. Thankfully, Tailwind has a built-in class for that. And lastly, we're going to do a py of 26. And this padding y is going to push the elements within the container off the borders here. So like as an example, this right here, you can see that this is exactly 104 pixels off the top and bottom of those borders. And that's the same here, right? 104 pixels. Okay, so now that we did that, let's move on to this div here. I imagine this is going to have some styles, yes. Okay, and if I'm correct, this is the left side here. So let's do this. It's going to be basis 150. And essentially the basis property tries to set a default width on a flex child. So in this case, even though it's a flex container and our elements are kind of flexing freely, we say, well, if we can, if it's possible, please default the width of this item to 600 pixels. Okay. And of course, there's some nuances there. You guys can look it up if you want to, but that's pretty much the idea behind the flex basis property. Okay. And now let's do text dash center. That's going to center that text in that left column there. And now let's move down to our H3. So here we're going to say class name. And we are going to put tracking 6. So again, that's going to be our 6% letter spacing. We're going to do margin bottom of 9.5. That's going to be, what is that, 38 pixels on the bottom. Then we're going to do a text of dash 1.75 rem. Okay. Then we're going to do, and we're going to do /14. So that's 14 times 4, 56 pixels for our line height. And we're going to do font semi-bold. Okay, font dash semi-bold. Thank you. Whoops. No, not do that. Font semi-bold. All right. So now that we have done that, we can move on to our p tag here. And here we're going to be putting text gray 800. And we're going to do a text /base. So that's 16 pixels, our base font size for the browser. and then 13.5 times 4 for the line height, which is going to be 54 pixels. Okay, so that's shaping up very nicely. Now let's move on to our, it would be our right column, I think, actually. Or actually, first and foremost, let me make sure that we can see. I can't really see our divider, which I'm actually kind of concerned about. Let's see if we can hover it. All right, I just figured out it's because I spelled stretch, S-T-R-E-C-H. It's S-T-R-E-T-C-H. Jeez, there's a typo there. And so now you could say I put the width to 4. I was trying to figure out what was going on there. So it's 0.25 again. Okay, so now you can see our border there nicely, very subtle. Okay, and now we can move back on to putting our classes on our form here. Okay, so add our class name property. And here we're going to be doing flex. Okay, we're going to be doing flex column, I'm sure. Yep, and we're going to be doing a basis, again, of 150. So again, that's going to set our default width, if possible, for our flex child of 600 pixels. Okay, so now let's move down to our label. Here we're going to be adding a class name of, where's it at? It's going to be margin bottom of 8, and that's going to be for creating some space between this label and the next one here. Okay, so you can see full name now has a little bit of space below it. Where's it at? This label has a little bit of space for the till the next email field, specifically 32 pixels. Now we can move on to the p tag. So let's do class name. And we're going to do tracking 6. Margin bottom of 3. Text large /9.5. All right, nice. So that's going to be in reference to the label right here. So the full name label you can see is tracking 6. It has a margin bottom of 3, which is going to be 12 pixels between it and the input element itself. And then it's going to be 18 pixels, 38 line height for all those, for those two properties. Okay, so now we can move on to the input element. And this input element, I realize we actually have to add some things to it that we did not add on the first pass. So first and foremost, it's going to be required. Okay, and this is called a Boolean attribute. So in this case, when we just put required, that means that it is required. So this required attribute, I mean, you could explicitly set it like this, required equals true. Okay, but we don't need to explicitly set it because these Boolean attributes, if they are there, then that means it is true. And if they are not there, it means that it's false. Okay, so in this case, when we put required, we're essentially saying that this field is required. That means that they cannot submit the form unless they do fill out this input field. Okay, so now let's add the next thing. That's going to be the type. Actually, the type is already specified, I realize. I actually want to specify this first, just so that it looks a little bit more elegant, because there's going to be a couple properties we add on this input element. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to give our input element a name. And this is going to be important when we submit the form. So just, stick with me and we'll see why this is important in a second. So that's going to be name equals full name for the input element itself. Now the value, we're going to leave as is right now. We're going to set the, not the on change, we're going to set the min length. So min length, and that's going to be equal to 2. Okay, so that's again, that's an HTML attribute that we can use for input elements here. We're going to say min length is 2. So that means for the form submission to be valid, they need to have this field be a minimum of 2 characters. And we're also going to say a max length of 50 characters. We're going to be setting our placeholder text. So, okay, that's that little gray text within our input field, which we can see right here. That little gray text. That's going to be our placeholder property here. And we're going to say Jane Doe. Okay, very generic text that is used for placeholders. We are then going to go down onto our class name attribute. And here we're going to be adding quite a few things. Okay, so first we're going to be targeting our placeholder. And we could do that with the placeholder prefix here with a colon after it in Tailwind. And we're going to set the text to gray 400. All right, so that's going to give it a nice light gray color. We're going to do width full. Oops, width full. That's going to make it so that the input element spans the entire width of its parent. Okay, in this case, you can see the input element sits within this label here. Okay, we want it to span all the way across, which I think by default it's not, and the reason why is because it's not a block level element. Okay, block elements span the width of their parent, but inline elements and maybe inline block elements, they don't by default. So we have to explicitly set the width to full. We're going to do rounded dash large, which is going to round our input element. Obviously, you can't see it now because it doesn't have a background, but we'll see in a second. We'll say background white. All right. We're going to set our padding on the y-axis to 3.5, which I think is 12 pixels. We're going to give it a padding on the left of 4 times 4 or 16 pixels. We're going to give it a transition all. Okay. And we're going to set that duration on that transition to 200 ms. Okay, 200 milliseconds for that one. Consistent with a lot of other elements in our design here. Placeholder is going to be font light. Okay, so we're going to make our placeholder text a little bit lighter there. In terms of the font weight, set it down to 300. We're also going to set a new focus. Okay, if you don't know what the focus is, we can do in Tailwind, they have our focus state. We can do outline-1. And the reason we want to do that is actually this right here. So when you click on the element, you'll see that little border that's around it. And that's actually the focus state. Okay, and so you could change that. Like as an example, if we put outline 4, you can see when we click on it, it's very, very thick. And obviously that doesn't really look too great. It's probably a little too imposing. So I like to go with something that's a little more subtle and thin. And I think that fits with this design very well. Okay, kind of a minimalist appearance to it. Okay. But those aren't very important too. You don't want to get rid of the focus states because that's important for accessibility. So if someone's on our website and they can't, visually they're impaired, or maybe they can't use a mouse very well, you want them to easily be able to navigate between the elements on our page with their keyboard, and it's important to have those outline states. Okay, so do not get rid of, or the focus states, I should say. All right, and lastly, we're going to do something right here. We're going to say disabled is opacity 50. Now, right now, this isn't going to come into play, but remember this, because there will be a point in time when we set up our form submission that when the user is submitting the form itself is going to, or this element is going to be disabled. Okay, and we're going to be using a disabled property. We're not going to set it up now, but very similar to what we did earlier with our buttons here, we're going to create disabled states for the input element based on that condition, whether we're submitting our form or not. Okay, and then this is going to apply in that context. So in that case, we're simply going to set the input element to 50 opacity, and that'll be able to kind of visually indicate to the user that they cannot manipulate the input field during that time. Okay, so now let's move on to our next label. And this one's going to be largely the same, actually. So I'm going to copy down these properties instead of doing that whole thing again. And again, we have required. It looks angry. Oh, wait, that's the input element. So I'm actually going to copy these down to the input element, even though we did not have them completed. We have not completed the label yet. And in this case, it's not type text. It is type email. So let's get rid of that. And we'll type email. And I think I actually specified email address. Okay, we'll change some other things here, but right now we need to focus on this label. I want to skip that. So let's do class name here. For this one, we're going to have a margin bottom of 12. So that's going to be 48 pixels between this here, this field, and the button below it. So that's going to be this spacing here, okay, 48 pixels. And now we can move on to our p tag, which is going to have very similar classes. I'm actually going to copy these down. I imagine they're actually identical. Okay, so there's that. And it also looks like we might have missed our font bold. Yeah, it is. It's going to be font semi-bold. I was about to say that doesn't look very consistent with our design. So font semi-bold for both of those. Nice. And now that we did that, we can move down to margin bottom of 3. We can move down to our input element. So again, it looks like we have email. The name is going to be email address. The min length is going to be 3, which I think is, like I said, I think that's the minimum. They need to have a character before the @ symbol and the @ symbol and then the character after. So the minimum length in theory is like already 3. So we're going to leave it at 3. And the max length will be 50. I think that's fair. Maybe you could put it to like 100, but I think that most valid email addresses are going to be less than or equal to 50. Our placeholder in this case is not going to be Jane Doe. It's going to be janedoe@gmail.com. Okay, so just, again, we want to make sure that people can see the kind of the format that we want it to take on there. Okay, the format of the input. Now that we've done that, we can move on to our class names. So here we're going to have text grade 400 with full, rounded large. Okay, very similar. So there's going to be nothing different there. Okay, so now you can see our form is already shaping up quite nicely. Let's move down to our div here. And here we're going to be adding flex. We're going to add flex wrap, okay? And that's going to be more important when the screen size shrinks, okay? So for the responsive design, we want to make it so that the label and the p tag here can, or my bad, it's actually going to be the label and the button. Okay, we want to make sure that they can be stacked on top of each other. Now, if we go to our design here, let's actually see. Right here, you can see that the label, like this here, these elements, and then the button are adjacent to one another. But if we go over to our mobile design, where's it at? Right there. You can see that this is on top of it. Okay, and so by setting flex wrap, we can essentially have that behavior happen once the screen size shrinks. Okay, so now that we set that, we're going to do items center. That's going to center them on the vertical axis, which will be important for the label here. And we're going to do justify between, so just force them apart as far as possible. Gap x of 8, so that's going to be a minimum gap between the button itself and the label. And a gap y of 8. Now again, that gap y of 8 is not going to come into play, but it will come into play. We're going to have that 32 pixels of spacing, again, on mobile here between this button and that agreement section. Okay, so now let's move down to our label. Now we're going to do, and I actually think that gap x8, gap y8, come to think of it, I think that we could set a gap of 8. Let's see. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, so a little bit less redundancy. It just dawned on me. I've actually never used the gap property like that. I usually specify them separately, but I think that's completely valid. Okay, so now let's do text gray 800 for the label. We're going to do flex. That's going to set our check mark, or I should say our button here, with our check mark within it next to our p tag. Okay, we're going to do cursor pointer. Now, the reason that we want to do it on this parent element is we want it so that if the user clicks on the text here or on the checkbox itself, that it checks or unchecks the check mark. Okay, and the reason why is just because we want the hitbox to be a little bit bigger, because if it's just the check mark itself, it's kind of small. And so we want to make it so they can click on any part of the text and it will also check or uncheck it. Okay, and so now we're going to do item center. Again, that's centering on the vertical axis. And we're going to do a gap x of 1.5. Okay, and that just adds some space between our check mark here and the text itself. And it's going to be more pronounced when we work on the button here. So let's go to our button. Let's go class name. And let's add flex. We're going to do size 5. So that's going to be a width and height of 25 for the button itself. Cursor pointer. Okay, so if they hover over that, of course, it's also going to be pointer. I actually don't know if we need to add that. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if we need to explicitly add it here because we did add it to a parent element. Then we can add our item center. And the reason that we're doing this is we want to center our check mark both vertically and horizontally within our button here. Okay, and you can see that again right here. Our button is the white container around the check mark itself. So now we're going to do rounded-XS. That's a built-in Tailwind class, 2 pixels of rounding. And we're going to set our background to white. Okay, so now we should be able to see it. There it is. Okay, nice. And we're going to do a P-1. So that's going to be a padding of 1 around the button. So the check mark itself is going to have a padding, or the button is going to have 4 pixels of padding and kind of push it away from the check mark on all sides, so to speak. And we're going to do a disabled state, disabled of opacity 50. Now, again, we can't really see what that does for now, but when we do make our button disabled, when we're submitting our form and we want to make sure to lock those states while the form is submitting, we will end up seeing how that actually comes into play. So just remember that for the future. Now, hopefully I bring it up by then, but if I don't, please remember that. All right. Now we're going to move on to our type here. So our button is going to be type button. And the reason that we want to explicitly set this is we don't want it to be type submit, which I think is the default button type when you're inside of a form. And the reason why is because that has some very weird default behavior, and we don't want that to happen. So we're kind of overriding the default submit button that's within a form by explicitly setting its type to button, which just makes it like a generic button element. Okay. And what we're going to do instead is handle the submission logic ourselves. So we're going to do on click. On click, because in this case, I just realized I was saying this is not the submission button, right? This is just for our check mark. This is not the actual submission button for the form itself. So we don't want to submit the form. If we have type submit, it will actually refresh the page, which we will go into more detail about in a second, but we do not want it to refresh the page because this is not a submission button. It's just our check mark. Okay. And again, now you guys can see our check mark down there, and you can also see our text next to it. It looks very nice. Okay. So now on our onClick, we're actually going to pass in a callback function, and we are going to be setting our set is checked. This doesn't even exist yet. And we're going to do not is checked. Okay. Now set is checked and is checked don't even exist. So essentially you can already tell we're going to have a state setter function, and it's going to be toggling a is checked Boolean variable from true to false. Okay. So let's actually go up there and set that up. And look at that, Copilot already has me, but this is what I want you guys to do. So we're going to be setting a is checked variable. That's going to be a Boolean variable. We're going to have the state setter function right here that gets returned from our useState hook. And we're going to explicitly type this in TypeScript with Boolean. Okay, we don't want it to be an inferred type, where we're going to tell that TypeScript that yes, this variable is a Boolean and can only be a Boolean. Now let's import useState. You can see that not so happy about that. All right. Thank you. Let's go back down there. And so now that we did that, if we click on, all right, it's not working yet. So let's actually see what's going on. Let's go back down here. So on click, set is checked. Let's see, type equals button. So it's not animating yet. And that might just be, oh, it's because we didn't even set the styles on the check mark, I realized. Okay. But now we should be able to see that. So if we go to our console real quick, we can go up here. Let's just do a quick C console.log here. And let's just set console.log our is checked variable, and let's hit that a couple times. You can see it's going from true to false. Okay. And you can see it's actually rendering twice, once in gray, once in purple. If you don't know, within React applications, when you're in a development environment, there is some developer tools, I think, or maybe it's in strict mode where it's trying to test things. It'll actually re-render your application twice. But in a production environment, that does not happen. Okay. So don't get panicked that your component is rendering too many times. It's normal, okay, in a development environment at least, okay? So now we're going to move down and we are going to set up our classes on our check mark. So here we're going to have transition. Actually, you know what? We're going to make this a template literal like this. And the reason why is we're going to be setting some classes on this check mark dynamically based on whether the button itself or the check mark itself is checked. Okay, so we're going to say size-2. We're going to say transition all, and we're going to put that duration to, I think, 200. Let's check. Yep. It's going to be a 200 millisecond animation. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go into JavaScript again. So let's put our $sign in the front here so that we can break into JavaScript. And we're going to say is checked. So our is checked Boolean variable. Then we're going to put a question mark for our ternary operator. If that is true, we're going to return visible. So that's going to show the check mark. And we're going to set its size to 3. So we're going to make it grow a little bit. And we're going to set the opacity to 100, so it's completely visible. Now let's put our colon here, and let's put our false case. So if is checked is not false, or is not true, I should say, it's going to be invisible, which again is a Tailwind class to set the visibility to hidden. We're going to put our size back down to 2, which is going to make it smaller, and we're going to set our opacity to 0, so it cannot be seen. Okay, and now I think that should work. Let's give it a check. All right, nice. And so you can see we have a nice animation where our size actually goes from 2, which is going to be 8 pixels tall, 8 pixels wide, to 3, which is 12 pixels tall, 12 pixels wide for our check mark. And our opacity goes from 0 to 100. And so now we have this very nice animation where if you click on the text here, or if you click on the check mark itself, or the checkbox itself, you'll see the animation where the check mark kind of grows into place, and it looks very nice. All right, so now let's move on. And again, that's controlled by our state setter function right here. We're setting our state to true or false, and that is getting read into this is checked variable. Okay, and then the is checked variable is what we're using here. All right, so now that we did that, we can move on to our p tag here. And here, this is going to be text-small. So I think it's going to be, 14 pixels. So text-sm. And our tracking is going to be 0.03 rem. All right. So so a little bit of tracking, I think more than the default, but not as much as the tracking 6, right? And our text is 14 pixels. So that's going to be right here for our agree to receive promotional emails. We want that to be kind of small. And now the last thing is our button. Okay. And this one shouldn't be too hard. So here we're going to have hover. That's going to be background primary 800. So a little bit of a darker blue. Whoops, I accidentally spelled that wrong there. It's getting angry about something. It's because I spelled button with no N there. We're going to be setting our cursor to pointer. You can see it's not helping me very much here. Thank you, cursor pointer. We're going to set our rounded. It's kind of hard to see because it's getting in my way here. So our rounded is going to be dash 0.625 rem. So a little bit of rounding on our button there. I'm not sure. I think it's 10 pixels or maybe 8 pixels there. We're going to do a padding on the x-axis of 8, which is going to be 32 pixels left and right. A padding y of 3.5. That's going to be, I think, 12 pixels or 14 pixels on the top and bottom. Font is going to be medium font weight there. We're going to be doing our text white. We're going to do transition all. And we're going to set that duration to 200 on that transition, 200 milliseconds. And lastly, we're going to do disabled and then cursor not allowed. And again, that disabled cursor not allowed is what we saw here, where we have this red circle and then the cross through it when we cannot click it. And again, we're not going to see that right now. Our button is going to be allowed at all times. I just realized that we didn't even add our background color here. So let's see, it's background, let's see, background primary 700. Okay, and that's going to change. We're going to have a couple different background states. We're going to have a success one. I can actually show you it. We're going to have a couple different colors for that background in the future here. You can see we have our submitting one, which has a lower opacity. We have this one, which is green for success. We have this one for submission failed. And then we also have this is how our error is going to look on our input fields. We're going to set that up in a second. But for this first section, we just want to get our basic styling done for our form. And you can see all around our form is looking very nice. The last thing that we need to add is a onSubmit handler for our form here. So let's add our onClick handler here. And this onClick, when they click this form submission button, is going to call out to a handle submit function. Okay, and obviously right now we haven't declared it, but again, when this gets invoked, it's going to call this function. So let's declare that right here. We're going to say function on submit. And here you can see it was already inferring the type here, but essentially this is going to take an event object here. And if you guys don't know, essentially what happens is when this gets invoked, this onClick, it's going to call this function and it's going to pass in the event objects from the browser. Okay, so the browser is going to pass in this event object, which we're going to refer to as E, and this is going to be of type. Okay, and remember this is TypeScript, so we need to explicitly set the type on this element, and that is going to be a mouse event. And within there, we are going to say HTML button element. Okay, so again, it's a mouse event, specifically the HTML button element type of mouse event. Okay, and that needs to be imported. Let's see if we can get that to import here. Copilot, can you import it? Did it import? Oh, so you had to prefix it with React here. You either import it from React, so I think we can import it right here. Let's actually see. Mouse event, thank you. And then the HTML button element. Maybe that can't be. Either way, we can import mouse event, which is nice because then we can get rid of this prefix here. So essentially we're saying our event object is of type mouse event, specifically the HTML button element type. Okay, we're typing that mouse event type there. And now here what we're going to do is we're just going to say e.preventDefault. Now the reason we have to do prevent default is because the browser, historically, like before we handled forms in the modern way that we do now, the browser would actually submit this. It would make a submission request with the form information across, to some server, and it would reload the entire page. But nowadays, we don't really want to reload the page when a form submits. Instead, we can handle it asynchronously. So they submit the form, and then we just send the data off without having to reload the entire page, which is a much better user experience. So in this case, we actually have to prevent that default behavior of the browser reloading when they submit the form. Okay, so we're going to override that. And then we're going to do a check right here. And we're going to say if is checked. And then if so, we're simply going to say, right here, we're just going to say, we can submit the form. Okay, and we're not actually going to do anything right now. Actually, we can go down here and say, reset. Actually, we don't even have our reset form function yet. So in this case, we're just going to do that, right? And so in a second here, once we actually implement this in full, we are going to, this is handle submit, I just realized. Once we implement this in full, then in here, we're going to be handling our form submission. Okay, and again, we want to make sure that the isChecked property is true, because of course we don't want them to be able to submit the form unless they have successfully checked this box that says agree to receive promotional emails, because hypothetically, they would be receiving promotional emails when they give us their email here, okay? And so now with that out of the way, we are officially done with the first section of our form. There's going to be a couple other things we add here, but we have made some good headway, and so we can end this section now. All right, so now the next order of business is actually going to be creating a custom hook for our form that we are going to be using to manage the form state and all the input elements and the error messages and things like that. Now, a custom hook can sound intimidating, but I don't want you guys to be intimidated. It's actually a pretty basic concept. Essentially, what we're going to be doing is, as an example, we have useState, right? useState is a hook in React. Well, we can create our own custom hooks that are reusable in the same way that useState is reusable. We use it all throughout our application. We can extend hooks, like as an example, we could create a custom hook that uses useState within it, or we can just create custom hooks that do not use any of the pre-existing hooks within them. But either way, those custom hooks will allow us to essentially get rid of the tight coupling between our form and the way that we handle our form input elements. So as an example, first and foremost, like let's say that we had our email field, like email, and then we had email or set email address, right? And we were managing our email address field with some type of state like this, use state, and we'll just set like an empty string, right? And then let's say we did the same thing for our name, and we said set name, okay? So now we're managing our email field and our name field separately. So the problem with this is now we have all of these different fields that we have to manage, and if we ever want to add a new element to our form, we have to manage that as well, right? So that's going to be a little bit difficult. And then when we go to submit our form, we kind of have to gather up all of this data, and it becomes a bit more tricky, right? Okay, so instead we want to create a custom hook where we can manage all of those form elements in one spot and kind of ship that data off if we want to submit it very easily. And the beauty is that if we get rid of that logic from the component itself, from this frequent travelers component itself, it then becomes more reusable because it's less tightly coupled directly with this component and this form specifically. Okay, so we don't want to, because forms are on every website, right? So we want to create a way where we can use this custom hook on any project. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys how this works. Let's start off by creating our custom hook. Instead of just talking about it, let's actually get in there and start working on it. So here we're going to create a new folder. So we have our components folder. We have, let's get rid of public there. And here we're going to create a folder called hooks. Okay, hooks. And the first hook we're going to create is going to be called use form and validation. Okay. And here we're just going to do that .tsx. So use form and validation.tsx. And within here, we are going to start setting up this custom hook. So first and foremost, let's import useState because we're going to be extending some pre-existing hooks in React. So we're going to do useState, and we're going to bring in the change event. Okay, and the change event is simply a type, a React type that we're going to be using to, I think it's going to be for monitoring, for capturing the events from our form fields. So here we're going to say import useState and change event from React. Okay. And then we're going to go down here and we're going to create our interface. Now this interface is going to be called form values. Now this is going to be responsible for the shape of the default inputs that we pass into our custom hook for our form. Okay, that sounds like a lot, but essentially what we're going to be doing here is we're going to put open and close braces. We're going to say key string, and then we're going to say string as the value here. So essentially what this interface says is we are going to get an object. An object is going to get passed into our custom hook here, and that object is going to have a series of keys that are strings, and that's going to map to a series of values that are also strings. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now we're going to do something. We're going to create a second interface for our form errors. Okay, and this one's going to be very similar in structure. Okay, we're going to have this here. Okay. And the form errors is going to be essentially a separate item here, but we want to create a separate interface, okay, to be able to distinguish between these two. So now let's actually create our form itself. So again, these are just saying that the form values are going to be shaped like a object that has key value pairs that are both strings, Okay, it's not actually create this, so it's going to be export function use form and validation. And again, because it's a custom hook, or it's a hook in general, we're going to use at the start. Okay, just like React does. It's like use state, use reducer. Okay, so that's the kind of the paradigm with React, is to put use in front of your custom hooks here, or your hooks in general. And here we're going to be passing in a series of inputs, and these are going to be our form inputs, okay? Or not our form inputs, but it's going to be the values that we want to store in our form, okay? So in this case, our inputs are going to be our, full name and email, okay? So here, again, it's going to be shaped as form values. And again, we'll see how that applies in a second here. Now we're going to have 3 different states that we keep track of, okay? First and foremost, we're going to have values. And here we're going to have set values. Okay. And this is going to be use state. And in this case, it's going to be typed as our form values, this interface that we defined here. Okay. And here we're going to pass in inputs. Okay. So our state is going to have a default set of this form validation, or this use state here that's tracking the object inputs, is going to have a default value that we pass in here. And again, it's just going to be an object that has a series of key value pairs that are strings. Okay. Then the next thing, and that's going to be it's going to track our form values. So whatever the value is within our full name field and our email field, or any field that we put, is going to be tracked within this values object. And we'll see how that works in a second. The next thing that we're going to track is our errors. Okay. And we're going to have set errors. And here, this is going to keep track of our errors. And here, let's say form errors. And by default, it's just going to be an empty object. We're going to have no errors in our form initially, right? And then const is valid. Now, is valid is going to simply be a Boolean state that allows us to track if all of the form fields are valid. So in this case, if our form fields all have the correct length and the correct type and the correct, like as an example, if our email field has an @ symbol in it, which is required by here. Remember, we set this to type email, so it's going to be checking for that. If everything is valid in our form, then the is valid property is going to be set to true. Okay. And this here, it sounded like it's going to be a Boolean. All right. And by default, it's going to be false. Okay. And that's because our form by default is invalid. Okay. And I guess you could set it to null, or you could set it to true maybe, but in our case, our form is invalid in its default state. Now we're going to create a function in here, part of our custom hook, and this is going to be responsible for our handle change events. Okay. Now the handle change event we're going to see in a second is essentially when you click on an element, like as an example, if we click into this input element and we were to type, like right here, if we were to type like ASD, every single time we type a character, it's going to send off a change event. The input element has a change event, and we're going to want to track all of those change events on each one of these elements here, our full name and our email, because we're going to capture those, and then we're going to save the value of the form input field into our values object here. Okay. So we're going to be tracking that. And so then here we're going to get that browser object, that event object from the browser, and we're going to type it as a change event. Okay. Change event, and it's going to be HTML input element. So we're checking for a change event on the HTML input element specifically. Now within our function here, we're going to destructure 2 properties from the object in the browser. So here from e.target specifically, so we have the event object, and the target on the event object is the actual input element that was changed. Within that, we can destructure 2 properties using JavaScript destructuring syntax. It's going to be name and it's going to be value. Okay. So each input element here has a name, which we specified, remember, so it's going to be email address or full name in this case, and it has a value, and that value is going to correspond to whatever is in the input field. Like in this case, it's ASD. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set our values. So set our values object. And the way that we're going to set this is we're going to get our previous. So again, our state setter function takes in whatever is pre-existing here. So in this case, it's whatever is our values right now. That's going to be previous. And then we're going to pass that over here. And we are going to return. So we're going to go like this. And we're going to return a new object. And the new object is going to spread the previous values. So it's going to get all of the previous values from our values object and spread it into this new object. And it's going to overwrite like this. You put the name right here in brackets, and then you put the value, which we have right here. Okay. Now what this does is it says, let's spread all of the pre-existing values back into this object. Okay. We don't overwrite them. And then we're going to add the new one. We're going to update the new one. So as an example, this could be email address. Okay. And then it's going to get updated to whatever value is there. Or it could be, what was it? Full name, right? And so what ends up happening, if we update this field here, full name, it's going to spread all of the values that are already in our object, which is going to be whatever full name already was, like ASD, and whatever email was, back into this object that's returned and set as our state value here, but it's also going to update the value of full name, okay? So hopefully that makes sense. A little bit tricky, and there's actually a shorthand syntax that we can do. We're going to get rid of the return here, and instead we're going to do this. Just put some parentheses around it, like this. You can see it's kind of angry still. But that seems to work right there. Okay. And now let's actually copy that down because we're going to do something very similar. So now that we're tracking all of the values, let's actually also track all of the errors. Okay. So we want to check whether each field has an error on it. So let's do previous again. Let's spread the previous errors. And then we're going to add the name property. And then we're going to do e.target.validation message. Okay. And now the browser itself has a validation API where it tracks whether the input element is valid or not. And if it's invalid, it's going to give us an error message. And that's going to be saved here in the e.target.validation message property. Okay. So now that we did that, there's one other thing we have to set, and that is going to be our valid state. So we're going to do set is valid. And here we're going to say (?) (target?) And then again, another question mark, and we're going to say closest. Now, the closest property on our target essentially finds the closest element within the HTML tree that has a certain type or tag. Okay, so in this case, when we say e.target.closest form, in this case, what we're saying is, remember, our input element is going to be right here. So this is what was actually going to be here, this event object. Okay, so when we say closest, we're saying, let's go up the document tree here and look for our form. Okay, so let's go up here, and you can see our form is right here. So now it's going to say, let's find the closest form. And from that, we're going to say, we're going to add a question mark, and we're going to say check validity. Okay. And now the form itself, because of the validation API in the browser, the form itself can check, are all my input elements valid? And if that is the case, then this is going to come back as true. Okay. So it seems like it's angry. Let's actually see why it's angry. Set is valid. Let's actually see how it's set here. Oh, and then we got to put, I see. We got to do this. So it's going to be check validity. And that's actually a function. Or we're going to put false. Okay. So if this is true, then it's going to have true, or it's going to set it to false. So if the form is valid, it's going to be set to true. If it's not valid, it's going to be false. So now we're tracking three things: the values in our form, all the input fields, the errors in our form, and the validity state of the overall form. And that's going to be in our handle change function that belongs to our custom hook here. Okay. Now we're going to add a reset function. And this is going to allow us to reset our form here. And we're going to do reset form. And here we're simply going to set our three properties here. So first, within our function parameters, we're going to have a values property, and that's going to be of type form values. And in this case, because remember, our values have to be typed in this way, we have an interface here. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to set our default values to inputs here. So if this is not specified, if you call the reset form function without passing in a value for values, it's going to set it to inputs, which was our default object that we passed in, our default set of inputs that we passed in. And we're going to see how that works in a second once we actually invoke our custom hook here. And we're going to do errors. Now our errors is simply going to be an empty object. So it's going to be type form errors. And again, if you don't pass anything in, it's going to be an empty object, just like we set here. Okay. And then lastly, we're going to have our isValid property. And the isValid property is going to be a Boolean. And by default, it's going to be set to false. Okay. And here, let's set those values. So set values equals values. We're going to do set errors to errors. And we're going to do set is valid to is valid. Okay, so now what happens is when we reset our form, we're essentially going to have our values set to the default values object that was passed in originally, our inputs object here. If we don't pass in a specific value to reset form, these are default parameters. So these are what are passed in here if you do not actually pass something into reset form. The errors is going to go back to an empty object. And again, is valid is going to be reset to false. Okay, so we're essentially resetting our form to its default state, an empty object, false, and then the inputs, just like here. Okay, so now that we've done that, all we have to do is return all of these things that we want to have access to in our custom hook back to the caller of the custom hook. And again, we will see how this works in a second. So let's return it all in an object. So we're going to return values. We're going to return errors. We're going to return is valid. We're going to return handle change. And we're going to return reset form. All right, and now that we have created our custom hook and we've returned all of these different things that we want to have access to, we're going to now invoke it in our form, and I'm going to show you guys how this all gets kind of wired up, so to speak. So I will see you guys over there. Don't get too confused. I promise it'll all come back around in a second here, but we made some good headway, and I'll see you in the next section when we actually rig up our custom hook inside our form. All right, so now that we have created our custom hook for our form, we can now read in those values and start manipulating our form with that custom hook. Okay, so let's actually first invoke our custom hook, and immediately we're going to destructure some values right out of it. So again, let's set it equal to use form validation, use form and validation. So let's bring in that custom hook. And now again, this is going to take in a default set of inputs. Okay. And again, this is an object, a series of key strings and string values as well. And so we're going to pass that in here. Now here we're going to specify the names that we set for our input elements. Okay. So here we're going to say full name, and that's going to map to an empty string. And I realize we do not actually need the parentheses here. Okay, and we're going to have the email address, which again is the name of our second input element right here. Okay, and that's going to be important because in our handle change function here, this is going to be looking for the name that is on the event.target here, and that name is going to be used to set the corresponding value. Okay, so we want to make sure that everything is overwritten correctly when we update our values in our input elements, and so these need to be named correctly. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is let's actually read back all of our values that we returned in this object. Okay, and here we have a series of items: values, errors, is valid, handle change, and reset form. Okay, so now the first order of business is we can actually add the reset form here. Okay, and again, this is if our form is checked, then we can submit the form in our handle submit function here. Okay, and in this case, you're going to notice that when we actually type in some values here, as an example, if we type in an email and a name, like this, you're going to see that it doesn't actually reset the form. Well, why is that the case? Well, if we go to our reset form function, remember all it's doing is it's essentially setting, because we're invoking it and not passing in any parameters here, it's using the default value of inputs. And what was our inputs objects actually set to? Well, what was this default input object that we set? All it is just this, okay? So this isn't really manipulating the form fields that are within the document, right? It's just an empty object. We're essentially resetting our form to this empty object where there's a full name and an email, but both are just empty strings. Okay, so that brings up the idea of a controlled input. We're going to be controlling our input fields in React manually. We're not going to let the browser do it. Right now, you can see that the browser, when we type ASD, the browser is actually catching those events, and then it's putting that text into this form, this input element, and it's tracking that value. But we're going to say, no, we want to do it ourselves within React. And so let's actually set up those controlled elements here. Let's go down to our input fields. Okay, so our first input. And this one is going to have a value property. And this value is going to be equal to our values.fullName. Okay, full name. And again, this, we can take that back here. Values comes from our custom hook, and our values is simply tracking all of the values that are within our form field. Okay. So now we have that set to that. But now check this out. If we type here, you can see that as we type, nothing happens. And that's because we're not actually updating what values.fullName is. Well, how do we do that? We do that with our handle change function within our custom hook here, right? So now when the browser detects an event on this input element, we want to send that event off to that handle change function. So let's go on change. which is the onChange handler for this input element that React provides us. And now we're going to pass it our handle change function. Okay. And now if we type in here, you can see that it's getting updated. So what's happening is the browser is passing in the event object to handle change. Handle change is then destructuring from the event.target the name and the value. The name in this case is going to be full name. And then it's assigning that to the new value, which in this case is ASD, or like as an example, it's A, and it's AA, and it's AAA. Okay. And it's not overwriting the value of email here because email is going to be rewritten into this object with this previous declaration here that spreads all of the other values back into this object. Okay. And so now email here, but email is not controlled. Email is still controlled by the browser. So now let's control email. Let's go down here, do the same thing. We're going to give it a value property of values.email, email address, and we're going to give it an onChange of values, or it's going to be, my bad, handle change. Okay. And so then now the same thing is true. If we type in here, we can see that our email is being tracked in React, not the browser. Okay. And now we can even check that. Like, let's go up here and let's just log it. So let's do console.log and let's actually just log our values object. Okay. And I'm going to actually put this, my dev tools on the left side here so we can see it a little bit better. All right, let's make that smaller. So here, let's get rid of all these errors, please. As we type, you can see now our full name and our email address are tracked in this object. Now, if I update our name to ASD, you can see our full name is ASD, and our email is whatever this is. We put this to Chad. You can see our email is now chad@gmail.com, and our name is ASD. Okay, so now within React itself, we are tracking and updating the values of our input fields. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Don't want to put too much time onto that subject, and I know that you guys are smart, so you're probably tracking. Don't want to continue to explain the same thing too many times here. All right, so now that we have our values tracked in our form, we now can set up a couple different states for our form based on our values, like as an example, our error state. So first and foremost, now we should be able to reset our form. So nice, it's working. And again, the reason why is because as we type these in here, we're resetting our values to an empty object, and that has the effect of resetting the values here. Okay, so we're manually updating the value of the input field here. All right. Now we can move on to setting up our error states. Okay, so let's go here, and just below our input element, we're going to have a couple. I'll show you it actually right here. If we type here, you can see that if our element is too short in this case, there's some red text under it. And if our email is formatted incorrectly, we also have that. And again, it will go away. All right. And so we're going to set that up now. So we're going to add an error tag, just a p tag, just below the input element here. Okay. So for this first one, let's add that. It's going to be a p tag. And we're going to conditionally render this thing. We're going to say if errors dot full name question mark, then we're going to render, actually it's going to be and. So if errors.fullname is true, then render this second item here. And this second item is simply going to be errors.fullname. Okay. And now remember, now we should be able to see that actually. There it is. Okay. So you can see the error message now. In this case, we have an error because our min length is 2 and we only have 1 character. Okay. Now, if you go over to the form validation, you can see handle change also tracks errors. So what ends up happening here is every time we update the input elements, it's also going to say, okay, let's actually look at the e.targets.validation message and see if it's true or false. Or in this case, it's actually just the message itself, which in this case says, please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. So we are also tracking all of our errors for each input element every time a change event happens. Okay. And now we're rendering it right here, and I'm going to copy that right down. Okay. So let's go down here. And in this case, it's going to be email address. Nice. And here again, it's going to be the email address error. And this one's going to be distinct, right? So this one, you can see now it says, please include an @ symbol in the email address. ASD or ASDS is missing an @ symbol. Okay. So now we have our error messages. Obviously, we're going to have to do some styling here. So let's add those. Let's go to this p tag. Let's add a class name. And here, this is going to be let's see. Text red. We're going to make it so it has a padding top of 1, which is just going to push it off that input element a little bit. It's going to be a padding left of 0.5, so just push it off the left side a little bit. And it's also going to be text small, which I think is 14 pixels, okay? And now let's grab those classes and paste that down on our element here. And me personally, I just don't like how these elements or the errors come onto screen. I think it's kind of jagged, okay? And so we're actually going to add that animation. You guys probably saw it here. The animation kind of comes on smoothly, right? The text kind of shows up smoothly, and it also goes away smoothly in terms of its height and opacity, okay? So now let's actually add those. We're going to set up our motion animations. So let's actually bring in our motion library again. And I realize we actually can also use our isValid property. So remember, isValid is actually tracking the overall validity state of the form itself, okay? So we're going to say if the form is checked and the form is valid, okay? If every input field is valid, then we can submit the form, okay? And now, okay, back to motion. It's a slight detour. So here we're going to do import motion from motion/React. And here, let's go down to our p tag for our error, and we're going to do motion.p. And let's start setting our properties that we've seen before. So we're going to have initial. And again, we're going to pass in a JavaScript object here, and we're going to say the initial state is going to be an opacity of 0 and a height of 0 as well. Next, we're going to do an animate property, which is going to define what the animation actually is that we're trying to achieve. And that's going to be an opacity of 1, like an end state, if you will. So opacity of 1, and it's going to be setting it to height of auto, which is just going to say, make the height equal to whatever the height of the element actually is when it should be rendered. So in this case, whatever the height of the p text actually is, or the p tag is. And then we're also going to set an exit animation. Now this is important because we don't want the animation to just play when the element comes on the screen. We also want to make it play when it goes off screen. So here you can see when it comes on the screen, it animates in, but when it goes off screen, it also animates out, okay? So let's set that up. So again, our exit animation is going to be an opacity of 0 and a height of 0. Okay, so we're essentially transitioning it back to its initial state. And lastly, let's set the transition property, which allows us to customize the way that the transition looks here. And we're going to set the duration to 0.15, okay? And with that out of the way, we also want to set, let's actually set our error state on our input element as well. So when we click in here, if there's an error, we want the outline to be red as well. So if we click here, you'll see that not only is there a text under here, but there's also a red underline on the input field. And the way that we're going to do that is let's change this input element's classes into a template literal. So we can add some JavaScript into the class names. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a $sign and some braces here. And we're going to say if errors.email address. So if there is an error for the email address here, or actually in this case, it's the full name, I should say. Full name. Then we are simply going to render outline-red. Okay, so now you can see, let's see it. That's actually only going to be up here. You can see now we have that red outline when we have an error on our input element itself. Okay, and we'll set this up for the second one as well, but for now, let's focus on this motion animation. So now you'll see that I think our animation should play, right? So now you can see when our error comes on the screen, it plays, kind of animates up, but you'll notice that it's still jagged, right? It's still, it's not animating out. So the question is, why is that happening? If we added an exit animation, why is it only animating in, but not animating out? Well, it's because we actually have to use something called the animate presence component inside of motion. And the reason why is because when an element dismounts out of the browser or out of the DOM, it's a little bit trickier, I think, for motion library to handle that animation. And so you actually have to wrap it in a component that they have created. Okay, so here it's called the animate presence component. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to wrap this here in this animate presence. And the animate presence does exactly what it sounds like. It animates the presence of an element. And in this case, we need to animate it out. Okay. So let's add that. And now check this out. You can see now the animation comes in and goes out smoothly. Okay, so this component allows us to essentially say, if this component's about to dismount, it's going to disappear from the DOM, please animate it smoothly. Okay, so now let's add our error state to our input here, and let's add it to, let's add our motion animation to this p tag as well. So I'm actually going to copy this down here, all of this, and just replace it here. No reason to redefine it, but we do have to change this here. We have to change this to email address. Okay. And again, we also need to get our classes here. Let's grab these. And we'll update these ones here. And also we need to change this to email address. Okay, so now we have our controlled elements, we have our error states, we have our form submitting only in cases in which both this is checked, and we have valid elements here, valid inputs for our elements. So let's see, like this. You can see, so now we can submit only in the case that it is valid and checked, okay? And we have set up these beautiful error states with our motion animations, and this will wrap the section. I think the only last thing that we need to do here is set up our form state, which is going to allow us to track whether the form is in a submitting state, whether it's in a success state, whether it's in an error state, etc. So I will see you guys in the next section when we set that up. All right, so in this section, we're actually going to be setting up the state for our form, which is essentially going to be one of 4 values. It's going to be in an idle state, a pending state, a success state, or an error state, and that's all going to be based on the response from the database. So if we're waiting on a response, it's going to be pending. If it responded successfully, it's going to be success. If it responded with an error, then it's going to be an error state. Okay, and we're going to essentially make it so that the form stays in this state for about 1.5 seconds so that the user has that feedback, and then we're going to return it back to the idle state. And here you can see what the idle state actually looks like. Okay, so let's start at the top and actually create a interface that's going to represent the shape of our form state here. We're going to do interface form state. Now it's going to have 2 properties. The first one's going to be current state. And I'm actually going to define the other one first here. It's going to be the error message. Now we're just going to keep track of this error message just in case we want to render this on screen for the user and say, you know, this was the error that came back from our database. As an example, maybe there's a duplicate key or a duplicate email or something like that. We may want to show what the user what that error actually is. So let's start off by setting this to either string. Our error message is going to be string, or it's going to be null. Okay, so it can take on one of 2 values, and either it's null or a string. And the reason that we want to do that is because now we can see, okay, if our error message is null, then we have nothing to render, and if it is a string, then we do have something to render. But what will our current state be? Well, our current state property will take on one of 4 values. It's either going to be idle, meaning that there's no submission. It's going to be pending, meaning that we're waiting for the database to indicate whether we were able to successfully submit the information to our database. We have our success state. And lastly, we have our we have our error state. Okay. And now you might be asking, well, what actually is this thing you're doing here? That's not a string. It's not a null. It's not string. It's not null. It's not number. It's not any of those things. It's not an object. So what type of type is this that we're defining? Well, it's actually called a literal type inside of TypeScript. And the way that it works essentially is that we can do something like this. Let's say we have a state object. So we'll say const form state. And we're going to say that this is of type form state. And it's going to be an object. And this object is going to have our current state property. And here we can set it to idle. And it's going to have the error message property. And here we will set it to some error message. Okay. Some error message. All right. And now what we're going to do is, if we hover over this, you'll see that it says that the form state is declared, but its value is never read. And so that is just an error saying we're not using it, but of course we can use it just to get rid of the error. It'll be a little bit easier for this example. Form state. Thank you. We're not actually going to use that, but there. So you can see now it's not angry. Okay, so it's type form state. It's an object. It has these 2 properties. Now our error message can be null. That's also valid here. But it can't be a number as an example, because this is not a string or null. It's a number. Okay. Now our current state, this is interesting. Not only can it not be anything but a string here, like as an example, let's say we put 1, you can see that it's not happy with that, but it actually goes a step further. It says type number is not assignable to type idle, pending, success, error. Okay, so what it's saying is not only does this have to be a string, but it can only be one of 4 strings. So as an example, if we put submitting, you can see that it's still angry because submitting is not one of the 4 strings that we have defined for current state. We need to put one of our 4 states. Okay, so success is fine because we put that right here. So that's the beauty, is now we can really enforce what the current state value can take on. It can only be one of these 4 values, these exact literal values that we have declared. Okay, and that's great because our form here, we're going to be styling our button and some other elements based on one of these forms, these 4 states. And we don't want another developer who comes into our project and works on it, or if we come back in a couple months to look at our project, we want to easily be able to see that all of our states that we're updating our form with are based on these 4 things. And if somebody wants to change it, they have to actually manipulate the interface, which obviously they're going to be aware is maybe kind of dangerous, right? What is that actually going to do? So we're kind of enforcing behavior and being a little bit more strict on what type of values these can take on, which is the exact behavior that we're seeking from TypeScript, right? It's kind of that security in our application. So here, let's actually set it up here. We're going to say form state, and we're going to say set form state, and we're going to use state. Okay, and in this case, we're going to type our state with the form state type that we created, indicating that our form state object must subscribe to this interface and must always contain this shape. And for default, we're going to pass in an object. And our default object is going to say that our current state is going to be idle. And our error message is going to be null. Okay? And so you can see that it's angry because we're not actually using it. And I realize that we should not have this declaration here. So here our set form state. Let's actually use it. The first place we're going to be using it is right there where I had it. Whoops. And so let's get our set form state. And what we're going to be doing is, remember, this is our handle submit function. So once we check, okay, did they actually click the check mark? And is every form field valid, or is valid property that we got from our custom hook here? If both of those are true, we can now submit the form, which we have right here. Okay, I'm going to delete that text now. And we're going to say set form state, and it needs to be an object. And the object must take in our current state, which in this case will be success. And our error message will be null in this case. Because of course, if we're setting our current state to success, there should never be an error message. In this case, we should never be setting it to success, but also, some error message. That would make no sense. Okay. So now that we've done that, we'll be able to see how this actually influences the look of our form in a second here. Okay. So now let's actually go down and start setting up some of our text that's going to conditionally render within our button based on our form state. Let's go down here. And we're going to first get rid of this. Let's do some open and closing braces. And let's say that our form state, if our form state dot current state equals idle, then let's render learn more. Okay. And then let's go below that. Well, if our form state dot current state equals pending, which means that we're in the process of submitting the form, then let's do submitting ... And then if it's our form state is form state dot current state equals success, then we are going to render success. And lastly, I'll actually copy this down. I think it'd probably be faster. Whoops. Don't do that. There we go. Here we're going to say if our form state is in an error state, we're going to render submission failed. Okay. So now we're going to be conditionally rendering the text on our button based on the form state. So as an example, let's go up here real quick. Let's actually set our default value to pending. Now you can see that our button says submitting. If we set it to success, you will see that our button says success. Okay. So now let's actually go through the process of conditionally styling our button based on our current state. So let's go down to our button here and let's enter the JavaScript world by making a template literal string like this. And let's add it over here as well. And what we're going to do is right here, we're going to conditionally add some classes based on the form state. So how are we going to achieve that? Well, let's go up here. And let's create an object a JavaScript object that essentially is going to have different representations of our button based on the current state. Okay, so right here, I'm actually going to copy it over just to save you guys the pain of me typing it. But essentially what it is, I'll copy it and then explain it. Right here is an object, and this object of button state classes simply has 4 properties: idle, pending, success, and error. And within these in each one of these keys that are within our object here, they have a series of tailwind classes. So idle has background primary 700 and opacity of 100. It has pending, which is going to be background primary 700 and opacity of 50, success, which is background green, opacity 100, and error, which is background red, opacity 100. Okay, so we have different Tailwind CSS styles that we're applying based on these 4 states. Okay, now notice that these are named exactly as our current states are. Okay, idle, pending, success, error. So now what we can do is we can go down here and we can say, let's actually pass in a key to that object. Oops, what just happened there? Why did it delete my object? Please? Okay, so somehow that got deleted. I don't know why it just completely wiped out my object there. I must be hitting some crazy keys, but let's add that object back in. Okay, thank you. So now we return down here. We are going to say, go into our button state classes, and let's pass in a key. Well, what is that key going to be? It's going to be our form state dot current state. Okay, so in this case, we're passing in our current state, which is either idle, pending, success, or error, into this object, and it's going to be retrieving those tailwind classes and then applying them right here on our class names. So now, as an example, if we go up here, we change this to success, you can see that nothing happens. So that's not correct. Let's go back down and make sure that we're actually applying that correctly. Let's see. Form state dot current state, button state classes. Oh, I see. So we want to say, actually, it should be just like that. Let's actually make sure that we're applying that correctly, because we should see that our the background of our button is changing there. So that's kind of interesting. Let's change it to idle and see. That goes to learn more. But in this case, the opacity should in fact be 50. So let me check that. Let's go back down. It doesn't seem like it wants to work here. Let me make sure that we're not having any overrides here. Oh yeah, because we have our background set. So actually make sure to get rid of this background primary 700. We were using that for demonstration purposes, but now we want to get rid of that. Okay, so I think that that was the issue, is that was actually overriding some of our styles here. So let's go back up and change this to success. And you can see that our button is now green and says success. If we say error, our button is now red and says submission failed. Okay, and then again, if we say pending, you can see now our button is kind of grayed out. And you can see there's still one issue. We can hover over it, and that is not good. We want to really indicate, right now it kind of looks like it's disabled, but we still want to indicate that it is in fact disabled. So let's go through that process. Let's change this back to idle real quick. And we're going to go down, and we're going to use something called the enable class in Tailwind. We're going to say enabled, and then, so we're going to say enabled, and if enabled, then apply this hover state, which is background primary 800. Okay, so in this case, the hover property should just be gone completely now if we are disabled here. Okay, so our button, we actually also have to set up that disabled state. The disabled property on our button is going to be whether the form state dot current state does not equal idle. Okay, so if our form state is in anything else but idle, we want the button to be disabled. So in this case, if we go back up here, lots of scrolling up and down here, and we set this to pending. Now when we hover over it, our button is now disabled, so you can see the red cross through it, and you can see that there is no hover. Okay, and the reason that there's no hover is because we are saying that we only want to apply our hover class in the hover, and the change to the background, in the case in which the button is enabled, right? So if we hover this, it doesn't actually say it, but it's essentially checking to make sure that the button itself is not disabled. Okay, and now if we go back to idle, our button will no longer be disabled. Okay, nice. Okay, so now that we did that, I think we should be almost done here. Let's return that to idle. Let's make sure that we added all of our classes here. All right, and so now we can actually check. If we go here, we submit our form. Let's just say ASD. We'll say ASD at gmail.com. If we hit this, so our form should be valid now. We hit learn more. You can see now it is success. Okay, and you can see we can't click it because we want to keep it in this state for a second here. We don't want them to be able to submit. But you can see that it actually never goes back. Okay, and the issue is that we're not actually setting it back to our idle state. So what we could do here, we can do something like this, where we say set timeout. And within our timeout function, we're going to pass a callback like this. And we're simply going to say set form state. And I'll explain this in a second. And we'll set our current state to idle. And we will set our error message to null. Okay, so in this case, what we're actually doing here, set timeout allows us to dispatch an event to the browser and say, hey, can you put an event in the future for us? So in this case, we're saying set timeout, we pass in a callback function. Okay, and then the set timeout is going to call this function that we pass in right here after a certain amount of time. Let's actually do 2000 milliseconds. Okay, and you can see that it's angry, which is not good. We have to set it here, 2000. Oops, 2000. And so now we're saying tell the browser to dispatch an event and call tell the browser to invoke this function after 2000 milliseconds. And what are we going to do? We're going to set our current state to idle and set the error message to null. So instead here of setting it to success, we're going to set this to, we are going to set this to success, and then we're going to return it to idle after 2000 milliseconds. Okay, so now if we save this, let's reload our page. If we submit here, chat@gmail.com, hit that, submit, you can see it goes to success, and then it returns to learn more. Okay, so then we're kind of simulating what a database would do. We would send the request off, the database would say, okay, I saved the information, then it returns and says it was successful, and then we set it to idle. Okay, and so we're going to be doing something very, very similar to that once our form is completed here, but we're actually going to continue to use the set timeout functionality because we want to give the user ample time to see that the form was actually submitted successfully or if there was an error. Okay, so it's a very neat trick that we can use to essentially push an event into the future. Okay. So now that we did that, I think we might be officially done with this section. Let me make sure we didn't mess anything up here. Okay. And the last thing that we need to do, I think, is that should be it. So now I think we can move on to our testimonial section. Our form is looking great. So we have all these different things. We have our error states. We have these nice animations. We have all these checks in here before we submit. We're dispatching events into the future so we can have all these different conditional states that we render. And overall, it's very nice looking. Obviously, we haven't submitted it to a database yet, but we'll get there. But in the meantime, we're going to go jump down to our testimonial section. Okay, and we're almost done with our full page on desktop. So that's huge strides. So I'll see you guys in the next section. All right, so now that we completed the form section, or our frequent traveler program section, we can now move on to our testimonial section. And I want to say I congratulate anyone who made it through that section. Learning about custom hooks and all that state management can be a little bit tricky. So definitely congratulations if you made it through that. Might have been a little bit tricky, and I highly advise you guys to go back and watch it again and again if you need to, because there's a lot of really, really, really important concepts about state management, and just about kind of encapsulating different functionality and reusability that are in that section. Okay, but without further ado, we can actually get into our testimonial section. So let's actually add a new folder to our components here. That's going to be testimonials. And here we're going to have two things. We're going to have our testimonials component, and then we're also going to create an individual testimonial component for each individual testimonial here. Okay. So let's do testimonials.tsx. And within here, we're going to type RFC, hit tab. Again, this is going to be a new section on our page, so we'll give it the semantic section tag. And I apologize if you guys can hear that. There's a garbage truck who is not putting down the garbage cans very lightly outside. And we're going to render this. Whoops, I got rid of my app component. We're going to render this inside app right away. So let's go here and let's render testimonials. Okay. And again, I'm going to import that just below our the rest of our main components. And we can go in there and we can start adding our markup. So this one's actually going to be very simple, this section. Overall, it's going to be simple, I would say. And definitely the section component itself is going to be more simple than the testimonials. Okay, so here we're just going to have a section. Within that, we're going to have a div, so a very similar structure, the section for the entire testimonial section here, and then the div for this blue box in the middle that actually holds the content. Okay, and then within this box for our content, whoops, we're going to have a couple items. We're going to have an H2, and this H2, whoops, is going to be what are vacationers, whoops, that should be an uppercase our, vacationers say. Okay, so just a nice heading. And we're below that, we're going to have an unordered list, and this unordered list is simply going to contain a list of testimonials. In this case, it's quite a short list, just 2 testimonials, but hypothetically, you could add more testimonials to this list if you wanted. Okay, so now let's go in here, and we're going to iterate through our testimonials, which these are part of our content file. So let's actually go check those out real quick. If we go down to testimonials, we have the testimonial interface. So this is in our content types folder. And here you can see it just has an ID, an image, an alternative text for that image, the name for the testimonial, which is the user's name here, the description, which is the actual text description, and lastly, the vacation, which is this here. So you can see this individual, they had a trip to Thailand, and then this individual, they had a Maldives getaway. So you can imagine that those are some vacation packages that we offer on our website. Okay. And then again, in our content, if we scroll down, I'm sure we can see those way down here. Here. And so you can see that they have ID, image, alt, name, description, vacation. Okay, so let's go back to our testimonials. Let's map through here. We're going to do testimonials.map. And I'm just going to name it, actually I will name it testimonial. You can name it testimonial or just test for short. But here we're going to be rendering a series of, probably could guess it by now, we've had a very similar pattern throughout, a series of testimonial components, okay? And here we can actually pass in our props, and then we'll go over there and actually create this component. So we're going to have a testimonial prop, and again, that's just going to take in our testimonial typed object. Again, this is type testimonial, right here you can see the type. And we're also going to give it a key, which we have done before, very important, testimonial.id. Okay, and so now let's actually go through the process of creating that component. Let's go into our testimonials folder and create our testimonial component, testimonial.tsx, type in rfc, hit tab, and now we have our testimonial component. And this here, let's actually check, is it going to be a div? It's actually going to be a list item, of course, because it's in a list. And we can take in those props here. Let's go here, create that interface for testimonial props. And here it's simply going to have one property, which is going to be testimonial. And that's going to be of type testimonial, which is from our content types folder. Okay. And again, that's this type that we just looked at. Okay. So now let's go over here. We're going to read in our properties object, and that properties object is going to subscribe to the testimonial props interface. And we'll leave it like this for a second. So let's return back to our testimonial section. Let's actually return to our web page here. And you can see that it is in fact angry. Let's see, what's it angry about here? Oh, it clashes. Let's see if you can use type here. Is that going to work? Does it work? All right, nice. So we got rid of that clash, the naming clash. So we should be good there. Now let's actually see. It's because we have no import here. Let's import the testimonial. Oh man, and it's not going to give it to me, so I'll just import it here. Nice. So our page has come back. Thank you for that. And now you can see down here, our testimonial section, we have what our vacationers say, and then the 2 testimonials that we're rendering. Now let's add some styles to the testimonials section. So we're going to do class name. Let me actually make sure we added everything here. Yep, just to that UL. Okay, so for this, we're going to have a PX of 24. Okay, 96 pixels on the left and right, just like our sections above and below. And we're going to set a PY of 36, which I think is 144 pixels top and bottom. Okay, that's going to be right here. Now let's do margin auto again to center our div here on the horizontal axis within its parent container. And we're going to give it again a max width of 389, which is something we've seen before. Simply setting it to 1556 pixels max width, which makes it consistent with some of the other sections on our page, which again is consistent with our, let's actually click here, consistent with our layout grid right here. Right. So now that we did that, we can move on to our H2. Class name equals margin bottom of 22. We're going to have our text set to center. We're going to have our text, let's actually scroll down, we can't even see it here. So that's centered our text in this container here. You can see margin bottom of 22 is in reference to this spacing here. So that's going to be 88 pixels. And then we're going to have text, and here this one's going to be quite big. It's going to be 3.2 875 rem. And lastly, we're going to have font dash semi-bold. Okay. Move down to our UL. Class name is going to equal flex. So it's going to be a flex container, so we can put those testimonials adjacent to one another. We're going to have a gap X of 20, so a minimum gap between these two items of 80 pixels, and that can be seen right there. Okay. And now we can get into the testimonials themselves. So let's go down into this component. And like I said, this one's going to be a little bit more involved here. So let's start with the markup. We're going to have the list item, and in here we're going to have a div. And I think that this div is going to hold. So the list item itself is going to wrap, like I'll show you the container structure here. So the list item, let's get rid of our grid so we can see right here. So I think that this entire container is going to be the list item, right? The div itself is going to be this white container on the right. So if you guys can see, this image is actually on top of this white box behind here. So I think that this is going to be this inner div here. This li is going to hold the entire content here for each testimonial. And then there's going to be some other elements here, of course, but I just want to show you that general structure here. So within this div, we're actually going to have an image. Okay, so this image is going to be positioned relative to this white box here. All right. And here we can add some properties already. So let's start off with our list item. We actually don't need to set it here because we set our key here. So we don't need to set our key on this list item. But for our source here, we can set that. It's going to be testimonial.image. So let's actually destructure that immediately. Testimonial. And here we're going to do testimonial.image. And here we're going to do testimonial.alternative text. Okay, so specifying that alternative text, which is very important for accessibility. And now that we did that, we can move on to our second div. Or I just realized we still have many items that we need to, or yeah, because we're just doing our content. We're not actually doing our styling just yet. So it looks like we have a div that is adjacent to our div that's above here. Just trying to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand with all this styling. And this is going to be flex. Flex, or not flex. It's going to be, yeah. Well, we're not adding the classes yet, so this is going to be a p tag. What am I talking about? P, just trying to look at the structure there. And then here we're going to have testimonial dot, let's go over there. Testimonial dot description. And it's going to, whoops. Just made my thing disappear. And it's going to be within this p tag. Or actually, we're going to have a second p tag, I should say. We're going to have a p tag just below. And this one is going to say testimonial.name. Testimonial.name. And we're going to be adding a /, and then we're going to add more brackets here. And this is going to be testimonial.vacation. All right. So you can see that. All right. So now that we did that, I think that's the markup set up correctly. We'll see if I did lay it out correctly in a second here. But essentially we have our list item and we have two items. We have the image here, and then we also have this div, which I think that this here is going to represent this white box. And then this right here is going to wrap the image. And the reason that we want to wrap the image is I think we're going to be setting it up such that the div itself that wraps these two items, right? Let's see if we can click on it like this right here. It's going to have the, as an example, this girl here with this circular background that's gray. And then it's also going to have an absolutely positioned element that is this blue circle. Okay, and we're going to set that on the div itself. And then the image here is what's going to be responsible for the gray circle. Okay, so a little bit tricky with these absolutely positioned elements. It always takes a while to see what's going on, but we'll get through it. So let's go up here and set our class name on our list item. Here we're going to be making this relative. Okay. We're going to do our margin left of 24. Okay, now this is going to be in relation to this right here, if I'm correct. Margin left of 24. That's going to be this right here. So you can see that we have 95 pixels, but I think it's going to be, this is going to be 96 pixels. But you see here that from this white box to the edge of our actual testimonial here, there is 95 pixels. It's going to be 96. Okay. That's the margin left there. We're going to do flex. And I think that's going to allow us to set this div to the left of this one here. It's a little bit tricky to say, right? It's kind of complex here. with these absolutely positioned elements, but we're going to see how this develops. So rounded 3XL, that's actually going to be in reference to this box here. I just realized this white box. So maybe that's what we're referencing, because that's almost certainly will be in reference to that, because you can see that we have, let's see what the rounding is, 24 pixels there, which is equivalent to this here. Okay. Now let's do background white. We're going to do a padding on the Y of 14. So that's going to be 56 pixels. So let's actually see. Let's click on our text here. Yeah, so we have 56 above and below for the text elements. So you can definitely see that this is in fact that white box. We're going to be doing a padding top of 14. We're going to be doing a padding right of 12 and a padding left of 42. And that's going to be 168 pixels. So I'm actually curious as to why we're adding that. We're going to end up seeing why we're adding that in a second here. Maybe that's to do with the testimonials not stretching all the way across the entire container here. We'll see, but let's move on. We're going to go to drop shadow. And our drop shadow, we're going to set a custom shadow. It's going to be 0 pixels offset on the x-axis. It's going to be 0 pixels offset on the y-axis. And then the spread, or the blur, I think it is going to be 20 pixels. And then lastly, we're going to set an RGBA value of, I think, 000 for black. And then our alpha channel is going to be set to 0.05. So 0, 0, 0, and then 0.05. Okay, so let's go back over there. Can we see that? All right, so now you can see our testimonial is kind of shaping up. It's closer, certainly. So now let's move down to this div here. And let's actually style a couple other things first. I think it would be beneficial for us to first style the image here. Let's go down here, because I think that this div here is going to be a little bit sophisticated in terms of its classes. So I think it will help if we do other things first. So let's start here and do background gray 300. So now we can see that gray background on the image. We are going to do our top of 0, and we're going to do left of 0. We're going to set our Z to 5, which is going to bring it forward just to make sure that it's overlaid on any other elements that are also absolutely positioned. And we're going to set our size to -45. And that's going to set its width to 180 and its height to 180. Okay, and we're going to set our rounded to full. Okay, so right now you can see it's being manipulated in a weird way. I think we could also probably set shrink to 0. All right, so I guess for now, just leave it like that. It doesn't really matter. We're going to address it in a second when we style this div here, right here. But then we can go down here and we can actually do these styles. We might as well add them first before we get onto that scary div. Like I said, we're going to do flex. We're going to do flex column. So this is going to be setting the text itself. I'm actually going to comment this out. Maybe that will help us see. Yeah. So now you can see flex column. That's going to be putting this description on top of our the name and the vacation. Okay. Then we're going to do justify between. And lastly, we're going to do a gap Y of 14. Okay, so justify between is just going to make sure that these are spread as far apart as possible, given that the space is variable. So right now you can see we have a fixed Y value for our gap here, right there. But if it is variable, it's going to force these items apart on the vertical axis here. And so that looks pretty good. We're already on our way here. Now let's add this. And so now we're going to be doing text-base/9. So that's going to be 16 and 36 for the font size and line height. We're going to be setting our font to light here. So down to 300. You got to be careful with this because if you're not using heavy contrast here, which in our case we are, so it's fine, but typically you want to be careful with fonts that are less than 400 font weight because it can be hard for accessibility. But in our case, we're using black on white, so there is high contrast, so we can tolerate it in this context, but it's definitely something you want to consider. Here we're going to do font medium, like that. And I just realized actually that we need to target the, we're going to have a span here that's actually going to target the vacation itself. Okay, so let's add that span in. Essentially, we're going to wrap this testimonial.vacation in a span so that we can target it. Okay, so here it's actually going to be font medium, and then here we're going to have a class name, and we're going to say font light. Okay, and the reason that we do that is because now you can see that our name is semi-bold, or it's medium actually, and then this is a much lighter color, which kind of gives a cool effect there. And again, our text, so everything looks great there. Our text looks great. Everything seems to line up nicely. Now let's bring this thing back into existence, which can be scary. And so you can see that we need to absolutely position this. We want this to overlay on top of the edge of this white container here, right? And you can also see that was that padding left right there that I talked about, 168. That's actually in reference to this right here, this green section on the left of our div. So that large section that pushes our text all the way to the right here is that padding left, okay? And then the margin left of 24 is in reference to this orange section that is to the left of this white rectangle itself, okay? So a little bit tricky to keep track of it all, but let's add our class name property to this. Now here, remember, this is relative, so we can position this div absolutely relative to its parent here. So let's go start off with absolute. Then we are going to set our left to 0, put it on the left side of its parent container. And then we're going to do something like this. We're going to do translate, and we're going to make it negative. So you could just put a negative sign in front of a property in Tailwind, and it will make the negative version of it. So here we're going to do negative translate, and we're going to set it to 50%. And so essentially what that's going to do is it's going to translate the item negative 50% relative to its own width here. So this div is essentially the same width as our image here. Okay, so look at the image here and then the div surrounding it. We're saying let's shift this thing 50% to the left of its own width, which in this case is 180 pixels. So it's going to shift left 90 pixels. Okay, translate itself 50%. Now we can do our size. So our size is going to be 47.5. Now our div, we actually want it to be slightly bigger than the image because, again, like I said, we're going to position our image within this div in the top left right here. And then we're going to position this blue circle in the bottom left of this div that wraps both of them. Okay, so you got to keep track of that because it can be a little tricky to follow along here. Now we're going to also add the transform property, which I think allows us to actually translate in the first, like it allows us to use, because usually you do transform and then translate. So in this case, you essentially use these properties in tandem here, but we might actually not need it. Let's see. We'll leave it without it for now and see if we need it after. Okay, we're going to say overflow to hidden, just to make sure that there's no content overflowing this container. We're going to do and now we're going to set our our after element. Okay, so let's actually see if we can figure this out or see it visually. So remember, the size of our image is 45, so 180. The size of our div is 190. So if we hover this now, let's actually see. We have where's it at? Our image, which is a little bit smaller, and it's in the top left, okay? And then we have the div, which is a little bit bigger, okay? And the image, the reason it's in our top left is because it says top, and then this says left. And this is actually positioned relative to its parent, which is absolute here, okay? Because this has a non-static position property. Okay, so now we're in the top left of our parent element with our image, but what do we want in the bottom right of our parent element? Well, we want a blue circle, okay? So let's actually add that, and we're going to do that with the after pseudo element. Okay, so these are like, pseudo elements are exactly as they sound. They're like pseudo elements in HTML. They're not real elements, but you can actually create elements before and after, as an example, a div here, right on the element itself. Okay, so a little bit tricky to explain, but I'll show you how it works here. So we're going to say after, and our after element is going to be absolute position. We're going to have after, which is going to be background primary 700. We're going to have after, which is going to be a right of 0. And so in this case, it's right bottom instead of top left. And we're going to say after and a bottom of 0. We're going to do after, and we're going to set our z index to -1. So negative z of 1. That's going to make sure to push it backwards in the stacking context, which just means the items that are stacked on the page, you could say like towards you, right? Towards your face on the screen. And then we're going to have after is block. So it's going to be a block level element instead of, I think, an inline element by default. And we're going to set our size as well. All right. And as you can see, we need to have rounded full. Okay. So now essentially what we're doing is we're literally creating a circle here for our image right here, placing it in the top left, and then we're creating an after element on this div and placing it in the bottom right. But the div itself is holding both elements here. The div is right here. Okay, so now that we did that, we just have to figure out why exactly we do not have it in the center. I just realized that it's actually our translate property. So we do not want to translate it up 50%. So in this case, when we do a negative translate, we're translating it both on our X and Y axis, which has the effect of moving it left and up. But in this case, we actually only want to translate it left. So we're going to do negative translate X of 50%, but not on the Y. Okay, so now you can see we have successfully set up our testimonials. Okay, so a little bit tricky with the absolute positioning, but very fun to work with absolute positioning because you can get these very cool effects where, in this case, our testimonial images are kind of sitting on top of this container on the edge of it. But we are officially done with that section, and we now can move on to our footer section, which should also not be too difficult, but very nice. It's going to be our first section that's all blue background, so I actually really enjoy it. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have completed our testimonial section, we can now move on to our footer section, which, like I said, I really enjoy because it's negative. So in this case, instead of it being white with blue accents, it's going to be blue with white accents, and I really enjoy this blue color here. So let's go down and create that. We'll actually first create the component. So let's go into our components folder. We're not going to have a subfolder here because there's only going to be one footer component, no children component for it. So let's just add footer.tsx directly in the components folder. And then let's type RFC, hit tab, delete our import from React. And again, we can put, in this case, we're not going to put a section. We're actually going to use the semantic footer tag. Okay, so built right into HTML. And let's return here. And again, we have our header section, our main section. And then here, we do not actually even have to take in a children property because in this case, there is no children, like I said. So in this case, there's no need to make it an open and close tag like this. Okay, and we're not going to have to create an interface to take in the children either. So now that we did that, let's actually go into our footer. And I'm actually going to move that down here. Footer. Okay, so now you can see we have our page, our header, our main, and our footer. Right, we're going to have a couple other imports, but this is the good our start to our page structure here. Okay, so now let's go in here. And let's start styling this thing. This one shouldn't be too sophisticated, but we're going to start with the markup as we do. So first, let's add our div for our content. So again, we have the footer, which is the actual section, then the div here, which is going to represent this inner content. And then in there, we're going to have another div. And I think that this div is going to represent this container here. Okay, so all of these items. And now within this div, we're going to have yet another div. And this one is going to have a p tag, which is going to be for our GoTravel, your vacation awaits heading. So let's actually grab that text, put that right there. Okay, definitely not import React from React. And I just realized that should go inside of the p tag here. Thank you. And just to the left of this, I realized we're actually gonna have this logo here. And that's actually gonna be our logo icon dark. Okay, so it's just a version of our logo icon that is dark theme. And here you can see it's already angry because we are not providing it the class name property that it's expecting. So let's actually add that real quick. So then this div holds those two items, which I think is going to be, these two items, right? And then let's see, just below that, we're going to have another p tag. And I just realized that this should sit inside of a div. So this div is going to represent all of this content, like I said. But then we're going to actually have a nested div, if I'm correct here. Let's see, so we have a div, and then we have this div, divception, like literally divception on this one. So div, and then we have this logo icon right here. Okay, and then adjacent to that logo icon is going to be all of this stuff, right? So we have essentially a column right here. Maybe I could draw that with our tool, or maybe like a block here, please. All right, whatever. But either way, we're going to have a column here for our icon, and then we're going to have another column for all this text here. Okay, so we have this p tag, and we have the heading, and then we have this description here, which I'm just going to copy in. You guys can take a moment to type that, or just copy it right over from the design here. GoTravel creates vacations, you'll remember, yada, yada. Below that, we're going to have an unordered list. That unordered list is going to hold these three icons, our LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and Instagram icon. And within here, we're going to be iterating through our footer socials, which again is part of our content folder. So we're just going to map over that. And in this case, I'm not going to go in there and show them. You guys can look at them. They're very simple, these ones. We're just going to do social. And we're going to do a series of list items here. Whoops. Like this. And we're going to add an anchor tag within there. And so our list item, first and foremost, is going to need that key property that we've added. And and that's going to be our social.id. Our anchor tag is going to be social.href. Okay, and that's just going to link to the platforms. If you actually look at this, you'll see that where they at. So I guess I ended up having to look at these, but here you can see that we have our alt, which is simply the text to represent the actual clickable link, which is important for accessibility. And then we have the href that just links to LinkedIn, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Obviously, in a real landing page, you would want to link this to the social media sites for your company. Okay, and then we have our icons as well within our icon property. Okay, so now that we did that, we can go into our anchor tag and we can render our social icon. So again, we have that icon property that actually is a React component under the hood here. And we also are going to need to pass our class name into all of those. All right. And so let's actually see if we can see those. Oh, there they are. Nice. And we are also going to add a label here. So you got to remember that these clickable links here do not actually have a label. Okay, even though they have an href, they do not have a label themselves. Okay, so let's actually add that. And I realize we should have an alternative text. Is that a property here? Unfortunately, it does not have an alternative text. Let's see if we can do that. Exactly. And so that's why we ended up using a label here. So again, there's an attribute called aria label. And the aria label, we're going to set to our social.alt. And in this case, we're essentially putting the alternative text property onto our anchor tag in the form of an aria label. So now if someone, again, if they're visually impaired and they can't see what this actually is, they can simply say, okay, what is the label? The screen reader will read it out to them. And in this case, it will say, you know, this is LinkedIn logo. This is a link to Instagram, etc. Okay. So now let's go down to our social icon. Actually, the last thing we have to add is our target. So we're going to add something called a target property. And the target here, we're going to do underscore blank. And the reason why we're going to do that is because by default, when you click on a link, it's actually going to make it so that their web page just switches to where the link goes. So if we click on LinkedIn, it's just going to open up LinkedIn right in this tab. But if you set underscore blank, it's actually going to open up LinkedIn in a new tab. Okay. And so you guys have probably had that where sometimes some websites will just change where you're actually at and it'll just change your current tab. But most of the time you actually want the browser to open a new tab, where you actually want to go to, right? So in this case, let's actually see that behavior. So if we click on LinkedIn here, you can see it opens up a new tab here. But if we were to get rid of this, okay, so yeah, exactly. In this case, it just takes us directly to LinkedIn. It doesn't open a new tab. So that can be very frustrating, but we have this very bizarre syntax where you just say target equals underscore blank. God only knows how they ended up creating that, but that's how you achieve that behavior, okay? So now that we have that done, we can move on to the items that are below this div. So let's see if we can figure out how to get this structure correct. So we have the outer div and then we have this div. And now this div right here represents this left column. Okay, so all this content that's right here in this blue box. And then to the right of this div, okay, we're going to be adding an unordered list. And the reason that we're adding an unordered list is we're actually going to structure these as 5 list. 1, 2, 3, 4 list. Okay. And now in here, we're going to be mapping through our footer columns. So I think they're called footer cols. Nice. And we're going to map through those. And we're just going to call them col. And now the structure of these is a little bit more sophisticated, and that's because they have a heading and they have these 4 links here. So let's actually look at those real quick. Let's go into our footer cols. You can see that our footer cols are each item is a footer col, and each one of these has an ID. It has a heading, which is going to be like this here, menu, services, extra, contact. And then it also has a list of links, and each one of those is a footer link. Okay, and our footer link has an href, a name, and an icon. Okay, so in this case, if we go back to our content, you can see that we have our ID, we have the heading here, which in this case would be menu, and then we have our links array, and our array of links are essentially objects that have an ID, an href, and a name. Okay, so kind of a nested structure there. So a little bit more sophisticated, but also not too bad. So let's go back to our footer component and let's map over these. We're going to add our list item as we've done before. And we're going to go in and add our key property. That's going to be call.id. And within here, we're going to add a p tag. The p tag is going to be Actually, what am I doing? Adding a class name. We're not going to be adding our class names just yet, but we are going to be adding the call.heading here. And again, this is in reference to menu, services, extra, etc. So let's actually see those. Okay. And then let's see, it's maybe just below that p tag. So again, now what we're actually going to be doing here is it's like listception. Even though each one of these are list, so there we have this here, which is a list. Okay. And it has 1 list, 2 list, 3 list, 4 list. But then again, within these, we also have another list. We have this list of links. Okay, so now below our heading here, which in this case is menu, we're going to have a list of links here. So let's go down here and add a nested UL. So kind of a crazy structure here, but which is I guess how it is in this case. And again, we're going to set our key property. And so each one of our links also has a key. So we're going to say, I just realized that on our list, we need to map here. So we're going to do our column. And that's going to be right here. And within our columns, we have a links property, and we're going to map over those links. And so we're going to say link. And here we're going to return this list item. All right. And in here we can do link.id for our key. And now what are we going to have within here? Shouldn't be too sophisticated. We're just going to have so conditionally, we're going to have a link.icon. And the reason why, or we're going to have our link.icon. And the reason why is because you can see here that these links actually have icons next to them, whereas these ones don't. And so essentially what we're going to say is if there is a link.icon, okay, which is not always true, only some of them have a link icon, then we are going to render the link.icon. All right. And here it's going to take in a class name property, or it's going to yell at us. And so essentially, again, if it does have a icon, which we can actually check that real quick. If you go here to our content and down to our footer columns, you will see in fact that only these ones have the icon property. Okay, these links here, they do not have it. Okay. So if it does have that, we're going to render first the link icon, and then just to the right of that, we're going to have an anchor tag, which is going to be the actual links themselves here. The text, I should say. And here it's going to be link.href. And we're going to have within this anchor tag a p tag that just has link.name. Okay. And so now we should be able to see that. All right, nice. We have all this content and we have these logos or these icons that are absolutely too massive. So now we have the entire structure done. So a little bit involved there, some nested lists here. But overall, not too bad, and we can actually get into styling this. So first and foremost, let's actually make these smaller so we can actually see how our styles are being applied again. So let's start off with our link icon. We're just going to have we're going to say block, turn them into block level elements. Then we're going to say our size is 6 here. So width and height is going to be 6. And we're going to have a fill of white. So that's actually going to make it so that we can't even see the icons for a second here. Whoa, somebody was honking as they passed by. And now we can move up. Let's actually do the social icon as well, because those might as well while we're at it. So we're going to do fill-white. And now in this case, you can see that's actually going to make them invisible as well. So now let's go through the process of styling everything else. And first, actually the footer background would be nice. So let's do background primary 700. We're going to be doing a padding on the x-axis of 24, so that's 96 pixels left and right, similar to our other sections on our page. We're going to do a padding top of 24, which is also going to be 96 pixels on the top. And we're going to do a padding bottom of 26, which is going to be 104 pixels on the bottom. Okay, so you can see that right there. Now let's move into our div here. Okay, so this div has 2 items again. Remember, it has our left column right here, this whole thing, and then it has our right column, which is full of list, okay? Or which is a list, I should say. And we're going to say mauto, so that's going to center it on the horizontal axis within its parent. We're going to make it a flex container, so now you can see our left column is on the left, our right column is on the right. We're going to do a max width of 432, which I think is 1728 pixels, which makes sense because this container here is in fact 1728 pixels at its maximum width. Then we're going to do justify between. And we're going to do a gap x of 32. So that's going to set a minimum gap between our left and right columns of 32, which we can see right there. I'm actually going to visualize this flex container because it'll be a little bit easier for us to see what's going on. And we're going to set our text to white. Okay, that looks much, much better. Now let's move down to this div. And this div, again, is going to be for our left column here, so all of this content. So that's going to be flex. We're then going to set our max width to 116. So this container is going to have a max width of 465 pixels. It's 464 pixels. It's going to have a gap x of 4, which is going to be the gap between our logo icon here and the text to the right. So that's going to be 16 pixels right here between this and this here. Okay, and right now you can see that our logo is getting shrunk, but we're going to get rid of that now. We're going to make it a block level element, and we're also going to set its shrink property to 0 to make sure that this flex child of this parent container is not able to shrink. In this case, I want to give it a fixed width. And here we're going to now set our class name on our p tag. This one's going to be a margin bottom of 5, so 20 pixels to push off that description there. We're going to give it a padding top of 3.5, which I think is going to be 12 pixels. 14 pixels above. We're going to give it a text dash 1.25 rem, which I think would be 18 pixels, 20 pixels, 20 pixels. Okay. And then font semi-bold. All right, so that looks nice. Now we can move on to our description itself. Class name is going to be set to margin bottom of 8. So that's going to push off our logos a little bit there. Nice. 32 pixels. And font light. Make sure it looks consistent with our design here. Now let's move down to our unordered list of our 3 social icons. Here we're just going to add 2 classes. We're going to get flex, so they're horizontally distributed, and we're going to do a gap x of 8, so they have a width of 32 pixels between each item, or a space of 32 pixels between each item there. Okay. Now let's move down into our social. Actually, that's it. We already added our social icon class, and we don't need classes for any of these other items, so we can now move down. So our left column is looking very good, consistent with our design to a T. And now we can move on to this right column here. So first and foremost, we have the unordered list. And again, this unordered list contains 4 sublists here. So this is the unordered list. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 lists. So let's add that. Class name. And here we're going to be doing flex. That's going to put our 4 lists adjacent to one another. Now we're going to do a basis of 256.5. And so that's essentially going to say for our flex child, remember this unordered list is actually within a flex container here. This element, we're going to try and give it a flex basis, a default width of 1026 pixels, which is exactly what it is right now. Okay, so you can see that we do have ample space to do that. And so it's in 1026. And that allows us to make it exactly consistent with our design on desktop. But the beauty is that when you set the basis property, it still is able to shrink. So even though we're setting it to a default of 1026, it still can move freely, which in our case, moving freely means shrinking, because that's what we want. Okay. And lastly, we're going to do justify between, just to force all of our columns apart there. Okay. Now let's move down to our p tag. And here we are going to be setting up a margin bottom of 5. That's just going to push off our heading. Okay, so menu services, extras, and contact information. We're going to do text XL. That's going to put it up to 20 pixels, I think. And font semi-bold, so get that 600 font weight. Okay, and it is, in fact, 20 pixels. Okay, so now we can move down to our unordered list. And again, this is our unordered list of actual links here. So this sub list here. And we're going to be doing flex column. We want those on top of each other. And we're going to give it a gap on the Y of 2.5. Okay, so just give it some nice spacing there. Now let's go down to our list item itself. And here we are going to give it a class name of flex. Items are going to be center, just to make sure that they are centered on the vertical axis, which is going to be important because we want to make sure that this icon here for our last column is in row with the text that's next to it. So we just center on the vertical axis with our align items property. And we're going to do a gap x of 2. That's going to make sure that if there is an icon here, we do have, I think it's 8 pixels. 8 pixels of spacing between the icon and the text that is adjacent to it. Okay. Now let's move on to the link icon. Actually, we don't even need to do that because we already added those styles. But we do have some classes for our anchor tag. So let's do class name. And we're going to do font medium. Okay. We're going to give it an opacity of 80. So that's going to just kind of make it a little bit more gray, which is nice for visual hierarchy here. And we're going to do a hover opacity of 100. Okay, so hover is going to be opacity 100. All right. And so now if we hover over it, you can see, and for the links here, we actually want it to be immediate. So we do not want to put a 200 millisecond duration. That's just because we had that same snappy animation up here. If we look, you can see that these, when we hover over them, they immediately become black. But our drop-down menu does come in slow, as well as our caret icon rotates slow. But we like that very snappy animation for our links here, just because we don't want our website to feel slow. Okay, our buttons are a different story, but we're going to do the same thing down here for these links. So you hover over them, and they immediately change colors. Okay, so let me get rid of this flex visualizer. Don't want that anymore. And we are officially done with our footer section. So you can see how amazing that looks. It might be a little bit responsive as of now. Yep, you can see it's already responding quite nicely. If you go too far, it's definitely going to break, but and that's, of course, because we have not done the responsive design yet. But overall, we have now completed our page on desktop, and we can move into our section where we're going to be setting up our database, and we're going to be handling that remote interaction with our remote database. Okay, so state management with React Query, and saving our data to permanent storage with a remote database. And again, it's with a platform called Supabase, which is so cool and free and amazing. So I will see you guys over there. But for now, definitely take a moment to go through the page and kind of check it out. Take a moment to appreciate all the animations and just how far we have come in this tutorial. If you've made it this far, you are a legend. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next section. All right, I realized just before we finish off our desktop implementation of our landing page, we want to actually add a smooth scroll animation. So I realized that right here, when we click on Start Your Explorer, we actually wanted to go down to our Explore More section. So how are we actually going to handle that? Well, right now, if we click on that, it doesn't go anywhere. You can see it links to that section of the page, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. So let's go into our steps section where we actually have defined this Explore More link here, or this Start Your Explorer button. It's actually a link that looks like a button. Here we've set our href and we put a hash symbol and then Explore More. So essentially what we're saying with this href is that we don't want to link to another page, like as an example, some URL/Explore More. When we put a hash symbol, we're saying we want to link to another section of the current page. So in this case, we want to link to an Explore More section. So let's actually go to our Explore More section, and let's actually set the corresponding ID for that section. Okay, so that's what this is actually referencing. The hash symbol is saying another section of the page that has an ID of Explore More. So here, let's go here, and let's set an ID property of Explore More. Okay, now if we hit the Start Your Explore button, it's going to take us to the Explore More section. Now I want that to be smooth. I don't really like how it just jumps right down there when we do that. So let's go into our index.html. I'm going to go directly to our HTML element here. This is the easiest way to set this up. And we're going to add the class property, not class name because it's not React. Okay, this is working directly with HTML here. And we're going to say scroll-smooth. Okay, so now if we go back up here and we click on this, you can see it smooth scrolls down to that section. Okay, so that is the last thing that we have to add. I realized we forgot to add that, but definitely an important part of the page. And so with that, we now are officially done with our implementation on desktop. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so now the next thing that we're going to be getting into is setting up our Supabase and React Query within our project. Again, React Query is for our remote state management, and Supabase is actually the database, the remote database that we're going to be using. And so let's begin by actually installing those packages. So let's hit Control-C in our terminal here, then hit clear. That'll turn off our website really quickly. You could also open up a second terminal and keep your website live, and then just do your commands here. But I like to turn the terminal off, or I shut down the server that's serving the website. It's probably a better way to say it. And now we're going to install first our React Query, which is actually called tanstack query. It's actually it's tanstack/React Query in this case. And so let's do npm i at tanstack/React Query. So you're going to want to type that out there. npm i at tanstack/React Query. Okay, and now we can go into our package.json and just make sure that those changes have been reflected. So we'll see right here, we do have the @tanstack/React query package. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to install the dev tools. So here we're going to have the dev tools. So that's going to be npm i @tanstack/React query dev tools. Okay, so let's hit enter. And then we are going to have one more package, which is going to be for Supabase itself. So this is going to be the package that allows us to actually interact with a remote database. That's going to be npm i @supabase/SupabaseJS. All right, so now you guys can see we have our React query package and its dev tools, and then we also have Supabase. Okay, so now let's go into our app component here, and let's start off with some imports. I'm actually gonna just copy them over because it'll take me a millennia to type them, but you guys are gonna just want to pause the video real quick and import these. So we have the query client from React Query, and we also have the query client provider. Okay, so the query client is the actual client that is going to allow us to use all of the remote state tools that React Query has. Okay, so it's like the entry point to all of its functionality. And that means, like, as an example, the fetching the data from remote database, caching the data on the client to make sure that we don't make unnecessary requests to our database. If we already have the data and it's not stale, it's going to do retries. So as an example, if we fail a request to our database, it's going to retry 3 times in a row, which is very common, just to kind of see like, okay, maybe it was a one-time error. So the retry mechanism in React Query is 3 times by default, but you can customize it. And so it does all this functionality that's very important and very, very helpful. Okay. And so again, that's the query client. And then the query client provider simply says, let's provide the query client throughout the entire component tree here. Okay. And then we have React Query Dev Tools. This Dev Tools component is quite nice because it just allows us to see kind of what React Query is actually doing under the hood and track some of our data, etc. See how the fetching is working, the caching is working. So let's go down here into a component tree, actually just above our component tree right here. And let's add a const for our query client. And we're going to instantiate a new query client here, like that. And now let's go into here and let's provide the query client with our query client provider. Okay, just like that. And let's bring the second tag, the closing tag, all the way down below our page here. Okay, so it wraps our entire application here. And here we're going to pass in a client property like this, client, and that's going to be equal to the query client. Okay, so now our query client is going to give us access to this instance, this query client, throughout every single component that is a child to it, which is literally our entire application. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's actually instantiate our query dev tools. So below our page here, but still within our React Query Provider, we're going to do React Query Dev Tools. Okay, and that's just a component. And once we hit save, you guys aren't going to be able to see it, I don't think, because my webcam is in the way, but I will move it. Now let's actually restart our application, npm run dev here. And now that our page is reloaded, if I get my camera out of the way here, let's get rid of that thing. You can see right here in the bottom right, there's like this little palm tree icon. That's the Tanstack query icon. If we click on that, you can see that this panel opens up, and this panel allows us to see our queries, our mutations, if our data is fresh, if it's fetching, if it's paused, if it's stale, if it's inactive, etc. And so you'll see how that works in a second. Obviously, there's not much to see right now, but that will become very important as we move along here. Okay, the dev tools can be very helpful when you're debugging things and trying to kind of figure out what React Query is doing under the hood. So with that out of the way, we have finished the first section of this part of the project, which was simply installing our packages and then providing our query client throughout our application. All right, so now what I want you guys to do is navigate to supabase.com. And here I can't actually see the sign up form because I'm already signed in here. But essentially what you're going to want to do is just sign up, create an account here. So I'm sure it'll be somewhere sign up or sign in. Create an account, go verify your email. And once you return to the website, if you click on start a project, the first thing that it's going to do is it's going to ask you to, so again, pause the video now and do that. The first thing that it's going to ask you to do once you actually sign in is create an organization. So here we're going to set our organization name to whatever you want. I'm just going to make mine Chad Casey, because in this case, it's just me. We're going to set our type of organization to personal. And of course, we're going to set our free plan, okay, $0 a month. And then all we're going to do is hit create organization. Okay, it's going to create a new organization here. And you got to wait for it, give it a second, and then we're going to set up a project just after, okay? So please, and now that we're here, what we can do is we're going to select our organization, which in this case is my name. Then I'm going to go down to the project name, and here I'm going to set it to GoTravel-landing page. I'm going to get a database password. So all you have to do here is I'm just going to hit generate a password. Okay. And I'm going to copy mine. I'm going to save it. I'm obviously not going to save it on screen here, but you want to make sure that you copy this password and save it somewhere securely. Obviously this is your database password, so be careful with it. I'm pretty sure that it is the database password, so be very careful. And then the region is going to be, it says right here, select a region closest to your users for the best performance. So in this case, I'm just going to choose East US, but you guys can choose whatever location here is closest to what you think your users will be. Okay, in this case, and that's if you obviously were to deploy this landing page, but in our case, we're probably not going to have that many users on our landing page, of course. Security options, you guys can skip these. These have some good defaults. And so now we can hit create project. Okay, so hit create project and wait for this to do its magic. All right, and so now that we're here, we have successfully created our project, and that is the first step of this section. And in the next section, we are going to be setting up our image storage. All right, so now that we have created our project, you can see it right here. We have GoTravel-landing page. We're on the project overview tab. We can now create our first bucket. Okay, and so in Supabase, there's a concept of buckets, and they're essentially just storage buckets where you can place images. And in our case, we're going to be creating our first bucket for our latest news section. So each blog post here, or I should say like blog post card, is going to have an image associated with it, and we are going to save that in a bucket that we are going to create right now. So let's go over here into our sidebar menu, and let's go down to storage. Now let's click new bucket here, and we're going to type blog post images, and then click save. Okay, so now that we did that, I want you guys to navigate into your project. So in your project, let's actually pull that up real quick. You're going to see that we have a public folder. In our public folder, we have a blogs folder, which has 2 images, around the globe and then hidden gems. Okay, so I want you guys to go into your file explorer and simply drag that folder into right here where it says drop your files here. So I'm going to go here, public, and then drag that blogs folder right here. Boom. Okay. Come on. And I just realized, actually, I'm going to delete that real quick. I want to upload them individually. So instead, I'm going to click into it, and let's see if I can just drag both images individually. There we go. Okay, so that's the structure that we want. So instead, just go into the folder itself, like I can show you. Go into the folder here, and then just highlight it like this, and then drag those in. Okay. So now that we did that, we now have successfully uploaded these images into this blog post images storage container, which is all we need to do for this section. In the next section, we are going to be focused on creating our blog post table. And in that table, essentially what's going to happen is each row is going to reference one of these images. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have successfully completed our image storage for our blog post, we are now going to create our blog post table. So let's go over to our table editor right here in our sidebar. And let's click on create new table. And here we're going to be putting blog posts. Okay. Now enable row level security. Whoops, you can see it's already angry at me. I accidentally clicked it. Make sure that this is enabled, row level security. Judging by that comment it just made on our screen, I think it probably is already enabled, but that allows us to set security at the individual row level, not at the table level, which is important. Okay. Now down here, let's start setting our columns for our table. First and foremost, we're going to have our UUID, so our universally unique identifier. And that's going to be the primary key for our table. So primary key pretty much just means the column that uniquely identifies each row. So in this case, we're going to let Supabase generate that. We don't have to add it. It's just going to be generated from Supabase directly. And now we can go down and create our first column, which is going to be our image URL. This is going to be of type text. And we are not going to make it nullable. So do not click is nullable. I accidentally did that before. And the reason why is we want to make sure that there are values for these. Okay, and that's going to make it much easier to work with our data locally. Now we're going to set our date created. Date created, and this is going to be the date that the blog post was created. Let's put that as a date field. The next one that we're going to do is article title. Article title, and this one's going to be a text string as well. And if you guys are wondering what these correspond to, they're here, right? So we have our date created up here, then we have our article title, article summary, and then we have our the button we don't have to put there. We're going to have our image alternative text as well. So that's where all this is coming from. We're also going to have our article summary. It's going to be a text string. And we're going to have our image alternative text. which is going to be also a text string. Okay. And again, we do not want to make these nullable. So let's deselect that. Deselect, deselect, deselect. So now all of our columns must have a value. We cannot create a row in our database table unless all of these do in fact have a value. Okay, so now that we've done that, let me get my camera out of the way so we can see. We're going to click in the bottom right here, save. All right, come on now, Supabase, do your thing. So it takes a little bit of takes a couple seconds here for it to create it, but now you can see we have created our table. So we have our UUID column, our image URL column, and all these other ones that we have specified. And now we can go through the process of adding the data to our table. All right, so now that we have gone through the process of creating our blog post table, the next thing that we were going to want to do is insert our content. So let's go over to our content file within our utils folder. And at the base of the file, or the bottom of the file here, you're going to see blog post CSV. Okay, and if you don't know what a CSV is, it's just a comma separated value file. So image URL, comma, date created, comma, article's title. Okay, so every value here is just separated by a comma. And all we're going to do is copy this. So uncomment it and then hit Control C to copy it. And now go to insert right here on your table. So again, go to table editor, click on your blog post table and click insert. Now click import data from CSV and then click over here on the top right where it says paste text. Okay, so we're going to paste that in there. And now if we go down here, you can see we have two rows. The image URL just says some URL for now. And then we have the date created. That's the date of the blog post creation, the article title, the article summary, and then the image alternative text. Okay. And then in the bottom right, you can't actually see it because my head is in the way. Let me hide that. You can see import data. So I'm going to click on that down here. All right. Adding two rows. And now you can see that we have successfully brought in our two rows. And you can see that immediately there was unique IDs generated right from Supabase. Our image URL is set to some URL, which we are going to have to update in a second here. We have our date created for our blog post. We have our article title for each article, and we also have the article summary and the image alternative text. Okay, so in the next section, we're actually going to be setting up our references to our images so that when we load in these rows, it will also come with the images prepackaged, so to speak. All right, so now we're going to want to set up our references to our image URLs. So this is where the really cool part of Supabase comes into play here. So you can see here that our some_URL, clearly that's not going to link to an image. So let's actually look, what is our first row here? It's about stories from around the globe. Okay, so that's going to be a reference to this image, okay, around the globe. So let's go over here. Let's go back to our storage. And now that we're in our storage, let's click on our blog post images. And right here, we're going to see around the globe. Now let's click right here where it says get URL, and we're going to say expire in 1 year. Okay, you could do expire in 1 week, expire in a month, expire in a year. In our case, we're just going to do expire in a year. And that's going to copy the URL to your clipboard. Now let's return back to our table editor, click on our blog post table, and let's click into this row. So right here, you can see this little expand button that will expand our first row here, stories from around the globe. And now we can go into our image URL field, and we are simply going to paste that URL. Okay, so there you can see we now have our image URL, the real image URL right here within our row, and let's hit save. Okay. Now, just like that, what we did is we now are referencing an image in storage in Supabase from the database row. And the beauty is that when we load this row in, it's going to automatically load that image in to our program. So now we can load our image from this remote database directly from accessing this row alone. Okay, and so now let's do the same thing for the second one. So this is going to be for our exploring hidden gems. So let's return back to our storage, click on blog post images, click on hidden gems, and then let's click again, get URL here. And we're going to hit expire in 1 year. That's going to copy the URL to our clipboard. Now let's return back to our table editor, go to blog post. Let's open up this row. Okay, so expand this row again, and let's paste that image URL right there. Okay, now let's hit save. Again, which is below my webcam. And just like that, we now have pasted both URLs here into our rows, and we will now be able to access those images when we load in these rows into our program. Okay, so with that out of the way, we have successfully assigned each row an image that we are storing within Supabase. All right, so now the next order of business is actually creating our row level security policy that will allow us to access the rows within our blog post table. So right now, if we tried to call our database from our program, we would not actually be able to because we do not have a policy in place that gives us authorization to those rows. Okay, so that's how it works, is something called row level security, where we're actually accessing each row in the database table based on security permissions. Okay, so let's actually go and set that up. First and foremost, we're going to go to authenticate. authentication. And we're going to go here to policies. Now, once we're here, we're going to see that we have our blog post table, right? And we're going to click create policy. And here we're going to be doing a select policy. Now, if you guys don't know about database commands, we have the insert, which is essentially inserting a row, updating a row, which would mean changing it, deleting it, which would be deleting a row, obviously, and selecting simply means we're reading that data. So in our case, these blog posts here, we're not going to be updating them from our landing page. We're just going to be reading them from our database and then loading them into our landing page. So in this case, all we need is a select clause, okay? So here we're going to give it a policy name of select blog post. Okay, so I like to do that where I put select and then the name of the, like, whatever we're trying to select here, and I like to put I like to put the operation first in all caps. Okay, again, our table is going to be public.blogpost. We're going to set our policy behavior to permissive, select, and then down here we're going to set true. Okay, now what that's going to do is that's going to essentially make it so that anyone can access the rows in this table, which is exactly what we want, right? So if somebody lands on our landing page, we don't want them to have any special privileges or be logged in to have those blog posts render on their page, right? So essentially in our case, we want anyone to be able to access these database rows, okay? So we're just going to put true there, and that's simply going to make it so that the authorization says anyone can have access to these rows. And lastly, we're going to click our save policy here. So that's going to save our policy. And now you can see we have a policy for selecting that operation for our blog post table. Now we have access to selecting the blog post from our blog post table, but we still don't have access to the other operations. So if you want to insert data, you're going to have to create a policy for that. I think there was one where you could actually create all, right? But that doesn't seem very secure. So I would use each individual operation if you want to use them. In our case, we're just going to be using select. Okay. So with that out of the way, we have successfully created our row level security policy that will allow us to read our blog post data down into our program, which we're going to be doing in the next section. All right, so now that we have created our row level security policy, we actually need to do a little bit of configuration locally before we can actually make a call out to Supabase. And what we're going to do is we're going to create an environment variable that's going to hold our API key. Okay, so let's actually go over here to our project's settings down here. Click on that. And that's going to take us to this page. Let's go down here to data API. And here we're going to have our API key. And we're also going to have our base URL. Okay, so to call Supabase, we're going to have a combination of our URL and our API key. So let's actually first copy, actually, we're not going to copy our URL. We're going to copy our API key, our anonymous public key. Now it says here that this key is safe to use in a browser if you have enabled row level security for your tables. Okay, so in this case, we have configured our tables and we have configured row level security and we have created our policies. So in this case, our API key is actually safe to use in the browser where other people can see it, where you guys can see it right now on screen, because we have row level security. So we have defined at the row level who can access data. Okay, so it's pretty neat how this works with row level security. You guys can look that up if you want to. But we're going to copy this key here, and now let's go into our local, and let's go down here. Let's go to some of these folders here. And within our project folder itself, okay, so not inside source, but inside the project folder itself, we're going to create a new file right here, and it's going to be .env. Okay, and you can see it put in utils. Please put it out here. Okay, so now you can see it's actually in the root project directory itself. And when we go in here, we're going to create and if you don't know what a .environment file is, but essentially this holds our environment variables for our project. So as an example, you wouldn't commit something like this to GitHub because it's secret. You don't want people to know this information. Now in this case, this API key, I think you can keep in the browser, like I said, because we are using RLS, but I like to keep it in here just because API keys in general, you want to hide them. And so if we go to our getignore file right here, you can see we do not have it listed, but we are going to want to list this right here, .env. We do not want to commit the environment variable or the .env file to GitHub because we're going to be exposing sensitive information. So this is where we're going to keep this information here. And we are going to add our Vite key. We're going to prefix it with Vite. And the reason why is in Vite projects, which is we have to prefix all of our .environment variables with Vite underscore. Okay. So now here we're going to do Supabase, Vite, Supabase, and then we're going to do API key, and then we're going to do equal, and we're simply going to paste that in there. Okay, so now we have our API key, and we can now access this within our program with some special syntax. And so now that we've created our environment file, we can go through the process of setting up Supabase and again, connecting to our remote database using our API key. All right, so now that we have set up our environment variables, we can actually go through the process of reading in our data from Supabase. Okay, so it's a little bit of setup, but now we got it ready to go. So let's go into our project folder here, into source, and let's create a new folder called the API. And this is going to be our application programming interface with our remote database. And within here, let's just create a folder called api.ts. Okay. And so now we are going to first import a couple things. We're going to import create client. Actually, right now we're going to be only importing one thing, create client from at Supabase/SupabaseJS. Okay. And again, very similar to here, remember we had creating our client for our query client for React query. We're doing something very similar. We're creating our client for Supabase. Okay. And so when we say client, we're essentially saying the thing that they provide us to interact with their services. Okay. So in this case, it's Supabase. And so let's do Supabase URL. That's going to be our first constant. And this Supabase URL is going to be specified right here. So if you go, remember we went here to our data and then we went to settings and then we went down to data API. We have our public key right here, our API key, and then up here you can see URL. So let's copy this. And here this can be public, it's not an issue. So we'll just paste that right there. And so now we have our Supabase base URL. And then we're going to do our const Supabase key. Right? You can put API key, but I'm going to just put key. And how do we actually access data from the environment file? Well, we do this. Import.meta.environment.vite Supabase. Got to spell this correctly. Key. And I think that's what I spelled it. Vite Supabase. I did API key. Okay. Like that. Okay, and now the reason that we want to, again, the reason that we want to keep these in an environment variable is because not only do we want to keep these secret, but there's going to be different environments. So as an example, let's say you made a real application. You're going to have an environment for your development. So like that's locally. And then you're going to have a second environment for production, probably. Okay, so in that case, you may have a separate database for production where you have real user data, and maybe you don't want to use that in development where you're trying to test different things, right? So you create an environment for your development, and then you create an environment for production, and that would be a separate environment file. And then Vite would say, okay, when we're locally working, we're going to just get the API key from the development environment, and then when we're working in a production environment, we'll actually get the key from a separate file where it's our production database. Okay, and then it's going to simply read that in right here, right? Import.meta.environment Vite Supabase API key, and we would name the key the same thing in both environment files. Then it's going to be able to read in that value dynamically, so to speak. Okay. So now when we're working locally, we're just going to read from our development database, which is what we're using in this case, right? We could consider it a development database. All right. So with that out of the way, let's actually create our client now. So it's going to be const, and we're going to do Supabase, and we're going to do create client, and we are going to pass in the Supabase URL as our first parameter, and then we're going to pass in Supabase key, which is our API key, as our second parameter. So with that out of the way, we have successfully created, we have our base URL, we have our API key loaded in, and now we have instantiated our client for Supabase. Now we can use this to actually access our tables and read in our data. All right, so now that we have created our Supabase client, we can now go through the process of loading our first set of data, which is going to be our blog post here. Okay, so if we go back to our table editor, we're going to be loading in these two rows. So let's actually create that function. Okay, so that function is going to be called get blog post. So let's export asynchronous function get blog post. And within here, the first thing we're going to do is load our data from Supabase. So let's just say result for now. And we're going to do await Supabase. And then we're going to say .from. So the .from method allows us to pass in a table name. In this case, we're going to go to our blog posts table, which we can see named right here. And then we're going to use our select operation to select our rows. And in this case, we're just going to select all the rows. So we'll just put nothing within here, which indicates that we want to select all rows. And let's actually destructure our result. So here we're going to have two things, a data property and an error property that Supabase provides to us after it makes this call. And now let's go down here. And the first thing we're going to do is check for an error. So if Supabase returns an error for some reason, maybe we lose connection or something along those lines, we're simply going to throw a new error. And within here, we're going to specify an error message and use the backticks so we can create a template literal. Let me grab that error message. It's going to say error, database returned error when fetching blog post. Then we're going to put a colon here. We're going to put a $sign and two braces to enter JavaScript. And then we are going to pass in our error.message. Okay. So now once we throw this error, this is actually going to be handled gracefully. We don't want it to crash our application, so we will handle it gracefully with our remote state management tool, which is React Query, which we will be setting up in the future. But in the meantime, we want to handle the success case, okay? And that's going to be when our data is returned and there is no error. Okay, so here we're going to say const, and we're going to say blog post. And here we're going to type them as blog post, okay? And specifically an array of blog post, okay? So now you might say, well, wait a minute, what is that? If we click into here, remember we have a blog post type, which is the same type that we used right here. If we go down to our news section, whoops, not that, let's go to news. We have our blog post type, and in here we're using our blog post, okay, the same content type. So we're going to be reading from our database and then essentially mapping that data into our locally created TypeScript type that is blog post. So let's go back here, and here we're going to get our data, so our data right here, and we're going to map over it. We're going to say data.map, and we're going to say post. And within our arrow function, we're going to create some braces and then return an object, okay? And these objects must be shaped however the blog post type defines. Okay, so we have all these properties that we need to essentially create. Now, an interesting thing here is that if we go like this and we say ID and we say post.id, you can see that it's not actually recommending that we use the ID. We can put a period there, and there's no recommendation that says, well, you can use the ID property. Well, why is that? It's because right now TypeScript doesn't actually know what our database looks like. It doesn't know what our blog post table is shaped like. So we need to give TypeScript the database schema so it can now understand what a post would actually have on it, which we know our posts have an ID, an image URL, date created, etc. Okay, so now let's actually get that. Let's go back to Supabase. We're going to go down to our API docs right here. We're going to click on introduction right here under tables and views. And we're going to click this right here where it says generate and download types. Okay, so that's going to download it right here. Then we're going to open that up. Now, once you open that up, mine's on a different monitor here. Let's just click to open that file. Mine's called Supabase right here. And so this file was downloaded for me. I'm going to copy this entire thing. So just Control X that. And now I'm going to add this to a new file within our API folder called database. So I'm going to do database.ts. And now within here, let's simply paste what we just copied. Okay, and so now we can see if we scroll up, this is all kind of related to the shape of our database and that we have created here. And in our case, our database consists of one table called blog posts. And you can see here, our public tables blog post now shows that we have this article summary property, article title, date created, ID, image alt, image URL. And you can see some other operations here. Okay, so now let's go over here back to our API and let's actually type our create client. Okay, so it's generically typed and we can pass in that database. So let's do database. And mine was auto imported. So you can see here that this is a type and the type database is getting immediately exported. A type is pretty much the same thing as an interface. So you could use interface interchangeably here. Okay, I don't think it would create much of an issue, but there's not an equal sign there. Okay. But either way, we're going to use type here just to make sure it works. And now if we go back here, you can see that we now have typed our client with database, and now it will know what our actual database schema looks like. Now, just to be clear, every time that you create a new table or change your database schema inside of Supabase, you need to regenerate the types and download them. Okay, do not forget that. But now if we go like this, we can say post and we put a dot. You can see it now knows we have an ID, we have an alt, all these different things because we have provided TypeScript with the database schema itself. Okay, so now let's read in all these properties from our blog post. We're going to have ID, we're going to have image, which is going to be post.image URL. We're going to have our alt, which is going to be post.image alt. We're going to have our date, which is going to be post.image, or it's actually going to be, I think, date created. Yep. We're going to have the title, which is going to be the post.title. And we're going to do the summary, which is going to be post.article summary. So now that we have our list of blog posts, you can see it's angry because we're actually not using it here. So let's just go down to the bottom of our function and simply return our blog post. Okay, so again, this is the kind of the happy case or the success case when we actually do return data and have no error, which should happen most of the time. Okay, so now when we call this function, we're going to make a call out to Supabase to our blog post table. We're going to select all rows in it. We're going to read that into a data property, or there's an error that's going to be returned. If there is an error, simply throw that error, and let's put that error message into this string so we can see it. This is going to be handled by React Query when we set that up, which is our remote state management tool. And then down here, we're simply going to map over our data into a series of blog post types that we are then returning down here. Okay, so in the next section, I think we're going to be going into our news component and actually rendering our blog post. Okay, but in this case, we're actually going to be loading them from remote state. So it's going to be very cool. First time we actually interact with our database. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now the next order of business is going to be creating a query with React Query to help manage the relationship between our component that wants to load the data and this function here that actually reaches out to Supabase. And the reason that something like React Query is valuable is because here you can see that Supabase, all it really provides us is data and an error property. It doesn't really provide us with a success property. It doesn't really provide us with a pending property. It doesn't come out of the box with all of these tools that are necessary to manage remote state. As an example, another example would be caching data. So like, let's say that you have a series of blog posts and then a user reloads their page. Well, in that case, we want to cache the data on our client side, which would be our website, so that we don't make another request to our database, because when we make a request to our database, Supabase is going to charge us for that if it was a real project, of course. And so we want to cache that data on the client side. There's going to be times when we want to refetch data, cache data. It's going to make our application faster. It's going to lower the amount of requests that we have. And so there's all these different tools and things that React Query has that helps us manage this relationship between our actual client-side application and the remote state, which in this case is our database information. Okay, so now let's actually move over to creating that custom hook that will allow us to kind of manage that relationship, like I said, between the component itself that says, let's get this data, and then the database itself that actually can reach out to get the information we're seeking. Okay, so let's go over to so now we're here. Remember, we have our call to the database, right? So this is the call to Supabase. Now let's go to the intermediary, which is going to be the custom hook that we create to manage the relationship, again, between the component and the call to our database. So let's go to our hooks and let's create a new hook. And here we're going to make this called, again, it's going to be use, prefix all your hooks with use. It's going to be useQueryBlogPost. useQueryBlogPosts. Okay. You can see that right there. Now let's type RFC, hit tab, and within here, we're going to make a call to our function that we declared that speaks to Supabase. So we're going to do const, and we'll just say result real quick in the meantime, and we're going to call useQuery. Okay, and useQuery is going to come from, again, tan stack query or React Query. And when we invoke useQuery, there's going to be a couple things we pass in. First, we're going to pass in something called we're going to pass in an object. Okay, and this object is where we're going to pass in all of our options. And within here, we're going to pass first a query key. And this query key is what's responsible for uniquely identifying the query itself. Okay, so like I said, as an example, if a user reloads their page, React Query is going to check, do we have information for this query already stored in our cache? If so, it's not going to call the database again. It's just going to retrieve that information directly from cache, which is going to be much faster, and it's not going to waste a request to our database. Okay, so this unique query key is very important, because if we wanted to, say, invalidate our cache and say, no, please go make a request, our data is stale. If we wanted to refetch any of those things, then it's going to be defined by the query key. So again, it's more or less a unique identifier for the query itself. And then second, we're going to have the query function, which is short as query fn. Okay, and within here, we're going to reach out to our get blog post function. Okay, so now this is all we have to do here. So again, React Query has a query key that functions as this unique identifier for the query, which is important for all these different contexts. And then the query function itself is what React Query, or the useQuery, I should say, is going to use to get the data. So now it's going to make a call to this function, which we just defined, and it's going to return it right here. Now this result, we can actually destructure a couple things out of here that are very valuable. So first and foremost, it's going to return something called data, okay, error, and very, very importantly, and very, very useful, is loading. Okay, and that's going to be very important when we want to load our different states in our component while our data is actually loading from our database. Now our data, I'm going to rename it immediately. So I'm going to go data, and then I'm going to say blog post. That. Okay. And then down here, I'm simply going to return these three items in an object. So that's going to be blog posts, error, and is loading. Okay, so essentially we are simply calling our query. We're giving it a unique query key of blog post. We give it the function that we actually want it to call, and then it's going to give us back 3 properties: the data, which we renamed to blog post, the error, and the is loading state. And remember, the data, that is in fact what we return from this query, is our data. Whoops, not that, this, right? Our blog post. So we're going to get a list of blog posts in return, ideally, and not an error, and then we simply return those 3 items inside of an object. Okay, so now that we have created our query function, we can move on to actually using this inside of our news component, where we are going to render our blog post. All right, so now let's actually return to our news component and load in our data from our remote database. So right now, of course, we're loading it in locally from our local content, but we want to load this from our database. And we've created our rows. So if we go back to our table, we can see we do in fact have our 2 rows here. Our 2 rows are set up such that the image URLs point to our storage containers right here. Okay, we have our images right here. Nice. And now we can read them into our actual news component. So again, our news component is this one right here, latest news from us. And at the top here, let's read our data that we have set up to be returned from our query. Okay. So let's do blog posts, error, and is loading. And we're going to set that equal to useQueryBlogPosts, our custom hook. Okay. And now that we have this data, we are going to put our blog posts down here, okay, where they're already being rendered here. But we're actually going to put a question mark. And the reason why is because we don't want to call the map method on blog post if it's undefined. And right when we make the call to the database, or to our query, I should say, it's not going to be defined. So we put this null, I think it's called a null chaining operator, to essentially check, okay, if this is null, do not call the map method because we don't want to have an exception. And if it is not null, then we can call the map method and render our blog post. Okay, so now let's actually get rid of our import for our local content here, our local blog post that we created, because now we're using the remote ones. And let's scroll down. All right, nice. We can reload the page there, boom, and they load. So our calls to Supabase are making it, and I think there's actually a way to check that. We go to project overview. How do we see it? Database? Come on. There's a way to actually see how if you're actually making your calls correctly, like if they're actually landing in Supabase, but clearly they're landing because of course we can see our data loaded, which is awesome, right? We made our first successful database call. And there's a couple other things that we need to handle now. So first and foremost, you can notice that if we actually go down here into our API and we were to throw an error, so that's back in this function get blog post. So now let's say that we make a call to Supabase, but then who knows, like let's just pretend that there's actually is an error in this case for any number of reasons. Throw new error, and we'll say, some error occurred, ... So now if we reload the page here, if we reload this, you'll see that there's nothing. Right? There's no feedback to the user. Literally just some error happens and we show nothing on screen. So we need to be able to handle these states as well, our error and loading states. So let's actually create kind of a makeshift setup for now, and then we will create real components for our error and loading states. Like as an example, here's our error component. It's going to look like this. The loading one I don't think I put in here, but we will be adding the loading state as well. We have a spinner, which is nice. But let's actually go here and say if error, and we're going to say return, and we'll just return a div for now that says, oh no, some error occurred. And then here we'll put if loading, if is loading. So while our database is still making its call, we're just going to say, we'll return some div that says loading blog posts, an exclamation. Okay, so now if we reload the page here, you guys are going to see right here, it's kind of hard to see right there. There's something that says loading blog post. Now let's wait a minute. And it says, oh no, some error occurred. Now you'll notice that it actually took a little bit of time for the, oh no, some error occurred message to arrive. Now, why is that the case? If we threw an error right away, I mean, we saw last time when we reloaded our page, our blog posts come back almost immediately from Supabase. So why is it taking so long for us to see that, oh no, some error occurred? It's sitting in this loading blog post state for quite a while. Well, it's because React Query actually has a retry mechanism. So it'll retry our request 3 times. If it fails, it'll try one more time. If it fails again, it'll try one more time, which is very helpful, right? Because sometimes you'll have anomalies where you make a call to a database and it fails. And that can be customized. So I'm sure you could, change it from 3 to 5 to 10 or to 0. Maybe you wanted to retry 0 times. Okay. But either way, you can see that it is handling our error and loading states correctly. So we make our call. It's going to hit this right here, and it's going to say, okay, is loading is true, return this to the user. If an error comes back, then it's going to render this. And if a success state comes back, like we actually get our blog post, then of course it's going to render what we actually want it to render, which is all of our blog post. And the reason that works is because useQuery, this custom hook, every single time it has an update in its state, it's going to re-render our component. It's going to trigger a re-render. And that's why we continually hit different spots of this as our states change. So now we can go back to API here, and let's get rid of that error. We don't want that. And we now can move on to actually creating our error and loading components so we can see them in all their glory. So I will see you guys in the next section where we set those up. All right, and I think that there's actually one more thing I want to go over. You'll actually notice here that the dates are not formatted correctly. So here you can see it says 2024 11-19. Now that's actually not consistent with our design. If we look at our design, you can see here it says November 19th, 2024. So it has this kind of short date, but it's actually spelled out. And then the day and the month and then the year. Okay. And the year is all 4 numbers here. So it's not set up exactly how we want it. So let's actually create a format date function that allows us to transform this value that's returned from Supabase into something that we actually want. So let's go over here to our utils folder. Whoops, right here, utils. And let's create a format date .tsx. Actually, it's just going to be TS file here. And we're just going to create a function in here that allows us to format the date in a way that we want. Now I'm just going to copy this over because I don't want to bore you guys with creating this. It's quite simple, but essentially what we're doing here, just take a moment to pause this and type it out. We're just creating a new date from this date. So we pass in the date, then we create a new date, a date object in JavaScript. Then we say to locale date string. In this case, we're going to do en-us, and we're going to say month is, we're going to put in this option object that says month short, which is going to give it that like November, NOV, and then what is the other one here? It would be December, so DEC. Then we simply split off the year and the day, and then return it formatted as a string. Okay, so very simple function. And so make sure you guys type that out, and remember to export it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return to our blog posts component here. And before we render our date, we're simply going to call format date, which is this function, and we are going to pass in our date. And again, this is going to return us the formatted date. So now you can see our date is formatted correctly. It says November 19th, 2024, December 25th, 2024, and it looks much better, okay? So now that we've done that, we can actually move on to creating our error and loading components. All right, so now creating our error and loading states shouldn't really be too tricky. These are quite simple components, but let's set them up. So let's go into our components folder. We're not gonna have any subfolders here. Or I guess maybe you could create a folder that says like states, but in this case, I don't think we need one. We're just gonna create a file right in our components folder and say error.tsx. And in here, let's do RFC, hit tab, get rid of our import from React there. And now we can start setting this one up. So it's going to be quite simple, just a div. Then we're going to render our error icon, which is going to be part of our icons folder there. It's going to take in a class name. And again, it's yelling at us unless we pass that. And we're not gonna be able to see it on screen here because we're not actually rendering it. But then the next thing is going to be a div. This div here is going to be, I think it's just going to be a divider of sorts. Let me check the error state. I'm not completely sure. No, actually, this is not, I thought it was self-closing. It is not self-closing. Okay, so within here, we're going to have an H1. So this div actually right here is going to represent this text. Okay, so if we're going to have this right here, it's going to be, this entire thing here is going to be the error component. Then we're going to have the error icon. And then below that, we're going to have a div that wraps our heading and our paragraph, I think, right there. Okay. So in our H1, we're simply going to say, oh no, like this. Oh no. And then in our P tag, we are going to say, I'm going to do this right here, copy this in. Try reloading the page or returning later. If the issue persists, please contact our tech support team. Okay. And now one thing that we are going to add here is you'll see that this is actually the last part of the string. So try reloading the page or returning later. If the issue persists, please contact your tech team. You'll notice that this right here is actually unique to the blog post section. It says it looks like something went wrong while loading our recent news. Okay. So this is actually something that we're going to customize for our error component. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to have our properties here. Now this one here, I'm actually not going to create an interface. We're going to just do it right in line here. Our properties is going to be shaped as an object, okay? And this object is going to have a children property. And that children property is going to be a string, okay? So in this case, we're going to be passing in a string as our child to our error component. And we'll see how that works in a second. Now doing the properties like this, defining it inline without an interface, it's usually only good if you have one property. If you have more properties within this object, I would not recommend doing this because I think the syntax gets a little hard to read, but in this case, we can get away with it, okay? So now that we have created this, let's actually render it inside of news here. So again, if error, let's actually render the error component. It's not going to be rendered like that though. It's going to be rendered in a different way. So we're going to go down here and we are going to say just above our UL, we're going to say if not is loading and error. So right here, we're going to say if not is loading. So we're not in a loading state and we do have an error, okay? So error is not null. Then we are going to render our error component. So let's bring that in here, like this. And again, remember our error component takes in a children property that is a string. So let's actually pass in this custom string. It says, it looks like something went wrong while loading our recent news here. This is what distinguishes the error component from the other sections, like that. And now let's go into error and let's actually put that string right here, okay? So we're going to say props.children. Okay. Now we should be able to go back to news here. And right here for our UL, this is going to be a different state. So again, this is going to be, we'll call this our error state. And then this is going to be the happy path, which is going to be the success state. And here we're just going to say, if not is loading, and not error, okay, so we have no error and we're not loading, well that indicates success here, then we're going to render this UL, okay? And now that we have done that, we should be able to see our error state, so let's actually delete these. I'm going to get rid of our loading state for now, and let's go over here into our query function, and down into our method where we get our blog post from our database, and let's get this error back, bring this thing back into play here, go back to our site, we should be able to see. Now let's reload. Where's it at? Wait for it. It's retrying once, retrying again, and boom, there it is. Okay, so very, very large icon, and you can see some very small text there. So let's actually format that. Let's go back to our, where's it at? Error component, and start giving this some styles. So here we're going to go up to our div and give it a class name of flex. We're going to do flex column. We're going to make it item center, centering on the vertical axis. That's going to be important because it's going to be quite a tall component here. Justify center, so that's centered on the horizontal axis. We're going to do a padding X of 24. And lastly, a padding Y of 64. Okay. Now let's go down to our error icon and change this around. This is going to be fill-red. We're going to give it a margin bottom of 6, so it's going to be 24 pixels between this and the text. We're going to give it a size of 24, so 96 pixels of height and width. Like that. Now let's move down to this div here. This div is going to have a, it's going to be flex first, flex container. It's going to have a max width of 124, which if we hover that, we'll see that is in fact 496 pixels. We are going to make it flex column. We are going to do justify center to center these items within this container, or center itself, I should say, within its parent container. Or no, yeah, it would be centering the children within its container, sorry. And we're going to do gap Y of 2, so that's going to give us some space between our heading and our description there. And again, text center, okay? Now let's move down to our H1. Give this some styles. This is going to be text dash 3.25 rem. We're going to do font semi-bold. That's going to be it there. And then down to our p tag. We are going to be doing text dash gray 800, or text dash gray 900, I should say. And we're going to do text dash base, so that's 16 pixels slash 8, which will be 32 on the line height. Okay, 8 times 4. And then lastly, font light. It's going to bring us down to a 300 font weight. Okay, so now you can see there's our error component. We actually have some type of indication that something went wrong, and the user can see with this red icon that clearly something did go wrong. Okay, so now let's go back to our blog post here and let's reload. Okay, we haven't set up our loading state. We'll have to do that in a second. So it's retrying. It's going to retry, and voila. Okay, we now have our error state set up and it looks great. So now we will move into the next section where we will be setting up the loading state with our spinner icon. And then we will have all these different states set up so that the user has good feedback while they are loading their blog post. All right, so now our loader component is going to be very, very simple. So let's actually go create that. Go into components here. We're going to create a new folder, or file, I should say, called loader.tsx. And then again, let's just type RFC and hit tab. Get rid of our import. And here, this one, like I said, is going to be very simple, just a div. And then within it, we are going to be rendering our spinner. Okay. And now this is essentially just an icon that I created. It just does this little spinny thing. I'm sure you guys have seen spinner icons on websites many times. And then we can get right to styling these. So let's do class name on our div here. We're going to do flex. We're going to do item center to center our spinner on the vertical axis. We're going to do justify center, which will center it on the horizontal axis. We're going to do a padding of X of 24. Okay, so that's going to be 96 pixels on the left and right, which will be important on small screen sizes, and padding Y, which will be 64. And that is all we need to do. Again, 256. I think we did the same thing here. Yep, exactly. I think we have 256 on the top and 96 on the sides. So now that we did that, let's actually go back to our news component and render that. So again, we have our error state, which says if we are not loading and we do have an error, render this. We have our success state that says if not loading and not error, so both of those are not true, then we must have a success state. And then we have our last condition, which is going to be the loading state. And here it's going to be if is loading is true, okay, and not error. Well, then that would mean that we are in fact loading. And here we are just going to render our loader component, if I'm correct. So let's go here and do loader. Okay. Now you can see it right there. All right. And you can see that it's loading. The reason that it's continuously loading is because we're still throwing an error, right? So let's actually look at that one more time just to see it in all its glory. Nice. Loading. And now, of course, we can go into our API. Where is it at? Let's go into our get blog post function here and actually get rid of our exception that we're tossing. And now you can see if we reload, it's short-lived, right? But that is great. Now we actually have a lot of feedback for the user. They can see the loading state, and now you can see it's immediately returning because React Query is caching it on the client side, so we're not actually fetching the data from the database, but now we have that nice loading state, and we have an error state set up so that, again, the user has good feedback when they are trying to load these blog posts. In the next section, we are going to be getting into creating our location cards within Supabase, and then we're going to be reading those in from our database as well. So get excited for that. All right, so now I want you guys to return to Supabase and go over to our table editor here. And once you're in the table editor, we can then click create new table. And in this case, this one's going to be called locations. Okay, and again, that refers to these right here, all of our location cards. Okay. So here we're going to skip the description for now, unless you want to create one. Make sure row level security is enabled. And then down here, we are going to have our ID field, but it's not going to be integer 8. It's going to be UUID. Then our next column is going to be our image img underscore URL, which is going to be essentially work the exact same way as our blog post, where we're referencing a URL that we have specified within Supabase in our Supabase storage. Okay. Now let's set this to text. And we are not going to say that it's nullable. We do not want that. We are then going to do our rating, which again is going to be this here, like the 4.6, 4.2. So that's going to be a numerical field. In this case, we're going to choose, I think, float 4, okay, because it is a decimal number. This one is not nullable. Okay. Let's add another column. This one's going to be title. And here, this is going to be text. Turn off is nullable. The next one is going to be location. And again, this is going to be the heading of like the actual resort. And we're going to choose text. Again, this one is going to be not nullable. Then we're going to create our price per person. And if you guys don't know, this underscore syntax is common in database tables. Okay, so not like JavaScript where we use camel case. And we're going to put this to, I think, just integer 4 as well. Okay, and then you can't see it because it's below my camera, but I'm clicking on the little gear icon to make sure that this says not is nullable. And lastly, we're going to have the image alternative text. So img underscore alt. And here we are going to, again, make this as text. And let's make sure that that is also not nullable. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can make sure we typed all these correctly. Okay, yep. And hit save. All right, awesome. So now in the next section, we are going to be adding our data to our table, and we're also going to be adding our images to our storage and creating a new bucket. All right, so now I want you guys to return to your location table if you're not there. And now that we're here, click on the insert button up here. And the last option here says import data from CSV, so let's click on that. Now let's go up here to the paste text option and return to the bottom of your content file. And here you can see we have our location cards CSV. And if we uncomment that, remember this is just a comma separated value. You can see we have all of our column names listed and then all of our values. We're going to hit Control C, paste this into here, and you can go down here and preview our rows here. You can see that we do not have our URL set up, which just like we did for the blog post, we're going to have to point them to our rows within our storage. But we do have a rating. We have our title, our location, price per person, and the alternative text for our image. So let's hit import data in the bottom right. You can't see it because it's below my webcam. You can kind of see it. But there you go. So now we have all of our rows. So everything has been set up nicely. You can see our ID has been auto-generated. And now we can go through the process of actually uploading the images and pointing the URLs. So let's go over to our storage, and we're going to create a new bucket. And this one's just going to be location images. Okay. And now let's click save. And now that we've created our second bucket, remember we have our first bucket here for our blog post images. Now for this one, I'm actually just going to go over into our project folder. So go into your project folder here. You remember that in the public folder, we have, where's it at? Public, we have locations. So all of these different images. So just open up your file explorer and open up this folder. And now drag all of those images into Supabase right here. Okay, so drag them all and you can see they're all uploading. And there you go. So now if I click on this one, you can see it is loaded. If I click on this one, you can see that it's loaded. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to get all of these URLs. Now I'm not going to do this on camera. I'm going to do the first one and then I want you guys to do the rest just so I don't bore you to death here. But essentially we're going to click on the image here and then let's click get URL. Let's hit expire in 1 year. Okay, that's going to give us a valid URL for 1 year until I think Supabase will update them. And I think that's for security reasons. So click on that. And in this case, you can see it's 4 seasons. Okay, so 4seasons.webp. So let's return to our table editor, go to our locations, and let's find 4 seasons. So here you can see our title is 4 seasons on this row. So let's actually double click into the image URL column for this row. And you can see we can edit that. Let's just delete that and then paste in our URL. Okay, and now just like our blog post, this will now load in when we load the information into our project. Okay, so now I want you guys to go through and find all these. Remember, find, Nusa Penida, Grand Ace, all these different things, and find the corresponding URL, get the URL and put it into this column. And once you are done with that, we will be ready to read in our data locally in our API file here. Okay. So I will see you guys after you do that. All right, so now you guys can see that I have successfully added all of our URLs to each one of our rows, pointing them to one of our images within our location images bucket right here. And so we are good to go there. I realize we actually can't read in our data just yet. We first need to, just like we did for our first table, create our policy. So let's go over here and let's go to authentication. And within authentication, let's click on policies. And then let's create a new one for our locations table. So let's do create policy. And I think that this one is going to be quite similar. So it's going to be, let's do select. It's going to be select, and it's going to be locations. Okay, and we're going to keep these as is, public.locations. We're going to make it permissive, and we're going to do select. And again, we're just going to do true. We want any user on our website to have permissions to get this data because, of course, anyone who lands on our site, whether they're logged in or not, should be able to load the images and information from our database for these location cards. Okay, so now that we did that, let's hit save. Okay, And so now we have one just like we did for our blog post. We now have our policy set up for our locations table, and we now are good to go to return back to our project and actually set up our function to read our information from our location table. All right, now some of you actually may remember, but there is one thing that we want to do before we read our data, and that's going to be update our database so that it reflects the new table that we have created. So again, if we return to our database.ts file here, which is in our API file, or in our API folder, you'll see that our database, as it stands right now, only has the blog post table, because of course we haven't updated this since we created the location table. So now we're going to go back to Supabase and go to the API docs here, okay, right there, and then go into, right here it says tables and views. We're going to click on introduction, and here we have again, generate and download types. So let's click that, download that, open that thing up. Okay, and now mine's off screen, but I'm going to open it right now. So there it is. And you can see now we have blog post table here, and below it, I think we should have, maybe above it. Hello, where is it at? There it is. Okay, so there is, where was it at? Locations. So here's our locations table stuff. And so now we can get this entire thing. I'm just going to hit Control X, and I'm going to go back into our database.ts file. Whoops, let's go here. And I'm going to delete the entire thing and then simply repaste our new database schema here. Okay, so now we are going to have access to TypeScript checking on our database for our location table as well. Okay, so now that we've created that, we can now return to our API file here, and we can read in our data for our locations. So it's going to be largely the same as the function above it. So let's go down here and let's get to work. We're going to be creating the next function, which is get locations. So that's going to be export async function. And hopefully I'm zoomed in enough. I apologize if I'm not there. Whoa, okay, that might be a little bit too much. I'm actually going to close my console here. Okay, export async function, and we're going to do get locations. Now, again, we're going to be returning two things from Supabase. We're going to have our data property and our error property, and we're going to set that equal to await Supabase, which again is our Supabase client here. And then from, and in this case, we're going to go to our other table. Where's it at? Locations here. So from locations, and then we're going to just do select, which again is just going to execute the select operation, and it's going to pull back all of our data. I'm sure you can select certain columns, you can select certain rows, but in this case, again, we're just using the generic select with no options within it to pull back all the information. Okay, so now that we did that, let's go here and say if, actually I'm going to copy it right down. You guys can as well. Just copy this error clause. So if error, then we're going to throw and error, and here we're going to say database returned error when fetching locations. And again, we will pass into the string the error message that was returned from Supabase. And then below that, we are going to map over our data, and we're going to map it into a series of locations. So again, if we go to our content file here, where's it at? If we find our locations as they stand right now, our local ones, where are they at? Right here. You can see that these are typed as location, which is simply a type that we created that says they need to have all these properties. And so let's actually read our data into that type. Let's go here, and let's say const locations. And those are going to be of type location here. Import that from our content types file. And that's going to be, and it's going to be a list of items there. Okay. And then we're going to set that equal to our data.map. We're going to say location. Then we're going to put our arrow function. And within here, we're simply going to return an object. Okay, so let's actually, I'm going to zoom this out one just so we can see this a little bit better. So again, we have location, and then within this function, we're going to return an object, and we're going to assign all of our properties. So we have ID, and that's going to be our location.id. And again, you can see because we updated our schema, TypeScript now knows, okay, our locations that are returned from this table have all these different properties on them. So again, location.id. Below that, we're going to have image, which is going to be location.image. Actually, wait, let's see. I think it's image URL. Yep, image URL. Then we have all our alternative text. Geez, that's a hard one to say. Location.imageAlt. We are then going to have our rating, which is going to be location.rating. We are going to have our title, which is going to be our location.title. We're going to have our location, which is going to be our location.location. And we are also going to have our price per person specified in JavaScript fashion as camel case. And we're going to be getting that from our location dot, where's it at? There we go. Price per person. Okay, cool. So now that we have our locations, let's return them from here. And just like that, we now have successfully retrieved our information from our locations table with a select statement, checked for an error, mapped our data into our location objects or our location type. And now we have our list of locations right here. We can now return that. And now, just like we did for our blog post, let's go create our custom query that we're going to be using, or our custom hook, which is going to have our query in it, that we're going to be using within our component to load our locations. All right, so our custom hook for our locations, where we're going to house our query, is going to be very, very similar to the one for our blog post. So let's actually go back to our hooks folder here, and let's add a new one. In this case, it's going to be useQueryLocations, and that's going to be .tsx. Now within here, we are going to be export default function useQueryLocation. And now within here, we are going to be doing, again, something very, very similar. We're immediately going to destructure it because we've seen this before. We're going to have a data property that's returned by our query, and we're going to rename that as location, or locations rather. We're going to have our error property, and we're going to have our isLoading property. And again, let's assign that to a useQuery call from our TanStack query library. And within here, let's pass our options object. We're going to assign our query key, which in this case is just going to be, it's going to be locations. All right, apologize. There's a car driving by, loud ones, frequently where I live, clearly. And then once we pass in our unique query key, we can now pass in our query function. And here it's going to be, I think we called it get locations. Yes, that is what we called it, which again, we can see right here. Where's it at? Down here. Get locations, which again is going to return a list of locations. So then we map that, that's in our data here. We map that over to locations. That's what we're going to name it. And then again, we can simply return our locations, which is renamed from data. And we're going to have our error and isLoading property. Okay, so with that out of the way, we have successfully created our custom hook that houses our query to get our locations from Supabase. Okay, so now in the next section, we can read our data into our locations section here, or our explore more section. So I'll see you guys over there. All right, so now we can load in our data to our explore more section, which again is my favorite section, with using our custom hook, okay, and our query. So let's actually go up here, and we're going to do it right at the top here. We're going to say const. We're going to say, I think we had locations, we had our error property, and isLoading. Okay, and we're going to set that equal to useQueryLocations. Where's it at? There it is, useQueryLocation. Okay, so that's actually spelt wrong. It should be useQueryLocations. Where's that at? useQueryLocations. Okay, so now let's actually go in there real quick. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, let's go. I'm going to rename that useQueryLocations. Thank you. Okay, so now back here. So now that we did that, let's see if it's still angry. useQueryLocations. Okay, now it's not yelling. Okay, so now it's mad here. You can see that it can't get the length property of something that may be of type location or of type undefined, right? And the reason that it can be undefined, again, is because before we actually load the data, this is undefined. Okay, until the query actually executes and we get it from Supabase, it is not defined. So now here we're going to put our question mark. Okay, so this question mark is going to say, make sure to not access the length property until locations itself is actually defined. And let's add that there as well. Okay, so now we are going to set up our states. Okay, so just like we did for our latest news section, we need to set up the loading state and the error state. So let's go down here and let's define these. Total location seems like it's kind of angry here. So let's actually see how I ended up handling that. Does not seem happy about that decision. So I see. So in this case, if this is undefined, then total locations is going to be undefined, right? So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to say if locations is undefined, then we're not going to be able to access the length property. So let's instead just set it to 0. Okay, so this exists. If it doesn't, just put 0. Okay, so now you can see it's no longer angry with us using undefined for mathematics here. Now let's go down here, and again, our rendered locations, these are based on the locations here, so you can see they are possibly undefined. So let's put our question mark, just like that. Okay, and now let's add our different states here. Whoops. So let's put this one in braces. And here we're going to say if not is loading, so exclamation is loading, and not error. Okay. Then we are going to render this unordered list. Okay, so that's going to be our success state. Now let's put some braces here, and we're going to say if is loading and not error, then this is going to be our loading state. So again, let's just render our loader component that we created. And lastly, we can do our error state, which I'm going to do down here. This one is just going to be if not is loading and error. Okay, so error is not null, or not falsy, I should say. Then that means there is in fact an error, in which case we can render our error component. And remember, our error component actually takes in a unique string that helps us customize the message here. Okay, so in my case, I think I use, let's see, I use this here. Let's copy this over, and you guys can simply type this one out. It's quite short. It just says, it looks like something went wrong while loading our travel locations. And I don't like how it's wrapping. Prettier is going to make me do that. Okay, so now if we return to our landing page, let's actually make sure we loaded in our locations correctly. Nice, okay. So let's actually delete our locations import just to make sure. Up here, we can get rid of this one. That's our local. So we reload. All right, nice, okay. So now that we're loading these in successfully, let's actually make sure our loading states work and our error states work fine. So let's go into our useQuery locations. From there, we're going to go into our get locations function that we define within our api.ts file here. That's actually communicating with Supabase. And again, let's bring down that throw new error that we were using for testing sake. And we're just going to put that, whoops, copy this puppy down. Just going to throw a new error. And let's see if it works. So let's reload the page. All right, nice, we're loading. React Query is doing its retry mechanism, trying to make sure that it's certainly either going to work or not going to work. And there it is. Okay, so we have our error state, we have our loading state, everything looks great. So now you can see it's very easy to set those up now that we have done them, that we have created our error loading components, very easy to set them up for any component. And again, our functionality still should work here. So it's a little bit slow to load those images. And there's some ways around, like to account for that if you want to. I'll leave that up as a challenge to you guys. But you can see once the data is actually cached, obviously the animation plays just fine. Okay, so overall, it looks great. And we have successfully, once again, loaded in our data from our remote database. And now I think we can move on to setting up our form, which is going to be very interesting because now we're not actually loading information from the database. Rather, we're going to be inserting data into the database. So we're going to be using a mutation instead of a query. And all around, it's just going to allow us to learn a new dimension of Supabase and React Query. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now we're going to return to Supabase and we are going to create our leads table. Okay, and our leads table is going to be responsible for holding our lead information that is submitted through our form here. Okay, so it's going to be quite a simple table because we only have 2 fields. But once you guys understand how to create a table like this and submit the information, obviously you can make a form of any complexity. So let's go here back to our table editor and let's click on new table. And this one's just going to be called leads. Leads, please. Okay, and make sure you have RLS enabled. And now here our ID that's going to be automatically generated is also going to be a UUID. And we're going to have only 4 fields, I think. So we're going to have our lead ID field. And now our lead ID field is going to be an integer of 8 here. So essentially it's just going to be an ID that we randomly generate. I think we're going to be randomly generating this on the client side. Or actually I just realized that our lead ID, my bad. This is what is going to be our ID here. Okay. So our lead ID is going to be the auto-generated field here, the UUID that is generated right here within Supabase. And then below this, we're going to have our created at field. And the created at field is going to be an integer 8. Now, the reason that we're going to be using an integer to represent our created is that we're actually going to be using something called a Unix timestamp. And so essentially, the Unix timestamp is the amount of milliseconds that have elapsed since the year 1970. Why they use this in software engineering everywhere, I don't know, but it's a very common format. And essentially within JavaScript, you can just do date.now and it will return you the amount of milliseconds that have elapsed since since 1970. Okay. I think January 1st, 1970. So we're going to store that as an integer. And again, it's just going to be essentially milliseconds. We're going to make sure that that is not nullable. Okay. And then we're going to have our 2 fields. Okay, so we want to know when the lead was created, just in case, you know, we want to say, okay, this person submitted the form, you know, January 10th at 5 a.m. or something. And then we're going to add the full name, which again is one of our fields within our form. That's going to just be a text string that is not going to be nullable. So let's get rid of that. And we are also going to be doing our email address. So email underscore address field. And now here, this one is just going to be a text field. Now this is actually going to be a unique field. So we're going to go over here to this gear icon and we're going to click on the is unique. Okay. And we're not going to put is nullable. We want this to be unique, but not nullable. Okay. And the reason we want this to be unique is we don't want someone who's submitting our form again and again and again. Once we have that lead information, we simply want to block their ability to then submit the form again with that same email. Now you could, in theory, not have it this way. If you want to make sure like, oh, let me see if this person has submitted a lead multiple times, maybe then you'd be like, okay, well, they're kind of high intent and they really want to see what my product is or my service, in which case maybe you want to allow them to submit multiple times so you can kind of track this person has submitted our form 10 times, okay? But for now, I'm going to leave it as unique, and I'm not going to make it nullable, okay? So now let's hit create, or save rather, and that's going to create our new table here. All right. All right, nice. So now we have successfully created our lead table. Again, we have our unique identifier that's going to be created directly here in Supabase for us. Created at, which is going to be the amount of milliseconds that have elapsed since 1970. That's going to represent when our lead was actually created. Full name, which is just going to be a text string, and that obviously represents this field here. And then our email address just below, which is represented by this column here, that is just a text field as well. Okay, so with that out of the way, and we're not going to upload any data here, right? Because we're actually submitting the data from our landing page to the database in this case. So it's the opposite direction of the data flow. Okay, so with that out of the way, we now can move on to setting up our policy for this table. All right, so now we can set up the policy for our leads table. So let's go over back to authentication. Now let's go click on our policies. And now you can see we have our leads table. So let's go over here to create policy. And now we're going to do select, or actually it's going to be, my bad, it's going to be our insert command. So it's going to be insert lead data. Okay, so we're going to name this one. We're going to click on insert here. So our insert operation no longer selecting, but rather inserting into our database. And again, we're going to put true. Okay. Okay, with that out of the way, we now can hit save policy. And now you can see we have saved our insert operation right here. You can see the operation, and then you can see we named it insert lead data. So now we have the ability from our local development environment and from our website in general to actually submit information to our table. Again, we have row level security on, so if we did not specify this policy, that would not be possible. So with that out of the way, we can return to our code base and start setting up the logic to help submit our information to our database. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now I want you guys to return to your api.ts file here that we specified within our API folder. And let's create our function to communicate with Supabase and help insert our lead data. So here we're going to do export below. Actually, I like to put 2 spaces here. Export. There we go. Let me actually scroll down. So we're going to do export async function. And this one's going to be called insert lead. Insert lead. And here we're going to make a call to Supabase. So let's just put results here. And I'll show you what the result actually equals in a second here. There's probably other properties within the result object, but we're only going to be using one. So let's do await. Okay, let's use our Supabase client here. Await Supabase. And then we're going to do from. Okay, and in this case, we're going to be using our leads table. So let's return there and see that our leads table is in fact titled leads. Okay, with a capital L, leads. And now here we're going to call the insert command that is provided by Supabase. And when we insert, what we're going to do is pass in an array here. Okay, so put it open and close, what are they called? Braces, brackets, brackets. And then within here, we're going to pass in an object. Okay, so in this case, we're not, in this case, you can insert multiple of these, right? So because we have an array, we can insert here, and then, we could also put a second object right here. But we don't want to do that. We're just going to insert one here. But we're going to put these array braces and then our brackets within that. And this brackets is going to represent the object that has to be shaped correctly to insert it into our lead table. Okay, so remember our lead table, if we go to our table editor, has these 4 properties. And so we need to essentially create the shape of our object needs to be the same as the way it is defined in our database. Okay, so here we're going to do created at. And we're going to do lead dot created at. We're also going to do full name. And that's going to be lead.fullname. And right now you can't see where lead is actually coming from. We're going to read this in here. Okay. You'll see in a second. So we're going to do full name. And I realize that these are actually going to be camel case. Okay, and the reason that these are camel case is because we're going to read these in right here, just in a second, doing this backwards. We're going to do email address. Okay. That's going to be lead dot email address. Okay. And now here we're going to do lead, and we're going to type that as lead. Okay, so now if we go to our content types file, you're going to see this content type. Let's click into there, control click on that. You're going to see we have, in fact, a created at field, which is a number. Again, remember that's the Unix timestamp. We have the full name, which is a string, and the email address, which is also a string. Okay, so now we are going to pass this into this insert lead function here, and then we're going to get that information and put it into this object that we're going to pass into our insert command that is going to send it off to our leads table. Okay. Now I just realized there's one other thing we can do is go back to Supabase here and go to our, I think it's API docs. Yep. And then maybe introduction. And we're going to click on generate and download types. Remember, we created a new table, the leads table here. So now we got to regenerate our database types. I'm going to open it up here and let's control C that, control X. Let's return back to our database file as we've done before. I'm going to just get rid of this one and repaste this in. Okay. And now let's see, we should be able to see it. So that's locations, leads right here. Okay. So now you can see the information for our new leads table. Okay. So very helpful. Now we have that TypeScript checking, type checking for our leads table as well. And now the last thing that we want to do here is we're going to destructure the result. And in this case, we're just going to read the error property. That's all we're really interested in. In this case, you could also read the data back. Okay, so usually operations like this, if you insert something, if it's successful, it will actually return that same information because you may want to use it for display, or perhaps we use their full name and say, hey, Jonathan, you successfully submitted the form or something like that. So typically it would also return the data, but in our case, we're not going to be using that return data. We're just going to be checking for the error property, which is completely valid. It's just what our context doesn't need that. In this context, we don't actually need to read the data back. And we're going to check for our error. I'm going to go up and copy it here. Yes. Okay. Error. In this case, it's going to say error, database returned an error when inserting lead data. And again, we're going to make sure that the string that gets passed into our error message also has the error message from the original error that Supabase sent for us. Okay. And we don't have to return anything in this case. Remember, we're not returning data. We're just inserting data that we're passing in here as a parameter. And with that out of the way, we now can set up the mutation that we're going to be using. So not a query, but a mutation in React Query that we're going to be using to help, again, be the intermediary between the component where we're submitting the form and this function where we're actually sending the data off to Supabase. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so now we can create the custom hook, which is going to contain our mutation, not our query, but our mutation for helping to manage that relationship between, again, our component and our function here, insert lead, that actually communicates with Supabase. So let's go into our, back into our custom hooks folder here. And here we're going to create a new one called use insert lead. Okay. Use insert lead.tsx specifically. And now we can start defining this. So first and foremost, we are going to create an interface. Okay. And this interface is going to be titled use insert lead props. Use insert lead props. And this is going to have two properties on it. It's going to be on success and on error. Okay. Now, what is on success? Well, on success is going to be a function that returns void. And when I say void, essentially every function in JavaScript has to return something, but if you don't actually explicitly return something, then it returns void. Okay, so essentially this means that the function returns nothing, so to speak. And secondly, the on error is also going to be a function that returns void. And in this case, we're going to be taking in a error property, and it's going to be of type error. Now, when I say of type error, this is like the actual type that JavaScript has created. So you can see here, this interface has, it's very simple. It has a name, a message, and a stack. Okay, and you can see this crazy file that has been created by who knows who, either TypeScript or React or JavaScript. I'm not sure who creates it, but either way, we have access to that error type, which is very important, which is the same type that we saw earlier when we said throw new error. Okay, so now let's actually create this export default function. Use insert lead. And this is going to be where we pass in our properties. So let's do props. And this is going to subscribe to that interface. So use insert lead props. And within here, we're going to define a mutation. So we're going to do const mutation. And this is going to be equal to not useQuery, but useMutation. And we're also going to be passing in an options object, just as we did for our query. And here, instead of having a query function, we're going to have a query, or where's it at? It's going to be a mutation function, okay? And that's going to be mutate lead is going to be, actually, we're not going to define a, we're not going to directly call our function. So in this case, remember with our query, we actually called the function directly that we created in our API.ts here. So we're not going to call insert lead directly. We are going to instead create a asynchronous function right in line here. So we're going to do async. It's just going to be an arrow function. And this arrow function, it's simply going to take in a lead here, and that lead is going to be of type lead. And all it's going to do is then call our insert lead function, which again is what we declared here in our API.ts that submits to our lead information to Supabase. And we are simply going to pass in that lead. Okay. So again, we just have this asynchronous function, and this did not get imported. Let's import that lead type. There we go. Which again, the lead type is right here, just these three properties. And again, the mutation function, when this gets called, it's going to invoke this function, which is just a little inline asynchronous function that reads in a lead and then inserts it using that function that we created. Okay. Now there's two other properties. This is where that onSuccess and onError come in. We're going to have onSuccess, and onSuccess is going to call props.onSuccess. And then onError is going to be props.onError. Okay. Now what's actually going on here is if our mutation tries to submit lead information to our database, and there's some error. So as an example, if you go into here, and if we have some error from Supabase that says, you know, can't connect to the database, or you don't have permissions, maybe we're unauthorized, that's going to return an error. Okay, and if an error is returned from our mutation function, then our useMutation hook here is going to call our onSuccess property here. Okay, and this onSuccess property we saw is actually a function. So it's going to call some function, or my bad, it's going to call the onError property, right? So if there's an error that comes back, it's going to call the onError function right here. And that's going to handle within that function, we're going to handle any errors that we have. And if there's success state, so this returns successfully as normal, then it's going to call our onSuccess function, okay? And we are going to define that when we actually invoke this hook here, we're going to pass in both a onSuccess and onError property, which is going to map to two functions that we create. And those functions are going to be responsible for handling stuff. So, okay, onSuccess, as an example, when we hook up Google Analytics, when we have a successful form submission, we're going to submit that form submission to Google Analytics in our success state, okay? And if there's an error, we're going to update our form state as well. And we're going to say an error occurred, etc. And we're also going to generate an event to Google Analytics. So it's going to be important for us to specify these two things to handle those two states based on how this function returns, okay? And with that out of the way, we now can simply return our mutation so that our caller has access to it. And with that done, we now have officially completed our custom hook for inserting our lead data, and we now can use this within our frequent traveler component where we are actually going to be submitting this information. Okay, so I will see you guys over there. All right, so now that we have created our mutation here, use insert lead, let's actually invoke it inside of our frequent travelers form so we can actually send our data off to our database. So first and foremost, we're going to create two new functions. Okay, now remember, within our use insert lead mutation, we're looking for both a onSuccess and onError handler function. Okay, so let's go down here and let's define our success handler. So we're going to do handle success. And just below that, we're going to create a function called handle error. Now within our handle success function, we're going to be adding a reset to our form. So that's going to be here. So let's get rid of it here in our handle submit. Okay. And we're going to get rid of the set timeout as well. Okay. So make sure you delete that. So within here, we're simply going to have a set form state call that is going to set our form state to not success, but we're actually going to set it to pending. Okay. Now this makes sense, right? When we submit our form, we don't know whether it's going to be successful or whether it's going to be an error. Okay. So we put it into a pending state, which is going to, again, if we put our form state to a pending state, we go down to our button. That is going to make our button look as if it says submitting, and it's also going to apply some classes here that we defined above. Okay. So now that we've dispatched this event that says, okay, put our form state into pending and put our error message to null. Now remember, our mutation is either going to call this function or this function, the success function or the error function, based on whether the submission is successful. So what do we want to do in the case of success? Well, we want to reset. Now, the reason you don't want to reset in the form when it's an error is because if you had an error when you submitted a form, you wouldn't actually want them to reset your data because that would be extremely annoying because then you have to retype it in. Ideally, if you submit and there's an error, then you can hit resubmit and try and submit the form again without having to retype your information. So we only want to reset the form in our success state, okay? And now the next thing that we want to do is we're going to do set is checked to false, okay? Now the reason that we have to do this is because the reset form is going to reset all the input fields here, but the set is checked is going to be responsible for unchecking our checkbox here, okay? And each time that the user submits the form, we want to make sure that's reset because, of course, we want to get their agreement. If we have to get their agreement for them to receive promotional emails. If you didn't get that, that could be bad. That would be like in a real project, that would be a liability, like a legal liability, right? So we're going to do set is checked to false. That's going to set our checkbox back to not being checked. And lastly, we are going to do set form state. And in here, what are we going to put? We're going to say that our current state is in a success state, and we're going to say that our error message is again null, okay? So we don't have to put any error message because we have succeeded. Now, remember here, if we go into our custom hook right here, you remember that in our onError property, okay, so what it's actually expecting here in our interface, it's looking for a function that takes in a error, okay? So here, when we create our handle error function, we're going to take in a error, and that is going to be of type error. Okay. And here, what we're going to do is something very similar. So we're going to do set form state. Now, in this case, we're going to do our current state of, current state of error. And we are going to set our error message to the error that was passed in here. Okay. Now, I'm not going to handle the error in terms of I'm not actually going to show it in our component here, but you guys, as part of a challenge, if you want to, you can add this error message that we are saving to our form state right here. You can use that in the component here to show maybe below this input element, or maybe up here, you can show the user, okay, there was some error submitting. Okay. In our case, we're going to depict the submission failure with the actual button itself. Okay. So now that we've done that, we have handle success, handle error. Let's make sure that we have nothing else in handle error. No. Now that we have done both of these, it seems like it's because they're not being referenced. We can now go up here and let's actually invoke our custom hook. Okay, so we're going to do const, and we're going to say mutation because that's what's going to be returned, and we're going to say use insert lead. Okay, and again, that's our custom hook. We can go in there and see that. And again, it's expecting these two properties, on success and on error. So let's pass those in. Passing in an object, and this object is going to have on success, which is going to be set to handle success. And it's going to be taking an on error, which is going to be our handle error, okay? And once again, these functions are going to be invoked whether the submission was successful or not successful, okay? So again, our submit function gets called. It then is going to, we're going to actually have to do this in a second here. So now that we have our mutation, let's actually get this, go down here, and we're going to say mutation, and this is where we have access to a mutate property, okay? So now with our mutate property, we are going to be passing in our submission data. Okay, so here, remember it's going to be a lead. So if we go into here, if we go back into our mutation, this is our mutation function. Okay, it's expecting a lead. So now let's go back over to our frequent traveler. Let's pass in our object, and this is going to have to be the shape of a lead. So it's going to be created at, and we're going to do date.now. And again, this is going to be the amount of milliseconds since the first day of 1970. God only knows why. The Unix timestamp. It's going to be full name, which is going to be values.fullname. And again, that comes directly from our custom hook that we created for our form. Okay. And then we're going to do our email address, which is going to be our values.email address. Okay. And so now, essentially what's happening here is when we call mutate on our mutation, it is going to pass this object, which is shaped like a lead, right? It's going to pass that into our mutation function. This is going to then call our insert lead function that talks to Supabase and says, let's send that information to the database. If there is an error here, it is going to return and invoke our on success handler, or if there's an error, it's going to invoke our on error handler. If it's successful, it's going to invoke our on success handler, and those are two functions that we passed in right here, handle success and handle error. Okay, hopefully that's clear. Now, there's actually one more thing that we need to do here. First and foremost, when our form is in a pending state, which we dispatch right here when we submit our form, we want to make sure that our input elements are disabled. Okay, so we don't want them to be able to change anything there. Very similar to what we did with the button here. So let's go down here. Let's make sure our check mark is also subscribed to that logic. So if I'm correct, I did set that up. Let's actually check. So not the check mark itself, but here we can set it up on the inputs. Where's it at? Input. We can go like this, and we're going to say disabled equals, and it's going to be, what is it? I think it's our form state. Yep, form state.current state. If it is not equal to idle. Okay, so if it's not in an idle state, then we are going to disable it. This is going to return true, and that's going to make it disabled. And we're going to grab this exact same thing and put it on our first input as well. So now we will be disabled if it's submitting, if it's success, or if it's in an error state. It's not going to let us manipulate these fields at all. Okay. And now let's actually do the same thing for the checkbox here. So we don't need to do it for the check mark, but we can do it for the button. Okay, so we'll go here and we'll say the button is disabled. Cannot click on the check mark if the form state is anything but idle. Okay, and now let's actually try and dispatch an event. Let's see if this works. Hopefully it works. We might need to change something, but assuming everything goes correctly, it will work. So let's just do a Chad case, and I'm going to just do chad@gmail.com. Okay, I'm going to hit the agree and then hit submit. And you can see it's successful, okay? So now you can see it's disabled. I can't hover it. And you're going to see the issue here is it's essentially stuck in a success state. So we don't want that. But let's actually check. Let's go to our database. Fingers crossed. Yes, okay. So it's here. We can see the milliseconds since 1970. And you can use this, again, to see when the lead was actually submitted. You can see the name of the user and as well as their email, okay? And now we have to address this problem where we're stuck in a success state. Well, what do we want to do here? Well, when we set our form state to pending, it's going to put it into that pending state. And then once we had a successful submission, again, we called our handle success function. But now what do we need to do? We need to set this back to idle. But here's the problem. If we go like this and we just put it back to idle right away, we reload the page here. The problem is that if we let's put in something random here. If we go like this, you're going to notice that it immediately goes back, right? They didn't even have an opportunity to see that they did submit the form successfully. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to give it a set timeout, okay? Set timeout. And in here, we're going to pass in a callback function. And this callback function is simply going to set our form state to this, okay? And if you don't know how set timeout works, I think I explained it earlier, but set timeout allows us to dispatch an event into the future. So this set timeout, it's a function. We pass in a function into this function, okay? And it's going to invoke our set form state and set it to idle. And here we can set the amount of milliseconds as our second parameter to our set timeout function. And we're going to do 2000 milliseconds, or we'll actually do 1250. I think that's probably better. Okay. So now if we submit our form here, let's do it. Make sure it's a successful one. Hopefully I don't get a duplicate email. Okay. So it says success and then it goes back. Okay. Now let's actually put that up to 1750. I like that. And now let's grab the set timeout and we're going to do the same thing down here. If we have an error, it's going to display. And then after 1750 milliseconds, it's going to go back. So in this case, let's actually check what our database has here. It has chad@gmail.com. So I'm just going to copy this email. And remember, we have this as a unique field. Okay, so there can't be any duplicates that are of email addresses the way that we set it up. So now if we paste that back in there, we'll just do Chad Casey. And I put that back in there and I submit. You guys are going to see it says, oh, it failed. And then it goes back to learn more. Okay, so both our error state and our success state are essentially waiting 1750 milliseconds. Let the user see, okay, this did succeed or this did fail, and then it returns. Okay, and now let's actually get this and put it into a constant because we don't want to accidentally, change this one but not change this one, or change this one and not change that one. Right? It's too much to track. So let's add a constant for that. Let's go back to our constants folder, and here we're just going to say const form state duration. Okay. And again, it was 1750. So now we only have to change it in one location. We won't get confused right there. And let's go back here. And I think I need to get that imported. Hopefully I can get it. There we go. Okay, so just importing that form state duration constant. So now if we change it, all we have to do is change it once here in our constants folder, and then any place that we reference it, it will change automatically. Okay, so a little bit safer. And with that done, we might actually be done with setting up the form here. Let me check to make sure. Return the mutation, create, yep. Okay. And yeah, I think that's it. So let's actually make sure our input elements look disabled here. Let's see if we can do. Yep, so you can see our input fields are kind of grayed out there. And then they only come back once the submission state is done. And let's also try our checkbox here. So let's just do, I don't know, some email. If we submit, hopefully we can't check this. Yep, so we can't check it until it. All right, so that, just like that, we have now successfully created a mutation. So now we not only know queries and how to select data from our database, but we also know how to submit data and how to use mutations as well. And again, I want to explain the concept of why we actually have our query and our mutation set up the way that they are. So again, we have in our API folder, we have the actual communication with the database, okay? That's the lowest level. Then we move up to the, in this case, the mutation. We had some queries earlier, but you get the point. The mutation. And this is the intermediary that communicates between the database and the component itself. This is responsible for handling the success states, the loading states, the error states. It also caches our data on the client side. Okay, so very, very important. It kind of handles this relationship. And then in the component itself, this is where we invoke the mutation, okay, or the query before. Now, why do we want to do that? We want to make it so that our component is, as much as possible, just focused on the presentation layer, which means the UI layer, right? So our component here, it's not really responsible for the mutation. It's not really responsible for sending information to a database. It's only responsible for the display of the component. So we want to move as much of this logic, obviously here we have quite a bit of logic, but we try to move as much of this logic out of the presentation layer, or the UI layer as it's called, and put it into a lower level. So then we have the intermediate level here for our mutation, again, the intermediary, and then the lowest level, which is then our insert lead function, that is the actual API, or you could call it a gateway to our database. Okay, so very, very important, a separation of concerns. Each component does its own thing. It's not trying to do 10 things at once, and that helps make our program more scalable, more modular, and easier to understand, okay? So with that out of the way, we have successfully finished our frequent travelers form, which is awesome, and now we can move on to, I think, the responsive design section. That is the last bit of state management we have to do here, and I don't think we have to do anything here, so yeah. That is a massive success, and I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so as we enter this section of the video where we work on the mobile menu, I want to tell you that we're not actually going to be implementing the entire responsive design from desktop to mobile. Now, the reason why is because in the last video I made, 37% of the entire video length was just for the responsive design. I think it was something like 4 hours just for the responsive design. Now, the reason that's an issue is in the last video, we just made a static landing page. So no database, no React query, no TypeScript, no Google Analytics, no anything. And that video was 9 hours long. Okay, so I don't want this one to drag on far beyond 10 hours, hopefully, we'll see. But the point is there that we can't actually afford to do the responsive design. Now, if you are interested in responsive design for TailwindCSS, I highly encourage you to check out that video, my most recent video before this one, where we build out a landing page with a responsive design with Tailwind. But in this video, we're simply focused on other things. So what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna drag in our current project, just the exact same thing that we have created to this point, I promise. The only thing that's been added to it is that there are now CSS responsive classes added to each section so that we can actually bring our mobile, or we can bring our landing page down to mobile screen size and then work on our mobile menu. So let's hop over to the code base and do that right now. All right, so in this section of the video, to get us started, we're going to want to re-access the starter content that we downloaded in the beginning of today's tutorial, and that looks something like this folder. Originally, we pulled in 1-starter project, but in this section, we're going to be pulling in 4-responsive-pre-mobile menu. Now, I promise this is the exact same project that we have built up to this point. The only difference is it now has the responsive classes for our landing page, okay? And that's going to allow us to get started with the mobile menu because of course, the mobile menu, we can only build it out on a mobile screen size because that's when we're actually going to be accessing the mobile menu. Okay, now let's pull this in here. And again, this is the exact same project we have worked on up to this point. There's only a couple things we need to do to get it started. So first and foremost, let's just run npm i to reinstall our node packages. Whoops, npm i or npm install within our terminal. And that's going to get rid of all these errors here. You can see it's very angry because we haven't imported, we haven't downloaded these packages that we're essentially trying to import here. Okay, now let's go down to let's go into our root directory, so none of our subfolders here, but the actual project folder itself. And we're going to click down here into this area and say new file.env. Again, our environment variables or our environment file, we don't actually commit that to GitHub because it's not safe. You want to protect that information. So again, we are only going to have that locally. So we have to recreate the file in this project. And all we're going to do is copy that over from our other project. So I want you guys to go into the project that you have created so far and simply copy over that vt_supabase_API key and make sure that it's named whatever you named it here. Just make sure that you can go back into your api.ts file and make sure that this is referencing the same thing here. Okay, so let me actually zoom in a little bit. Again, we read from our in our environment files right here where we read our vt_supabase API key. So please make sure that this is named the same way that it is inside of your environment file. And then also make sure that you have your base URL as well. So if you go into Supabase, you can go down to project settings here, and then you can go to data API and you will have your URL. Okay. And now if we go and make sure that you paste it here, I'll repaste mine. And even though this is in fact mine, now let's go down here and type npm run dev just to make sure that we can successfully connect to our database still. And let's go down right here. So we obviously we can, right? Because we just loaded all this in, I just realized. But we can also check our form if we want to. So I'm just going to type in Chad C, and then I'm going to say Chad12321 at gmail.com. And there you can see successful submission. And if I go over to my database, let's go to the database and go to, table editor, and then go to leads. Let's see if we can find me. Chad C. Which one did I type in? Chad12322. I think it's that one right there. Okay. So this is the row. It got entered. So nice. So we have reconfigured our project and we're back up and running. And again, we can actually now look at our responsive design. So here you can see if we drag our page out, it looks exactly like it is when we designed it at 1920 pixels. And if we bring it down, you can see it responds all the way down to mobile. And you can see that we have this hamburger icon in the top right here. But if we click on it, nothing happens. Of course, because we haven't actually created our mobile menu yet. But now that we have got our project up and running, I also want to show you guys what those responsive classes actually look like, because I know some people are going to be curious. Now here, we can actually look at our header, and you'll see just how much work actually goes into the responsive design alone. So here we have our padding bottom value. -23. And again, that was the 92 padding that we had originally on the bottom of our landing page. So if we go here, let's actually zoom out. Right here, you can see, I think there was 92, or no, maybe it was right here. Is this it? Yeah, I think it's that right there. So 92, we had that padding on the largest screen size, right on desktop here. But as we go down to mobile, those values are going to change. Right now, our padding here on the bottom is actually 0. So you can see that we went from 23 here, and then we have our max Excel breakpoint right here. If we hover that, now we have a padding bottom of 6. So that means when our screen size is less than 80 rem or 1280 pixels, we drop our padding bottom to 24. And then here, max medium, we drop our padding bottom to 0. So if our screen size gets below 768, then we drop it down to 0 pixels for our padding bottom. Okay. And that is why you can see as our screen size shrinks, these things change. Okay. And you can see there's some significant changes as well. Like as an example, our banner actually jumps below our hero. Okay. So now with that out of the way, we can actually get into setting up our mobile menu, which we are going to be doing in the next section. All right. So let's get started by actually creating our mobile menu. So we're going to go back into our navigation folder. Okay. And it makes sense to put it in here because of course this is part of our navigation, just our mobile navigation. So within our navigation folder, let's actually create first our mobile menu.tsx. Okay, mobile menu.tsx. And within here, we're just going to type RFC and hit tab. Okay, and now this one, the way that we render it in our component is going to be a little bit different. So let's go back over to our main component here, or our app component, I should say. And we're going to render it right down here at the bottom. So it's going to be within our page. But it's actually not going to be visible at all times. So it's kind of an interesting element where we're rendering it within our app, but we're not going to be able to see it at all times, right? The only time our mobile menu will be visible is when the user clicks on this hamburger icon and then it comes into view. Okay, so let's actually render it right here, mobile menu. And again, we're going to put it just below the footer. And it seems kind of weird, right? It's not within the header, main, or footer. I guess hypothetically, it's an absolutely positioned element, so you could put it anywhere. So maybe it would make sense to put it right there. And we can put it right there for now. But now what we can do is make sure that's imported in a space that we want. So let's go here and say mobile menu. There's going to be, I think, one other thing related to the mobile menu that we import. Let me check. Yeah, there's also going to be our menu context provided that we create in a second. So just make sure to create a separate section for our mobile menu imports. And again, I think it's safe to put it right here, and it makes sense because it is within the header, so to speak, right? So now let's go back to our mobile menu and let's get to work. First and foremost, we are going to turn this into a, we are going to have this as a div, but we are going to create some state to start. And the state is simply going to track the active link. Okay, so in our finished landing page, when we open up our mobile menu, we want to be able to track the active link because the active link is going to have potentially an open drop-down menu. Okay, so as an example, let me see if I can bring this one up here. And you can see it's already angry. It's because of the state. Let's go here. If I can open this up, and I'll be able to show you guys. Let's do npm run dev. See if it works without error. Nice. Okay, so here's the finished version of the page, so we can just refer to this as needed. You can see here, we want to track an active link because when the active link, when it's clicked, it's going to have an open dropdown. Okay, so it will be helpful to track that in our page. So let's go here and let's actually create that. We're going to do active link ID. And the way that we're going to track the active link is simply to use the ID property that we specified within our content folder for each link. Okay, so I think it's just 1, 2, 3. You guys get the point. Okay, and now it's going to be set active link ID, and that's going to be equal to use state. And it's going to be a number. And for now, we're just going to set it to -1. Okay, that'll be a default that essentially indicates that nothing is selected. Okay, now that with that out of the way, let's go into our div here and let's create a navigation component. So we're going to have a div, and then that's going to wrap a navigation. And I think that the div itself is going to be the overlay. So if we actually look here, you'll see that there's actually kind of like this white overlay in the background that kind of grays out. It's a low opacity. I think it's a white square that, yeah, 40%, right? So there's going to be this overlay behind our menu. And then this right here is actually going to be our navigation menu, this white square. Okay. So that's why we see this outer div and then the inner navigation. So now that we added that, we can move on to creating our unordered list, or actually first our close icon. So within this box, we're going to have 3 sections, right? You can see right here with the spacing, right? We have our first row for our X icon. Then we have our second row for our list of links here. And they may have sublink or sublist, right? But that's going to be a list there. And then we have our last row, which is just for our button here. You can see that right here with these kind of separation marks from Figma. Okay. So within our navigation, let's do that. First, we're going to have our close icon, which again is just an icon. I literally think, yeah. So in this case, it's literally just 2 divs that are like black straight marks that are crossed like this. Okay. You can see I rotated one 45 degrees and one the opposite. So now that we did that, we can move on to setting up our UL. So let's go here and let's do our motion dot. Actually, it's not going to be motion yet. We're just going to keep it as a UL. We'll do the motion animations after. And we're going to navigate, or we're going to iterate through our navigational links. Okay, just like we did within our main navigation on desktop. So we're going to do navigation links, and then we're going to map over them. And we'll just say link. And within here, we're going to return a list item as we've done before. And let's just give it a key property. So it's going to be key, and each one of our links is going to have an ID, which we're actually going to be using for our active link ID when we select it. And then we can go down to in here, and within here, we're going to have a div. Now, the reason we're going to have a div, this is going to render, if I'm correct, yeah, this is going to render both the text itself inside of an anchor. Okay, so let's create that anchor, but it also may potentially have an adjacent element, which in this case is going to be our caret up icon. Okay, and again, the reason that we have to do this, where we have a div within this li, is because again, we need to wrap both the text itself and then the potential caret icon that is adjacent to it. Okay, so this href is going to simply refer to the hash symbol. So essentially nowhere, of course, because this is a landing page. In a real project, you would want to set that up. But this anchor is going to have our text. So this is the actual link text that we see here. And again, the caret up, you can see it's angry because it doesn't have a class name. So let's just give it a blank one for now, so it stops yelling at us. And now that we did that, we have successfully created our UL. Let's actually make sure that our div is set up correctly. So we have our div, and the div has an anchor tag, and then adjacent to it, it has our link dropdown. And actually, I just realized that the anchor, or not the anchor, there's a span that spans around the caret here. So like this, span. And that's going to wrap our caret. And again, it's because the caret itself is just an icon, but we want to rotate the icon, and we're going to use the span to do so here. And we're actually going to conditionally render this. The way that we're going to do that is we are going to say, do we have a link dot dropdown? Okay. And if that is true, then we're going to render the span that wraps our caret. Now, the reason that we want to do that right here is because not every single link here has a dropdown. Only the ones with carets have dropdowns. And if we go into our link here, let's go to our link type, navigational links right here, you can see that each one has a Boolean value for dropdown. If the dropdown is false, then there is no dropdown links. If dropdown is true, then you can see we also have dropdown links that we can iterate through. So we're essentially just using that Boolean to say, okay, do we actually have a dropdown? If so, then render the caret. But of course, we don't want to render that caret if there's no dropdown. Now let's move below this div right here. And below this, but within the li, okay, we are going to be adding another declaration here that says link dot dropdown. So if there is a dropdown, we know that there should be a dropdown for this link and the active link ID. Okay, so remember, this is going to track based on the ID of the link right here, whether this link is actually opened. Okay, so services or pages, for example. It's going to say, is the active link equal to the link.id? Now remember, we have access to the link.id because we are iterating through our navigational links here, and so our link is right here. So we say, okay, is the one that we have saved in state equal to the current one, and does it have a drop-down menu? If both of those conditions are true, then we now can render a mobile dropdown. So here we're going to do mobile menu, or actually let's just do mobile dropdown. That's what I referred to it as. I guess you could do mobile menu dropdown. And you can see that it seems like it's angry, and that's because we don't actually have the component, I realize. So let's go back over to navigation, and let's create that. So it's going to be mobile dropdown.tsx. So very similar to our desktop dropdown, but of course this one's for mobile. And we type RFC and hit tab. And now we can get to implementing this component. We might as well just get this one done. We're not going to do the CSS yet, but we definitely can do the markup here. So let's create an unordered list. Now remember, the mobile menu dropdown has links of its own here. So if I look at our finished landing page, you can see, of course, when we click here, there's more links below. Okay, so we are going to create a list here within our menu dropdown. And within this list, we are simply going to iterate through a series of links. Let's return back to our mobile menu. And here what we're going to do is we are going to pass in our key to uniquely identify it, which is going to simply be the link.id. And we're also going to pass in I just realized, wait a minute, that's the wrong thing. We're passing in our links here, so we don't need to do this here. We're actually going to specify this within the mobile menu itself. My apologies. Whoops, get rid of that. We're going to pass in our links though. So we're going to do links equal, and it's going to be our link dot dropdown links. Okay. And again, if we go back over here to our content, you will in fact see that we have this dropdown links property for the ones that do have dropdowns, and it has a series of navigational link objects. Okay. So now let's go back down here and let's return to our mobile menu, or our mobile dropdown, I should say. You can see that mine's not even imported yet. Mobile dropdown. Thank you. And let's create that interface. So we are definitely going to have to add that as a property we can read in. And I'm going to actually create an interface above and not do this one inline. So let's do interface. And this one's going to be mobile dropdown props. And here it's just going to be links, and it's going to be type navigation. There it is, navigation link. And again, it's going to be an array, okay? And TypeScript is also going to get mad at us if we do this. So we also have to say we could specify that it's undefined, okay? And the reason why is because it knows, based on our content type right here, if we go here, it knows that we may or may not have drop-down links. Okay, so that's why I put a question mark here when I originally created this type. It says, well, it might have these. And of course, we know that that's true because some of our links do not actually have a list below them, only these two. Okay. So then when we're in our mobile menu dropdown, we have to say, okay, it could be this, a list of links, or nothing. Now let's go down here to our constructor, or not our constructor, our parameter list, and let's say we're going to read in props, and that's going to be of type mobile dropdown props here. And let's start iterating through our links here. So it's going to be props link.links. And I realized I'm actually going to destructure this right here. I'm going to just say, get our links right out of there instead of typing props dot. Okay. So then we'll just have links and we'll do map and we'll say link. And within here, we are going to render a li, a series of li's within our list here. And we're going to render our link.text. All right, so there, now we're rendering our drop-down links. And I just realized that we're actually going to wrap the text itself. So within this list item, we're actually going to wrap the text. I don't really like the formatting that Prettier's doing here, but we're going to wrap it in an anchor tag. Okay, like this. And of course, the reason why is because an anchor tag is for clickable links. And of course, this is a clickable link. So and then we're just going to put an href of the hash symbol. Again, we're not going to be linking anywhere, at least in the tutorial. And so with that out of the way, we might as well style this one too while we're in here. So let's do our unordered list. So it's going to be class name. And here it's going to be a z of 10. So that's just going to make sure that they're pushed far forward. It's going to be flex, which makes sense because we want to flex our links in the column direction. Okay, so just do a stacked list of links. A gap y of 6, which is going to make each one of our links 6 times 4, 24 pixels apart. And we're going to say overflow hidden. Okay, now that's going to be important because right here, you're going to notice that when our links, our container opens up here, the container doesn't open up as fast as the links show. And so we want to make sure that they're cut off at the bottom as the container is growing to open so that we don't get some spillover where you can see these links on top of the next link down here, which would be testimonials. Okay, and I apologize if you guys can't see that well. It's kind of hard to zoom in my page here. It's kind of hard to see this, but nonetheless, you also can pull this up if you want to. It's just the responsive design post mobile menu if you want to use it as a reference here. Okay, so now that we did that, we can move on to our last class, which is going to be a padding left of 3. And the reason that we do that is you're actually going to see that the drop-down list, they're slightly right shifted. Okay, so right here, if I hover over that, you can see there's this little green spacing on the left of this list, and that's to right shift it. So you can see that, yes, these are in fact a sublist of the link above it, which in this case is services. Okay. Now let's go down to our list item. And here we're just going to have one class, which is going to be text gray 600. And for our anchor tag, the class name is going to be, there's actually no class name, I realized. Yeah, so it's just going to be, this is going to cascade down into our anchor tag. So then this link.text is going to get this text gray 600. So now let's move back to our mobile menu and actually carry on here. You can see it's mad about something. It's because we're not using this. And let's see, it looks like there's some issue. Oh, it's because I realized, let me get rid of that. There's not supposed to be this here. Okay. Thank you. And now that we did that, we can move on to the next component of our mobile menu, which is going to simply be our button here. So right here, you can see the last row is our Join Now button. So again, we have 3 things. We have our close icon at the top. That's our first row within this navigation. Then we have our unordered list, which is these links here. And then at the bottom, we have below our UL, we have our button. So it's just going to be a button. And in here, it's going to say Join Now. And let's put, and we're actually not going to add our class name yet, but now we should be able to see, actually we can't see something because we can't even open up the mobile menu yet. So let's return back to the top now and let's start adding some styles here. Okay. And this is going to allow us to actually see the content. Now, actually, we should be able to see, yep, there it is. You can see our mobile menu is actually rendered just below here. It's not pulled out of the document flow just yet because it's not absolutely positioned, but nonetheless, you can kind of see the structure of it. Let's actually start by going down to our caret icon and fixing that because, of course, we've had that issue before where the caret icon just wants to be so large. So here we're just going to say, let's just do all the styles here. So fill gray 600. We're going to say size is 3.5. So that's going to be, what is that, 12 height and width maybe. We're going to do rotate 180, which is going to rotate it 180 degrees. So it points down by default. And we're going to say transition all, and we're going to say duration 200. Okay. Now let's go up to our div here and start adding some classes. So we're going to do class name. And here we are going to set our fixed position. Now fixed simply says it's going to be fixed relative to the window itself. Okay, so that means not only is it going to be pulled out of the document flow, but it's literally going to be fixed relative to the actual viewport, which is, if you see, I'm opening and closing the screen here. This is the viewport. Okay, so it's going to cover the entire screen no matter what. If they scroll up and down, it doesn't matter. It will cover all four corners of this viewport here. Okay, so fixed, we're going to say, and now here we're going to set that. So we're going to say the top is going to be 0. So all the way at the top, we're going to say the right is 0, which says all the way at the right. The left is 0, and the bottom is 0. Okay, so completely stretch it across the screen here. And we're going to do justify end. And we're going to do background -white /30, so a 30 opacity background. And you can see that this is that overlay that I was talking about right here. So this little overlay behind our mobile menu. And we can also do our padding left of 30. It's going to be padding left -30. And that's going to push our mobile menu essentially, what is that? 120 pixels in. And that's probably how wide that is here. We could check. Yeah, it's about 120 pixels wide. Okay. So now that we did that, we can move on to our the nav right here. Let's give this some styles. And this will help us really see our mobile menu here. The overlay was kind of helpful, but this will really, really make it shape up. So here we're going to do flex. We're going to do height full. Now, the reason we want to do height -full is because we want the menu here to span the entire height of our screen. So you can see here that blue square right there, that blue square goes all the way down. Okay. And so let's go back up here to our nav. We're then going to say we want our width to be full. Now, again, it's not going to make it all the way across the screen because we have this padding left that we just specified right here on the parent element. We're going to say max width 96. That's going to set a maximum width just to make sure it doesn't get too wide at any screen size. Then we're going to do a min width of 65. Now that's going to make sure that it never gets too small. And I'll actually show you guys how those min and max widths end up working. It's actually very nice feature of this mobile menu. Let's do flex column to make sure that our close icon is at the top, our links are just below, and then our button is at the bottom here. Again, it's a little bit tricky to see right now. We'll do item start to just make sure that everything is at the top of our container, not at the bottom. And we are going to do a gap Y of 18. And that's going to give us some space between our close icon, our list of links here, and then our button at the bottom. Okay. Now let's do background -white. That's going to make it so that we actually have this white container for our menu. And we are going to have P-6, so that's just going to push everything in 24 pixels off the wall of the navigation here. We can see that right there. Okay. And we're going to do padding left -7, so I think that is, what is that? 7 times 4, 28 pixels off the left side of the container. So a little bit more padding left than the padding on all other sides of the container. Okay. Now let's go down to our close icon, which actually we're going to have no classes. It's going to be good with its defaults. So let's go down to our UL just below that. And here we are going to do flex. And we're going to do flex call. Obviously, we want those links to be on top of one another. And we are going to do a gap Y of 8. That's just going to push them apart 32 pixels. Okay. Can we zoom this into 100%? Oh, there we go. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're really talking. Okay, well, actually, I'll probably drop that down to 100%. Maybe that's too much. Okay, so now that we did that, we can go down to our list item. And let's do class. Class name. And here we're going to do group. We're actually going to set these conditionally here. Like this. And by conditionally, I mean, we're going to do our template literal, so our backticks, and we're going to enter JavaScript here with our braces. And the reason why we're going to specify that in this way is because we are going to be adding some classes conditionally, like I said. So we're going to do group, which means we're going to be updating some item in here based on the state of the parent, as we've done before. We're going to do relative. That's going to make, so we can already tell that we're going to be positioning something relative to this li here. We're going to do flex column. Then we're going to do font medium. That should apply to our links there. Yep, we saw them get a little bit bolder. Transition all, which is going to transition all properties. Give it a duration of 300 milliseconds, duration -300, which is also a built-in class in Tailwind, which is very nice. Ease in out timing function for our animation. And now here we're going to put a $sign and then braces. And here we're going to say if our active link ID, so the active link that we have clicked on here that we are saving in state, equals our link.id, then we're going to put a question mark. We're going to render gap y of 6. Otherwise, let's put a colon. We're going to put a gap y of 0. Now, the reason we want to do that is because you'll see right here in our finished page, let's actually zoom this one in. You'll see when we open this up, right here, there's actually no gap between the link here and the drop-down menu below it. But as it opens up, that spacing grows. So the spacing right here, it's kind of hard to see it, but essentially the spacing right here between pages and the drop-down menu is however big this is. What is it? 24 pixels. But and when you close it, it goes back down to 0. And that gives us this very, very nice smooth animation where the menu dropdown kind of pushes its way away from the link itself. Okay. And now we can move on to setting our on-click. So this list item here, remember this list item wraps both the link text here and the caret icon that may or may not be adjacent to it. Okay. So what we're going to do is right here on the list item itself, we're going to set our on-click handler. And here we're going to say, if this list item is clicked on, then we're simply going to say set active link ID, and we're going to have two conditions. We're going to have that our active link ID equals our link.id. So that actually essentially means, did we just click on the link that's already active? If so, then we're simply going to set our active link to -1. Else, we're going to set it to the link.id. Okay, so in layman's terms, this says, if we are already the current active link, then simply set it to -1, which is essentially going to make it so no link is active. But if we're not the current active link, then simply set it to our current link. Okay, and so I don't think we could see anything yet. Oh, look at that. We already can here. And the reason why is because down here, remember, we have this conditional logic that says if the active link equals our current link ID, then display our mobile menu. Okay, or our mobile dropdown. Now you can see that our animation and our styling needs some work here, but nonetheless, it's already working. And you can see also, like I said here, if our active link is equal to the link.id already, then it simply says put the active link to -1, which closes it. So here it's open, but if we click on services again, it closes it. Okay. And if we didn't add that, it would not work like that. So now that we did that, we can move on to our div here. And this div, let's see what this wraps. This one wraps our caret icon, which has a span around it. And again, the reason that the span is around it is because we want to rotate the span, if I'm correct. Right. And the span, we actually, we definitely need to add some classes there. So let's go to our div first and let's do flex. This is important. That's going to put our caret icon right here, our span that wraps our caret icon adjacent to the actual text right here. That's in our anchor tag. Then we're going to do cursor pointer. It's going to make it so that the link looks like it's actually clickable here. So you can see our pointer cursor. Now we're going to do items center. It's going to center the items on the vertical axis. And we're going to do a gap X of 1.75, which let's see how much that is. I think 7 pixels. Yep, 7 pixels. And so now you can see we have that spacing between our link here and the caret icon that is adjacent to it. Now that we did that, let's move on to the anchor tag. And here we're going to make this text gray 600. And we're actually going to change this real quick. We're going to add our backticks again in here. So template literal. And we're going to go into JavaScript with our braces. And the reason that we're going to do that is we're actually going to make it so that the text is black in some cases. So here we're going to say, we're going to give it a $sign, do our open and close braces, and we're going to say if the active link ID equals the link.id question mark, then the text is going to be black. Else, we're just going to put an empty string, which effectively is going to make it whatever the default is, which in this case is text gray. Okay, so we have text gray, but if it is the active link, then set it to black. Okay, and now if we see that, we click on it, it should turn black here. We're not actually seeing it turn black, which is kind of interesting. What if I get rid of this? Or what if I say this is text pink? Try pink 500. Okay, so you see this is an interesting bug that I ran into here. You can see that we're setting it to text gray 600, and even if the active link is equal to the link.id, it's actually not applying it for some reason only in the case that it's actually black. So if we do text black here, for some reason it's not showing it. Now you could use a very, very dark gray, like we could do, what do we have? Text gray. What's our darkest gray that we created? like text gray, maybe 1000, try that. And so you can see that effectively emulates the black there. So just do that, okay? And again, God only knows why that does not work, but it does not want to work here. And we'll also have to manipulate the caret icon as well if we want to set this. Okay, so we set that there. Now we can move down to our second anchor tag here, or our span actually, I should say. And again, this is what's going to be responsible for actually rotating the caret. So let's go here, and this one's also going to be a, we're going to use a template literal with backticks. And we're going to say flex. We are going to say size of 6. So that's going to be the container that actually wraps the caret icon. We're going to say item center, which should center it along the vertical axis. Justify center, which is going to center it along the horizontal axis. Transition all. Okay, and we're going to do duration 200. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add our $ and our braces. We're going to enter JavaScript and say if the link.id equals our active link ID, question mark, then we are going to add our class for rotate 180. Otherwise, we are just going to do an empty string, okay? And so now you can see if we open up our link, now we still have to do some animations on our mobile menu here, or our drop-down menu, but you can see that our caret is nice. It has a nice flip animation there, okay? Now we also need to add the class for our caret icon right here, so let's actually add this. Let's do backticks. And now let's see if we can get this to work. I actually did not use this in my design, the completed design that I created, so let's just see if we can actually get this to work in the first place. But essentially, let's put a $ here, and we're going to say if the active link ID equals the link.id, question mark, let's set it to text gray 1000. So very, very dark gray, else we'll just put an empty string. Let's see if that works. Okay, that did not work. Oh, I just realized it's the fill, not the text, the fill gray, because it's a, yeah, there we go. Look at that. Okay, so now both our caret icon and the link itself are switching to that very, very dark gray, which almost emulates a black. Again, I'm not sure why the text black property doesn't work, but we're just going to skip that for now. Okay. So caret up, we have those classes. Now let's move down. We can move all the way down to our button here. And here we're going to say class name. And these are going to be classes that we've specified before. So it's going to be background primary 700, hover background primary 800, cursor pointer. Then it's going to be rounded dash 1.625 rem. Just give it some nice rounding. Then we're going to do padding on the x-axis of 8. So that's going to be 32 pixels. Whoops, that got into there somehow. px of 8, so 32 pixels there. And then a py of 3, which I think is 12 pixels top and bottom. Font is going to go to medium. Text is going to be white, as you'd expect. Transition will be all. And we're going to do a duration of 200. Okay, so again, that's just going to turn that into our button that we've had before. And it should not be rounded like that, even though that does look quite nice. It's actually not going to be 1.625, but instead just 0.625 for our rounding. There we go. Okay, so now it's consistent with our design. Now that we did that, we can move on to, and you also notice that we're not actually doing a hover animation for these links. Now, the reason that we're not doing that is because in mobile menus, you're just tapping on your screen. So there's no such thing as a hover state on a mobile device. Does that make sense? So we're not actually doing any hover states. Instead, we're just saying if they actually did click on this link, then it's going to be black. Okay, so it's a subtle difference between desktop design and mobile design. There's no such thing as a hover state on a phone. Okay, so now that we did that, we can actually move into our mobile menu dropdown, and that will be nice because then we will actually see this animation not looking so janky. So let's go here and let's do first for our UL itself. Actually, we already added our classes, so now we just have to add our motion animations. So I think we could actually add them on the, yeah, we could add them in here first. So let's actually do that. Let's go up to the top and let's import motion. Import motion. And that needs to be in braces, I realize. From motion/React. And let's start applying some of our motion properties here. So again, we're going to supercharge this UL with all of our motion stuff. And let's add first our initial property, which is going to say, what do we want our initial state to be before this menu is rendered? We're going to have an opacity of 0. We're going to have a height of 0. Okay, so no height, no opacity. And as you'd expect, we're going to essentially make it appear based on these properties. So now let's do animate, which is going to say, how do we want to animate in? In this case, we're going to then put our opacity up to 1, as we've done before in this project. And we're going to set our height to auto. And auto just means, put it to the height that it should be by default, essentially. Like when we render this list, it's going to have a certain amount of height, put it to that height, okay? The automatic height, the default height of the content, I should say. Now let's actually do an exit animation, okay? And here we are going to do height of 0 and an opacity of 0, okay? And so this says, initially it's going to look like this. When it animates onto screen, make it look like this. And then when it animates off screen, like when the list actually closes here, we want to animate it back to this here, which again is pretty much the initial properties, okay? So now one thing you'll notice is that, okay, our animation works, right? Our height property is animating up and our opacity is animating up. But notice that when the list closes, the animation's not occurring, okay? Now this is something we ran into earlier in the project, so some of you might pick up on this, but don't worry, we're going to add it in a second. But now we can also manipulate the transition property. Okay, so let's customize this just a little bit. We're going to set our duration to 0.35 seconds. And we're going to put our transition timing function to ease in out, which is specified like this within the motion library. Okay. So now you can see very smooth, very lovely animation, but of course it's kind of jagged, right? Because when we close it, it kind of jumps shut. And the question is, why is that happening? If we put an exit animation, why is it not animating off screen? Well, I'm actually going to show you guys that now. Let's go back into our mobile menu here. Now, right here, remember, when something is rendered on screen, it's pretty easy for motion to say, okay, I now have this element. Let's actually render it into its animated state. But when something gets pulled out of the DOM and pulled out of the document, it has a hard time actually creating an animation as it leaves. Okay, so the way that we do that, again, is we have to wrap this thing here inside of our animate presence, which does, again, exactly what it sounds like. It animates the presence of items off screen. Okay, so now let's wrap that around here. And now, remember, we put that exit animation. Let's see if it applies now. Nice, okay? So now when we close our links, it actually makes that animation look a lot more smooth, okay? And that is something that took me a while to figure out. I was frustrated because I was online doing all this research. Why is my animation not working? So that is one thing that you want to log into memory long-term if you're going to be using the motion library. So now let's go back to the top and start setting the rest of our animations on our menu. So you can see here, not only can we not close our menu here, but we can't, we just have no animations here, okay? So let's go back to the top, and we'll actually do that in the next section. Okay, so we've gotten pretty far so far, so I want to just take a quick break where you guys can take a moment to gather your thoughts, and then we will get back into it, setting up our animations on the entire menu, and also setting up some of the interactivity for closing and opening the menu itself. All right, so now to implement the rest of the animations, our motion animations for our mobile menu, there's going to be a couple here. We're actually going to start off by creating a Boolean value to help manage the open and close state of our menu while we actually don't have it rigged up. So right now, obviously, you can't click on the close icon and open it, and you can't click on the hamburger icon right here to open it, okay? And that's something that we're going to rig up after the fact, but right now we want to start off by doing our animations. And so let's just create a Boolean that says, let's do menu opened. Okay, and we're going to set it to false. All right, so now let's move down to our div, our outermost div. Now again, this has the overlay, this little light overlay that is not this blue or white square there. So let's do that. Motion.div. And again, we got to import the motion library. And I realized that all of our external exports or imports need to be at the top here. So you can see that we had one from motion that was too far down there. These are all our internal imports, okay? So now let's go here and start adding some properties to this div. This is to our overlay. And so here we're going to say animate. And we're going to base the animation off, whoops, we're not going to actually add an object. We're basing the animation off this Boolean state. So if the menu's opened, it's going to look a certain way. And if it's not opened, it's going to look a different way, right? Which makes sense because we want to open and close our menu here. So we're going to say menu opened, question mark. And if this is true, which again, we're going to dynamically set this in the future, we're going to say visible else we're going to say invisible. Now, I'm not sure if this is something that we've done before, but these are not like Tailwind classes. Essentially what we're doing is we're defining variants inside of Motion that allow us to animate between these two properties. So we have the visible variant and the invisible variant. And again, these are going to become applied based on this Boolean variable here. So how do we actually specify these variants? What does visible actually mean? What does invisible actually mean? Well, I will show you. We can do the variants within Motion, okay? And we're going to pass in an object here. And what we're going to do is first we're going to say hidden. And our hidden property within this object is going to map to yet another object, okay? And here we're going to say opacity is 0. And our display is going to be none. Okay, and this display is like the actual display property inside of CSS. Okay, so our variants object here, which is this yellow object, has a property in it called hidden, and it has these two properties, opacity of 0, display of none. Now just below that, let's actually set our visible variant. Okay, and for our visible variant, it's going to be just what you'd think. It's going to be opacity of 1 and display of flex. Okay, in this case, now check this out. You can see our overlay right now. Let's see if we can actually get this to show something. Okay, so nothing yet. And that might be because, yeah, so either way, right? There's nothing that's updating yet, but as we add more and more here, more animations, we're going to be able to see the entire menu actually animate here. Okay, so let's go down here and let's do, and I just realized the reason why is because right here, we do not have this set to hidden. So let's go down here back to our class names for this div and say hidden, okay? So now that we did that, we should be able to see it if we say true here or false. Okay, so interesting. So we're not really seeing the overlay change, but who knows? Perhaps that is just something that we need to... That's why I said visible and then invisible, so it's going to be hidden. My bad. Our hidden state. And I apologize, there's a motorcycle coming by. But here you can see by default we have the hidden property on our div here, okay? And then we're animating between two variants, both visible and hidden, okay? And they have different properties. The hidden is opacity 0, display none. Visible is opacity 1, display flex. Based on this Boolean here, our menu open, we're going to apply a different variant. So if we put true here, it's going to apply our visible variant. If we put false here, it's going to apply our invisible or hidden variant, I should say. Okay, so now let's move down to our nav. And again, our nav, we're also going to have a motion animation. Okay, so to make this animation as tasteful as I want it to be, we had to add one to every single thing here, or at least a couple of them. So next we're going to have the animate property here. And again, this is going to be based on whether the menu is open. And we're going to do the same thing. So it's going to be visible. And then our second variant is going to be hidden. Okay, and now let's go down and specify those variants. So let's use our variants property. Pass in an object. And within here, we're going to have hidden, which is going to be opacity of 0 and X of 100%. And for our visible variant, let's go over here. We are going to have a opacity of 1 and a X of 0%. Okay, now essentially what we're doing here is we're saying that when it's hidden, we want to translate it 100% of the width of the navigation itself to the right. And then when it's visible, we want to translate it back into its original position. And that's going to have the effect of kind of bringing it in from the right into view. Okay, so now we should be able to see, if we go up here and we set this to true, now you can see that and again, this is in reference to this white box here, you can see that it whips in from the right. Now we do not want that spring animation. That's the default animation within Motion, which I personally do not like. I think it looks maybe a little bit corny even, but perhaps there's some context where it could look good. I don't want to bash it too much here, but let's change that. So we're going to go to transition, and here we're going to do duration of 0.35, and we're going to do ease of ease out. Okay, and so now we should be able to see that. Let's go back up and change this Boolean value to false. Nice. Okay, so now you can see it's really coming together. We have our overlay that's animating in, and we also have the mobile menu itself, which is this white box animating in from the right. So now that we did that, we can move down to the UL. Okay, so right here, again, one more animation. So motion.ul. And we are going to do animate, which is, again, going to be based on menu open. So let's go down here, put a question mark, and let's do visible. Else, let's do hidden. And let's specify those variants here as well. So we're going to do variants. Now I'm actually going to copy them right down. So they're the exact same variants here. Like this. Copy them in. Let me actually make sure that is true before I draw that conclusion. Opacity of 0, x of 100%, and then opacity of 1, x of 0%. Correct. So that's going to be the same thing. All right. So whoops, can't click that button there. We got to set it here. So let's do false. And let's do true. Okay, nice. So that brings in our list animation. And now we can go down to, I think that there's one more. Where's it at? Where is the last motion animation? So interesting. So I wonder why there should be a slight delay. Is that what it is? Ah, that's what it is. Okay, so with our UL here, you're going to notice there's one kind of subtle animation here that makes it look really nice. When the white box comes into view here, you'll notice that the links kind of come in just a little bit after. And that kind of gives it this cool effect where the white box comes in and then the links kind of swing in after it. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see it, but you guys will be able to see it when you implement it. We're just going to go here to our UL and we're going to manipulate our transition property here. Okay. And we're going to say, give it a timing function of ease out. And we are going to give it a delay of 0.05 seconds. Okay. So now when we open that, you can see now it has that, whoops, that's not even the right one. We can't open and close our menu yet. So we put false here and then we put true. You can see when these links, they kind of whip in from the right, they're a little bit after the white box itself. And so now look at this. We have all sorts of great animations, very clean on our drop-down menus. Our menu opens up very nicely. It comes in from the right, very tasteful, very modern, all around a great set of animations and a great mobile menu to have on your website. Not only this one, but future ones if you wanted to create something similar. Okay, and now I could show you also that why we did this here. There was the properties where that max width of 96 and min width of 65. That's 384 and 260 respectively. You can see that we don't want the mobile menu to get larger than this right here. So that white square, you can see it stops growing. And then if we shrink it, you're going to see that we never let it get below that right there. So you can see now right here, it's actually staying the same size. Okay, so there's kind of like an upper bound and a lower bound to the width of our mobile menu, right? Awesome. And now let's close that. Do it a couple more times just because it's so satisfying. And now in the next section, we can actually get on to making it so that we can open and close the mobile menu with the X icon and the hamburger icon respectively. And we're going to be using a context to do so. And we'll be able to get rid of this Boolean value, of course, that we no longer want to be just programmatically putting in right here. Okay, so I will see you guys in the next section when we do just that. All right, so now we can go through the process of actually creating the context that we're going to be using to gain access to the set menu opened and menu open variables that we need to help open and close our menu from both our close icon right here and our hamburger icon right here. Okay, so notice that we need to have two locations in our application that are separate that both need to have access to those types of variables. So let's actually go into our source folder here and let's create a new folder called context. And within this folder, we're going to create something called the mobile menu context. Mobile menu context. .tsx. Okay. Now within here, we're going to start off by creating first and foremost, our properties that we're going to pass into our context. Now here, our context provider is actually going to wrap our entire application because again, just like I explained earlier, the context provider is what allows us to actually subscribe to the values that we are providing from the context itself. Okay, so it's going to wrap our entire page, and that means that it's going to take in a child property, okay, or a children property that has one child, okay, and it's going to have one child. It's going to be so first and foremost, let's define the interface here. And it's just going to be named props. In this case, I'm going to name it short because we already have some long names in this file and I don't want to make it too verbose. And it's going to have a children property. And this children property is going to be React element. Okay. So again, we're going to have one child and it's going to be a React element. In this case, we're going to wrap our entire page. So the direct child is just going to be the page here. Now, next, we're going to say interface, and this is going to be our context value shape. And this is actually going to be the value that we provide through our application that our context is providing, okay? And here we're going to have a Boolean called menu opened. going to be false. And we're going to have set menu opened, which is going to be our state setter function. And here we're just going to use some types that are defined by React directly. It's going to be dispatch, so import that. And then we're going to have set state action. And then that state action is going to be of type Boolean. Okay. And now you guys might be wondering, what is this? And I was pretty much saying the exact same thing when I saw it the first time. Pretty much what we're having is when you set state, when you have a state, use state, you have a variable that you can update, and then you have the state setter function, and that's what we're representing here. So our mobile menu opened, or our menu open variable is a Boolean. It's either going to be false or true. And I realize that should not be false. It should be a Boolean. Okay. So it's a Boolean. And then the state setter function is what is going to allow us to update that Boolean value. Okay. So essentially, it's like the representation of use state, so to speak. Now below, let's actually create the context. So we're going to do const menu context. And here we're going to create our context. And this is going to have a context value shape. Okay. And this is where we're going to say, okay, our context is going to provide a value that is shaped in this manner. Okay, so it's going to have a menu open and a set menu open property. And what is the default going to look like? Well, the default is going to look like this. We're going to have our menu opened set to false. And we're going to have our set menu open be that state setter function. So we're simply going to put in an arrow function that returns an object. Okay. Now let's go down here and say export default function. And this is going to be our menu context provider. Okay. And now this is going to look very similar to this right here. This is where we provide our value right here that we're specifying throughout our application. And then components within our application, as an example, our navigation here, or our hamburger component and our close icon, can then subscribe and get those values and state setter functions that we need to update the application accordingly. Let's go here and let's say props. And we're going to do our props. Okay, so now we know that if we want to use this context provider, we're going to have to pass in something that has a children property of one React element. And now we're going to create our state. So here we're going to say menu opened and set menu opened. And here we're going to have use state. It's going to be typed as a Boolean because our value here is going to be only allowed to be a Boolean, either true or false. And by default, we're going to put in false. Okay, now let's actually provide those values to the rest of the application. And we're going to do that here in our return statement. So we're going to do our menu context dot provider. Okay, so this is a component that's provided by React when you create a context here. Okay. And now what are we providing, or what are we going to be using this provider for? Well, we're going to provide our values to our props.children. Okay. Now quickly, let's actually go over to our application so you can see what I mean by props.children. So we go over here and we render that right here around our page. So it's going to be menu context provider. And then we're going to put the closing tag way down here below the end of our page. So now we are providing our values to all of these components, all of our children here. Okay. Now what value? Let's actually specify it. So here within our provider, we specify a value and we're going to pass in an object. And that object is simply going to have our menu open value. Whoops, not that. Our menu open value, as well as our set menu opened state setter function. Okay, so now any component within our tree below this component, below our provider, is going to be able to subscribe to the context and then extract these two values if they want to use them. Okay, so let's actually try that. Let's go over to our mobile menu and let's actually consume our context. So we're going to say value, const value equals use context. Okay, and that's how you actually consume a context in React. Make sure to import that from React here. And here we're going to say mobile, what is it? It's going to be, I think, our menu context. What is it called? It's because we didn't export it, did we? No, it's going to be export const menu context. Okay, so now go over here and we're going to say menu context. So now we are subscribing to our context and we have our value. Now, what is actually in our value? Well, we have, like I said, we can see right here, we have our menu open Boolean. So now let's go here and let's actually get rid of this one here. Okay. And so now our menu open Boolean that we're using throughout our menu is defined right here within our context. Okay. So now if we go here and we set our default to true, come on. you can see it's open. Now if we set it to false, you can see it's closed. Okay, now the animation isn't playing very smoothly, but it will in practice. But you can see that we are now updating this value, and it is being reflected here in our menu where we are actually subscribing to our context and extracting that value from the provider itself right here. Okay, so now the next order of business is actually going to be setting it up so that we don't actually have to use context in every application that we want to subscribe to menu context. We can actually get this functionality right here. Let's just grab it, go back into our context, and down here, let's just export a function. And we're going to say use menu context. Okay, and here we're simply going to return that value. So now instead of having to import use context into every component where we want to use this menu context, we can simply go like this. Let's actually import that from React, import from React. So now we can just go here into our mobile menu and we can directly say, come on, use menu context. Okay, and let's get rid of that now. And we don't need use context in here either. So now we are subscribing to our context like that. And now again, we still have access to our menu opened Boolean variable. So now in the next section, we're going to set it up so that we can actually open and close our menu from both our hamburger icon and our close icon. For now, we have subscribed to our context and gained access to the Boolean that we want for our mobile menu. But now we need to consume our context in 2 other locations. So I will see you guys over there. All right. So the next order of business is actually going to be making it so that our menu can be open and closed. So let's actually go into our hamburger menu here, which is going to be a navigate to your navigation component. And at the bottom here, we're going to have our hamburger. Let's click into there. Now within here, we're going to subscribe to our context and we're going to destructure out from our value the set menu opened function. Okay. And so we're going to do use menu context. And now we're going to get our set menu opened function and we're going to say on click equals, and here we're going to pass in a arrow function that says set menu opened to true. Okay. And so again, what's essentially happening here is we are making it so that if a user clicks on this button, it calls our set menu opened function here. And again, we have access to that because we have subscribed to our context. When that gets updated within our context, that new value for menu opened, which is now true, is going to get provided to all of the children. So now as an example in our mobile menu here, let's go here. We have now subscribed here as well, and we have destructured out the menu open property. This goes from false to true, and now we are displaying our visible states. Okay, so if we click on our hamburger icon, our menu now opens. Okay, but we cannot close it yet, so we have to reload the page to close it. So that works fine. Now let's do the opposite. Let's go into our close icon, which again is in our mobile menu here. We have our close icon right here. And let's subscribe. So we're going to do const, and we're going to do set menu opened once again, and that's going to be use menu context. Okay, and now set menu open. We're going to go down here and we're going to say on click, and we're going to set that to an arrow function that says set menu open, and in this case it's going to be false. Okay, and this is going to have essentially the inverse effect. So now if we can open it and we can also close it with our close icon. So overall, a very, very great mobile menu, very, very tasteful design. And you can see that there's actually one more issue here. We do not have the key property. And I realize we need to change that. So let's actually go over to our mobile menu. If you scroll down, you're going to have the menu or mobile dropdown. And within here, you can see that we iterate through our links within this list, but we're not setting the unique key property on our list item here. So let's go here and say key equals our link .id. Okay. Now if we reload, that should fix it, hopefully. Nice. Okay, so that got rid of that issue. Obviously, that unique key property error will come up a lot for you if you haven't developed React pages. Sometimes it's easy to forget it. Okay, but now, again, we have this mobile menu that looks very nice. And the beauty is that this is going to be highly applicable in other projects. So mobile menus, obviously, they're fundamental to almost every single website. So the skills here and the tools we used are going to be applied elsewhere whenever you create your mobile menu. Overall, a very, very fun thing to do and probably one of my favorite UI components within this design. Okay, and with that out of the way, we now can move on to actually deploying our website to the internet. And once we deploy it to the internet, the beauty is that we can then set up Google Analytics. Now, Google Analytics, the reason we're setting that up is because then we can track user behaviors on our page. So as an example, let's say a user clicks this button, or let's say a user they submit their form data. Well, we can then go see in Google Analytics someone submitted our form. So it's a great way to track user interactions or things like session time, right? How long did they actually stay on our website for their entire session duration, things of that nature. So overall, very, very cool. And it's a free platform, which is awesome. So I will see you guys over in the next section when we actually deploy our site before we get into the Google Analytics stuff. So I'll see you there. In the following section, we are going to be deploying our landing page with Netlify. So make sure to have your project open and ready to go. To begin the deployment process, let's open up our public folder and delete our blog post and location image folders. The reason that we want to delete these is because they will take up space in our production build that we send to Netlify. If we didn't delete these files, then our page would load slower for those that visit our site. Now open up your terminal in your project and run npm run build. This will build the production version of our code base. When you run npm run build, Vite will create a distribution folder titled dist, and then place all of your project files and assets within it. Within this process, it will transform our JavaScript into a version that is compatible across browsers, get rid of any white space that would make our build larger and load slower, optimize our dependencies, and more. Now I want you to go to your browser and navigate to netlify.com. Once the page loads, make sure to create an account if you don't have one already. Now that you're logged into Netlify, I want you to navigate to the Sites tab in the sidebar menu. If you scroll to the bottom of this tab, you will see a section that says want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git. Open your file explorer and navigate to where your project is. Grab your distribution folder and drag it into the drop zone. Once the loading process is done, you can click on the Open Production Deploy button to see your landing page live. Now take a moment to scroll down your landing page and make sure that nothing is broken. You're going to want to make sure that your blog posts load, your locations load, and that you can submit a lead just fine. The last thing that we're going to do is return back to Netlify and go to Site Overview. Then click on Site Configuration. If we scroll down, you'll see that we have an option to change the site name. Now you can change your site to whatever you want, given that it is not already taken. Once you hit save, you can then click on your site's URL again, and you will see that your website name has been changed. Make sure to keep this URL nearby, as this is the URL we are going to be using when we set up Google Analytics. And just like that, we have successfully deployed our landing page with Netlify. Now we can get into a very exciting part of the project, which involves integrating Google Analytics into our landing page. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right into it. In this section of the video, we're going to be setting up Google Analytics to track user interactions on our landing page. Google Analytics is both free and easy to use, so it's a great option for today's project. To begin the process, we're going to head over to Google Analytics, and then we're going to finish up the configuration on the code side. First and foremost, navigate to the following Welcome to Google Analytics page. In the description below, I will provide a link to the following page. Once you arrive at this page, click on the blue button that says Start Measuring. Now click into the account name field and set your account name. You are welcome to name your account however you want, but I am simply going to use my first and last name. Once you've done that, scroll down and hit next to move on to the next step. Now we're on the property creation step. I'm going to name my property GoTravel landing page and leave the reporting time zone and currency as is, and then hit next. You are welcome to customize these as you see fit. Now we're on the business details step. Because we created a travel landing page, I am going to use travel as the industry category and then select a small business size of 1 to 10 employees and then hit next. We are now on the business objectives step. I'm going to select generate leads, understand web and or app traffic, and view user engagement and retention, and then hit next. We are now on the data collection step. Where it says choose a platform, we are going to select web. You can see here that it's prompting us to put in our website URL and our stream name. With that in mind, let's return to Netlify and grab our website URL and then paste it in our website URL field. Next, we have to create our stream name, and again, I'm going to make this GoTravel landing page. Once you've done both of these things, go in the top right and click Create and Continue. On your screen, you should now see your new stream that has been created. You're going to want to click on that and then click on View Tag Instructions. Next, you're going to want to click Install Manually and then copy down the Google Tag script that you see on screen. Within your web stream details section, you also want to copy down your measurement ID. We're going to be using this within our code base as well. Now we are going to navigate back to our project and then into index.html. Just below the head tag, we are going to paste the script that we copied for our Google tag. Next, let's navigate over to our .env file and create a new environment variable. This one's going to be called Vite_measurement_ID, and we are going to assign it to the measurement ID that we just copied down from Google. Next, you're going to want to open your terminal and type npm install react-ga4. This package allows us to easily interact with Google Analytics 4 from React. Now let's return back to Google Analytics and then hit next. You will see a page that says our data collection is now pending. Now we can return back to our project and run npm run dev in the terminal. Once our page launches in the browser, take a moment to scroll down your page to ensure that Google Analytics picks up your session. Now now if you return back to Google Analytics and refresh the page, you should be on your data analytics dashboard. On the right, you should see that you had one active user in the last 30 minutes. That user was you when you launched your web page just a second ago. All right, so now we have successfully created the data stream from our landing page to Google Analytics. With that step out of the way, we can turn our focus to learning how to generate and track custom analytics. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right into it. All right, so now that we have correctly set up our data stream to Google Analytics, we now can go through the process of setting up some local configuration so we can actually propagate custom events to Google Analytics. So as an example, what we're going to be doing is setting up one for page views, and we're also going to be setting up one for our form submission as well. Okay, so let's begin by going into our source folder, and let's create a new file right here directly in our source folder. And we're going to make this one analytics. So analytics.tsx. Okay, now within here, we're going to say import, and I just realized that actually this should not be TSX because it's not not going to be a component here. It's just going to be TS. Okay, so it's going to be import, and we're going to import our React GA4 library. So I'm going to name it React GA4 with GA4 being uppercase here. From React GA4, and again, this library simply allows us to interact with Google Analytics 4, that's what GA4 stands for, in an easy way from React. Okay, so just some pre-built tools so we can easily connect to GA4 and interact with it with ease. Okay, so now let's do our first item here in this file, which is just going to be a function that allows us to initialize Google Analytics. Okay, so we're going to do init Google Analytics. And this is just going to make sure that Google Analytics is initialized when we actually load our site here. And what we're going to do is we're going to reference that environment variable that we specified when we were configuring Google Analytics just a second ago. So here, remember, we have our measurement ID, and here we have the Vite measurement ID environment variable. And again, we're going to reference it just like we referenced our, what was it? It was our Supabase API key, Supabase API key. Okay, so let's go back into analytics here, and we're simply going to say React GA4, and we're going to type initialize. Okay, so it's an initialize method that is provided by React GA4, and within here we are going to do import.meta.environment.vite mute vite measurement ID. And I'm actually going to make sure that I spelled that correctly before I get ahead of myself here, because I'm prone to spelling things wrong if you haven't figured that out by now. Okay, nice. And so we can invoke this function when we want to simply initialize Google Analytics 4 in our application, so then we are certain that we can propagate events to Google and we have no issues. Okay, now we're going to do export, another function here, and this one's just going to be one for generating page views specifically. So just showing you guys how you could create kind of specific functions for specific task here. So it's going to be export function, and we're going to do log page view. And here we're going to do React GA4, and we're going to type send, or actually we're going to type event here rather. And first we're going to list the event. So that's going to be page_view. And then we're going to pass in a options object. And this option object is simply going to hold all of the data that we want to pass to Google Analytics when this event is generated. Okay. So we're going to do page location. And this is going to be window.location.href. Okay, and that simply returns the entire URL. Okay, so the entire URL right here, it is going to return, including anything after this. So if there's any forward slashes or you're in some sub-route of your application, it's going to put it all in here. And then we're going to have our page title, okay, which in our case right here is GoTravel, and then the pipe character landing page. But that will change, okay? That will change based on what page you're on. Usually if someone has a website, if you change to a different page, they'll change the web page title, things of that nature. If you go to other websites, you'll see how it kind of updates based on the page that you're on. And so let's put this here. We're going to put document.title, and that simply grabs that title from the web page there. And lastly, we have the page path. Okay, so page path, and that's going to be window.location, whoops, not that, dot path name plus window.location dot search. Okay, and so that is going to be everything after the the actual URL here. So you can see GoTravel-lp.netlify.app. If there was a / here and there was subsequent query parameters or a subsequent path, like a subpath, so to speak, or a nested path, that would be listed here, and then the query parameters as well. So we have the return path, this returns the path parts of the URL, and it also returns the query string part of the URL. Okay, so if you guys know what those are, that's going to return here. And so now essentially we have data from a lot of different metadata that we're going to potentially want if we want to log a page view. Okay, it'll make sure we can easily identify what the user was doing, maybe some parameters that we have saved in the URL, etc. Okay, so now we're going to do something that's going to be maybe a little bit more important, and it's going to be implementing custom events here. So we're going to do custom event props, and we're going to say event name. This is going to be a string. We're going to do category. That's going to be a string as well. We're going to do action, and that's going to be a string also. And lastly, we're going to have custom props. Okay, and this is just going to be any other properties that we want to add for our custom event outside of these 3. Okay, so we're going to put a question mark here to say that it is not necessary that we specify it, and we're going to say it's going to be a record of string. Now this is kind of a weird syntax in TypeScript, but essentially this record string simply represents an object that has key value pairs that are both strings. Okay, so like imagine like an object like this, and you said, I don't know, 1, and that maps to 2. Okay, so the key here is the key and the value are both strings, just an object with key value pairs as strings. Okay, very, very bizarre. I don't know why it's called record, but it's beyond me. Okay, now we're going to do export function, and we're going to do log custom event. And now within here, we're going to say, if you want to pass in something to this function, it needs to be of type custom event props. And within here, we are going to send an event. So React GA4.event. And here we're going to say props.eventName. And then in this object, the options object, so to speak, or the extra data that we're going to be sending through for our event here is going to be our category. Whoops. Category is going to be props.category, which we know we have access to because we, again, are subscribing to this interface here. We are going to have the action, which is going to be props.action. And again, the event name is used up here. So the last thing is custom props. And then here, we're simply going to spread those into this object. So we're going to say props.custom props. Okay. And again, we don't need to actually specify that. So we should put a parenthesis, or we should put a question mark there. Okay. So now that we did that, we're going to spread, we have our event name specified. Okay. That's the first thing. And then in our object of all of the data that we want to pass through for the event, we have our category, action, and then we spread through all of our extra custom props, which again, this is an object. So we want to spread those into this object. So we do not have kind of like a nested object, if that makes sense. So with that out of the way, we have successfully set up our analytics file. And again, within here, you could put any function that you want for any event that you want to generate. Of course, the custom event function should be ample for most situations, but unless you can create things like this if you want to. And so now we can hop into our app component where we are going to be generating a log view when our application loads. So I will see you guys over there. All right, so now I want you guys to go over to your app component here. And at the top here, we're going to import a couple things. And this is where we're going to log those page views. So let's do import. And we're going to import use effect from React here. And we're also going to import our Google Analytics stuff. That's going to be import first init. Where is it at? Init was it Google Analytics, that function. And we're also going to import log page view. Now let's go down here. And if you guys don't know what use effect does, essentially use effect will run right after our page or our component loads for the first time here. So as an example, when our application loads in someone's browser, what's going to happen is it's going to render our app component and of course everything within it. Now, the moment that it renders our app component after the page paints, right? So you can actually see the page, it like shows up on screen. It's then going to kick off the use effect. And the use effect is simply going to execute whatever we pass in this callback function. Okay. Now, this second item here is a dependency array. Now, the reason that this is important is because we can cause our use effect to run whenever certain things change. So as an example, if we had like a menu open variable, if this menu open variable went from true to false or from false to true, it would change, and then useEffect would say, wait a minute, this variable has changed, and it would rerun whatever was in this function here. Okay, and so that could be important for various different reasons. Now, if we were to get rid of this dependency array, if I'm correct, this would cause an infinite loop, right? Because we have no dependencies. And so when the application loads, it would just keep running, right? Now, a way to make it only run one time is to simply put an empty dependency array. And the reason that this works is because there's nothing in it, so it could never change. Of course, we can't have a dependency that updates if there's literally no dependencies at all. So this has the effect of running one time right when our application loads, which is a great opportunity to log a page view, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to call init Google Analytics here. And that's going to initialize Google Analytics here, make sure we have a stable connection or do whatever magic it does under the hood. And then we're going to do log page view. And again, that simply is going to get our URL, the document, some other parameters from the URL, and send it off to Google. Okay, so now if we hit save here, let's actually shut our website down and run npm run dev here. Okay, relaunch our web page. We now have generated a page view. And if you guys are wondering how it's actually working here, it's because we have specified our Google tag in our index.html. So even though we pointed Google Analytics to our Netlify app, we're generating analytics from our local development environment because our Google tag has been set up, okay? And again, we're using our measurement ID, which we specified in our environment file as well, right within our, where's it at again? Our analytics file. Remember, we're using that measurement ID right here, okay? So now if we go to Google Analytics, you'll see that we have generated page views. Okay, so right here, I'm on the real-time overview of the reports tab. And you can see right here, it says all users are one, and we can see the page view event, page_view. That's the name that we gave it. You can see the web page title right here, GoTravel, and then the pipe character landing page. So I just want to show you guys this because I think this is so crazy. Google Analytics is free, and it is so easy to integrate into your landing pages. So if you plan on selling landing pages like as a business, or maybe you just wanted to make them for fun or make one for yourself, think about how amazing it is that we have a platform like this that we can integrate so easily into our development, into our landing pages, and create custom events like this. So such a crazy thing. And I think that Google Analytics is free. Even if you use it, it's not like one of those ones where it's a free plan unless you use it a lot. I think it's free completely unless you have like a really large business, in which case I'm sure you have to pay for it. But I think for most cases it is free. So all around a really, really cool technology, and really cool that we can set this up so easily. So now we're actually going to get into generating custom events within our form. Okay, so when somebody submits our form, we're going to have like a success state, I think, an error state. And that would be cool because maybe you want to track the analytics. Maybe you want to, I don't know, make sure that there's no errors. You want to make sure that there's no errors and nothing's blowing up on your website, things along those lines. So yeah, I will see you guys over there in the next section. All right, so now we can jump right into generating our custom events for form submissions. So let's go into our frequent travelers component here, which again has our form. And we are going to start off by importing our custom event function. So that was, I think, log custom event. There we go. And again, we created that here. It takes in these properties and sends it off to Google Analytics 4, and we'll be able to see it in our dashboard here. So let's go down and create a function. This one's going to be called log form submit. Okay. And within here, we are going to call our log custom event function. And again, it takes in an object of all sorts of properties. And so we are going to specify that our category is equal to user engagement. And again, you could set these to whatever you want, but I think that these are some good inputs. So user engagement, we're going to have action, which is going to be our form submit. We're going to have our event name, and that is going to be frequent traveler, or frequent travelers form submit. Okay. And lastly, we are going to have our custom properties that we talked about. In this case, we're actually going to add them. Again, you can see there that it's actually a type that we don't need to specify because, again, if we go back here, you can see that we set that as nullable, or essentially meaning that we do not need to specify it. Okay. And within here, we are going to add an error message. Now, the thing is that we're actually going to invoke this form submission function from both our success handler and our error handler that are invoked when our submission for our form goes correctly or incorrectly. Okay, so the question is, how do we delineate whether this was successful or not successful? Well, we're going to add this error message. And so here we're just going to put as a property, or I should say an argument to our function, that we're going to have an error, and it's going to be of type error. And by default, it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so we won't actually have to specify the error message. We won't have to actually pass in an error because if we do not, it will simply be set to an empty string, which of course will indicate that there actually was not an error. Okay, so you can see it's angry here. It's a little bit interesting. Oh, I see it, because this is not going to be of type error. I just realized it's going to be a string. Okay, so this is actually going to be our error message. It's probably more apt to name it that, but we'll keep it short there and then specify it here. So again, it's either going to be a string with our error message, or if somebody doesn't pass it in, it will simply be set to an empty string, and that will indicate to us that it was not actually an error submission. Okay, so now let's go up to our handle success function, which again gets invoked by our mutation. If we go into our mutation, you'll see again when we have a successful submission, it's going to invoke our onSuccess function that we passed in. And if we go back to our frequent travelers, we can see that we did in fact pass in handle success here. Okay, so at the bottom, we are simply going to say log form submit. And here, instead of an empty string, I'm actually going to pass in null, which essentially means, no error message, so to speak. But again, you could just pass in nothing, and I think you could also pass in, right? So you could literally log it like that if you want to, and then in which case it would just be an empty string. Here I'm actually going to specify null, which essentially will indicate no error. And then for our handle error function, which again will be invoked when our form submission is failed for some reason, we're going to say log form submit. And we are going to say form submission error with message. Then I'm just going to put a hyphen, put the $sign in our braces, and then put our error.message. Okay, and the beauty is that we are already reading our error into this handle error function, because again, within our mutation, we pass in this handle error function as our on error handler. And if we actually look at, if we go to our mutation, we can see that we did specify that our on error function must be one that has an error that is passed in and returns nothing. Okay, so again, we know that we do have access to that error property, or that error, the actual error object within our on error handler. Okay, so now that we did that, we actually can test it. So I'm actually going to rerun the website just to make sure that if the changes need us to rerun the website for them to propagate, then it does in fact happen here. So let's scroll down. Where is it at? Our form. I'm going to say Chad, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to look up Supabase. Let's go over to the dashboard here, go into my project, and got to return back to our page, and we'll put, I don't know, ASD222 or 333 at gmail.com. Send it. Okay, nice. So it was successful. Now let's go over to Supabase, go to our table, make sure that actually got submitted. It looks like it said it was successful. And it's right there, ASD333. And then if we go back over to Google Analytics, let's see if we can find it. Where's it at? So right here, if you actually look down here inside of our event count by event name, you can see here it says frequent travelers form submit. And if I click on that, let me zoom that in even more like that. Where's it at? Here it is. We can click on that, and you can see right here there's an error message property, and if we click on it, it is null, meaning that there was no error. Now we can also go in, let's actually do that. Let's go into our mutation here. Where's that thing at? There it is. Let's go down into our insert lead function that we defined originally, right, to submit the information to Supabase. And let's actually just throw an error. So let's do throw new error. And we'll just say testing Google Analytics error form submission. And you could name it whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? And then we can go back to our page here, and let's just do, I don't know, some random name, and then, I don't know, some completely random gibberish email. Hit submit, and of course, submission has failed now. I'm going to delete that error now so that it's not there. And let's actually check to see if that got propagated. So we go over here. Come on now. Where's it at? Oh, that's because, whoops. All right, nice. So now we have a second one. You can see we have frequent travelers, form submit number 2. But there's 2 total events here. And if we go to error message, you will see we now have this error message that says form submission error with message testing Google Analytics error form submission. Okay, so just like that, we have set up a custom event that we can generate from our form submission, which could be extremely helpful. Like I said, if you're selling landing pages and you want to be able to set up analytics for your clients, or if you have your own landing page, super awesome that we can integrate Google Analytics that easily and use it within our landing pages. So I think that might be it. That might be the entire tutorial. So if you guys made it this far, shout out to you. This was a long one, so I always congratulate the people who make it to the end, because it can be tough to get through these tutorials. There's a lot to learn, and you got to have a lot of patience in general to complete these full stack projects. So I want to say congratulations to everyone who has made it this far. And let's just take one more look through our landing page as we rejoice in victory, so to speak. All of our nice animations, all of our motion animations, our loading states, our form, which is honestly my favorite part of this. Okay. Our testimonials, and yeah, with that, oh yeah, and our mobile menu. Come on, we got to show that. If there's anything we got to show, it's that. That might be my favorite part, honestly. Okay. And so I will see you guys in the next video if I do not see you guys in the outro. And just like that, we have successfully completed our full stack travel agency landing page. Along the way, we have had the opportunity to learn and use a number of popular technologies like React, TypeScript, Tailwind, Motion, and more. I also want to take a moment to give a big congratulations to anyone who has successfully made it through today's project. Coding alongside a 10-hour tutorial is certainly no small feat. And lastly, if you guys enjoyed today's video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for future tutorials. Also, make sure to check out my other videos if you are interested in continuing to build your programming skill set. Otherwise, I will see you guys next time.